What you're about to learn took me 5 long years of trial, error, and being in the trenches to figure out. But today, I'm gonna hand it to you completely for free. This is the exact $5,000 course to help me and my clients make over $700,000 through online fitness coaching. And by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to start and scale your own online fitness coaching business. These 9 hours are not just built on theory. Everything inside of this free course are the exact videos that guys just like yourself followed to become successful with online fitness coaching, even though they were starting completely from zero. Over the next 5 hours, we are going to cover 5 powerful topics in depth. Section number 1 is content. Section number 2 is business setup. Section number 3 is lead generation. Section number 4 is sales. And finally, section number 5 is fulfillment. All the video chapters are listed below, so you can skip around and come back at any time, but I recommend watching straight through because every section builds upon the last. One more thing before I share with you how I got here. I'm going to leave a link at the top of the description. This is where you can access a free copy of my new workbook that follows everything I will be teaching you in this free course. This free course and this free workbook were designed to go hand in hand with each other. This course is here to help you dive deep into the information you need. The workbook is designed to help you ask the questions I would personally ask you if I was your mentor, with spaces to write in your game plan. So go ahead and grab that real quick while I talk to you about how I got here. Before we dive in, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Ryan Johnson. And over the past 5 years, I've been documenting my journey through fitness, self-improvement, and entrepreneurship here. But this story starts in a dark place. August 7th, 2021, that night is the night my life changed forever. I lost my sister in a car crash. We were both going down a bad path: addiction, toxic relationships, and self-destruction. We don't come from the best backgrounds, and well, the way we were living our lives was normal to us. But after that night, I remember something she told me when I was 11 years old. You need to be the change in this family, Ryan. And from that moment on, that became my purpose. I turned my pain into fuel and I started documenting my self-improvement journey online. Within 6 months, I grew to over 100,000 followers on TikTok. Then I blew up my Instagram to 130,000 followers in just 4 months. From there, I launched my fitness coaching business in July of 2023, right after stepping on stage for my first bodybuilding show. It wasn't easy. It took me 17 months to break my first $10,000 month and finally move out of my mom's house. But I made it happen, and that's what I'm here to help you make happen as well. Because I remember what it felt like, having that burning desire to build something great, but have no idea where to start or how to even monetize it once you get the ball rolling. So if you apply what I teach you inside of this free course and use that free workbook link down below, it will honestly be impossible not to sign your first client in the next few months. So grab a notebook, stay focused, and let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PR method. PR standing for Personal Record Method. This is going to be the one thing that if you do will cascade into the rest of your success and make doing everything else in life that it takes to get to where you want to go so much easier. So much easier. I'll break it down for you. Let me give a little context actually around this and how I came up with it. So it was around 2021, kind of around beginning of 2022 as well. I decided to pick up something called morning journaling. I'd seen some of my favorite influencers online, Alex Sedlak most prominently, talking a lot about morning journaling and how it changed his life. And I remember watching his one video about it, and I decided to pick it up because I was going through a really hard time in life, but I had big aspirations, right? And I had no one to guide me. It was just me and myself and I, and these influencers online and this information. So I decided to start morning journaling. And pretty much how I was doing it is just every single morning I was opening up a journal and setting some intention for my day, practicing some gratitude, writing out things I'm grateful for, and then just creating an attack plan for the day. I actually have all my journals right here. So this would have been my first one right here. All right. It's my first one from almost 5 years ago now. And it's pretty cool to also look back at this stuff. You know, I was writing in my journals, getting really deep inside of there, and it really helped me get to know myself. It was really a good spot to also just pour out what I was going through at the time. I didn't have as much emotional resilience or capability to handle just life at the time. And then, what was I? I think I was 18 years old. Yeah, I would have been 18 years old. This would have been November 11th of 2021 was the first journal entry. So yeah, right now it's about four years ago and 1 month. So yeah, 4 years ago and 1 month. And I would just talk to it. I would just write out in it, and it really helped me out a lot. And so the first year, A lot of it was just kind of be in a good spot to pour myself out to have something to talk, somebody to talk to is the best way to put it. But it also helped me actually start achieving goals in life. I always had goals. There's always things, I want to go do. But I just never wrote it down. I never wrote down my goals at all. And studies show, like, if you write down your goals, you're like, I don't know, 40 to 60% more likely to achieve it. Whatever it may be, that's still a really good number. And if you write down your goals like every single day, it's kind of inevitable that you'll eventually achieve it, right? If you do this every single day. And so now, after almost 5 years, a little over 4, I have refined the PR method, right? And this is the morning journaling framework that inside of this program, I need you to do. No matter what you're getting coached by me from, fitness, social media, business, doesn't matter. You need to do this. This is a part of your non-negotiable. If you are not doing it, well, I can't help you out. You have to be doing this. This is imperative that you do it. Right. And I've been practicing this. I practice what I preach. I've been doing it for 5 years. I have these 5 journals right here. And I would not be asking you to do this every single day if I didn't believe it's the most important thing you can do. All right. So I'll break it down for you. We'll start off with the morning journaling. So all you got to do is get a notebook on Amazon, whatever one you like. Definitely write it down on a piece of paper. It's a lot better to actually write instead of just typing it down. It really just changed it, actually. But step 1, well, first off, step 0 is this is something you're going to want to do right when you wake up. So what I do is I get up, grab my coffee, sit down my journal. So do it within the first 15 minutes of your day. If you don't have those 15 minutes, well, then wake up earlier. A lot of people like to make excuses sometimes I don't have enough time to journal. Brother, it takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes. If you don't have 5 minutes for yourself, good luck. But wake up extra early if you have to. Grab a journal, sit down, cup of coffee, whatever you like. And step number 1 is to set the intention for the day. So here's a quick excerpt of what I pretty much do is I say, good morning, world. Today is going to be an amazing day to be alive. Simple as that. I'm just setting intention for the day. And the reasoning behind this is because what you look for, you'll tend to find more of, right? You rarely ever see red cars on the road. You're typically seeing white, black, gray, regular colors. But as soon as you start looking for red cars, guarantee you after this video, maybe today or tomorrow, you're going to see a whole bunch of red cars. You're going to be like, I didn't know this many red cars actually existed. Or there's another good practice, if I was to tell you to look around your room and find everything green, look at everything green, and then shut your eyes and then ask you, well, what are the red things that you saw? You wouldn't really be able to pick anything out because you were looking for green. You weren't looking for red. So you tend to see more of what you're actually looking for. And so I don't want to leave good days up to chance. I want to leave good days up to intention. I want to intentionally make every single day the best day possible, which you can do. Right? There's no good days. There's no bad days. Right? You can make every single day a good day, right? To an extent. So set the intention for the day. Good morning, world. Today is going to be an amazing day to be alive. Then step number 2 is gratitude. Now you want to ground yourself, right? You want to actually be grateful for this day you have in front of you because you aren't deserved it. Honestly, you aren't deserved this day you have, but you have it. So be grateful for it. Make the most of it. And once you're grounded, pretty much everything from there is up. It's really hard to go below and go negative once you're grounded. Once you're just grateful for the fact that you're alive, you can be going through whatever and you're feeling fine. Your emotions are in the right spot, right? Your attitude's in the right spot. So gratitude. Thank you, God, for today. I am grateful to be alive and well. That's just simple. It's a simple way to put it, but I actually recommend writing down 3 things you're grateful for and actually feeling appreciation, feeling gratitude for these things, and actually taking a moment to ask yourself why you're grateful for it. Feeling really grateful for it. This is a really important part, is grounding yourself, gratitude, right? Start the day with gratitude. Step 3 is to rewrite every single goal you have that you are working towards. So after setting the intention and gratitude, I want you to take a look at all of your big goals, right? What are you going after at the moment? And I want you to rewrite them down every single day because reminders are more important than new information, right? So the more you remind yourself of what it is you want and where you're going in life, the more likely you are to actually achieve it. All right, because when you make that goal top of mind, well, you're going to optimize your mind to achieve that. All right, but if it's not top of mind, then you're just drifting through life. You're going wherever. All right, but if it's top of mind every single morning, you're reminding yourself, I want to grow my social media to 10,000 followers. Well, it's top of mind. You're probably going to open up the right brain files. You're probably going to focus on the right things to make that happen. So rewrite every single big goal. And then the last step here, step 4, is today's action plan. right? So you're going to look at your big goals and you ask yourself, what am I going to get done today to move the needle ahead? Because there's really no one in this world that's going to tell you exactly what to do to become successful. You'll have bosses in your life to tell you what to do to become successful in their business, but no one's ever going to give you the blueprint to become successful in your personal life. It's up to you to learn how to do this and to direct your own life. All right. So this is where the attack plan comes into place. All right. So you take a look at the day in front of you, take a look at what you want to accomplish, and you ask yourself, what am I going to do today to move the needle ahead? And you may start off with just like simple non-negotiables. That's kind of where I start off at, is like, I'm gonna post a couple of pieces of content, drink my gallon of water, work out at this time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just simple non-negotiables. And as I start to really nail those things down, then I can focus on higher level problems. But whatever really comes to mind, whatever you think is going to move the needle ahead for your life, that's what you write down there. Once again, with that being top of mind, you're a lot more likely to actually do that when you have the opportunity to do that. Success is when preparation meets opportunity. And so everyone has the chance to become successful, yet most people aren't just prepared for when they get that, maybe even if it's 1 hour of time, right? That's all you need. So that's the morning journaling process. Now, to break it down for everybody actually inside the program who does have a Notion dashboard like this one over here, this is how you can intertwine that morning journaling framework with your Notion dashboard to make it even better. So we have goal setting over here. Inside of your Notion, you're going to have a spot where you can list out all of your current goals right down here. Life goals, social media goals, and business goals. That's what I'm helping you achieve. So those are the big three things we're going to focus on. We'll come over to Coach Leo's Notion dashboard over here, which he customized. He made it all nice and stuff. And we can see his life goals over the next 5, 6, 7, 8, about 3 years, even with pictures, which is great. His social media goals over the next year, and then his business goals as well. He has these clearly written down. And so he'll come to this every single morning and look at it and rewrite them inside of his morning journaling. And then he'll come to his daily action plan. So over here inside the Notion, he has today's tasks. And looks like these are some of his non-negotiables, but then also specific things like post 4 stories, send 50 DMs, watch modules for at least 1 hour. He's got very specific things that he's going to get done inside of here for today, right? So that's how you can use the Notion dashboard to intertwine with your morning journaling. Is be a good spot to actually have those goals written down. So they're always there. Then you look at the Notion, you write them inside of your journaling, and then you come up with the attack plan and you put it inside of your Notion as well. And you can kind of check it off as you go throughout the day as well. So that's the PR method. This thing's going to change your life. Crush it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mastering the Art of Discipline. Whether you're watching this over on YouTube, on PR Bootcamp, or inside a PR Accelerator, this is going to be one of the most important videos you can ever watch. Because discipline in today's age is really the one thing you need to become successful. More than 50, 100 years ago, not everybody could actually become successful. The playing fields were quite uneven, right? You had to kind of be born in a good family, be a little bit lucky, and of course had this thing called discipline. But today, the playing field is pretty even for most people. Of course, the guy who was born into a rich family may be a little ahead of you, but you can still catch up to them and you can still achieve amazing success because we have social media, we have all this information out there. We got ChatGPT, man. You aren't missing information anymore. People are simply just missing the characteristics they need to put it together. And so discipline is going to be one of those characteristics you need. And let's actually talk about discipline. Let's get into it. So discipline is doing what you need to do even when you don't feel like doing it, right? It's a simple definition of what this is, but it's going to be a lot more complex. We're going to discuss a lot of topics that are going to open your mind actually around discipline and talking about your subconscious, talking about your nervous system even, talking about a lot of cool stuff in here. It's going to really expand your mind around discipline and allow you to achieve high levels of discipline because, once you really understand what something is, especially a word like this that's so big and something that's so powerful, now you can actually equip yourself with it. Now you can actually use it correctly. Discipline is the one skill that if you master, it will cascade into the rest of what you do and help you ultimately become more successful. I say this is one of the most important videos to watch because I like to focus on, what's the one thing that will cascade into the rest of my success, right? Some people call it the 80-20 rule. I just call it what's the one thing that will cascade in the rest of my success. So like for my daily success, it'd be my morning journaling. All right. I know if I do this like every single morning and I write down my goals, I set the intention for the day, I rewrite my big goals as well, I'll end up just being a lot more focused. I'll do the things I actually need to do to move the needle ahead. And that's just what makes it easy. I don't need any like hacks for the day to achieve my goals or figure out what to do. The morning journaling helps me out. And then actually learning what discipline is and growing your discipline muscle. That's the one thing that will cascade into the rest of what you do. So let's get into the introduction. The truth about discipline. Most people think discipline is going to be something like willpower, right? It's not. Willpower is an emotion. It's in the word. If I feel like I have the power, I will. Willpower. Discipline is a muscle you build, literally changing your neurons inside of your brain, So, a lot of people, they describe like, oh, I got to get more disciplined, or they kind of think about it almost like an emotion, right? If I'm feeling disciplined, I'll kind of do something. That's willpower. You want to stay away from that because that's very emotional. And no matter what in life, like emotions are going to wax and wane. And that's why we do need discipline, because emotions, like all they simply are is like notifications for certain things in your life. They're never like a really good reflection of something you should pay a lot of attention to. Like they are notifications. For example, I say depression is a notification for self-preservation. If you're not feeling good, you're probably out of alignment. Something needs to change. Something in your life is off. All right. So emotions are good notifications, but you should never be super attached to them. You should never rely on them. All right. Discipline is what you want to rely on. It's a muscle. You will never master discipline by trying. The only way to master is just to do it too. So in order to master discipline, you must reprogram your identity on a deep level. You can't try to be disciplined. You just must do. You just must be disciplined. All right. And so we'll also open up the conversation about maybe how you talk to yourself or how you look at yourself right now at the moment. And that's also going to help you become a lot more disciplined, because even the small words of saying, I'm trying to be disciplined, I'm trying to get this done, versus I'm going to get this done, I'm going to be up at that time, setting those little things can change a lot. So let's get to chapter number 1. Discipline is a muscle. Have you ever had a phase of being so locked in and also having a phase of being so not locked in? Because I know I have. I've had those times so locked in. I'm thinking bodybuilding prep 2024, last year, all right? So locked in, up at the same time every single day, eating the same meal, same time, doing the same thing like every single day. And then there was times where I'm up at 3 p.m. some days, up at 6 a.m. the other days, up at 12 the other days, doing random things, right? I'm sure you've been through phases like that. Hopefully you have. If you haven't been through a super locked in phase yet, well, it's exciting to go through, honestly, and I hope we can get you there through this video. But I believe every man has to go through like a 6-month period of just like being so locked in, because it will change your life. Once you like actually can see where you can bring yourself to on a level of discipline, it is inspiring. You don't always have to live there, but it's good to kind of have that there so you can bring yourself there when you need to bring yourself there. Most of us who have been there and are not there right now are probably asking yourselves the question, well, how do I get back there? If you're not there right now, but you have been there, you're probably asking yourself the question, how do I get back there? Well, I'll answer that. It's simple. Practice discipline. Since discipline is a muscle, it weakens when it's not used and it strengthens when it's trained, right? So like I said, if you have been to that spot before where you're like super locked in, but you can't really figure out like, why am I not there right now? What's going on, right? It's a simple answer. It's the fact that you just haven't been practicing discipline to the level of which you need to practice it to, which may multiple different reasons. Maybe life right now doesn't require it from you. Maybe you went through that phase for super long and you need to take a little break from it. Multiple different things could be going on, but I just want to let you know, like, if you want to get back into that phase right now, maybe you have some big goal you want to go after. Maybe you're just sick of things right now. Like you need to lock in. Just understand it's like, you just have to do it. You just have to get yourself to just do it. And then over time, that will your discipline muscle will strengthen once again, and it will become easy like it did last time. Every time you hold yourself to your word, you increase your capacity to handle discomfort, meaning you build discipline too. So like if you're struggling to kind of get into that momentum phase of being super locked in, it's simply just because there's probably some faults in, what you say and what you actually do. You got to find those little faults. You got to fix those cracks. Where do you start though? Well, the answer is simple, but it's also the ugly answer. You start by realizing the way you do one thing is the way you do absolutely everything. So I want to open up this conversation, the things I highlight. I do want to open up a little bit more. So I truly believe in this quote right here. The way you do one thing is the way you're going to do everything in life. So what I mean by this is, let's say you're trying to get back into that phase. You're really trying to lock in on whatever it is you want to do. All right, I'm sure you're here to, get in shape, build your social media, build your business, quit your job, something along those lines, right? And so that's going to take a phase of being super locked in, a season of no, which Alex Hormozi describes as like you say no to everything besides just this one thing at the moment. And the only way to get there is, by practicing discipline, but by noticing in the subtle areas of life, maybe where you are lacking that discipline as well. Because a lot of the times when we're trying to get really locked in, we're focusing on the big areas, right? The really big areas, but it's really the small areas that if you also focus on those and you start to become very disciplined in those areas, it's a lot easier to become very disciplined in the big areas as well, right? So this is really little things. Look at the little ways you do everything. So down to the micro scale of like, do you have to like consume a bunch of content while eating food, or can you just sit there and eat food? All right. Do you have to do some whole morning routine, or can you just sit down at the computer and just work? Right. Do you always need your headphones and always need a bunch of pre-workout to go to the gym, or you can just like go to the gym if you have to, right? Can you just do the hard thing even though you don't want to do the hard thing? Can you just focus on the moment and just do the thing? Or do you need all these different things, right? Also, look at how often you get distracted, right? How often are you picking up your phone? How often are you checking your notifications? How often does your phone actually take you away from work? How many times right now in this video have you already looked at your phone, clicked around tabs, and honestly, probably if you're watching this on YouTube, let's see, I would say 70 to 80% of the people who clicked on it already clicked off it. Even though they want to build discipline, they're probably this far into the video and they're just like, I want to go do something else. Their dopamine levels just weren't spiked enough, so they went and did something else, or they already checked their phone. And so like right now, if you want to build discipline, then like don't check your phone for the rest of this video. It may be over an hour long. You may be like, I don't know if I can do that. Well, cool. Then don't be disciplined, But if you want to become disciplined, put the phone away, put on do not disturb, clear your desk, clear your mind, and just focus on one thing. Like that's your first challenge. If you can't be focused on this simple video right here, that's probably actually gonna give you some dopamine. Well, how are you gonna be focused on like work? When you sit down with that Google document, or you sit down to go build your client's plan, or when you sit down to go write content and film it, like how are you gonna be disciplined then? You're gonna be all over the place, right? So look at all these areas of life. And the best question I like to ask myself is like, how full am I actually in that moment? Is my full presence in that moment, or am I fully distracted all of the time? The only reason I think this video is going to come out really well is because I'm just fully in this moment. Phone's not doing disturb. It's off. It's been a quiet day. Haven't done much besides just work, sit at the computer, take a quick nap, which really cleared my mind. There was a lot of things going on. It took me like half an hour to fall asleep. But like I had to kind of like clear the mind, then boom, 30 minutes of sleep. And then since then it's just been drink this Red Bull and get right to this video. So my mind is super clear. Right. And that's why I think this video is going to come out really well. My work is going to come out really well because I'm super focused on just this moment. Right. I mean, just this, that's it. Right. I didn't allow myself to get super distracted by my phone or what's going on social media or blah, blah, blah. Just focus on this. But that all starts in the other areas of your life. Right. So you cannot be disciplined in your work. Here, let me restart that. You cannot be disciplined in your work and not be disciplined in the gym. So what I mean by that is like, if you are disciplined in your work, then you're going to be disciplined in the gym, right? But if you aren't disciplined in the gym, you're not going to be disciplined in your work either. You can't be disciplined in your personal finances if you're not disciplined with your phone, right? You can't be disciplined in one area and not disciplined in the other. Like the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. If you're at the gym and you're always on your phone, man, you got to watch TikTok while you're working out. I see guys do it all the time. They can watch TikTok while working out. It's like you're going to have to watch TikTok while working as well. All right. So just like pay attention to all these areas of life. Where are you getting distracted? Where can you not just focus on the work and focus on the moment? Where do you have to spike your dopamine just to do the thing? All right. Because if you can identify those areas, start to clean them up, start to become disciplined there, start to become focused there, like the rest of everything else becomes super easy. So like when I'm going on bodybuilding prep, which is extremely hard, and I've only been through two. I've never been through anything super hard in bodybuilding prep, but like I changed my lifestyle around drastically, like drastically. I mean, I set a screen time on my phone for like 2-3 hours. I'm not in that bitch much at all. I'm waking up super early, staying off the phone, just doing the cardio. Sometimes I'll even do that shit just silent, but typically it's like popping a podcast. There's little subtleties there where it's like you don't have to be a freak and just do cardio silent, but you know what I'm saying. And just become super disciplined with everything I do. Eat at the same time, do things at the same time. Even if I got, 5 hours of sleep, I'm still going to wake up at 5 a.m. And maybe I'll just take a nap later just because like that discipline of just like sticking to my word that I said I'm going to wake up at the same time so I can eat my meals by this time, like kind of still be in my schedule. Like it's super important to me or else I start to fall off, or I start to eat like extra food. And so like through the two preps I've been in, when I start kind of like negotiating with that daily routine and negotiating with these little like non-negotiables, I start to negotiate with like the really important things like, how much I'm eating, my macros, and sometimes even training as well, actually like leaving the gym earlier, stopping the cardio 2-3 minutes before because like, it's just enough, right? The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And so discipline isn't an isolation exercise. It's going to be a full body workout, right? You shouldn't be aiming just to become disciplined in your work. You should be aiming to become disciplined in every single area of your life, right? Because it isn't an isolation exercise. You can't just become disciplined with work. You have to become disciplined in every single other area. It's just the way it works because discipline is a self-identity. It is a shift in mindset. It is a muscle, right? So it's a full body workout. On a deep level, what is happening when you're building discipline is you are changing your subconscious programming on a deep level. You either are the man that can focus on work or you are the man that procrastinates. It's either one or the other, right? And this is in every single area. If you procrastinate when the alarm goes off in the morning, you're going to procrastinate when it's time to post that piece of content, when it's time to take that sales, when it's time to do the hard thing. It's just, that's the way it is. And I'm sure you've had those days. You wake up on time, you get right out of bed. It's a great day. But the next day you're tired, the alarm goes off, you're rolling around for 30 minutes, then the rest of your day kind of feels sluggish. You feel like you're negotiating just a little bit more, right? Pay attention to the patterns. You either are the man that pushes through struggle, or stops when it gets uncomfortable. You're either one or the other, The truth is discipline is black and white. You either are or you're not. That's the truth about it. All right. And I just want to nail that down because it will become so much easier for you to become more disciplined in the areas you really want to become disciplined in. If you become disciplined in the other areas, they're like, I don't need much discipline there. I don't need too much there, right? I need to become disciplined over here. If you focus on all the areas and just have this realization, it will become so easy for you. This is the harsh truth because it means to be disciplined. It may require an entire lifestyle change. It's the truth about it is you may have to do an entire lifestyle change. Maybe for years, you've been the guy who, you scroll a little bit in the morning in your bed, right? You procrastinate in these certain areas. You just do these certain things that are very kind of undisciplined of you, right? You may have to completely change that around. And that's the truth about it. And most people will tell me, maybe I'm setting up for failure by telling you to make a drastic change in your lifestyle. But the other harsh truth is when it comes to discipline, you need to either be in or you need to be out. That's the truth. You got to be like, okay, I'm fully in on this right now, or I'm fully out on it right now. There's going to be phases to your life, but I'm sure this phase of your life right now, it's like, you're like, I want to achieve these certain things. I got to level myself up. I got to go somewhere. So I got to be disciplined at the moment. Once you get there, well, it's up to you if you want to keep pushing or if you feel like, okay, I need a couple month break, enjoy myself a little, get some inspiration and go back at it. But right now you're in the phase where you probably really got to lock in. You probably really got to become disciplined. So it's just like choose to be all in every single day on every single area of your life, being disciplined. If you give yourself an out on being disciplined, how do you expect to have the discipline to not take that out? Think about that. All right. So if you're giving yourself these outs to not be disciplined, how do you expect yourself to have that discipline to not take that out? And what I mean by this is think about any bad habit you may have at the moment. Vaping, drinking, going out, video games, corn, etc. Right? Think about any bad habit, even down to the littlest one. Procrastination. You set your alarm right next to your bed instead of setting it across the room so you have to get up, right? If you give yourself any other bridge, any out of being disciplined, how do you expect to have the discipline to not take that out? So like I said, you're probably gonna have to make a massive lifestyle change simply because of this, right? It's a lot more intelligent just to completely make the change. So you have to force yourself to become disciplined versus like, oh, I'm just gonna like wean off. I'm just gonna change just a little, I'm gonna try my best. It's like that is actually what's gonna set you up for failure, right? You may struggle more through the process, but hey, it's like either way, you're gonna have to pay the price. In my personal opinion, when it comes to some type of goal, some type of change, there's a price attached to it, right? So you can either pay it off slowly or you can pay it off really quick. 3 days, all your life sucks, but now you're disciplined. Versus like, oh, you're trying to wean off it for weeks, like with vaping or some shit. And I've been there. I started vaping when I was 13 years old. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. All throughout that, I decided, you know what? This shit's dumb. Why am I doing this? Why am I sucking at a Chinese AC unit? It doesn't make any sense. And so I started to wean off it. You know what I did? I would hit the vapes until they die. But guess what? There was ways to recharge them with fucking wires in your room. So I'd be like, oh, it's dead. I'd throw it away. Middle of the night, you're craving. You go to the fucking trash can. You pull out the vape like a crack addict and you charge it up. Boom, boom, a couple times. It's like I never actually quit until I completely threw it all away, and especially stopped hanging around the friends that had vapes as well. There was times, okay, now I don't have any. They're not in my garbage. There's no way for me to hit a vape at all. But then I would go hang around that friend on like Saturday. He would have the vape on him, and I would just be looking at it, be like, yo, let me tap that real quick. Or even when they're not looking, just take that shit and hit it real quick. Like, it was that bad. And I never fully quit until I gave myself no out. No out. I removed everything from my life that would cause me to not be disciplined. I had to be disciplined now. I had to do the hard thing, and that was just quit and get over it. If you throw away your vape, it may last a couple of days until your willpower burns out and you go to the store and buy another. Now, here's the next step, though, right? So that's what most people do, and that's what most people, the cycle they kind of go through. Now, it's like, how do you increase the stakes of that to kind of force yourself to be disciplined? If you give your ID to your parents or friends and tell them to not let you have it back for a month, you then are a lot more likely to be disciplined when willpower runs out because you kind of now have to. You gotta be like, yo, mom, give me your ID. She's like, oh, you trying to go buy another vape? And you're like, yeah. And she's like, fuck you, no. Now you kind of have to be a lot more disciplined. So this is like, how can you kind of set up walls in your life or just completely get rid of all the bridges so you walk down the one bridge you want to walk down? A lot of the times people just don't achieve their goals is because they have too many opportunities. They give themselves too many opportunities. Right? But it's like you probably just want one thing in life. Your mind is set on this one thing. That's the one opportunity you want to achieve. So like remove all the other bridges towards the other opportunities. Put as many walls up as possible so you stay focused, stay disciplined towards the one opportunity that you want to achieve. The point I'm trying to get here is if you're struggling with discipline, the length to which you go to force yourself to build discipline, the discipline muscle, the stronger the discipline muscle will become, right? So that's just kind of a mindset to have. If there's any specific thing that you really want to become disciplined with, like go to an extreme length to kind of force yourself just to do that, whatever it may be, whatever goal you may have. Curate your lifestyle, your environment, your mind, your even your friends, everything around you in a way where it promotes that. It promotes that discipline, and it removes any negotiation. It removes any undisciplined activities that may happen. So that'd be the introduction here. Let's get into chapter number 2, the 3 pillars of discipline. To master discipline, you need alignment across these 3 pillars. First off is clarity, right? The clearer your desired outcome, the more attainable the outcome actually is. This is because discipline is simply knowing exactly what you want so you can discern between what will get you there and what won't get you there. The most common reason people struggle with discipline is because their goal is so surface level, it's probably not even their own goal. Think about that. I was talking to this guy last night at the gym, And he was like, yeah, I fell off a bit on this, this online coaching thing I was trying to start. And first off, I'm just looking at him. I'm like, first, you got no reason being a coach. It's like you're not insanely jacked. I mean, you look like a regular guy. I don't think you have a high level of discipline and stuff like that either. Like, I just don't think you have any position to really be there. I'll be quite honest with you. Now I'd say that to him. I'm gonna let him do his thing and kind of have his, have life figured out for him. But he was kind of chasing this online coaching thing because of other people. Straight up. He was like, oh, these are other people achieving success with it, so I'm going to go after it, right? And so that will work out for some people, but for him, it wasn't his own original goal. There was no actually depth to it. There wasn't any depth to it at all. And that's why he ultimately failed on that journey, because there was no strong meaning behind it. There was no actually clear vision. It was just like, oh, this is the one thing that can kind of make me money. It wasn't like, me over here, I got a mission I'm on. When I lost my sister, I was like, I got to make a massive change. And I did that, and I'm like, I got to really help out this generation. My why is so much stronger. I have a very clear desired outcome here. And the clearer the desired outcome, the more powerful it is, the more attainable it is actually going to be. So you got to really ask yourself, like, where your goal is coming from, right? Are they very surface level at the moment? Are they from somebody else? Because what needs to happen is you need to have a clear desired outcome, and it needs to be meaningful to you. It needs to be deep to you, because that's when you can actually be very disciplined towards it. But in order to do the hard work, even when you don't want to, outcomes need to be attached to actions that you must take to move the needle ahead, right? So like, if you don't understand the meaning behind certain actions you're taking to achieve something, the actions aren't meaningful to you. They don't mean a lot. So you're going to do them for a little until you don't get a result, and you're like, oh, didn't work out. This isn't for me, right? Where in the first place, you should have gone after something meaningful to you, something that you want to do. And then all of the actions you got to take to actually achieve that are super meaningful to you. You're like, I understand why doing this hard thing is important to me, right? And so you're actually going to do the hard thing. You're fine with doing the hard thing because it's meaningful to you. Yeah, outcomes can only be attached to actions if you know your goals deeply and it is meaningful to you, like I said. Clarity on what it is you want. If clarity on what it is you want is a struggle to you, spend 15 to 30 minutes in the morning or even at night kind of visualizing or meditating. This is something I did a lot, like the very beginning of my journey is I would just spend like the mornings and especially the nights and like really just a lot throughout the day, really visualizing what it is that I wanted out of life. Like living here in Miami, having a nice crib, driving a cool car, working out here, become successful here and stuff like this. Like this has been a visualization for many, 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 many years. So it became very meaningful to me, right? When I saw the actions I must take in order to get here, I was willing to take those. I was willing to make the sacrifices. I was willing to do what I wanted to do or what I needed to do to get there because it was meaningful to me, right? There's a strong visualization behind it because the clearer your goal, the more depth you actually have behind it, behind that vision, the more likely you are to do the hard things to get there. I say it the morning or at night because that's when your subconscious mind is most vulnerable to change as well, right? Your subconscious mind is like the powerful part of your mind that you can't really think in. Think about it like this, like, how there's computers with screens. There's like laptops, but like think about a desktop that has like an HDMI cable attached to a screen. Like the desktop is the subconscious, the screen is the conscious mind. Conscious mind is what you're thinking in, what you're talking out of, what you're talking to yourself with. The subconscious mind, that's the part you can't really access or think about, but it's like it's there. It's like the deep level of programming you have. And so you want to change that level of programming so you change the output you get on the screen. The practice is simple though, 15 to 30 minutes, morning, night, whenever. Well, not whenever, but especially morning and night, but whenever throughout the day as well. No phone, no distractions, no sound, or early meditation music. Focusing on who you want to become in life. That's the biggest thing, right? Not just the outcomes, but seeing the man you become along that journey. Visualize how it will feel to finally touch the steering wheel of your dream car. Imagine what that drive home from the dealership will feel like. The more powerful the desire, the easier it is to achieve, right? So I used to place myself kind of in these visions in life, which are very similar to what I'm kind of currently living, and kind of just like ignite all of my senses in those visualizations. How does it sound? How does it feel? What does it smell like? All those different things, right? And so that visualization became very powerful, and your mind really doesn't know the difference between what is real and what is fake. And so your mind actually starts to believe that visualization. starts to believe that's who you're becoming. And you'll come to find out like what you believe your future is going to be, not only on the shallow level, the subconscious level, but especially the subconscious level, that deep level is really where you're going to end up. Wherever you are in life right now was actually your whole intention 3 or 6 months ago, whether you knew it or not. It really is. And that's another harsh truth. So get very specific, get very directional. And like I said, pillar number 1, clarity. Get very clear on where you want to go, the man you want to become, and what that all looks like. What does it sound like? What does it feel like? Ignite all of those senses in that visualization. Pillar 2, structure. Not to spoil anything, but the next pillar is identity. The highest level of discipline is identity. Once the way you view yourself shifts, discipline no longer feels like discipline actions. It just feels normal. So the whole idea behind structure is to build structure in your life that will push you to shift your self-identity. All right, shifting your self-identity first starts in the mind, then it actually becomes real once you take the actions to align yourself with that self-identity. So that's why before we talk about identity, structure comes first. If you ever read the book Atomic Habits, you will understand the simple concept of thoughts leading to actions, actions leading to habits, and habits leading to a new life. Pillar number 1, clarity, covered thoughts, right? Think about where you want to go. Now it's time to take new actions that will lead to new habits. And to find structure, just ask yourself the simple question, what would the version of myself living my goal, living my desired outcome do on a daily basis, right? And, you may think to yourself, well, I don't exactly know. Hey, man, just put yourself in that person's shoes. What do you think it looks like? What do you think that day-to-day kind of life looks like? What does his structure look like? And just start to operate like that person. If you're trying to grow your social media, the version of yourself with a big following would probably spend a couple hours a day filming content, right? So if that's what your goal looks like, the best you looks like, well, then now you have to create structure in your life to actually start filming content a couple hours out of the day. If you're trying to convert your audience, the version of yourself making sales would probably be in his DMs, booking calls and taking sales calls. That's your goal. That's what that person would probably do. So you create structure to do that every single day. The goal is to identify the top 1 to 3 highest leverage actions and start putting as much time you can each day towards those actions. All right. So once again, you get clear on where you want to go, get clear on what that looks like, kind of like the action steps to get there. And then you create structure to start aligning yourself with that today. You can't align yourself 100% with it, most likely. So you got to start aligning the time you do have, the parts of your life where you do have that free time with that, so you eventually get there. Structure is less about what time you wake up and what time you go to sleep, and more about what are the most important actions to take to achieve your goal. All right. When a lot of people think structure, it's like, I'm going to wake up at 5, I'm going to go to sleep at 10, I'm going to do this, that, and the third. Like, yeah, that's part of structure, but go a deeper level down. It's like, what are the most important actions to actually move you towards your goal? All right. That waking up time, that going to sleep time, that, those things, like, we should already be doing that, man. We should already be doing that, right? We got to take a look at, like, what are the actions that are really going to push us towards that goal, that are actually going to make progress? And that's what we got to put a lot of time on, as much as possible every single day. Then optimize your life to put as much time towards those actions as possible. This is how you move the needle ahead and shift your self-identity as fast as possible. And that brings to pillar number 3, identity. Identity is less of a pillar and more of the finish line. The way you know you have successfully shifted your self-identity is when you no longer have that imposter syndrome that posting content or taking sales calls used to make you feel, right? I'm sure maybe you feel that right now, or if you don't, you're probably going to feel it down the road where you get a little bit of that imposter syndrome. You're like, this really isn't me. Maybe you've never posted content, you start to post and you're like, I don't know who I am on here. I don't know if I'm worthy of this. Like, you're going to have that along the way. And once you no longer have that, that's how you know you have successfully shifted your self-identity. You went from somebody who's like trying to post content to a content creator. You went from somebody trying to make the first sale to running a business, right? It's the whole idea behind it. And this is when progress starts to flourish, because what is more important than action is the belief behind the action, the underlying identity behind the action you're taking. It changes the outcome drastically. It really does, right? There can be one person who uploads a piece of content talking about discipline, and they don't actually believe that they can talk about discipline or are a disciplined person. And so no one's going to listen because they can just feel it through that screen. They're like, this guy doesn't really believe in himself. There's another person who talks about discipline who is very disciplined, who believes he's a disciplined person, And that underlying belief, the underlying self-identity is going to drastically change how he shows up, talking about maybe the same exact script. And more people are actually going to connect with it because they kind of feel the energy transference through the screen, right? So put this all together, we know discipline is doing what we must do, even when we don't feel like doing it. The same goes for stepping into the identity, the version of yourself who has already achieved your goals has, even when it doesn't feel right. Example, even when I show up to the gym tired, not really feeling myself, I will visualize a version of myself absolutely crushing that workout and step into the identity each and every single moment, even though my current identity feels tired and sluggish. I've been there. I'm tired and sluggish doing my work at the gym, whatever it may be. So what I'll do is I'll create a visualization of exactly how the next 1 to 2 hours is going to go, seeing myself just kind of crushing it, even though he's that way. And, I get aligned with that person moment by moment. I just show up as that person. Because that's the other part of discipline. It's just like inheriting that self-identity, even when you don't feel like it, because you can do that. You 100% can do that, Don't believe you can't. You can do that. You can feel energetic even when you're tired. Like, you're capable of that. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what is real and what is fake. If you can trick your brain into believing a reality, you can trigger the emotional response you need in order to become that individual you need to become in that moment, right? So if you can truly believe, like, this is how the next 2 hours, the 3 hours, this is how my life is going to go, that will trigger an emotional response to help you actually become that individual. Chapter 3, environment. Environment is the one thing that has the biggest influence on you, the biggest. And if any part of you right now is saying, thank God we are talking about environment, I hate my friends, they're always dragging me out. Well, here's the truth. Your environment is something you're in control of. A lot of people like to blame a lot of things on their environment, their friends, where they live, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I get it. It's easy to blame that, but like, you are in control of your environment. And I'm talking about the environment in terms of, I'm not talking about the environment in terms of like you live up north or you live down south. No matter where you live, you're probably going to do the same shit. I could take you out of wherever you're living right now that you think is like, that's the reason you're unsuccessful, and bring you here, and you're still probably going to be the same person. Maybe you're a little bit more motivated, but like at the end of the day, probably still going to be a very similar person. What I'm instead actually is, what I am instead speaking about is what you allow and disallow in your environment, right? So like, if you're going out on the weekends because like, upstate New York is boring, there's nothing to do, well, it could bring you to Miami, and you're probably still going to go on the weekends just because that's you, that's your identity. But I am instead speaking on what you allow and disallow in your environment. Let's start with the simplest case study of your environment. That's going to be your room. If you look around your room right now and it appears a bit messy, crumbs are everywhere, a couple things out of place, maybe you could use some vacuuming. You have a messy environment. Well, that will tell me you have a messy mind. Things do get messy sometimes, but like, if you can keep your environment more clean, like simple as your room, you're going to keep your mind more clean. I don't know if you ever had those days where like you have the cleaning days, right? You vacuum, you clean up and stuff like that. Don't you just feel like so much more mentally clear, so much better after? Because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, right? Your environment is a direct reflection of really what's going on inside of your mind. Someone's environment is nearly a direct reflection of who they are internally. Now, here's the cool thing. Once you realize this and take control of your environment, everything changes. You can literally go clean out your room right now and feel like a different person after. Now, you might say, well, my favorite entrepreneur who's more successful than Ryan doesn't make his bed in the morning. And okay, you are here and he is there. And he is there probably because he did everything in his power to get as lucky as possible to get there. So why won't you do everything possible to become as lucky as possible to get there as well? When you clean the physical, you clean the mental. When the mental is clean, you can direct thought power to what matters most. By the way, this also goes for relationships as well. If anyone in your social environment is cluttering your mind, draining your energy, or imposing limiting beliefs on you, clean them from your life, right? That's what I'm talking about when it comes to environment, is make drastic changes there, right? You got to get very clear. You got to curate an environment that allows you to become disciplined, that builds you up with energy, that removes limiting beliefs and stuff like that. And so you got to find those little things, friends, your room, your bathroom, maybe how your fridge looks, et cetera, and clean all those things up so you get a clear mind and a clear road to success. Chapter 4, cue, routine, and reward. Every rewarding habit follows this psychological pattern in your brain. Cue, you grab your pre-workout and shaker to get ready for the gym. That's the cue. Routine, you now drive to the gym while sipping on your pre-workout. That's the routine. Reward, you have an amazing workout. That's the reward. You come to realize almost every habit you have has some type of cue associated with it. For this example above, you probably feel naked going to the gym without pre or working out with headphones. You ever been there? You're like, oh, I forgot the pre or I forgot my headphones. And now you just feel like way different about it. You're like, oh, my workout sucked because I didn't have headphones. It's because of the cue, routine, and reward. The cue wasn't there. You still do the routine, and there really wasn't the reward you usually get. Now, there are two parts to this. One, destroying cues leading to bad habits, and two, creating cues that lead to good habits. So let's start with destroying cues. If you have any bad habits you want to break, like I said earlier, vaping, video games, corn, scrolling too much, write it down on a piece of paper like right now. Grab out a piece of paper, write it down right now. Now take a moment and ask yourself, what typically happens right before I do this? Right? Take a look at what happens right before you vape, right before you play video games, right before you go on corn, right before you do anything that you just know isn't super beneficial, that isn't very disciplined of you. And ask yourself, what is the cue that is leading to this routine that is eventually giving me a reward? And what you were looking for is that cue associated with that bad habit. For vaping, you probably find yourself hitting it too much when you're bored with nothing to do, which is the worst time to vape, by the way. If you're vaping when you're doing nothing and just giving yourself that dopamine when you're doing absolutely nothing, then you're literally just rewarding yourself for doing nothing. It's kind of dumb if you really think about it. So if the cue is nothing to do and then you vape, well, the simple fix is always have something to do. So pack your schedule with activities, start vaping less, then eventually stop being a pussy and just throw it away. So I've been through vaping, I've been vaping since I was 13, like I said. Quit it when I was 18 or something. And I found myself in really bad vaping addictions when I had nothing to do. I was going to them quicker. I was more addicted. I felt like more shit on them when I was just doing nothing. And so I was like, oh, let me get a job. Let me do something myself. Let me just pack my schedule. And first off, I found myself vaping less. Second off, I found myself feeling better. And third off, I found it a lot easier to just quit. So on the piece of paper, write down any bad habit you have that you want to destroy. And then think about what is the cue set associated with that. And now start actually destroying those cues. Start changing your life in a way to make sure that cue doesn't occur, right? Now let's move on to creating cues. If there's a certain habit you struggle with, maybe it's recording content, maybe it's sitting down and doing work, whatever the case may be, the fix is simple. It's still not easy, but it's simple. What you want to do is associate a cue with the new habit you're trying to build. So then every single time you receive reward, dopamine from your brain, from this habit, that craving for the cue becomes even stronger, making it more attractive to actually do the hard thing. So let me give you a real life personal example that works for me. So I'm completely against vaping, but I still am for nicotine. I think it's great. I personally consume Zyns, 6 milligram peppermints. These are my favorite. These are amazing. The way I use Zyns is I pair them with things that don't give me much dopamine. So things like working out, going on walks, watching YouTube videos, and etc. All things that give me dopamine. So I don't consume Zyns around those activities. But writing a Google documents like this, like when I was writing this, making videos like this sometimes, and working with clients sometimes on high-level problems aren't very high dopamine activities for me. It's quite boring to write a Google document. It's quite boring to just sit here and make a video like this. It's quite boring to sometimes, dig into the specifics of client work and stuff like that and look at analytics of videos and blah, blah, blah. They're kind of low dopamine activities, but I still got to do them. So I paired Zyns with this activity to enjoy them even more. This is also how I was able to bring my focus level from degenerate level to being able to do 4 to 6 hour deep work blocks without anything but a bathroom break. Mastering the Art of Discipline document right here, which is 16 pages long. I pretty much did, I think, in a single morning with just a couple bathroom breaks. Now, best case scenario, you don't start a nicotine addiction. If you aren't using nicotine right now, I wouldn't recommend picking it up. But I was doomed since birth to be an addict. I mean, everybody was consuming nicotine in my family. I started that shit when I was 13. I've been without it before for months on months and months. I found my life better with it. Not the vaping type, the Zyns though. I found my life way better with it. So here's some other things you compare low dopamine activities with though. Gum, coffee, music, even a certain outfit, energy drinks, etc. I got my Red Bull right here. This is something that helps me out as well. These are some ideas that come to mind with things you compare low dopamine activities with to maybe enjoy them a bit more, right? Remember, it isn't going to change overnight. Your brain has to receive multiple reward hits of dopamine after completing that task for the cue to become strongly associated with it. So that's why a lot of people have like gym addictions, because not only like the reward of like hitting the gym after you already feel great, but because of things like pre-workout especially, you build not only an addiction to the dopamine that working out gives you, but addiction to the energy drink that working out gets you as well. And that's why it's like when 5 o'clock hits, if that's the regular time you hit the gym, it's like, oh, I can't wait to go. You're so excited to go. All right. Because of the simple cue, routine, and reward thing. All right. So once you kind of understand that, you'll be able to flawlessly destroy bad habits a lot easier and flawlessly build good habits a lot easier as well. Chapter 5, dopamine levels. Let's create a fake dopamine scale. Let's say it ranges from 0 to 1,000 dopamine points. 90% of men are probably in a situation where their life looks like this. Scrolling on the phone in the morning gives them 100 dopamine points. Eating something sugary right in the morning gives them 50 dopamine points. Vaping all day, well, that gives them a total of 400 dopamine points. Going to their 9 to 5, well, that gives them 40 dopamine points. Working out after their 9 to 5, 80 dopamine points. Eating and watching TV when home, 150 dopamine points. A grand total of 820 dopamine points. Outcome of the day, they still look the same and they still make the same amount of money. They're in the same exact spot. They're stuck. That's it. Now let's look at what the top 10% of men, the top 10% of men's most day kind of looks like. They wake up early and smash their alarm clock. 40 dopamine points. They're like, alarm goes off, boom, they smash it, they get right out of bed, and they feel good about themselves. It gives them some dopamine that they were disciplined. The cue, routine, reward. Cue, alarm goes off, the routine, get right out of bed. The reward is, well, like now they've been doing it for consecutive weeks and they feel way better and they're getting more successful and they're achieving their goals more. So it actually gives them dopamine. 2-hour deep work block right away, 40 dopamine points. Hit a workout, 80 dopamine points. Another deep work block or 9 to 5, 40 dopamine points. Dinner with friends or girlfriend, 150 dopamine points. Getting to bed on time, 10 dopamine points. A daily total of 360 dopamine points. Outcome of the day, less fake dopamine, making the real dopamine even stronger. Now, these are two made-up realities, but I'm sure even as I read through them, you felt two completely different emotions. The first one probably made you feel a bit sluggish. The second one probably made you feel a bit excited. A little higher heart rate. At least that's how I felt when I was writing it. The whole goal of this chapter is to help you understand your baseline dopamine levels and how to bring it down so you can enjoy doing the hard things a lot more. The goal isn't really to increase the dopamine you get from the hard things, yet that is still something we do want to trigger, something that can be beneficial. But more importantly in this chapter, decreasing the fake dopamine so your baseline dopamine levels come down and you enjoy the things that give you 40 dopamine points, for example. So here's how to do it. Take a hard audit right now on a piece of paper of everything you do in a week that is possibly feeding you fake dopamine. Take another piece of paper out, write it all down. Now, all you need to simply start doing is removing those activities from your life day by day. The next chapter will help you with this, but to wrap this one up, here's the last part. Once you have successfully removed the activities giving you fake dopamine, cross it off on a piece of paper to trigger a reward. So you write down, I want to quit vaping, all right? And now you're going to get rid of it. You're going to go crush it, stop being a pussy, not vape again. And then after a week has gone by and you fully remove that bad habit, you cross off on the piece of paper and you get a little reward from it. You're like, boom, got one thing crossed off, not like, especially if this is meaningful to you, like your goals have to be meaningful to you. If like quitting this bad habit is meaningful to you, once you are like crossing it off and you actually quit it, like you're going to get reward out of it. And if you want to go a step further, you can even create a bunch of boxes on a piece of paper or even a whiteboard and check them off on a daily basis when you step away from the activity. So here's one of the best accountability systems if you really want to kind of change your habits quickly. It's like write out all the good habits you want to have and write out all the bad habits you're trying to quit, like daily on a piece of paper or something like that, and put little check boxes by them. And so every single day you do the good habits and every single day you stay away from the bad habits, just check it off, because, 30 days from now, you're going to be able to see all these boxes filled out and you're going to feel really proud about yourself, very successful about yourself. And that should trigger the cue reward or the cue routine or reward thing, right? You actually get a reward from like writing down what you want to do, sticking to it and achieving it. So that's kind of the whole idea behind the dopamine levels is, once again, look at all the low dopamine activities that you are doing. Even little things like maybe you're just you have to scroll, you have to watch Netflix before bed. Just like put that right there, check it off. You're going to sleep way better. You're going to feel more energetic for the next day. Your deep work block right in the morning is going to be way better as well. All these little things really do compound up. Best time of my life for those 6 months, I wasn't watching any TikTok or any Netflix when I was laying in bed. I would just lay in bed, go straight to sleep. It was an amazing time of life. Chapter 6, catch, stop, and change. A large aspect of what we are doing here is changing the software in your brain. Now, humans, in my belief, are pretty difficult to change unless they know how to hack their mind, hack their psychology. See, when most people change, they simply just have a change of thinking for maybe a couple of days, some even maybe a couple of weeks. Then they go back to thinking the exact same. This isn't change. This is just emotional change. In order to change, it's up to you to manually rewire your software using this 3-step framework that I believe Mel Robbins came up with. Catch yourself, stop yourself, change yourself. The process is simple. Identify the thought patterns that you must simply break. Examples of this: talking down to yourself, procrastinating, that moment before you open up Pornhub, stuff like that. You want to be finding these kind of patterns you catch yourself in that are leading to just unsuccessful outcomes that you don't want. And start to catch yourself on a daily basis falling into that thought pattern. So first you have to become aware about the thought pattern that you're going to have to break, and then you got to start catching yourself falling into that thought pattern. So this is called procrastination, right? You get home from work, it's time to make content, right? And what's kind of been going on is like, I know I have to film this video, but I'm not really feeling it. I don't really know what to post. You know what? Let me just go to the gym first, then maybe I'll feel like it after. And you come to find out it's been 3 days, you haven't posted shit, right? And so you got to identify that thought pattern and be like, this pattern right here just isn't working out. It feels like it's working out, but in reality, it's not working out. I haven't done shit for the past 3 days. I've just thought. And you start catching yourself falling into that thought pattern. So now you come home and you're like, oh, I don't feel like I don't feel like I have any ideas. Wait. No, we already know where this leads to. And then simply stop yourself by becoming aware of that negative thought pattern. Wait, we already know what this leads to. And then finally doing something to change your thought pattern. Different self-talk or just directly taking action. So you catch yourself doing that. You stop yourself right there. And then you just do something. You either change the way you talk to yourself. You're like, no, I'm just going to post right now. Or you just take action. You know what? Fuck that. Let me pull it up and let me just start talking. Right? Over enough time, with enough repetitions of manually changing your inner self-talk, that new pattern will become ingrained inside of your subconscious mind. That is the way to change your deep level of programming, is that catch yourself, stop yourself, change yourself. And what you're looking to do here is change your mental frameworks, change the patterns that your brain kind of runs through. Your brain it's software. You can change it. You can change the programming of it. You just got to start to kind of find these patterns you start to fall into that you kind of generally think in, because life is just patterns. That's really all it is. Where you are right now is a direct reflection of your patterns 3 or 6 months ago. Right? And if you start to change those patterns, you will get different outcomes in life. So you got to catch those patterns. You got to stop those patterns. You got to change those patterns. You got to catch that negative self-talk. You got to stop that negative self-talk, and you got to change that to positive self-talk, and then take action. So that's chapter 6. Chapter 7. Practicing controlled discomfort. The sad truth is most men won't become successful because their nervous system freaks out under pressure. The whole goal of practicing controlled discomfort is to progressively overload your nervous system's ability to handle stress. I've spent the past year in Miami, and I have 10 times my income simply because of the fact that every day I am here, my nervous system is overloaded. It took me almost 4 months of living here to ever even feel normal or to get a full night's worth of sleep. Now, you don't need to move to Miami to progressively overload your nervous system, because even before I was the man capable of making enough money to move to Miami, I was just at home in mellow upstate New York, doing ice baths, competing in bodybuilding shows, waking up at 5 a.m. after only sleeping 5 or 6 hours, even my 2-month trips to Thailand, progressively overloading my nervous system. These were the things I was doing. The whole goal here is to always be doing something that is a bit uncomfortable. Right now, at the time of writing this, which was yesterday or the day before, even recording this, I'm not allowing myself to leave my apartment building until I make $10K cold hard cash, besides just go to the gym. I can't do anything until I achieve that. So I'm doing something uncomfortable to grow myself, which is giving myself no other option but to just do the hard thing. And I could blame what's going on in the economy right now but I'm not going to do that, right? Remember, your level of success is always directly correlated with your ability to handle stress and bigger problems that come your way. So what I'm getting at right here is whoever it is you want to become in life, a part of that is progressively overloading this nervous system, the amount of stress you can handle, right? Because your level of success in any regard of life will be determined by your ability to manage and handle that stress that comes your way. Now, to give you a perspective here, to achieve success in today's day of age, it's nothing compared to what life was like hundreds of years ago. Like, you have it fucking easy. We have it fucking easy. You think it's fucking hard to post some content, take some sales calls, record some content like this, and go to the gym? Like, you think that's fucking difficult, bro? I mean, like 100, 200 years ago, if you were trying to build a business and it failed and, you lost all your money, like, you were fucked. You were absolutely fucked, bro. You're out in the streets. No one gives a fuck. You didn't have fucking food shelters. You didn't have all this government shit that could, support you if you failed. Now you do have that. If you're out in the streets, bro, you'll be fine, bro. You'll be good. You'll probably even get fucking housing for free. They'd be giving motherfuckers apartment housing for free and free food. Sometimes even better than minimum wage workers. Like, it's not bad at all, right? So can't really be scared of failing. But just like realize how easy you do have it. And that should incentivize you just to do more hard shit. It really should. It should motivate you to even do more hard shit. It should inspire you to work 16 to 18-hour days. Because like, oh, I have it fucking easy. 16 to 18-hour days is nothing. That's nothing, man. You just gotta stay up and fucking work. Oh, well, you're a little bit tired. You sat at the desk all day and made fucking content. Cool, bro. Imagine the guy that was building the Empire State working 16 to 18-hour days, right? And then he got paid barely anything and he probably fucking died in there. Like, you have it so easy. Have it so easy, okay? But what I'm saying right here is just always be doing hard things. Always be looking to progressively overload that nervous system. If you don't feel like you're kind of reaching the tipping point of burning out just a little, you aren't going hard enough. I'll be honest with you. You aren't building up your nervous system, all right? Because you aren't doing enough difficult tasks that are increasing your level of stress, which is going to also increase your ability to actually manage that. And also like kind of detach from it as well. And I got very interested in this topic. So kind of how this works, kind of how stress works is it kind of starts in your adrenal glands. So like stress starts in the mind, start thinking, emotions go on, whatever goes on, but then it triggers your adrenal glands to produce certain hormones that actually that's how you feel stressed, right? You start to feel stressed because the adrenals produce hormones and you feel that type of way. And so either way, you're going to get stressed. Like, that's a part of it because the hormonal response is going to be triggered inside your body. But the whole idea behind this is to get better at dealing with it mentally, but especially on a actual like biochemistry level, being able to actually tolerate more of that hormone, because your body will, the more you use something, the better your body will tolerate it. For caffeine, for example, it's like if you're using 400 milligrams every single day, eventually it feels normal. But if you use 600 the next day, you feel a little bit of a bump. Now, if you completely cut out for one day, you're like going through withdrawals, right? So it's like if your adrenals are releasing hormones that are causing you to feel stressed, right? If you aren't pushing past your edge a little bit every single day, well, your adrenals are going to stop releasing hormones that are going to cause you to be stressed, and you're going to become very, very, very sensitive to whenever your adrenals release those hormones that are going to cause you to feel stress, right? So you got to progressively overload not only the mental, but actual your body's ability to handle those hormones and deal with them as well. All right. So you got to pick out phases in your life when you're really going to go hard. You're really going to go hard and always be doing hard things, but especially pick out these phases where you're really going to go hard and really push yourself. Right. So you build up that tolerance to everything that's going to come along that way. You're truly growing when your capacity to handle this. You're truly growing when you're growing your capacity to handle stress is when you find your nervous system, like I said a little bit earlier, kind of getting a little bit burnt out at times. You want to reach those points where you're like, fuck, can I actually do this? Like, can I make this work out? Kind of maybe second guessing yourself, feeling fucking like a little fatigued and you're struggling to get out of bed a little bit in the morning. Like, that's how you're going hard. This is very unconventional advice that most people would probably disagree with. But if you are young, you should be pushing yourself to reach tipping points of burnout. and honestly probably reach them sometimes. Just like in the gym, you would go to failure mentally, not in that way, not in the way you're thinking. Don't jump off that balcony there, but go to failure mentally in the terms of like, holy fuck, I don't know if I can work another hour. I don't know if I can do this, blah, blah, blah. And go to failure with your nervous system. Reach those points where you feel like you are at a dead end pretty much, like honestly, because I've been there multiple times. And those points feel terrible. They feel like shit. But guess what? The breakthrough comes right after that. Because in order to break through, you must become a higher level of yourself. And the only way to become a higher level of yourself is to reach that breaking point. Because once you break, you grow back stronger. Everything always stems back to the gym, the way the muscles grow, right? You got to take those muscles to burn out, break down the muscle fibers. The muscle fibers grow back bigger and stronger. Same with you. Chapter 8, aligning your words with actions. The most important relationship to build in life is the relationship with yourself. This will not only fix a lot of your external relationship problems, but it will make you much more successful. If you can have a 99+% follow through score of actually doing what you say you will do with undeniable confidence and conviction inside of yourself, this will change the game for you. Success requires risk, and risk, well, that requires trust with yourself. So ask yourself the question, how much do I currently trust myself? How much do you currently trust yourself? Biggest question, right? Most people, when building trust with themselves, look at the big picture. Once you accomplish the pinnacle of the goal, you now have belief inside of yourself. That's how most people think about it. Once I achieve the goal, now I will believe inside myself. This is why we need to break your goals down into daily wins, though. Because in order to achieve your goal, relentless belief is required first. It's not something you achieve once you reach it. It's something that you must achieve before you reach it. Right? You must believe, you must have confidence and conviction before you achieve it. You need that along the way. You can build that relentless belief by following through with small daily wins. You should write these down every single morning as well. All right. This is something that will be taught inside of the PR method, but every morning you should rewrite your big goals and come up with a daily action plan, or even just a basic daily non-negotiable list to move the needle forward. This can look like wake up at 6 a.m., deep work block every single morning for 2 hours, no phone for the first 3 hours a day, eating X, Y, and Z at 10 a.m., 3 p.m., and 7 p.m. That by simply following through with the action items you give yourself, you will build trust, right? So like I said earlier, most people think they need to achieve their goal first to believe inside themselves, to kind of build trust, to feel even like worthy of it sometimes, right? To inherit these characteristics and these feelings, right? And that's going to set you up for success because along the way, you're going to run into the ruts, you're going to run into the valleys where those characteristics, those feelings are required to keep going. So the best thing to do is to break down that big goal into small daily wins, right? And so once you attach those small daily wins, those small little actions to that big outcome, now that you start to complete those small daily actions, those small daily wins, you actually feel like you're making progress. You're actually building trust with yourself because you're like, these little things build up to that big thing, right? And you got to become that person on a daily basis, right? Success is something you achieve one day. It's enough successful days strung along a long period of time. And remember, trusting yourself is a muscle, not a characteristic. It's something you must consistently exercise to keep strong. Do not lay off the gas once you have made progress. Chapter 9, non-negotiables. My life changed when I started to follow a strict list of daily non-negotiables. Non-negotiables were heavily required for bodybuilding prep. I need to eat at the same time, train at the same time, wake up at the same time, go to sleep around the same times, and get things done by certain times to fit my steps and my cardio. To come up with that personal list of daily action or daily non-negotiables, simply write down 3 to 5 things that will for sure make you the best version of yourself and move the needle ahead towards your goals. For example, it's simple. Wake up at 6 a.m., 2-hour focused deep work block, less than 4 hours of screen time a day, morning journaling in the first 15 minutes of the day, in bed by 10 p.m., 1 gallon of water. It can be simple like that. These are small bite-sized wins that you can easily accomplish each day to build that trust muscle with yourself. All right, that is baseline, is what I like to call it, right? So below baseline is negative. You are in negative self-improvement. You have debt in self-improvement. You got things you got to work on. Baseline is like, now we can actually start improving. Baseline to me is like, you're just nailing down non-negotiables, the good things that make you a decent human being, you know, like waking up like on time consistently, preferably early morning. If you work later in the day, well, I get that, but like have a set wake up time. That's the best way to say it. Having deep work blocks, not a whole bunch of screen time, doing morning journaling, drinking a gallon of water, eating these specific meals. Like these are just like basic self-improvement things. To me, that's baseline. And once you like lay that first layer of self-improvement, like that simple shit that just improves you, now you can actually improve your business. Now you can actually improve your social media. Now you can actually improve the world. You can't improve things outside of you if you can't improve you. You got to conquer yourself first before you can conquer external things. So that's why non-negotiables, right? Small daily wins are super important, right? You need those. If you're struggling with anything in life, it's probably your self-improvement, sadly. That's the harsh, true answer. Chapter 10, eliminate negotiation. The biggest killer of discipline is negotiating with yourself. Have a set, clear list of daily non-negotiables is good, but this chapter is about becoming great. Eliminating negotiation is simply a mindset. You must simply act before your brain can debate. Along your journey, you will probably find yourself debating with yourself. I need to post something today, but I don't know what to post. So I'm going to go to the gym and then maybe I'll figure it out, or maybe I'll feel like doing it. This is negotiation. Instead, just grab your phone, open up the record tab and start talking. I think I felt like sitting down to record this video that's going to be fucking over an hour long. No, but I didn't debate. I was like, pop up Loom, fucking record it. Let's just get after it. This is the first take too. It's not like I took multiple takes, blah, blah, blah. I just fucking do it. However it comes out is how it's going to come out. You don't have to upload it first. The video you record, if it's truly that bad, if you're truly super embarrassed about it, but just practice taking action upon thought to kill negotiation or procrastination. That's where you got to start, right? It's just as soon as you know you have to do something, just do it. Now, here's the best practice for eliminating negotiation that I found personally. Get up as soon as the alarm clock goes off, all right? If you want the simplest thing you can do that will cascade into the rest of your success, as soon as the alarm clock goes off, 6, 7 a.m., just get up, get after it. Right? If you start your day off on that foot, you're more likely to do the other things the same way. It's the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. No matter how tired I feel, no matter how little sleep I got, or how warm my bed feels, I prepare myself when I go to sleep by visualizing myself getting up right away when the alarm clock goes off. And the next morning, as soon as the alarm clock goes off, I get right out of bed. This sets the tone for the day. Eat the frog in the morning. Let me break this down. So when I was really trying to build these discipline characteristics, something I would do a lot is right before I went to bed, visualize myself hitting that. That time I was waking up at 4 or 5 a.m., super early. And that was a struggle, honestly. But I'd visualize myself, right? Alarm clock goes off. I get right out of bed. I start crushing it, blah, 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 blah. I would visualize that. And I would just step into that visualization as soon as I woke up. It's really beneficial. So if you struggle with waking up in the morning, it's because you just haven't shifted your identity. It's that clear, right? Get clear on the identity. What does that look like? And step into that person. And also just eat the frog in the morning. So this analogy goes is say I sit down at dinner with you, right? We're going to have dinner. And I hand you this frog, right? And it's a live frog. It's all slimy. It's dirty. And you have to eat this frog. You can either eat it right now or you can eat it after dinner, right? You're kind of a complete dumbass if you say I'll eat it after dinner, because then, the aftertaste of maybe a nice dinner is going to be frog in your fucking mouth. You're going to put it off till later. The intelligent person is just going to eat the frog right away. They're like, let me get it over with. I have to do this either way. And then I can enjoy myself, right? Eat the frog in the morning. Conclusion. We're finally here. Discipline is freedom. Freedom isn't the absence of discipline. Freedom is the result of discipline. I see a lot of men, a lot of people this generation, they think freedom in life is the absence of discipline, right? They don't want to have to be disciplined towards certain things. They don't want to chase something purposeful. They want to find the way of making money that requires the least amount of time that gets them paid the most, because they're just undisciplined people, or they just don't want to work at all. They just want to fucking rely on the fucking government and make $1,500 a month off fucking whatever. That's not freedom, right? Real freedom is the result of real discipline. Because true freedom is being free of your worries. And while a lack of discipline may feel freeing, but the worry will always be there deep down. This is why most people turn to comfort and vices to numb that worry. So discipline isn't punishment. It's the highest form of self-love, and that's how I want you to think about it. All right, a lot of people have this negative connotation. Some people love discipline, but some people kind of this negative connotation around it, where it's gotta be disciplined. It's what? It's the highest form of self-love, man. It's showing you respect yourself. You respect your life. You got one life to live. It would be very grateful and self-loving of you to be very disciplined with your life. You use it up every single day and make the best of it is the best way to put it. So leave you off with that mindset shift. Hope you enjoyed. Catch you later. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mastering the Art of Focus. This is the second most important video you ever watch because after you get disciplined, focus now becomes the next thing, right? Discipline is just doing the hard thing. Focus, though, is actually getting really deep into that moment and making something happen, right? So focus follows discipline. So this is how to eliminate, or how to lock in, how to eliminate, and become the man who finishes what he starts. Most important thing. I was very blessed growing up in certain ways, very unfortunate in certain ways. One thing I was blessed about is my dad would always mentally beat me up if I ever quit anything. I remember I was playing violin. I think it was like 6th or 7th grade I started, or I think it was 5th grade I started. And I played it for 3 years. I was really good. I was like the very middle of the row. Kind of the way these things work is like there's multiple rows that are kind of shaped like a U around the instructor. And I was like at the very front because I was just really good at it. And like 3 years in, I was like, Dad, I don't think I want to play violin anymore. And he threw the biggest fit. He was like, what the fuck? Because I was good at it. And yeah, I would just pick things up and kind of drop them later on. I don't want to do it anymore because it kind of felt weird, I feel like I was going to make fun of or something. I did actually kind of enjoy playing it, but yeah, eventually I quit, but he went off on me. And at first it didn't feel good, but later on in life, it's been a great learning lesson just to always finish things that you start, right? It will close a lot of thought loops and just all around create a better identity for yourself. So the art of focus introduction, most people think they have a focus problem, but the truth is no one has a focus problem. Humans are naturally focused creatures, like our natural programming is focus. Now, growing up, we have always been told focus is important, kind of, while in class. Our teachers say, hey, focus on the test, focus on the screen, But education is all about why. And so I want to start with answering this question first. Why is focus important? Focus is the key to manifesting anything. Whoa, the M word, the manifesting word. Manifesting to me is simply just like you want to create something, and it all starts with thought. Manifesting is turning a thought into reality, in addition to, of course, action with that. But you can really only manifest things if you can focus on that thought long enough with enough focus energy, right? So like I wanted to move here to Miami since I was 18, and it's always been a thought, but until I was like extremely focused on making that happen and that outcome and that thought, it never happened. Once for like 6 months, I was like, I must make this happen. That's all I focused on. Then I quote unquote manifested it, right? But if I didn't have focus on that, if I didn't have focus on the direction and the outcome I wanted to create, probably wouldn't be here. I'm not promising if you focus on your affirmations enough, you'll get a Lamborghini, but I am promising that if you can learn to cultivate immense focus into a particular direction in life, you can achieve pretty much anything much, 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 much faster. The art of focus is really just programming your mind or reprogramming your mind the same way we will program your discipline. Right? It's not a hack, it's an identity shift and a realization that might scare you into focus. So let's get into chapter number 1, the truth about focus. So let's solve problem number 1, and that's how to focus. Focus is a subtraction game more than it is an addition game, right? And there's a lot of videos out there that get millions of views. How to focus better, the seven tips for focusing better. People love that stuff because it's just mental masturbation. They want to focus on what may sound easy versus doing the hard thing, which is getting rid of the things that are distracting you. Yes, some caffeine and a Zen and maybe some Adderall will help you focus, but even those things, it's still even with those things, it's still possible to be unfocused. And we aren't trying to become focused here. We are here to ensure focus. So what is the answer? Focus is built by removing everything that is stealing your attention. Picture this. If I drove you 5 hours into a secluded location and dropped you off at a cabin with nothing but a laptop, you probably have no option but to work. Now, maybe YouTube and email may steal your attention, and that's just sad. Stop being a pussy. But in this scenario, you are a lot more likely to actually be focused because you got nothing else to do. There's no going out. There's no all these things going on. It's just you, a cabin, and a laptop. You have nothing to do but just sit down and work. The key here is to curate an environment that promotes focus via removing as many distractions as possible. If your mind is scattered, it's most likely because your environment is scattered. So if you clean up your environment, clean up your room, you'll probably be more focused. If your environment is noisy, your mind will probably be noisy as well. If every time your phone buzzes, you pick it up, your phone runs your mind, not the other way around. You don't run your phone. So it's just that. Now that you understand focus is a subtraction game and not an addition game, here's going to be your action steps. Take out a piece of paper right now, do this right now, and on the left side, write down everything that could be possibly distracting you, because the first thing we must do here is figuring out what is stealing your focus. Once you remove that, it's so much easier to focus. All right. So example, you may write down, oh, my girlfriend's distracting me a little. I'm hanging out with her too much. I'm texting her too much. I'm on FaceTime with her too much, whatever it may be. Video games. I'm spending 2-3 hours a day playing video games. And honestly, I'm thinking about it all day. I just can't wait to play it later. It's kind of taking up mental energy. TikTok and scrolling, notifications going off. Maybe that's something that's stealing your focus from your work, for whatever it is you got to do, and whatever else it may be. Maybe even people inside your life, right? Those are things that could be stealing your focus. You got to write that down and identify what is taking your focus away, what distracts you, right? And on the right side of the piece of paper, write down the things you can do to minimize those distractions, all right? So examples here. Tell my girlfriend about my goals and how I won't be responsive, but we will have a set day every single week to become fully present with each other. Destroy my video game console. Don't just get rid of it. Destroy it. Say no more video games. I'm locked in. Delete TikTok. If you aren't making money on TikTok and it's taking up too much of your time, it's distracting you, delete it, get rid of it. Turn on Do Not Disturb, buy noise canceling headphones, right? What can you do to minimize these distractions so you can focus better? The goal isn't to really remove distractions exactly, even though that's like the best case scenario, but I'd be setting up most people for failure here, because most of the time we can't remove all of our distractions, right? I have the ability though to break my lease, pay 20 grand to break my lease, go move over to Austin. So I have more of a quiet spot to really focus, but most people don't actually have that luxury sometimes, So instead, the best solution here is what can you do in that moment to minimize those distractions? You can't just get rid of your girlfriend if you like her, right? You're going to have notifications either way. So what can you do to not see them? Well, do not disturb, right? So the question really is what's distracting me? What can I do to minimize those distractions? And then once you have those simple solutions to minimize your distractions, chapter number 2 is going to really amplify your focus, right? So that's the first thing you got to do. What is distracting you? And then what can we do to, first off, either get rid of it. If you can get rid of it, just get rid of it. If the video games are distracting you, get rid of it. You don't need them. You don't need to minimize video games, right? But things like girlfriends, notifications, whatever it may be, those are things you can't really just get rid of. You got to minimize them. So chapter number 2 is mastering deep work. All right. Now that you understand, make sure you write this on a piece of paper, what's distracting you, and what can you do to either get rid of it or minimize it. And you've actually done that. Now we're going to move on to deep work. So I read a book a while ago called Deep Work by Cal Newport. This was the time in my life I was extremely focused on my self-improvement, and I had no idea where I was going in life. I just knew I needed to master myself first and foremost. One of the biggest learning lessons I took from this book is something called flow state. See, there's no getting away from the mayhem that not only life, but especially entrepreneurship will throw at you. It's all a given. It's going to bring mayhem. It's going to bring hell. But most will frantically go through their day giving 10% of their attention to all these things, which may feel productive because in that time span of an hour, you accomplish 5 things. But the truth is, you didn't give your full attention to that thing. So it may be done, but it's not truly done to the best of your ability. Because the greatest work comes out of giving your full attention to that thing and getting into what's called flow state. Even as I was writing this document yesterday, I was personally struggling to give my full undivided attention to it. My mind was being pulled into different directions, and I didn't feel like I was giving my 100% brain power to this. Now, most in that situation, when that occurs, will tell themselves, I'll just finish it later when I feel like the time is right or when I feel like I can focus, right? But the truth is about flow state is it takes some time to get into, right? Getting into flow state is not emotional and it's not situational, right? It doesn't matter on the situation, doesn't matter on how you feel. It just takes time to get into. So I'll break down flow state, but understand that first. So sometimes flow state may take you 5 minutes like it did for me the other day, where when I was writing this yesterday, flow state took me like 30 to 45 minutes to get into. It didn't just happen right away. I was like, I could barely think. My mind was all over the place. I was thinking about different things. But as I stayed disciplined doing the hard thing, then I was able to really start to get in the flow state, really start to focus. Some days is better than others, like I said. The point is, if you want to produce the best work, you need to allocate dedicated time to that work. With this dedicated time, your reticular activating system, a fancy word for the part of your brain that helps you focus and flow, will have the opportunity to become fully aware. And here's a little note. Your reticular activating system also helps you open up the right brain files to accomplish the task successfully. Also, multitasking is a lie. Your brain cannot actually multitask. It can only process one thing at a time. Understand that. You can't multitask. You can only focus on one thing at a time. So doing 5 things in an hour is not actually beneficial. Going from task to it's not beneficial at all, right? If you truly want to produce your best result, if they're like low quality tasks, like responding to emails, whatever, like that's fine. But if like you need to like write something good, you need to do something good, and you need like a really good video, like you got to get in the flow state. So here's the solution for everybody working full-time or already full-time entrepreneur. Set aside dedicated time every morning before you do anything else for your most important deep work task. Now, your daily task list may look like this: post content, workout, check emails, respond to texts, plan content, create client plans, take client calls, work, etc. What you want to do, though, is identify the most important tasks each day and do nothing but work on it for at least 1 hour, but up to as long as you possibly can, or until you have to do something, work on as long as you possibly can until you have to do something or your focus diminishes, right? So if you got work, well, you got to go to work. But let's say full-time entrepreneur like me, like I'm going to work on that task in the morning until I'm like, we need a break here really quick. Like my focus is diminishing. And for everybody that's different. For some days it's different as well. You should at least be doing 1 hour of work. But if you find like 1 hour and 15 minutes into your work block, typically focus starts to diminish. Get up, eat a meal, take a shower, get back to it. Take a quick 10-minute walk, get back to it. For example, when I was first building my social media and fitness coaching business, I had to be in the work at 9 a.m. At first, I was waking up 2 hours before work to get ready. I would do a couple of things, make the drive in, and be there on time. But I started to notice after work, when it was now time to go build my business, I just couldn't focus for longer than like 10 minutes. And not only that, but my energy was low and my dopamine levels were already spiked. So I just ended up not doing a lot of the things I said I would do. So what I decided to do was start waking up at 4 a.m., 5 hours before I had to go to work. And I sat down on my computer for like 3 hours and just worked. That's it. At first, I didn't know what I was doing, I'll be honest, or what to exactly work on. But over time, my focus expanded and my brain started to become more efficient at knowing what to work on. All right. So if you're at that spot where it's like, should I sacrifice my sleep and wake up 2 or 3 hours early to work on God knows what? Yes, because you're never going to figure it out if you don't just do it. All right, you got to be disciplined first and be like, okay, I'm gonna have to set aside time either way. So I'm just gonna do the hard thing, sacrifice sleep, wake up extra early, and then over time your focus will expand. Right, and what that means is you'll actually start to understand like what to focus on. Only way to do that is by doing the hard thing, focusing on it, and filtering through what's working, what's not working, what's the right thing to do, what's not the right thing to do. And only you can build that. Only you can build that. This is how I built my first program that made me $600 in a month. Now, this ultimately failed later on, but what I gained was the ability to focus. And a couple months later, this is when I started my actual fitness coaching business that has brought me this far since. Right? It was that period of time, waking up at 4 a.m., building out this program for like a month straight, like this whole website and checkout page and blah, 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 that, got like 6 sales. Sold for like $99, $97 or something like that. And maybe $600, but ultimately failed. And I mean, $600 is still nice, but it wasn't enough to quit my job and do what I wanted to do. So threw it away because someone else bought it after the first day, and took what I gained there, though, that ability to focus, and built the fitness coaching business within a lot quicker. It took me a month to just build a website and a fucking program. It took me like a day to build the fitness coaching thing, because boom, you throw away your phone, 4 hours locked in, watch a YouTube video. It's simple. You get trainerized, man. You do a CT on your Instagram. You have some people reach out to you, you booking calls, boom, week later, getting paid. Then for the rest of the day, I jumped from task to task once my deep work block was over. Right? Reaching the levels where your entire day is a deep work block isn't what you should be aiming for. What you should be aiming for is at the beginning of every single day, setting aside 1 to 3 hours just to focus on something. That's it. Your entire day doesn't have to be focused work, but like 1 to 4 actually hours, like every single day of deep work is amazing. That's perfect. That's what you should be shooting for. Chapter 3, what to focus on. The truth is, the first couple of years of entrepreneurship are pretty much just winging it. No matter how convicted an entrepreneur may seem in what he is doing, deep down he has no fucking clue what he is doing. He just has certainty in his ability to figure it out. That's what it is. So my advice here isn't to overcomplicate what to focus on, but instead focus on your underlying identity behind the action. It's the most important thing. If you focus on being convicted behind whatever it is you do, this is the best way to guarantee you do the right thing. It's not, and here's a quote, it's not about what decision you make, it's about making a decision and following through with that decision. And I want you to understand that. I can't tell you what to focus on here because there's no right thing to focus on inherently. What to focus on, though, is the underlying identity behind what it is you do. Multiple roads lead to success. You can build your social media, build your business, build yourself any different way, right? What it comes down to is not what you do, but actually how you do it, following through with that and the identity behind the actions you take. That's the most important. So you got to focus on that. You got to focus on the energy you were in and just staying consistent with what you're doing to get somewhere. That's it. So this was pretty short. So here's the summary. First, realize focus is subtraction, not addition. You got to subtract the things from your life, not add more. Second, identify all the things in your life distracting your focus and come up with the solutions to minimize those distractions and actually follow through with it. Do it. Third, progressively overload your flow state ability through deep work. Set aside 1 to 3 hours every single morning on one task and nothing else. Then go ahead and demolish all the micro tasks you have for the rest of the day. And fourth, focus on who you are more than what you do. Success can be achieved any way possible. That's how to master the art of focus. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Module 3.4. 10K months are hidden behind mindset. Okay? This is very important. You get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. Elon Musk. The issue people make when trying to make money is they think, how do I obtain money? And so you go looking for a video or a course to teach you how to make money, but never realize that the person who made the video or course is getting paid because he is solving your problem. So once you simply shift your mindset from how do I make money because you are focused on the problem to how do I help people solve the problems I have overcome is when you finally start making money. See, making 10K a month is easy when you really break it down. Help 100 people solve a $100 issue, 10K a month. Help 10 people solve a $1,000 issue, 10K a month. Help 5 people solve a $2,000 issue, 10K a month. Help 1 person solve a $10,000 issue, make 10K a month. So you're most likely so focused on your problems, you're forgetting how valuable your learning and skill set from overcoming those problems in the past is to others. You can only ever connect the dots backwards. Meaning you looking ahead and trying to figure out how to make 10K a month is keeping you lost, confused, and broke. But once you start to look backwards and connect the dots for others is once you start getting paid. Then once you start getting paid and you no longer have to work a shitty 9-to-5 job problem, you can teach other people how not to have a shitty 9-to-5 job problem. And that's a lot more valuable than having a body fat and muscle problem. My first $100 online came from helping people with their relationship problems. And I wasn't even successful in relationships, but people found my learning experience valuable. You just have to start small and think about anything that used to cause you stress, pain, or issues that you have overcome and start helping others overcome it much quicker or overcome it prior to experiencing it. So break it down. Your thinking should be as simple as, what problems have I overcome? How valuable is my solution? What would I personally pay for it? How much time would it save me? How much would it cost me to not currently have this problem solved? Then how many people do you have to help to make 10K? Is it 100? Is it 10? If it's 10, then what do I say in my content to attract 10 people who have this problem? And how do I get those 10 people to view this problem as a $1,000 problem? It's all mindset. The issue is you're in a rush. You're in a rush to blow up online. You're in a rush to make money online. You're in a rush to buy your dream car. When you slow down and think about what exactly it takes to generate $10,000 from the solution you have to a problem that people have, you can build a system that helps out the marketplace and pays you a fair share of your value. And value is perspective. One day Bitcoin is worth 100,000, next it's worth 110. Why? Because of its perceived value correlated to what's in the news or what people are talking about it. See, just because you believe your coaching is worth $3,000 does not mean the other person will perceive it that way. That's why you have to have the ability to translate the value of your solution to others, and that's also accomplished through mindset. Each level of income, $10,000, $1,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, $50,000 a month, and beyond all require a different man. You have to break free from the ordinary thinking script of the majority of the world and think differently. How does Elon Musk become the richest man in modern day and still have time to post on Twitter and be the #1 Diablo player? Because he built companies that solve big issues, then he simply just solves the issues inside of that company. Do the same. Build something, build content, build a community, build a coaching business that solves an issue, then simply just directly solve the issues inside of that thing. So again, 10K months are hidden behind your mindset. First off, realizing that no one has the answer for you. You have the answer for people. You trying to figure out how to make 10K a month is you trying to connect the dots forward, when you simply need to connect them backwards for other people, and that's how you start getting paid. And then you need to figure out how to translate the value of your solution into a certain dollar amount. Okay, especially with coaching and consulting, there's no right way to price your stuff. You may look at the competition, but do you want to make the same as others, or would you rather make however much you want? You need to figure out how much you think your solution is worth through some thinking, and then figure out exactly how to translate that problem into a $2,000, a $3,000, maybe a $5,000 problem to another person. And then you got to figure out how many people do I need to make 10K a month, and then figure out the content you need to make to get 10 people to buy your stuff, pretty much. And then with this right here, again, think about it this way. What is Elon Musk doing here? He is building businesses, companies that solve big problems. And the way he has so much time is he simply just goes into the company once a week and solves the problems in the company. He builds something that solves problems, and then he solves problems inside the company. What I mean by that is build content that solves problems, and then solve the specific problems with the people who come to you through your content. Build a school community that solves problems, a video course that solves problems, and then solve the specific problems with people inside of that company. Build a coaching business that solves a problem, and then solve the specific problems inside of that. You need something. You need a company that attracts people that have a problem, and that company should solve the problem. And then you simply just solve that specific issue inside of that thing, if that makes sense. Okay? It's pretty simple. It all just comes down to, how is your mindset? Where is your belief system? How much do you believe your shit is actually worth? How much do you believe your solution to a problem is actually worth? And then how do you translate that to somebody else and make it valuable to them? We'll go a lot more into those specific things, but I do want you to understand you get paid in a direct proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. So again, that's mindset, because figuring out how to translate how difficult that problem is to another person on a call is a learning. It's a learning curve. It takes skill. But the main thing I want to understand here is it's not about how do I obtain money. It's how do I solve problems for people that I have the solution to. And so you have to look backwards, because you can only connect the dots backwards. You have to look backwards and think about the things you overcame, even if it's small, even if it's like, oh, you've been through 10 breakups and you learned some things about it. Even if you're not successful at it yet, you're still helping somebody overcome a problem that they may have or they may face in the future. You even failing is a solution, because it will teach somebody else what not to do. And that's worth money, right? 10K months are hidden behind mindset. It's as simple as that. If you break it down into simple math, you understand exactly how many people you need to get, how much you got to charge them, the content you got to make, and how you can make your service worth that $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 price point through perspective. That's how you make 10K a month. I'll see you in module 3.5. All right, welcome to Brand Foundation Framework. This is where you need to start your social media journey off at. Doesn't matter if you're just starting out, doesn't matter if you already have 100,000 followers. This is where we want to start. What we're going to be doing here is I'm going to be pretty much asking you a series of questions to help you reveal to yourself the foundation of your personal brands, right? And this is going to become the filter for everything you upload. It's going to give you inspiration as well. It's going to become your guidelines and help you actually build your brand, because branding really is all about like consistency of certain things. I always give this analogy. It's like, imagine you go to Walmart, imagine you go to the store and you're looking for the regular toothpaste you typically buy. Let's say it's Colgate. I feel like everyone knows that one. Typically it's like white and red. It says Colgate in a certain text. But then you go there and the tube is no longer that color. It's like black. It has a different font to it. Even has a different texture to it. You're going to look at it and you're going to say, it looks like Colgate, but it doesn't feel like Colgate, you know? And so it's going to be off. You're not even going to trust it, actually. You're going to be like, this seems like a scam right here, right? Because the consistency of your brand is everything. That's how people will remember it. That's how people will feel trustworthy to actually buy it is the biggest thing. So this is the brand journey framework. This is where every creator, every business owner has to start off at. So let's get into it. Brand foundation. Section number 1 is going to be starting with clarity. So the purpose of this section is, before you worry about leads or systems, you need to understand what identity you're actually creating online, right? What you're doing online is you're creating a character of yourself. Yes, you are being yourself, but there is a character you're becoming online, right? And most people skip this step. They just start posting content without ever clarifying why someone should even listen to them, or what world they're actually even creating for the viewer. If you look at the best creators online, they have some type of character online. They have reasons to listen to them, and they have a world that they are creating with their content and with their personal brand that people can step into, right? Have you ever binge watched a creator? You find somebody like, this is my favorite creator, start binge watching them. It's because they have created a world with their content that you love, that you obsess over, that you want to live as well. So you're going to watch all of their content. Clarity doesn't come from fancy words. It comes from specificity, getting specific. I can't say that word, but getting specific. Clarity is where every successful brand begins. This framework helps you define your vision and reverse engineer the steps to make it real. So we're going to ask you a series of questions, starting from where you want to end up, and then coming all the way back to what can you do today. So what you learn is how to define the end goal for your brand, how to decide what you need to be known for in order to make that happen, and how to align your actions and skills with that vision to actually achieve it. So it's 3 simple questions you're going to ask yourself. Question number 1 is, what is your desired outcome with your personal brand and your business? What do you want to make happen? Not only for yourself, but also for the world, right? And so a lot of people don't even ask themselves this question. They may say, oh, I want to make $10,000 a month, or I want to gain 10,000 followers, right? That's really not in depth enough. To me, that's not a visualization, right? So when it comes to your desired outcome, I want you to get deep. I want you to get specific, because the more clear the desired outcome is, the more likely you are to actually achieve it, because it's very clear to you. You understand it. You actually have a very tangible vision to work towards, instead of just saying some bullshit and then just throwing shit at the wall and wondering why you don't get anywhere, wondering why people don't reach out. Because if you aren't clear, other people won't be clear. So you must get clear on what is your desired outcome. What world do you want to create? What character do you want to make online? Right? Get specific. Number 2, what do I need to be known for in order to make that happen? So let's say your desired outcome is something like, I want to become the best online fitness coach for men who think they have bad genetics and are lacking confidence, and help them build a Greek god physique, even if they have bad genetics, through things like hormone optimization and mindset. Desired outcome, and make $10,000 a month without taking sales calls doing it. You know, like, that's how clear we want to get. Now, what do I need to be known for in order to make that happen? Well, I got to be known for somebody who used to have bad genetics, who now has a Greek god physique. I must be known for hormone optimization. I must be known for mindset, right? These are things you got to be known for in order to paint that identity online, in order to achieve that desired outcome. And then what actions, this is the third question, what actions must I consistently take to reinforce that reputation? This is where you get tangible. What can you do today, right, to be known for that thing that's going to help you achieve your desired outcome? So here's your action steps and write-ins. First off, you want to spend some time thinking about your desired outcome, right? Now, just do it. You know, it's going to take more time to really refine it, but just do it. Do it to the best of your ability. You can always come back later and refine it even more. but ask yourself the question, what do I want my brand to accomplish for me or for my business? And also, what's kind of like the mission I'm on? What do I want to make happen in this world? So write in your desired outcome. What do you want to make happen? Number 2, what do I need to be known for in order to make that happen, right? What do people have to associate you with in order to be known for that thing, in order to be that identity online, right? Like if you want to help people get in better shape and gain confidence and mindset stuff like that, like you have to be known for your transformation. You have to be known for your training tips. You have to be known for your mindset tips. You have to be known for these things in order for people to actually like see you as this leader, right? And achieve that desired outcome. So what do you need to be known for? And the third, what actions must you consistently take on a daily basis? This should get actionable, right? How many reels are you going to upload? How many stories are you going to post? How many YouTube videos are you going to post every single day? What are you going to do on a daily basis? What repetitive message may you put out there, right? Write that in right there. And here's an implementation tip. Start with who you want to become first, not what you want to sell. Your brand is a mirror of your identity, right? So a lot of people always think about, what am I going to sell? What am I going to sell? What do you want to be known for first? It's the biggest thing. It's always about being an influence first and then a business owner second. A lot of people have it mixed around, right? You got to be an influence first, because if you can't influence people, if you can't gain attention, awareness, and actually get people to change through your free content, through your identity you're creating online, they will never buy your paid shit. If that makes sense, right? When people buy your stuff, they are paying off a debt that they owe to you, is the best way to think about it. So that's why you start with who you want to become first. What inspiration do you want to become? What influence do you want to have? Not what you want to sell exactly. All right. It makes selling a whole bunch easier too. So that's section number 1, is starting with clarity. Fill those 3 things out. Once you're done there, move on to section number 2. Know what you stand for and also what you stand against. These are going to become your branding associations, right? So every powerful brand is shaped by strong associations with what it stands for and what it stands against. So getting clear on what you stand for, what you stand against, and consistently interjecting those beliefs into your content is how you actually brand yourself, right? Branding is simply the pairing of things. And the better and more consistently you pair yourself with what you stand for and what you stand against, the stronger your brand becomes. Going back to the Colgate analogy, right? Colgate is always pairing itself with these colors, these fonts, these feelings. If it was to switch its branding up, people wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't even trust it. They wouldn't even probably buy it, right? So you need to understand what you stand for, what you stand against, your branding associations, and then consistently pair yourself with those things. Think about it this way, and I already explained that analogy. This is what happens when you don't create guide rails like that analogy. Like people go to the store, they look at their favorite toothpaste, it looks all different, and they don't buy it because they don't trust it. And that's what happens when you don't create guardrails for your brand and the messaging, right? It's going to always seem completely different, and you're never going to gain traction. People all the time are like, I'm getting views. People are seeing my stuff, but I'm not getting followers. And every single piece of the content looks different. Of course, they're not going to follow you because there's no consistency, right? Consistent messaging builds trust and familiarity, and that's what sells. Not only on giving you that follow, but then eventually buying your stuff. So list out 3 to 5 things you stand for. An example of what you stand for, standing for could be like making men high test, right? Eating whole foods, waiting till marriage to, have sex with your girl, right? These are things you stand for. These are beliefs you have, right? Then there's also list out 3 to 5 things you stand against, right? So standing against something is like, I don't believe in vaping. I don't believe in going out on the weekends. I don't believe in hookup culture. I don't believe in tracking your macros even, right? These are things you stand for and stand against. And so you want to write these down right in here, 3 to 5 things, even more if you have them, and get descriptive with them. Don't be super plain, just like, I stand for God. That's super plain. Of course, I want you to get specific with what you stand for and what you stand against, because other people may stand for and stand against the same things, but the more specific you are with that specific thing, the better it is. This clarity builds authority, and people trust the coaches who are clear about what they believe in. That section number 2 is your branding associations. Get clear on what you stand for and what you stand against, right? Remember those and always interject them in your content. Not only is this going to give you inspiration, but it's going to allow you to actually look at your content and ask yourself, how well am I staying in my guardrails, but also how well am I actually associating myself? If you look at 20-year videos and you're like, none of these actually communicate what I stand for and what I stand against, well, then that's the issue. That's what you got to solve, right? You just got to start interjecting more of your principles inside of your content, and you'd be in a better spot. Section number 3, build your belief statements. So your belief statements are your brand's core truths that are different from the general beliefs a lot of people have. Have you ever heard of the saying, opposites attract? Well, it's very true. I'm not telling you just to be different out of the sake of being different, but I am saying your opposites are your angles. When you lean into them, you cut through the noise and grab people's attention. The objective here is simple. Identify the strong beliefs you have that are either not being said online or completely opposite of what most people are saying online, right? I talk a lot about tests. It's one of my belief statements. I love it. I think it's amazing, right? And it helps me stand out and cut through the noise. While most other fitness coaches and mentors are like, don't do tests, blah, 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 not talking about it, even though they're on it, even though it's helped them out. I'm like, fucking do it, dude. It helped me out. It's great, right? That's a belief statement I have. And whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. It gains me attention because it's me, all right? Being authentically me. So examples are, you don't need a perfect workout program to get in shape. You need a lifestyle change, right? Most people think, oh, I need a perfect workout program, blah, 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 to get in shape. But no, you just need a lifestyle change. You just need to have sneak it in habits. That's ours kind of belief statement. It's not like you need to completely change your life to get in shape. It's just like, no, you just need to change up your lifestyle a little. Small little like lifestyle tweaks, sneak in a little bit of walks, sneak in a little bit of calorie tracking and stuff like that, sneak in a little bit of cardio, right? Those are little things. Another example, I don't wake up at 5 a.m. because I want to. I wake up at 5 a.m. so I have to go to sleep earlier, and temptation's hide at night. I'm not waking up at 5 a.m. because I want to or because I like getting up early like most people. I'm actually waking up at 5 a.m. because if I don't wake up this early, I end up staying up later. And when I stay up later, there's temptations. Texting girls, I'm eating junk food, I'm doing dumb shit, all right? And so it's like, it's still something a lot of people may follow, that early morning wake up, but you just have a little bit different of a belief behind it, and that's going to help you stand out. So list out a couple of belief statements, at least 3. If you have more, go right ahead, but you need at least 3. These become the backbones of your messaging. The beliefs you repeat so consistently, they become your reputation, right? So you want to actually become known for these specific things. That's how people are going to remember you, right? I don't know about you, but I struggle to remember people's names. And so I really need to understand this person, remember their name, because I attach, once I figure out what makes somebody different, I can actually really attach their name now, all right? That's what helps me. That's section number 3, building your belief statement. Section number 4 is define your transformation. People who buy your workout programs or macros, they buy change. And that change must be clear, measurable, and emotional. So ask yourself, what internal problem are you solving? Are you solving insecurity, inconsistency, lack of purpose? What internal problem on a deep mental level are you helping people solve? All right. And the best way to figure all these out is literally just ask yourself, what have you solved? What have you changed? Right? When you coach people, you're just coaching the younger version of yourself. Number 2, what external problems are you solving? Are you solving fat loss, muscle gain, confidence, recomposition, stepping on stage, getting 6-packs, abs? What is it? What external problems are you solving on the physical? And then 3, how does this transformation shift somebody's self-identity long term? All right. When you take somebody from this current internal and external reality to this desired internal and external reality, right? How does that shift somebody's self-identity long term? Right? Once they make that transformation, how's their life going to change forever? Right? You need to get people thinking ahead. You need to get people thinking, okay, this is just step number 1. And after I achieve step number 1 that, Jeffrey is selling me in his coaching, then what comes after, right? Once I start to implement that in my not only sales calls, but content, it changed everything. It was no longer about, just building a Greek guy physique, even if you have bad genetics and gain some confidence. It was like, no, we must do this first so you can conquer the internal, and then you can go conquer the external, right? You can attract higher quality women. You can actually go build a business. You can make more money, right? You can go travel the world. You can actually start your social media now once you accomplish this first thing. And that got people to think bigger and actually see the transformation as more valuable. So here's your action steps is figure out what internal problems you're solving, figure out what external problems you're solving, and then define how does that transformation shift somebody's self-identity long term. And your goal here isn't just to help people look better, it's also help them to become better. Section number 5, position yourself authentically. So positioning is how you stand out in a crowded marketplace. You don't earn a position online by looking like and sounding like everyone else. You don't do that. The creators who actually gain a following and make money are creators who innovate, right? And if you are authentic, if you're just yourself, that's going to be innovation because there's no one else like you, right? So you earn a position online by being authentically you. And most people are scared to do this because if their authentic self doesn't get validation from social media, well, that's going to make you feel like no one cares about you. The truth is, building a brand on top of somebody you're not and getting validation from a false character is even more unfulfilling than having 2 or 3 comments from people who really resonate with a piece of content that was vulnerable and authentically you. So just be authentically you. The objectives here are simple. Write down why you started this journey in the first place and use it to course correct yourself along the way so you make sure you're building an authentic brand and not losing your authentic self in the process. So here's the action steps. Define your core mission statement, right? Write one sentence that defines why you started this journey. Example may be, I started posting social media content to help inspire men to become better through self-improvement, bodybuilding, and entrepreneurship, so they don't drag women down like my sister down a bad path because those men didn't have guidance in life. It's actually close to mine, right? So write down your core mission statement. Okay, that's kind of like your core niche. And people overcomplicate niche. Niche is just like, what bridge can you give to people, right? A bridge is a solution, pretty much like an offer, right? And so it's like, how can you really help people out? That's like your core niche. That's really all it is, right? When people say your niche is you, what they mean by that is like, what have you done, right? What's the transformation you have? That's your niche, because that's the biggest bridge you can provide to people, right? Now that you have that core mission statement, kind of like that core niche, now you also want to figure out 3 to 5 adjacent topics. Adjacent topics simply mean, what are topics adjacent of this core thing? So your main thing may be helping people in a specific way achieve their fitness goals, helping people with bad genetics build a Greek god physique. But 3 to 5 adjacent niches could be relationships, right? It could be mindset. It could be self-improvement in the regard of just maybe overcoming negative thinking. It could be attracting more women. Like, these are adjacent niches outside of that main thing, right? So when I look at self-improvement, there's like 12 books of self-improvement. And a lot of fitness coaches online, a lot of creators are just focused on this one book of fitness, right? But there's multiple books of self-improvement. And so we want to incorporate more of that because we're going to attract more people and also expand out our ability to help people, right? So figure out your core niche, your core mission, right? The core bridge you can really help people cross over, but then also list out 3 to 5 adjacent things you can help people out with. So one of my big ones is going to be relationships. All right, I can help a lot of people out with relationships because I've been there. I've done a lot of them. I got a lot of advice to give to people. All right, I can help people out with their mindset. I can help people out with their social media. I can help people out with their business. These are my 3 to 5 adjacent topics. And here's the implementation tip. People don't buy coaches. They buy relationships with people. Your authentic self is who will sell the most. So remember that. They aren't buying you as a coach. They are buying the relationship with you. All right, so this is why you must diversify yourself. You must show your full character, because once that person in your audience sees, not only can you help them get in shape, but you can help them out with relationships, their pickup with girls. You can help them actually get more dates. You can help them out with actually focusing and discipline and mindset, right? Now they're like, wow, this guy can really help me out. And the more you can signal to people that you can help them become more fuckable, the more you actually sell. All right. So increase your variety of helping a man become more fuckable is the best way to put it. Section 6, non-negotiables. The purpose here is your coaching identity comes from what you refuse to compromise on. You only build a coaching identity once you have those non-negotiables to your own life, but also inside of your content. When you think about a coach, you probably think about somebody who's very firm with his standards and holds himself very closely to them. Identifying your non-negotiables is all about creating and implementing with repetition exactly what is going to create that coaching lens you want your audience to see you in, right? This is what it's all about, identifying those non-negotiables, creating them, and implementing them repetitively so people see you in a coaching lens. So what you'll learn here is how to identify your core principles, how to maintain integrity and consistency across your brands. And examples of these non-negotiables could be always waking up at 5 a.m. every single morning, tracking your macros every single day, doing the work even when you're tired, always showing up in your Instagram stories, right? These are non-negotiables that you can set for yourself, and then you simply just must implement in your content every single day. So if one of your non-negotiables is wake up early every single day, well, you got to be showing people you wake up early every single day. Then you got to be making content talking about, oh, you're lazy if you wake up late. If you wake up at 9, you're lazy, right? So not only do you have to talk about what you're doing, but then you also have to have the enemy. You got to talk about the enemy as well, right? So list out 3 to 5 non-negotiables you are going to commit yourself to and showcase daily in your content, right? The 3 to 5 non-negotiables you are personally going to stick to. They're also going to showcase in your stories, talk about in your content, and also talk about the enemy, right? So non-negotiable could be like, I'm cutting out women, man. I'm locked in. And you could be talking about men who are unsuccessful, going out on dates, and how much of a loser they are, right? That's great non-negotiables. Implementation tip here, your audience doesn't just buy your product, they buy your standards. This list of non-negotiables isn't just something you can talk about, though. It must be communicated through action. You can't just say, oh yeah, I wake up at 5 a.m. Then not show people. And fucking post your first story at 9 a.m., right? They won't believe you. You have to showcase them real proof. Section 7, crafting your story. The purpose here is your story is the most powerful marketing tool you have. When people can see themselves in your shoes, they are more likely to take the actions you took. So no matter how many tips, tricks, or how much advice you give away in your content, until your audience sees themselves in your shoes, they won't listen to pretty much anything you say. Advice is nothing without why. Education is nothing without why. You can give your advice, your tips, your tricks away, but if people can't see themselves in your shoes and relate to your past struggles, they'll never take the advice, the tips, the tricks that you give away. So your story is not only going to be used to hook people in, but your story will also back up what you're preaching online. And one more thing, your story is not a one and done type of thing. I experience this with clients all the time. They ask me, where should I post my story, Ryan? And I'm just like, everywhere, all the time. Your story is the silver lining throughout your entire personal brand. It should seep its way into almost everything you do. Being repetitive is great, contrary to popular belief, because people need on average 66 repetitions of something to finally get it. The main driving factor behind how well you convert with your personal brand will be how well you tell your story and how often you tell it. So what you're going to learn here is how to create a story that sells, how to use your personal transformation as proof, and how to repeat your story without it getting boring. So use this framework. Where were you? Where were you prior to this transformation? What changed? What was the catalyst to this change? And where are you now? What transformation came from this catalyst? Example here. I used to avoid mirrors because I hated what I saw. One day, I decided to stop negotiating with my potential and everything changed. I looked in the mirror and I was like, ugh, this shit's disgusting. I've been putting this shit off for a while and decided to make the change. And then my body, my confidence, my direction, it all shifted, right? And now I help clients make the same change. Really simple example. I'll give you my personal one. At 18 years old, I got a text message on my phone at 1:43 a.m. that my sister got in a car accident. I drove out there and I saw the road blocked off and there was fire trucks and everything everywhere. The detective said, I'm going to follow you home. And he told me my sister passed away that night. That week, I laid in bed all week, thinking about my life, asking God why, and also visualizing myself in her shoes. What if I was taking my last breath? Would I be okay with leaving this earth right now? Or would I be begging God for one more day? And the scary truth was, I found myself thinking to myself, I would be begging God for one more day. And that's when I realized how out of alignment I was with my potential. And that's when I decided to make that change. So ever since then, I've been locked in. I was working on my self-improvement. I did a bodybuilding show. I started my business. Now I live in Miami. I'm tan, jacked, and handsome. I completely shifted my life around, and now I help others do the same. And if you feel like you're going through something, if you feel like you're in a bad place in life, I'm telling you right now, men are built, they're not born. So you got to build yourself as a man. That's an example. So write out where you were before, what changed, and where are you now. That's how you tell the story. Where were you? What happened? Where are you now? That's it. Implementation tip. Stories create connection. Connection builds trust. And trust, well, that's what sells. Section 8. Refining your niche without overthinking it. Your niche isn't a cage. It's a bridge that helps people find you. I'm sure you've heard people say your niche is you, which is correct. But to help you understand this better, what this means is your niche is the people with similar problems you have faced and that you have solved. These are the people you need to target because they're actually applicable for what you offer. Now, when it comes to using this framework here, understand this is like your headline, right? But always below a headline, there's a bunch of paragraphs, and those paragraphs are all smaller problems you can help people achieve. So a good practice here is to use this framework below and write out as many statements as possible to really help you see all the problems you can solve. To keep the simple, most applicable one for most people, your headline, your main focus, and allow the other little problems you can solve to still be used in your content to bring in a wider audience. So the framework is simple. I help specific person facing a specific struggle achieve a specific outcome through a specific method. All right. Take a sip of water. I'll explain this to you. So one of my first fitness coaching offers, they got me to $10,000 a month. I'm not saying use this. This was my own personal one, but here's an example. I help men with bad genetics build a Greek god physique through the PR method. Super simple. Why? I used to look like I had bad genetics, right? And I come from a bad background. My situation, my genetics should not have led me here, but I have achieved a Greek god physique and an aspirational life through the PR method, which we'll go over, actually coming with a method inside of six-figure offer creation later on. But it's really that simple. So examples, I help busy men lose 20 pounds without cutting carbs. I help skinny guys build muscle without tracking macros. I help men with bad genetics build a Greek god physique, right? So identify your core niche. Who can you really help out in terms of what's their struggle and what outcome through what method, right? I help specific person with specific struggle achieve specific outcome through specific method. Write that out. Start narrowing so people know what you stand for, and later you can expand, right? If you're just starting out, you want to get specific and then expand later on, okay? But really coming up with your niche, it's that easy. What's the big transformation you can help people out with? So when my whole thing was I help men build a Greek god physique even if they have bad genetics with the PR method, my content was showing my physique, showing my transformations, and talking about how I used to think I had bad genetics, right? And then what I did to achieve that. And that's primarily what I focused on, in addition to some niche adjacent topics to bring more people in. But that repetition of message really helped people understand my offer. Because it doesn't matter what the fuck you put in your bio, it matters what you talk about most in your content, right? Because that daily stream of content is how people actually start to understand how you can help them out. Just because they read your headline in your bio once doesn't mean shit, bro, until you back it up through repetition in your content. Section 9, define your signature formats. So the purpose here is, if you know the 80-20 rule, you will understand you should be focused on the 20% of things that yield 80% of results. And to give you context, each piece of content has two core building blocks. These two core building blocks are topic and format. Topic is what are you talking about, aka the idea behind the video. And format is how do you present it. Do you present it in a talking head format? Do you present it in a transformation edit? Do you present it in a green screen video? You get the gist. Since ideas and topics are the most important thing to focus on in content, laying down some guidelines for the formats you use to communicate your message will help you focus on the 20% of things that yield 80% of the results, topics. But it's equally as important creating consistency with your brand, right? If you're always changing your topics and formats, people are not going to get it. But if you pick 2 or 3 formats and then expand your topics, there's more consistency until you can actually really find what works and then really go all in on that. The whole objective here is to pick 2 or 3 formats you will consistently show up in to create familiarity with your audience, but also offload the task of how should I put this together. So what you learn, how to choose content formats you can repeat forever, and how to balance what works with what you enjoy. So the exercise here is to pick 2 formats that will become your signature formats, right? And then pick 1 format that is your favorite format. P.S. If you need help learning or understanding all of the different content formats, go to my YouTube and watch this video right here. Best content strategies tier list. There's another video inside of this video course as well. So you want to go look at those 16 content strategies and pick out 2 that are going to become your signature formats and 1 that is your favorite. And then write those down. And they can change later on, but at least follow them for a month, right? You need some consistency aside for content. It's fine if you change things later on. But you just need to pick something, stick to it for a while, and then you can change. But if you just don't pick something and stick to it, you're going to be all over the place, right? We need guidance. We need guide rails. So pick those out. Implementation tip. Repetition builds recognition, and recognition means you're top of mind. And well, people buy from the people who are always top of mind, right? You don't need the best product. You don't need the best price. What you need is to be top of mind for people. Section 10, reoccurring series. The purpose here is to create a reoccurring series that makes your brand familiar and consistent. This will give people a reason to come back every single day or every single week, right? So I've done series of day in the life of self-improvement. I've done series of ice baths every single day. I've done multiple series before. And I find even though it doesn't do insane in terms of views, it does really well in terms of nurturing. So what you'll learn here is how to design a reoccurring content theme and how to build brand identity around this repeatable series. It's super simple. Here's the writing steps. You want to come up with the concept or the angle, right? Concept or angle can be like, I'm going to take an ice bath every single day, right? or I'm going to try some crazy challenge once a week. I have a client doing that right now. He's going to make a video every single week of him picking up something new, like solving a Rubik's Cube or riding a unicycle or trying to run 50 miles. And it's a reoccurring series of becoming good at anything he puts his mind to. Right? That's the concept or angle. Platform, we're going to post it. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Format, what's the formatting of it? How are you going to put it together, right? Is it going to be a voiceover? Is it going to be like a long form cut up? What's the format? Series names, ideas. You can come up with some ideas for the actual series names. And then the first 5 episodes. I actually list out the first 5, right? Now, if it's like an ice bath challenge, well, like first 5 is going to be like ice bath 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, right? But if you're going to do something different like that one client's doing, number 1, solving a Rubik's Cube in under an hour, right? Or you're learning how to ride a unicycle within 1 hour, or running 50 miles in 24 hours, or doing 1,000 push-ups in 1 day, right? Like that's kind of what he's doing. Implementation tip here, treat your series like a show. Consistency beats perfection. Section 11, metrics that matter, move the business ahead, okay? Purpose, not all metrics move your business forward. Focus on the ones that actually lead to income and growth. So what you're gonna learn here is how to identify metrics that drive results for where you're at right now, right? There's a whole bunch of metrics we gotta track and we gotta look at when it comes to this business, but what's the main ones you should focus on right now? This is also gonna help you avoid wasting time on bullshit that doesn't matter. So your 3 action steps here is to write down the 3 KPIs, key performance indicators you are going to optimize for. Give you an example. If you are just starting to post content, you have nothing, your 3 KPIs are going to be post 2 pieces of content a day, be consistent, track my metrics. Like that's it. That's it. Be consistent, post my content, look at what's doing well. Now, let's say you've already posted some content, you're 100 pieces in, and now you really want to build your following. Well, 3 KPIs I'm going to analyze for, right? I'm going to be doubling down on the content that gets the most amount of followers, the most amount of engagement. That's what the first KPI I'm going to optimize for. KPI number 2 is I'm actually going to do more call to actions to get people to drop me a follow. And KPI number 3 is I'm going to reply to all of my comments so people maybe drop me a follow back who didn't follow me from that but dropped a comment, right? And if you're trying to convert, right, you got an audience, you're trying to make some money off them now, 3 KPIs you might optimize for is number 1, getting people to watch more of my YouTube. Number 2, doing more call to actions. And number 3, doing more outreach. It's simple as that. It's like, what are the 3 things you're going to focus on to move your business or social media ahead at this moment? Okay. Don't overcomplicate it. It's simple. You understand what to do. Implementation tip, you can't grow what you don't measure, right? Track only what leads to new growth, to new clients, not just likes, right? Track what matters. And you can't grow if you can't measure it. If you're not measuring it, you can't understand what the bottleneck is. You don't even know what the fuck to look for, right? So what are the 3 things you need to focus on for this current stage to move the needle ahead, depending on where you're at? Starting out, growing, getting followers, conversion, client success, Those are a couple different stages you'll go through. What are the 3 things you should focus on in that moment? Here's the implementation checklist. Clarify your direction. Get clear on the problems you can help solve. Define 3 to 5 things you stand for and stand against. Outline your personal story in those 3 parts: before, the change, and then the after. Choose your 3 signature formats and commit to them for at least 90 days. Now, here's some reflection prompts. All right, here's some things to ask yourself and sleep on tonight. What does my brand truly represent beyond fitness? Right? You don't want to be a fitness creator. You want to be a personal brander, right? So what does your brand truly represent beyond fitness? What mission am I actually leading? All right. Bigger than just trying to make some money online. What impact am I trying to actually have? Because you will never make money unless you have impact, unless you're actually on a mission. So you need to understand your mission. What beliefs drive everything I post or teach? Right? What beliefs drive everything I post or teach? How do I want people to feel after interacting with my brand? Someone sees a video of you. How do they feel after? Do they feel energetic, or do you feel like you drained their energy, like you wasted their time? What value will guide my decisions as I grow? What values? I forgot to ask. What values will guide my decisions as I grow? Right? So what that simply means is, am I going to value money more than influence? Or am I going to value influence more than money? Right? What values will guide my decisions as I grow? You want to understand those. It may seem like a simple question, but trust me, it's important. Here's the key takeaways. Your brand isn't built by throwing content at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's built through clarity, direction, and consistency. The deeper you understand yourself, the deeper you understand other people. This is the secret to this section. To discover yourself, to help others discover themselves as well. People are going to vicariously live through your personal brand. And if you don't have clarity on who you are and where you're heading, then how are people going to live vicariously through your personal brand? Doesn't make sense. This is how you make content that attracts buyers. I hope you enjoyed. Make sure you fill this out and fucking crush it. Let's go. All right, what's going on, boys? So I'm going to take you along for everything I know editing-wise, what I do to edit videos, the apps, the way I do captions, the way I even download TikToks and stuff like that. I'm going to bring you through it. So the best app for editing is going to be CapCut. It's free. There's a paid version where you get some extra stuff, but you can just start it out with just the free version. So go to CapCut in the App Store and just get this bad boy right here. Got to update mine really quick. But CapCut's pretty much where I do everything. I don't prefer editing inside of the Instagram app or the TikTok app. TikTok app, there is some subtle things I like doing between CapCut and TikTok. I'll never splice together videos inside of any of the social media apps, but I may put text on my videos using TikTok simply just because I like the text a little bit better than CapCut text. So I'll share with you that. But first we'll go through with CapCut. So you'll pull up CapCut. It'll look like that. You go ahead and make a new project. And this is where you can select video, right? So I'll take this video I got right here, which is a raw video. And there's a lot of different ways to go about this. You know, first you're going to want to have an idea in mind. And so I got this idea, and I'll share with you exactly how I got it. I'll go to Zidane. So I've seen this one right here. Bro to bro, let them party. We have a different path. I was like, oh, that's great. I got my own for that, right? So I come over here, and I want to put together a video. I'm just going to look at like, okay, well, where's the best bit? And just cut it right there. Delete. Boom, I look good. And then let me change it up just a little. Throw in another edit there. And then one more. At the very end where maybe I flex. Boom. And then good to go. So now I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, it's 6 seconds long. You know, that short video is 6 to 8 seconds long. So that's exactly how long I want it. And that's good. No, I mean, of course, I can't show you the way to edit each and every single thing, but it's pretty simple, man. You just cut it together. You can add another clip inside of here if you want to add another clip. Simple as that. Cut it up, change the volume and stuff like that, and etc. Going through all the other stuff down here, actually, animations, I would stay away from them. You don't ever really need to use them. Effects, too, probably just stay away from them. Don't really need to use them. Speed, sometimes that's good if you want to speed some things up. Never speed up your talking heads. But if you get a clip and you're trying to make like a cool edit and it's just way too long, you just speed it up just a little. Adjustment, we'll go over here in a moment because that's a big part of what I do for most of my videos. Let's see what else we got here. Stabilize. Stabilize is something I actually do use quite often. If you get a clip that's maybe a little bit too shaky, you could try minimal cropping. And you can try recommending or recommended. Minimal cropping or recommended tends to do pretty well at stabilizing the footage without it being too insanely messed up. You can reduce the noise just through that right there. I believe that is a premium thing though. And everything else, kind of stay away from. There's not much going on. The mask button here though is actually how you can create like that black box that you see a lot of people using online. So you just do it like that. You go to rounded corners. Put it like 10 to 20, depending on how rounded you want it. And then boom, you kind of get that black box, right? Now I want to go over adjustments I typically make to get a little bit better of a look. So if I can find it here, adjustments. Something I like doing for a lot of my videos is bringing the brilliance down. And what the bringing the brilliance down will do is it will kind of remove that whiteness from the physique and make you just a little bit more tan. It just all around looks really good in my opinion. Like, let me see if I can't find a photo or a video of us outside. And you'll be able to see exactly what it does.
So let's see.
You ready?
Yeah, here's the raw video of this one. So cut that up. If I go to adjustments, I can bring the brilliance down. You can see it really brings out the colors. Now you don't want to bring it all the way down, you look orange, but it can really bring out the colors, right? I don't really mess with many other settings besides maybe adding a little bit of sharpening and then sometimes a little bit of clarity. You don't want to do a lot, just a little. I find works best if you're going to do any type of edits to a video is just like minimal editing, right? Minimal editing. You don't really want it to be too noticeable. The best videos online are typically the videos that just look kind of raw, you know? It's rarely you ever scroll along and you see like a cooked video that you're like, oh, this is great. You know, you see really aesthetic videos and there's a lot of actually editing behind it, but it's very subtle. And you can kind of play around with the highlights and stuff like that. But any adjustments you make to these things, just keep them very minimal is my recommendation. So go ahead and get rid of this bad boy and go back to the main. If I can't find where the delete button is. There we go. So you can edit, you can do the adjustment clip by clip, right? You can click on it and adjust it. Or if you want to adjust multiple clips, just click adjustment without any selection, and then it will create an adjustment layer, which then you can drag over everything. You can see how the adjustments are made. Go through, see what it maybe needs, add some clarity, boom. Now it's looking, you know, it's looking good, right? If I was going to make a talking head video and I want captions over it, you would simply come to text and do auto captions. It's not going to let me generate really anything because there's really nothing saying here, but all I simply do is I go generate and nothing's going to pop up, of course. Let me actually get a talking head and bring you guys through that. So here we go. Auto captions, default. And then boom, you can see we get captions down here. Now these captions are quite boring. So you can just click on it, go style, and then find a good style. I wouldn't recommend anything insane. Just because you have insane captions does not mean people are going to watch the video. I like really simple, subtle captions. They may have gotten rid of the ones I typically use. I'm not sure. After this new update, I don't see it. I think this is a good one. Yeah, I like this one. But this text is a bit big, so I just click on it, size it down, pull it up. Now, sometimes captions in the middle of the screen look good, but for this video, I'd do captions maybe like 3/4 down, something like right around there. I think it looks really good. You always want to put the caption kind of where the viewer's eye is around, but you also don't want it to black out anything. So if you were to put the captions like all the way down there, then the viewer's eye would go down there and they would get distracted and they couldn't really see what's going on at the screen. Like their peripheral vision wouldn't be able to see what's going on. Even if you put them up there, it's too far off. Put it right around the middle. It's a great spot. If you want to add a caption above, same thing, just add text and go like those lines, boom, you get a caption, right? Now let's get rid of all that. If you want to get rid of all your captions, you simply just come to edit captions, select all, delete, boom, and they're gone. Now let's say you want to add audio to the video. You go to add audio and then you would go to extract. So let's say you have like a downloaded audio, or you have an audio you want to put over it from like a reel you saw. And the way to do that is you simply just go to that reel and you do the screen record over that video, and then you have that sound. For example, just like, let's see if I can't find one. Like this right here. I just screen recorded the sound effect, right? And all I would do is I click extract that, and then boom, you got the audio in there. You can mute the audio from the clips you added just by clicking that right there. And now you just have that added audio. Of course, it'd probably be a sound. But that's in there now. That's really along the lines of like all I'll do inside of CapCut. But let's say I'm just going to do like a trending audio and caption reel like this right here. All right. I don't typically add in the text inside of CapCut. I only add in text inside of CapCut if I'm doing like a talking head reel. And I want to put captions on it. But then I would typically bring most of my videos to TikTok. Add in the video. What are you doing, bro? And then simply add in like the hook, for example, at the very top of the screen. So stop compromising, for example. And I just add the black barrier, boom, just right there. And it's good to go now. If you want to add captions inside of TikTok, you just add the captions right here. I would recommend changing the style and never using any of these other styles at all, besides just clicking custom and using the original TikTok captions. I think the rest of the styles just look terrible. And then you can kind of change the size of them, put them at the spot you want on the screen, and you're good to go. Now, if I'm looking at this video right here, this is super unaesthetic. I've never seen something like this do well online. There's just too much text going on. So I'd be like, what do I want more, captions or a hook? And I would just ask myself, like, what do you think would be more important here? In my opinion, because I have visual things going on, right? I don't need captions because I'm talking while also really expressing my body very well. So I'm getting the message across very well. And I think captions, you really need them if you're kind of just like sitting there still and there's not much going on to keep the viewer entertained, right? So for me, I'd get rid of the captions. Now, let's just say it was like a really plain video, just me sitting there talking head. Then, I may have the hook and the captions, but I'd probably just boom, have captions. And I think it would be a lot better if that makes sense. That's kind of my idea behind, do I have a hook and captions, or just a hook, or just captions, or possibly even nothing at all, right? And that's pretty much along the lines of like all I'll do for editing. Simple as that. Couple things to stay away from: over editing your stuff, these captions that have all these colors and look super strange and too much going on the screen, having your text or your captions not in the middle, make sure you drag it to that line, having them crooked as well, never do that, and then making sure you never have the TikTok ending on the end or the CapCut ending at the end either. You don't want that. If you got any other questions, just let me know. But I keep my editing as simple as that. When you go to export, just do 4K, 60 FPS most of the time, and that will make it look the best. All right?
Last year I got cheated on, and little did I know at that time that was going to be the best thing that ever happened to me. That right there is a powerful hook. We're about to go over hooks. Hooks. The complete guide to hooks, how to capture attention in 3 seconds or less. What is a hook? A hook is the first thing your audience sees or hears when they see your video. The sole job of it is to stop the scroll, grab their attention, and create curiosity so they engage with the rest of the video, okay? Hooks are so important, okay? 80% of the video is literally the hook. What that means is you can have an amazing video, right? You can have like an amazing topic you're talking about, the best edit or whatever. If the hook isn't good, everyone's going to scroll past it, right? So 80% of the video is literally the hook. So it's important to master hooks so you can actually get your information out there to people. So a great hook is going to do a couple things. It's going to interrupt patterns, right? So when they hear the hook, it's going to interrupt kind of that pattern they were in, pull them out and, actually like almost like bring them to reality, right? Some people are just like doom scrolling, right? And that's literally just scrolling without actually watching anything. A great hook is going to interrupt that pattern and pull them in. It's going to evoke emotion as well. Evoking emotion is extremely strong. When, they watch your video for the first 3 seconds and it just fills them up with some emotion, it shifts them emotionally, that's going to get them to be curious and actually want to watch the rest of the video and pull them in. Speaks directly to your ideal client. That's also important. So it sounds like, oh, this video is for me, right? That's what we want people saying. Makes a promise, poses a question, or teases something irresistible. That's also a part of a good hook. And most importantly, just isn't overthought or overcomplicated. People just love authenticity, right? Generally, some of my best hooks, some of my best performing content, I wasn't even trying to make it a hook. It was just like an authentic story I was telling, or an authentic thought, right? Something of that nature that I just like clipped up, pulled out, and it did great. And if there's one key to going viral, it's going to be authenticity with some use of psychology. But at the end of the day, don't overcomplicate your hooks. We're going to go over the psychology behind them. But I just want you to like ingrain this inside of your mind and then just be a content creator that like just operates out of the understanding of hooks and not trying to like do hooks, if that makes sense, right? So the psychology behind a great hook, all effective hooks rely on one or more of the following human psychology triggers, right? Number one, it can create curiosity. So that gets the viewer to actually be asking themselves, well, what happens next? Excuse me. So, for that example of the hook, 1 year ago, I got cheated on. And little did I know it was going to be the best thing that ever happened to me. That gets you curious, right? Number two, fear of missing out. Am I missing out on something important? If you were doing lateral raises this way, that's why your lats aren't growing. Fear of missing out, right? Or for a financial offer, for example, and I'm sure you guys know this one, if you're in shape and you're not making $10,000 a month, you're doing something wrong. That's the fear of missing out. Number three, identity calling. He just called me out, right? So, if you're the type of man who shows up to the gym each and every single day, yet you still look the same as 6 months ago, right? He just called me out. That's me. Number four, contrarian beliefs. That would get somebody to say, this goes against everything I believe to be true. So you don't have to track macros to get in shape. What? Everyone told me I had to track macros to get in shape. What do you mean I don't have to track macros to get in shape? Contrarian belief. That's kind of going against like society norms and just being really, drastic in your viewpoint. Number five, shock or surprise. Wait, what? Right? Again, a good shock or surprise can be, hey, I got cheated on one. I've seen a good shock or surprise one before. Somebody grabbed a stack of cash and they're like, this is $5,000. And this is how much the average American, or this is what's considered, like if you have $5,000 in your bank account, this is like you're richer than 95% of people. And it's like a shocking thing. Like, holy shit, wow. That was a really bad example, but you get what I'm saying. A shock or surprise. Six, specificity. Fuck, I can never say it. Specificity. This sounds exactly like my problem, right? So that's, again, like speaking very clearly to your ideal client. So they're like, oh, he's speaking to me. Now, that type of stuff doesn't tend to go really viral, but it still is like really good for good hooks. Seven, open loops, so unfinished stories or bold promises. I'll tell you how in a second. So open loops, to do these hooks well, I find it to be best to pull from actually like long form videos if you want to accomplish the open loop one. So what that means is like if you're making a long form YouTube video and then you pull a specific clip out of it, it almost creates the open loop hook, right? It's like they enter into a conversation that's like an open loop, right? And they kind of listen to the unfinished story or that bold promise you're telling. That was a little bit more complicated, but generally the best ones: curiosity, fear of missing out, identity calling, contrarian belief, shock or surprise, and then 6 and 7 are as well. But then if you put the psychology together with this great hooks right here, you'll be able to understand how to make great hooks really well. So here's the types of hooks though. Number one, problem aware hooks. So you've been working out for 6 months and still don't look any different. Here's why, right? Directly calling out a known pain point or struggle works best for a more audience, so followers or niche targeted content. This works best for them because, again, your specificity, I can't even say it right. And if you're specifying like who you're talking to, it generally doesn't reach a broad audience, but it's really good for nurturing content, problem aware hooks. So stories and more of your nurturing like YouTube videos or some of your reels. Number two, curiosity hook. I trained like a Greek god for 90 days. This is what happened. First off, how do you train like a Greek god? Second off, what happened, right? Tease is the result of the content. So this is kind of like a context tease, and great for a broad audience because this applies to like literally every man on the planet, right? They want to look like a Greek god and they want to understand what happens if they train like a Greek god, and they also want to understand how to train like a Greek god. 3, contrarian hook. Cardio is killing your gains and making you fatter. Here's why. What? I thought cardio gets me lean. What do you mean, right? Challenge is a common belief most people have. Most people think cardio gets you lean. And now you're saying it gets you fatter, right? You're like, what? Makes people stop and think. Also, watch through to see if they can argue with you or the people in the comments. That's a big one as well. Contrarian hooks are like, honestly, probably some of the best hooks in my opinion. I love them. They spark controversy. But yeah, the way to go about the contrarian hook is the context of the video doesn't have to make sense with the contrarian of the hook. What I mean by that is, let's say, okay, the video's cardio is killing your gains and making you fatter. Here's why. Now you explain that, yeah, cardio is going to help you get lean, but a lot of you guys are overdoing cardio and underdoing your nutrition. So you're never going to build enough muscle to raise your basal metabolic rate in order to actually burn the amount of fat you want to burn and make cardio beneficial and worth it, et cetera, right? Put it in like a sexy, way, of course, but that's the general idea of that. Number 4, question hook. What if the reason you're stuck isn't your work ethic, but your identity around your work ethic, right? It's kind of like, again, you're getting specific with a thought and identity somebody has, but then you're kind of just questioning that belief almost. And questioning people's beliefs is really strong. It can spark introspectiveness, gets the viewer to ask a question or intrigues the viewer. Great for self-improvement content, but this question hook is also sometimes good to challenge people because people don't like their beliefs to be challenged, if that makes sense. But I do like question hooks. Number 5, identity hook. This is for the guys who are tired of being invisible, tired of being broke, tired of living a life no one respects, right? So this isn't going to be insanely great for short form. In my personal opinion, it's going to be really good for long form, an identity hook. Again, short form, it's just like, it's going to be, again, if you understand Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the best hooks are going to be at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Let me go over that. So the best hooks, and I'll probably make a whole separate module on this, are going to come from the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Once you start talking about like self-actualization, esteem, and sometimes even love and belonging, not really that, but especially these like kind of top two, it speaks to such a high level that a majority of people online just aren't thinking at that level, right? And so the best hooks come from psychology needs, right? Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. Like, if you talk about that dumb shit, food. Let's see what else. Clothing, routines, right? Sleep, reproduction, getting handsome, getting jacked. Like, that's low on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and that's going to speak to a wide variety of people, right? You got to think about it this way. A lot of people sit down here, not a lot of people sit up here. You as a coach, you sit up here. But a lot of your audience is going to sit down here. So your best hooks come from the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Safety needs, personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. I made this one hook once. It was I was talking about depression and anxiety. Depression and anxiety isn't a real thing. And I talked about like an intruder and stuff like that, and how the reason you have depression and anxiety is because of your physique, right? The contrarian belief, let me break this down. Okay, this is actually really good. The contrarian belief I had in this hook was simply, how did I break it down exactly? The reason you have depression and anxiety is because you're out of shape, right? And the contrarian was, people think they need to, overcome their depression and anxiety to get in shape, if that makes sense, right? So my belief is the reason you have depression and anxiety is because you're out of shape. A lot of people's belief is they're out of shape because they have depression and anxiety. They're not motivated, don't feel like going to the gym, they can't be consistent, they're depressed in life, and etc., right? That was my contrarian belief. And then the subhook to that was like, what if an intruder came into your house? And because you're 120 pounds soaking wet, you can't stop the intruder from, killing your family, right? And so that covered actually a lot of these lower things on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So just understand that part. Shock and awe hook. I was 280 pounds, broke and suicidal. Now I coach hundreds of men to become unstoppable. Right? It's going to shock people. It's going to awe them. It's like a transformation hook almost, right? Uses extreme contrast to draw interest, right? He was this, now he's this. I'm interested in this person. And best when the transformation is drastic as well, dramatic, right? If you've had a big transformation, shock and awe hooks, very powerful. 7, outcome hooks. How I lost 60 pounds, built unbreakable confidence, and rebuilt my life in 12 months. Now, that's quite long, But a quick one could be, here's how I lost 60 pounds without tracking my macros. Right? The outcome is, how are you going to lose weight without tracking your macros, right? Promises a specific transformation. Learning how to lose weight without tracking your macros. Use when you want to sell the dream and attract aspirational viewers, right? If your coaching program teaches people how to get in shape without tracking their macros, that's the dream you're selling, right? And so the hook is playing into that. So here's some hook formulas that always work. So we got problem, then you agitate, context tease, and then the body. So here's a breakdown of that. You've tried every diet, done hours of cardio, problem. Yet you're still holding on to that last bit of fat, agitate. Here's what you're missing, context tease. And then the body of the video is actually, giving them a solution, if that makes sense, right? So stating the problem, agitating that pain point, giving a little context to what the body of the video is going to be, right? So, again, that goes back to my one hook, you're depressed and anxious because you're out of shape. Boom, problem. And I agitate it by saying, pretty much you wouldn't be depressed and anxious if you were in shape. Stop making that excuse. And then the context of it was pretty much, if you're like 120 pounds soaking wet and you can't stop an intruder, here's the mindset you need. And I talk about mindset in that video. And that's the body of it. Pattern interrupts, plus a personal claim. Most advice from these fitness influencers is complete BS. Here's what actually works for someone who has tried it all, right? So pattern interrupt. A lot of people are scrolling through. They're seeing all these fitness influencers. Maybe they're giving out advice. Boom. Most advice you hear from these fitness influencers is complete bullshit. Pattern interrupt. Oh, shit. Here's what actually works for someone who's tried it all. Personal claim. Now you're going to share your personal story. They're interested. Transformation tease. Before you decide to hop on steroids to achieve your dream physique, try this, right? So somebody's scrolling through who's seeing all these fitness influencers and all these people in shape. They may be thinking, oh, I got to hop on steroids to look like this. Then you come along. Before you decide to hop on them to achieve your dream physique, try this. Boom. You're teasing the transformation, right? And in that video, you're actually providing the solution to how to get their dream physique without steroids. Nobody talks about this formula. Nobody talks about the real reason 99% of men can't get rid of that last little bit of belly fat. And they're like, yeah, nobody talks about that. How do I solve it? It's a big problem a lot of people have. And so if you see a big problem a lot of people have, then say, nobody talks about this big problem. It's going to hook people in, make them interested. Relatable and curiosity loop combo. Do you ever feel like you're made for more, but you just don't know where to start? First off, relatable. Do you ever feel like you're made for more? Relating to them, right? And especially if you use the right emotion with it. Do you ever feel like you're made for more? It's like you got that anger inside of you because you've been there, but you just don't know where to start. Curiosity. Yeah, I don't know where to start, right? And then you present the solution. So here's how to craft a hook step-by-step system. Number one, just identify the core pain or desire, right? What's the biggest pain your audience wants to escape? And what's the ultimate transformation they dream of? That's most important, is to understand pain points and desired outcomes of your ideal client or of your audience, right? The people you're trying to gain in your audience or the people currently in your audience. Understand that. That's the first step. Number two, choose your emotional trigger. How are you going to trigger them? Because a good hook does interrupt them. It does evoke emotion. It does trigger them. So are you going to get them to become curious? Are you going to instill fear, right? Are you going to be prideful and they're going to get kind of angry at you and they'll be like, fuck this guy. What's this guy talking about? Are you going to kind of attack their identity with maybe contrarian beliefs, right? All these different little things to somehow emotionally trigger them so that they feel something and get invested inside your video. And I always say this, you can't shift people by talking to them. You can only shift them by shifting them emotionally. So you can only shift people's thoughts by shifting them emotionally. And if you want them to listen to you, right, then you have to shift them emotionally. Step three, use a proven framework or format. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Start with a proven viral framework / format. What does that mean? When you've kind of got step 1 and 2 down, I would go do some market research on finding similar videos. Maybe you have them in your save. Maybe you scroll for a little and try to find a proven framework or format. So like a similar video somebody has made, and kind of take what you've already built out, take what they've already done that's became successful, and kind of just like 50-50 them, put them together. And then step 4, make it punchy and specific. So aim for the hook to be a short sentence. Use powerful words with conviction, right? So not no long pauses or shit like that, right? Straight to the point, powerful, convicted. Avoid fluff. The video is for the viewer. Remember that. You want to avoid any fluff in any videos. Any pauses, any any I'm trying to think about it, right? The video is for the viewer. What does that mean? The video, every single second of it should be filling up the viewer's bucket. It should be constantly providing value, and the video should be making the viewer feel like they're moving forward by watching your video. If the viewer doesn't feel like they're making progress by watching your video, they're not going to continue to watch it. So here's some pro tips. Test multiple hooks out in your head first to see which one is best, right? So once you get some hooks in mind, test them out in your head, ask yourself, okay, how does this one sound? How does that one sound? Kind of pick out the best one. Make sure it actually hooked you in first. The speaker hook out loud. If it doesn't punch and hit with conviction, rewrite it. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll record the hook first and I'll play it back a couple times. Maybe I'll redo it a couple times just till I get it right. I'll redo my hooks sometimes 5 to 10 times. I've literally redone entire YouTube videos just because my hook wasn't good. The hook is most important. Use visual pattern interrupts alongside the hook in the video. So there's like generally 3 different hooks. There's an audio hook, there's a visual hook, and then there's a caption hook. Audio hook is what you're saying. The visual hook is what you're doing. Caption hook is what's on the screen. Okay. So when you're speaking your visual hook, maybe have your hand gestures, maybe have camera movement, maybe have certain expressions. The most powerful hook, or one of the best performing talking head videos I had. And again, getting talking head videos to blow up is so hard. It was the one, and the way I found myself and the way I turned myself around, it was just like that. Right. And I was going just like this. And I wasn't looking at the camera. I was like almost looking down like I was thinking. And the way I found myself and the way I turned myself around, I don't know, I was just doing this with my hands and it hooked people in. But they also saw my abs as well. But the expressions on my face showed that I was serious. And what that hook did is, let's see here. Pretty much a curiosity hook. The way I found myself, the way I turned myself around. They got curious, right? Also, it can be a problem aware hook. Oh, I got that same problem. I'm curious about what he's about to talk about. Also, outcome. So it covered outcome, curiosity, and problem. Study top performing content / top performing talking head creators as well. So market research, extremely important, right? It's really important to do market research to see what's working well for other people to refine your hooks. But this is a great document to understand, to create better hooks. Again, a great hook is going to interrupt patterns, evoke emotions, speak directly to your ideal client. Make a promise, pose a question, or tease something irresistible. So again, the way I found myself, the way I turned myself around, that's making a promise, and that's teasing something irresistible, right? They need to know now because they want to turn themselves around. That's my ideal client. It evokes emotion because of the way I said it, and it interrupted the pattern because of the emotion I evoked, and also what I said, and also the visual. And most importantly, it wasn't overthought. It was just authentic. It was me just screaming to my camera in my car, and I chopped it up for my YouTube. So yeah, that's a little bit about hooks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mastering Hooks. We're going to go over mistakes to not make in hooks. We're going to go over some hook formats, and then we're going to go over the 3 layering process to create really good hooks. So the hook is extremely important. It's like 80% of the video. I say this to a lot of people. People have great ideas, but they don't have the best execution, and that's why they can't get their ideas out there in the world and get people to listen to them and buy into them. That's the biggest thing. So we got to be able to hook people in if we actually want to make it in this world, right? And this is real life, but also social media. So mastering viral hooks. In the world of ultra fast world, short form content, your hook is the first 2 seconds. And that's the make or break of the video, like those first 2-3 seconds. Most creators fail, not because their idea is bad, like I said, but because they fall into one of the 4 avoidable mistakes, right? Their execution isn't the best. If you fix these, you'll unlock exponential retention and reach inside of your videos, okay? So let's go over the mistakes to not make with your hooks. First off, number 1 is just delay, waiting too long to deliver your value. So what you can really quickly do is take a look at your current content and look at how long it actually takes you to deliver the value, whether that's a YouTube video or a short form reel or even like a story post, right? How many seconds into the video do you actually get to the meat of the video? All right. The hook should hook somebody in really quick and then get to the meat. Imagine like you were fishing, and this is why we call it hooks. When you fish, you cast out, you wait for like a fish to bite, and then you instantly yank it in and you start reeling in, right? It wouldn't make sense to cast it out, have it bob up a couple times, and then 5 seconds later, yank in the fish. The fish is going to get off the hook, right? So you got to yank it in as fast as possible. So hook them in and get into the video. Number 2 is confusion, right? Don't overload the beginning of your video with a whole bunch of jargon that people don't understand, vague promises, or unclear steps. Make it very clear. The simple fix to this is just keep clarity above sophistication. Okay. The most sophisticated people in the world make things simple, right? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, to be quite honest with you. So you want to kind of dumb things down to like a sixth grader level, if you want to think about it that way, right? Definitely do not try to hook people in, seeming like extra smart or something like that. Number 3, irrelevance. Don't talk about anything irrelevant, right? Making it about you, not about them, right? So frame your hook around the viewer's problem or outcome. That's the biggest thing, okay? Look at it this way. If you're quite irrelevant online at the moment, like if you don't got thousands of followers, that's fine. Yeah, we can gain relevance. But just understand right now you're kind of irrelevant. So you have to make videos for other people before people finally just listen to you, is the best way to put it, before you really build that credibility. So the way to do this is, if you're going to share something about make sure you really quickly help people understand the story you're about to tell and how it actually is going to provide value to them, if that makes sense. Okay. Number 4, disinterest. No curiosity, tension, or reasons to continue watching, right? So if you watch the hooks of your video, ask yourself, does it even interest you, right? If it doesn't interest you, then it's disinteresting, and don't make that mistake. Simple fix to that is open a curiosity gap, right? Okay. Contrast, tease, or conflict that should drive the first few seconds of the video. So that's the best way to just create interest is to create a curiosity loop inside of the person's mind. They're like, oh, what's going to happen next, right? Or, oh, what do these comments say, right? Or, oh, am I going to like this person or not like this person, if that makes sense, right? I know sometimes I'll be scrolling, I'll see a video, I'll instantly go to the comments because I'm like, oh, something's definitely going on in these comments right here, right? And that was all because of the hook. The hook created interest. So take a look at your videos once again. Take a look at what you can refine in terms of delay, confusion, irrelevance, and disinterest as well. Definitely don't make those big 4 mistakes. A hook should quickly answer, what are we getting to and why does it matter to me? If it doesn't, edit before posting. All right. So when you're actually recording your videos, make sure you go back and watch them and say to yourself, can I clearly understand, as a viewer who's never seen my content before, what we are getting to and why does it matter to me? Because you may understand you made the video, but then you quickly have to kind of forget the video you just made and what you just talked about and look at it second by second and ask yourself, do I clearly communicate what we're getting to and why does it matter to other people to listen? Okay. Now here's the 3-layer hook formula. Okay. So the 3 layers are the visual hook, the text hook, and the verbal hook. All right. Every good video is going to have these 3 separate hooks. So the visual hook is pretty much what they see on screen. All right. And what we can do here is use movement, use your hands, possibly use like high contrast in the background, something like that, like colors sometimes work out well, or props to stop the scroll. So I love some hooks that are like having the notebook and the pen right here. Like this is a hook. If I was to come in the video, so I think I just realized like that's a hook right there, right? Like you were writing down, you have a pen, and they're seeing you like doing something. Another visual hook is simply just the hand gestures. Some people even do the hooks of playing with the chains, do the hook of moving around the camera and stuff like that. Any visual hook, something to just intrigue people, is going to help the video perform better. Text hook. So this is what's on screen. This is actually that text, that caption at the very top. So on-screen overlay should summarize the value of the video or tease the result in a few short words, preferably around 5 words is I believe studied to be the best amount of words for a text hook. Okay, right around 5 words. Of course, if it goes over, it's fine. It's not like it's detrimental, but if you can write a hook in around 5 words, that'd be perfect. But again, the text hook is just a summary of the video, right? What are you getting to in the actual video? Okay, it's the context around the video. And the verbal hook, what you're actually speaking, right? This line should reinforce the value with clarity and authority. But more importantly, it should be separate from the text hook, So if you're going to say the text hook is like 3 exercises to get 6-pack abs, right? You don't want to start off the video with 3 exercises to get 6-pack abs because it's the same thing on screen and it doesn't create a curiosity gap, right? So you can say 3 exercises to get 6-pack abs, right? Then you come to the camera. What you're actually saying is stop listening to all these influencers online with 6-pack abs about how to get abs. They know nothing. Here's how to actually get abs as somebody who isn't genetically gifted or something like that, right? You see how it's a little bit different from what's actually on screen and it creates a curiosity gap. So yeah, you kind of want to create contrast between the text hook and the actual verbal hook. All 3 of these should serve the same simple message and hit within 2 seconds of that, the very beginning of the video. Okay. So here's some proven archetypes that you can use for hooks. There's a lot more, but here's just some examples. So type number 1 is the fortune teller. The structure of this is simply just teasing future change or results, right? So example of this morning journaling method is going to change your life, right? This thing is going to change your life, fortune telling. The experimenter hook. So this is sharing test results. Example, I tried intermittent fasting for 7 days and here is what happened. I experimented doing X, Y, and Z and here's what happened. Type number 3, the teacher. So show a new method or insight. For example, 3 ways to grow your legs even if you have bad genetics. So you're about to teach people something or share an insight of something you've learned, right? So that could also be storytelling. Investigator hook, reveal a hidden truth. Any man could double his testosterone in 7 days, but few actually know how to do it, right? So you're kind of investigating this hidden truth that most people don't know about. Contrarian, I love this one. So the structure of this is present opposing opinions. This could be, for example, you don't need to track your macros to get in shape. You just need X, right? So most people think they need to track their macros to get in shape, which you kind of do. But then you're going to come in with a contrarian belief saying that, hey, you don't need to track your macros to get in shape. All these influencers are lying to you, for example, right? So it's kind of counter-positioning and just having a completely different belief from what everyone else believes. So here's how to build your hook step by step. Number 1, just define your audience's problem or their curiosity. All right. It's the biggest thing is what's the problem I can solve for my audience, or what would make them curious enough to listen to what I have to say. All right. This takes a lot of testing, but always just think about that. Choose one of the 6 archetypes that match your topics. So try to kind of define what type of hook this is going to be. Is it contrarian? Is it a teacher? There's many, many, many different hooks, but just try to categorize the actual hook so you can refine it to the best of your ability. All right. And see if it actually makes sense. Write hook copy in 3 layers. So make sure you understand, okay, what's the visual hook of this video? What's the text hook and what's the verbal hook? Okay. That's the biggest thing. Right. So always want to think about that before the video, before you start it. Cause you can have a great idea, but once again, if you don't kind of think out what's the visual, what's the text and what's the verbal, the video can completely flop. Right. It could also do well, but for the best chance of winning, make sure you do your best to define what the visual, the text and the verbal hook is going to be in the video. What I'll typically think is I'll think about the verbal hook first, think about what I'm going to say. No, let me break it down. Actually, I have the idea first, and the idea gives me the text hook because I understand what I'm going to talk about. Then I think about my verbal, all right? So I think about how do I create a curiosity gap through my verbal hook? And then simply right before I record, I think about the visual. Okay, what's something visually that is going to actually hook people in? Do I have a pen, piece of paper? Am I moving my camera around? Am I in my car? Am I flexing my bicep, right? Test variations, try at least 2 variations, different visuals, pacing, or wording, right? If you have a good idea, try it multiple times with different layers of hooks. And monitor retention, use analytics to see audience drop off and iterate from there, like become better with it from there. So you can actually take a look at analytics. If it's a longer video, you can actually see where the drop off curve was. Maybe ask yourself, why did it happen there? You know, you had a bunch of people watching at 3 seconds, but as soon as it hit 7 seconds, boom, drop off happened. What happened, right? So here's your hook checklist. Hook to identify value within the first 2 seconds. Okay, make sure you have a good hook and that identifies the value somebody's going to get in the first 2 seconds of that video. Because when people see a video, they're instantly going to ask themselves, is this worth my time? Okay, make it worth their time. Clarity in tone and language, just no jargon. Be very clear inside of it. Okay, you don't want to sound like you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about or what you're about to say, like, or a lot of delay, right? Just be very clear, concise, and straight to the point. Audience first framing. So making sure that in the first 2 seconds, the audience, the people watching it, can think to themselves, okay, this video is going to provide me value, right? Use contrast or tension to open a curiosity loop. So contrast, contrarian belief, tension, contrarian belief works as well. Contrast with the text hook and the actual verbal hook. Tension, you can create multiple different ways. This is a really hot take. You know, I don't know how people are going to like this, right? Those are different verbal hooks you can use. Align visual, text, and verbal hook elements. Make sure they're all aligned. Make sure they all make sense. And select and test from 6 hook archetypes. So again, just try to categorize what hook you're actually using here. And then refine based on metrics and retention data. So actually take a look once you upload a bunch of videos, take a look at what did well and ask yourself why. And also do market research on other people making talking head videos And I mean, these three hooks right here, these three layers also apply to just edits as well. But just take a look at what's working well, right? What's the layering of all these videos that are going viral online? If you can understand the visual layer, the text hook layer, and the verbal hook layer, with a better understanding of what's working well online, you have a better understanding of what to make work well for you. Okay. So the biggest thing is just nailing down this three hook layer. That's the biggest thing. And of course, not making these mistakes. But if you can build a really strong skill set with these three things, you'll crush it. Okay, that's mastering hooks. All right, let's talk about the 3 stages of social media. So there's a lot of stages of social media, but this is going to be all about like, should you focus on quality or should you focus on quantity? And kind of when to focus on one or the other or both. So I like to think there's 3 stages of social media. And remember, this is all from what I have done and learned and seen from other people. This is not exact advice, but I am here to help you play the game of social media like a chessboard. So what that means is like understand how each move can impact like the cause and effect of everything. So you understand how to play is the best way to put it, you know? I don't want to just be like a black and white strategy. I want to equip you with the mindset you need to optimize for what you got to optimize for. So I believe stage 1 for everybody is going to be the quantity phase. So that's like your first 0 to 100 post, or even sometimes just like your first 100 posts with the right strategy. So you may be somebody who's maybe posted 56 times. You may be like, oh, I only have 44 more posts to go. Yeah, 44 more posts to go. And then I can move to stage 2. Yeah, you could, but I like to believe like once you go through everything in this course, you start following things correctly, start taking my guidance. Let's do at least 100 posts in the quantity phase. And that's pretty much where you're just trying to get out as much volume as possible, as fast as possible, so you have all that data to go look back on. You know, so let's say you're posting 2 times a day, or even 3. Let's say you're posting 2 to 3 times a day, all right? You'll reach 100 posts in, 33 to 50 days-ish. So that's about a month and a half, you'll reach 100 posts. So what you'll do there is you'll go back and you'll look at everything, those 100 posts, and you'll pretty much just look at, let's say, like the top 10% of content there. So if you post 100, you'll look at the top 10 videos. And all we'll simply do is we'll take a look at the topics and the formats and just all the little subtleties for those pieces of content. And we'll be able to literally just like chat GPT it and like understand like all the little things about it that made it did well. And that's when you can move on to the quality phase, right? That's where you're really going in on all of those and getting even better with it, right? Because if you can get those, if you got like 10 pieces of content hit 100,000, then if we just like spend more time, put more effort into those topics and those formats or whatever we find there, then why can't we get 1 million? It's the biggest thing. Look at what Ashton Hall did, right? Quantity of a whole bunch of these videos. Then it was the quality phase where he like really like he was uploading like every single day. Respect for that. But he did these little subtle things that actually took probably a good amount of thought to put into, like the little time thing when he jumped into the pool. Like that probably took a good amount of thought. He wasn't rushing that piece of content. He was sitting there thinking to himself, like, how can I make this the best one yet, right? So that'd be the quality phase. But yeah, the quantity phase is just 0 to 100 posts. Let's get it 100 down. Then we go back, we look at it all, and that's when we move into stage 2, and that's the quality phase. And what I'm looking for in the quantity phase is going to be like, okay, we have a strategy nailed down. Like it doesn't have to be perfect, but we have a strategy nailed down that's consistently growing our account. I'm not saying we have to be growing like 100,000 followers a year, but as long as the trend is upwards, as long as your views are upwards, and as long as business sales are upwards, like we have a good strategy, right? We have a good fan base as well. It's like we kind of see consistent supporters. There's consistent people in our stories, consistent likers, consistent people in our DMs. That's how we know, okay, we've built a good fan base inside of the quality phase. And then also like feel like you know what goes viral is a big check mark for me as well inside of the quality phase. So what you're looking for that quality phase is like, okay, now that we understand, like these are the top 10 videos we're going to double down on, try to go more in. Now we're like really trying to understand about those things. Like, okay, what exactly is going viral about them, right? What is it? Is it my tone? Is it the way I talk? Is it the character? Is it The topic, is it the format? Is it this contrarian belief? Like, what is it? That's what we're looking to discover in the quality phase. And in stage 3, that's the hard one to reach. I even struggle to reach that right now, but that's the quantity and quality phase. So that's where you like really take this understanding of what works really well and you do a lot more of it, right? So we're increasing output, maybe instead of once a day or 3 times a week, we go to twice a day or 6 times a week, right? Because this can be YouTube or it can be Instagram. We maybe hire editors to edit more content to make it come out faster. Other channels as well. So you can, clip up a whole bunch of clips, put on other channels. We see people like Hussein Fit does this. He has his main channel, but then he has like his business channel, like not Hussein Fit. So that's other channels. And then even like paid ads as well is what I would consider inside of quantity and quality, where you're trying to get a whole bunch more viewers, a whole bunch more people in. Because think about it this way, it's like, first off, don't put paid ads behind a broken content funnel, right? Stage 3 and stage 2 is kind of like, okay, we're making some decent 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 with our social media now. A part of actually quantity could be just bringing more people in on that quality content as well through like paid ads, follower ads, and stuff like that. So those are the 3 stages of social media, depending on where you're at. A lot of you are probably at stage 1, most of you, where you got to focus on that quantity, more. So you have a whole pool of data to pull from. You take that data, you refine it, take a look at what works well, you double down on that quality. Then once you really nail down those 3 things right there, okay, this is the strategy that works. I built a good fan base, and I really feel like I know what's going viral for me. Then you move on the quantity and quality, which can literally be doing more content, doing paid ads, hiring editors, or even going to other channels.
All right, what's going on, guys? So I'm going to break down how we are using the PR Accelerator's systems to use social media to generate clients, right? It's one thing to understand and post and get views and so on, but we need to understand exactly how we're going to be marketing and our content to generate, I should say move people to take an action and actually buy into, what we're going to be selling, which is our fitness coaching. So real quick, let's break down the viewer journey goal right here. Typically what's going on, people are coming in through Instagram. Instagram is going to be, the best and easiest platform to gain a large viewer base, a large following off, easily and quickly as well. So typically initial contact is going to come through IG Reels. They're going to see you on Reels, and they may see you a couple times before they finally follow you. But the whole goal is to be seen on Instagram, get a follow, and then have them start watching your stories. I do want to add, okay, if they come from TikTok, that's good. If they come from YouTube, that's good as well. But what we want to do is get people to follow your Instagram and then start watching your IG stories, because now they're in the middle of your funnel, right? They're watching the IG stories. And once you start getting these people to watch your IG stories over and over and over again, like typically what you're going to do is you're going to look through the story list, and it's going to be like generally the same people. Some people will there'd be some random people at times. There'll be some people who come in and exit out and so on. But we want to start building almost like these cult-like fans, these people who are always watching your stories every single day, because that's exactly what is required to get somebody to buy. Once they start watching us, we can get them to take certain actions and do certain things to either become our ideal client or just finally, reach out. So we want to get them through the stories. And then once they're at the stories, we also want to be pushing them over to YouTube. Once they have been watching your stories, we're throwing links in your stories to YouTube videos. We'll have your video sales letter up, and we'll throw that in your bio over there. But always linking things in your Instagram stories to drive them to that next step, which is YouTube. But then also always mentioning it. Sometimes we always need to give people a motive to take an action. So it's just like, if you just link the YouTube video, that isn't good enough. We have to also tell them why they should go watch the YouTube video, why they should take an action. But once we get them to YouTube, that's amazing, especially if we want to get them to subscribe and start watching our long form, because Google did a study. It takes around 7 hours of somebody to, watch your content to make a buying decision. They also got to watch it in multiple different, places and touch points and so on. But most important number is that 7 hours of consumed content. The faster we can get the consumption rate up on the people that are watching you, the quicker they will buy or be interested in buying. So we want to get consumption rate up as fast as possible. So I want to understand here, initial contact from, Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, but bringing them to follow your Instagram, watching your stories, day in and day out, posting a lot on there, but then also making sure we drive them over to our YouTube channel. We're getting YouTube videos out there at least once a week, and then they're getting their consumption rate up, especially over there. Let's go to the next step, which is the offer-based content funnel. So we're going to be running a content funnel that is offer-based pretty much. Like, we understand the offer, right? And then through that, we understand what content to post to attract and nurture the right people. Well, to attract the right people and then nurture them on the offer is the best way to put it. And we're especially going this way because I'm going to help you guys not make the mistake I did, gaining 300,000 followers in total on all platforms and still not making much money. 135,000 followers on Instagram. Believe it or not, paid me $0 until I started a coaching business. Then it paid me 800. Then it paid me 1,500. Then it paid me 2,000, which is still fucking embarrassing. Why? Because I wasn't running an offer-based content funnel. I was running a viewer-based content funnel pretty much. Let me get as many views as possible, and I had all these random people in my audience who really didn't like me for me and wanted to buy, what I was selling. So, you don't need to get all these followers and all these views to make a lot of money online, 100%. So the offer-based content funnel is how we do it. Offer-based content funnel is how you strategically turn followers into paying clients by designing content that moves them step by step from discovering you to trusting you to buying you, right? People are going to discover you, and we want to get the right people to discover you, right? Now they're going to start to trust you over time because they followed and they're watching your content and it's a repeatable message, right? And then eventually they're going to buy from you because, first off, they came into your audience because they're actually in that niche of, people who would potentially buy your offer. And then with our middle of the content funnel, or with our middle of the funnel content, we're starting to get them to trust and like us. And then bottom of funnel content, we're getting to buy us. And I want to do some reverse psychology here so you understand this. We want to hone in on your offer first. We kind of want to get a rough sketch of your offer. It'd be best to really dial in and really understand it. It depends really where you're at and how clear we can get on that. But, get an offer down. Because with that, then we know who your ideal client is going to be. What I mean by that is we know who is going to benefit from your product or service. We know who is potentially going to buy it, right? We can understand all these different little things about the person who is going to buy into this offer. Hopefully if you got some clients already in there, it helps you out a lot. If you don't, then it's kind of just guessing and seeing over time. It still helps out to understand, okay, this is my offer. This is who it's for. Now I understand generally what my ideal client is. And when I generally understand my ideal client, then I can actually tailor my messaging towards them, right? Instead of just throwing content out there into the ether and hoping that something sticks and it reaches the right people, we understand who the right people are by knowing your offer. And then we tailor the messaging specifically to those people. So we attract them, nurture them, getting them to like and trust us, and then potentially buying from us, right? Hopping on a call and getting sold. So I want you to kind of think backwards like that. One more thing. A lot of people have this mindset that it's content first, then business. I want you to change your mindset like this. You're first, right? Your personal development's first in the coaching business. If you don't put you first, guess what? Then you don't have any value to provide. As a coach, your life experience, you actually achieving your own goals is number one priority, all right? The more you grow in life, the farther you go in life, the better of a coach you are. So you're number one, right? Number two is the business. Number two is always the business. The better the business is, the better you understand it, the better you understand who it's for, who it helps out, what's the big transformation it provides, and the more value you can inject into the business because you have been focusing on you, right? The better the business is. And then through that, then we look at the content next. We create content for the business. We don't create the business for the content. We create content for the business. So that's why I say get the offer first, because then you can create content for the business. So tailoring the messaging, top of funnel. Then we'll be making content for your ideal client to get them to like and trust you through middle funnel content. And then we'll educate them on the offer to potentially get them to buy. Hop on a call with you, I should say, and buy is bottom of funnel content. So when you understand that, here's the content funnel explained though. I'm going to go over really quick what a top of funnel is, middle funnel, bottom of funnel, and post action content is really quick before we really break it down. So top of funnel content is created to attract and capture the audience of a cold audience. These are people who have never seen you before, right? This is the people who don't know you, your brand, or your offer yet. They have no clue who you are. They're like, okay, who's this guy? Okay, he's got a cool video. This is the first step in your marketing funnel, and it's designed to generate awareness, interest, and curiosity in who you are. What we want to be doing with this content is they click on it, they watch it. Oh, I kind of like this guy. They check out your profile. This is interesting. I kind of like what he talks about. I like this guy. Let me drop him a follow. Boom, they drop a follow. Guess what? Your content starts popping up more and more in there. They start seeing your stories. Now we got them in our hands, which is where we want them. So that's top of funnel content, right? Middle funnel content is designed for the people who have already seen you, right? These are the people who have either followed you, liked, or commented, okay? Preferably, like, they're already in your following list. I do say like or commented as well because what I've noticed from people in the past is they'll be like, yeah, dude, your content just kept popping up, weeks after weeks and months after months. And finally I decided to just like drop a follow. And then I saw your stories. And then boom, I was sold. I was on the call, And what happened there is I had this top of funnel content going out to everybody. It captured a large audience. But because those people liked my content, the algorithms are going to be more inclined to kind of show more of my content to the person. So middle funnel content, which is, not super specific, but also not super broad, now starts getting pushed out to them. And then they get to know a little bit more about me. It's got a little bit more depth. They're like, all right, I like this guy. Then they get to follow. But at this stage, your job is to build trust, improve your value, and nurture the relationship by showing you understand the problems and have the solution. That's what this whole step is about. This is specifically, or I should say most efficiently, going to be done through Instagram stories, middle funnel content, right? At this stage, your job is to build trust, showing up every day in your stories. Prove your value and nurture the relationship by showing you understand the problems and have the solution. We do that through the whole story flow, seamless call to actions, and so on. Bottom of funnel content, let's go over that. This is designed to convert warm leads into paying clients. So people who are really warm, they're very nurtured, right? They understand. I'll go over who you are, what do you do, why do you do it, and how do you do it. They like and trust you. This is the people who already know who you are, what do you do, why do you do it, and how do you do it. They just need that final nudge to take action. They need a why, right? Think of this content as your closer content. It's direct, confident, and it clearly communicates the offer, the outcome, and the next steps to take action on it, okay? That's what bottom of funnel content is. That's going to be used in your stories. It can be used in your DMs. It can be used in YouTube and stuff like that. That's where those are going to be best placed. And a post-action content, we'll go over this really quick. Post-action content is designed for people after they booked a call with you. This is like specific pieces of content we send to people just to make sure they show up to the call completely nurtured and ready to buy with none or as little objections as possible. This will come way later in the pipeline once we get things running efficiently, but let's go over the content funnel breakdown. I want to break it down once again. Top of funnel content is to build awareness and attention. And we're going to do that through Reels and YouTube mainly, okay? Middle of funnel content is for trust and education, right? These people are following you. Now they're going to be, now these people are actually going to like watch that video that isn't as entertaining and, viral as the other ones. And that's where you can actually, spend the time and talk more specifically with people to trust and educate them. And that's best done through stories. Then I would say YouTube, and then Reels kind of last. I'm putting all these over here in like, I would say most efficient to most effective to least effective. Then bottom of funnel content, sales and conversion. Bottom of funnel content is what's going to be getting them to actually reach out, book a call, hop on a call, and then buy. That's best done through stories. The DMs is I would actually consider bottom of funnel content as well. And then the video sales letter we'll be putting in as well. And then I added this down here, post-conversion content. So this is people who have joined your coaching. We'll talk about this. This is like word of mouth, loyalty, kind of showing what's going on. I call it the coaching flywheel. That'd be done good through stories and reposts. But let's break this down really quick. So top of funnel content, the goal here is to grab attention and attract the right audience and get a follow, a like, a save, or just even see your face, right? It's the content that kind of speaks to a wider variety of people and isn't super specific yet, but can reach a lot of people, right? Because your audience is you're trying to get cold traffic. You're trying to get a lot of views up so people start looking at your profile and then some of them follow your profile. So generally this content style is entertaining, relatable, viral, inspirational, identity-driven type stuff. What does that mean? You're entertaining people. It might be something funny, a little joke that blows up. People get interested. They check out the rest of your profile to follow. Relatable stuff always does well. People love to share it. Viral, what does that mean? You look at what's been going viral and you kind of play into it. Wouldn't do that too often, but here and there, you might want to do that a couple times a month just to get a large amount of views, bring them in. Inspiration, identity driven, not as important, but yeah. So really what works, bold opinions that interrupt their beliefs, right? It's a little bit harder to get these talking heads to really rip, But sometimes when you have this bold opinion that really just interrupts how most people are operating, they're like, oh, this is an opposing viewpoint. Let me watch this, right? Relatable pain points, that always does well. This is why I think connection content is extremely strong, because by you telling your own story, other people are going to be able to relate to it. And just people love that. Storytelling's always been the best way to just communicate with other human beings. So storytelling, relatable pain points in that. Entertaining short form videos, that's the 5 to 7 second videos, the edits. Maybe it's just the text over screen with the sound or something like that. Identity-based content, if you're the type of guy who this is speaking directly to people, it's really easy to capture their attention. And then, like I said, powerful storytelling, so hook, pain, transformation. But the key ingredients to this is to hooks that speak directly to your ideal client, right? So even though you're trying to generate a wide variety of people awareness and attention, you still want the video, like the idea of the video, to be targeting your specific niche of people, which is fitness, self-improvement, men, right? But generally just make sure it's targeting that ideal client, okay? Emotions that match your audience, great as well. And then no selling, just attracting. We're not doing any selling inside of this content. We're just trying to attract people into our funnel. So top of funnel content, that's what that is. Generate a large audience, build awareness, build attention around who you are. And then we bring it to middle of funnel content, trust and education. Now this I want to really hone in on. This is important. This is really important right here. So go build authority, prove you know your stuff, warm them up to build belief in your offer, okay? We're going to be doing that for your warm audience. These are the people who already follow you. And this type of content style is educational, it's valuable, it's proof-based, it's vulnerable, and it's authentic. Now these people are already following you, right? They're going to be more inclined to actually sit down and watch your stuff for an extended period of time and stuff like that, right? So that's why we can do education inside of this. It's really hard to get educational videos to really hit the algorithms. So we got to get some followers in there so they actually spend that time to watch those educational videos. Valuable videos. Once again, as you realize on social media, not a lot of people really care about value. They just want to doom scroll all day. But if you can get, some right people out there who may be doing a little bit of doom scrolling to follow you and start to like and trust you more, start to watch more of your content, get more invested into, you and your brand and your message and so on. Now you can actually make videos providing some real value that they'll listen to. And then just being vulnerable and authentic inside of this type of content. Again, all this is really done best through stories, Reels as well on YouTube. So what works? Client wins with context. So always showcasing client wins if you have clients at the moment. If you don't have client wins, showcasing your wins, but also with context. Like if you post a picture of you at the gym, right? Add some context to it. What's going on? Talk about a struggle. Educate your audience on, the mindset you have around staying motivated, staying disciplined, getting six-pack abs. Like, why do you get six-pack abs or something like that, right? We need to have context to our wins, our client wins or our wins personally, right? People don't understand the depth of just your wins if you just post them, if you don't also tell them about it. That's extremely important is what I've come to realize, When I had the whole, when I blew up just off my physique, nobody still cared about me. Why? Because they saw me winning, but there was no context around my winning. There was no context around, the heartbreak I went through that drove me. There's no context around that, dude, I was waking up at 5 a.m. every single day and I was struggling and it was hard and I was hungry and I was battling demons and so on and so on. So once I started to add context around why I looked this amazing and educate my audience on that, right? They, people started to reach out more because I actually focused on the middle funnel content. Your unique method or process, that's always good to break down. So this can be as simple as literally just showcasing your morning routine inside of your stories, or making a reel about it, or making a YouTube video about your morning routine, right? If you have a unique process or a method in your life that helps you achieve results, that helps you, get six-pack abs, that helps you raise your testosterone, that helps you get mentally clear, that helps you gain confidence inside of yourself, whatever it may be, if you have some unique method or process that helps you do that, you got to break it down to people. That's the education aspect of this, right? Breakdowns of why most people fail. That one's all right. Why I do this way, content that separates you from other coaches, this is always good as well. We'll go a little bit into, building a cult-like following later, but having an enemy is always important. So when you describe why you do something this way versus the other way, you're educating people in your audience on why you do it this way, right? You're also building trust with them because you're able to actually break down why you do it this way, why this way is smarter, whatever this way may be, why your unique method or process is smarter than the rest, right? And that's what's building really that trust, is the fact that you can actually educate your audience on why you do certain things, right? Education means nothing without a why. It means nothing without a why, right? So you got to educate people on the thing, but also why they got to do the thing. And that builds the trust because they see that you actually clearly understand it, right? Again, the problem I ran into for so long is people just came to me online. They see me online. I was in amazing shape. I had 100,000 followers. And realistically, people thought I just like fucking woke up to that. They thought like one day I just was born this tan, jacked, and handsome with 1,000 followers or 100,000 followers. I wasn't, so that's important for the middle of funnel content to start moving people, closer and closer to you. Key ingredients for this, proof, screenshots, testimonials, case studies. Teach the what, but not the how exactly yet. So the what is like, what are we talking about, but not exactly how. So you show your morning journaling process. You may break down a little bit of the how, but you're especially teaching what the morning journaling does for you. You're educating them on what it does for you, right? Bottom of funnel content is going to educate more on how, but middle funnel content is going to be teaching about the what. What does your morning journal do for you? What does your workout do for you? What does your early morning wake up time do for you? What does your test maxing diet do for you? What is whatever your system is, what does it do for you, right? Repeat your offer in subtle ways inside of my coaching weed. This is a great place to start kind of teasing people, not teasing people, but, tying in, and you'll learn about this in creating content that sells your coaching, but being able to tie in the fact that a lot of these things you were teaching on social media are inside of your coaching. So people need to clearly see inside of your content, what's getting you results, what's getting other people results is the things that are also tying into your coaching as well, right? If they look at your content and it doesn't seem to, like your message and your education, everything you're providing doesn't seem to also connect to your coaching, then your coaching is almost like an alien thing. But like I said earlier, content should be an extension of your coaching business, if that makes sense. Right? So extracting things from your coaching business and making content around it is the best way to put it. So again, that's done best through there, but let's go through bottom of funnel content. So this is going to be all about sales and conversion. Again, this is going to be done best through stories, DMs, and the video sales. So the goal of this is just to convert these followers into book calls and into clients, right? This is just for them to take action on booking the call with us. This audience can be the hot leads, the people who have been to the top of funnel and the middle of funnel, for a decent period of time, a couple of weeks, especially a couple months. So they've liked you. They understand, they know who, what, why, and how so far, pretty much, a majority of it. And they're kind of like ready to buy. They just need a reason now. So this kind of content style, we got to be really direct with them, persuasive, really, confident and convicted in what we're saying inside of this content as well, how we're speaking to them. And also objection killing. This is a great spot to kill objections is in this bottom of funnel content. So let's go over it. What works here is just clear CTAs inside of your stories, like DM me keyword if if you're this type of person, right? That right there is going to convert people who are warm, ready to buy into people who actually take action and reach out to you, okay? Offer breakdowns. This is great. We need this, right? When I say who, what, why, and how, let's go over how. People need to understand how you help them get results for them to, reach out and take action. If they don't have a general clear understanding of how you help them get results, they're not going to reach out because it's still foggy, right? The reason people would buy into a coaching service or really any service is because it causes cognitive ease almost. With fitness, they're like, there's so much shit out there. Let me just buy into this fitness coach who has broken down how they get results so clearly and so simply that I'm just going to buy into this just so I stick to it and I no longer have to think about all this other shit, like cognitive ease. And that's done best through breaking down your offer and actually how it works. We can talk about who this is for and who it's not for, so help people self-qualify, right? Sometimes people in your audience will be like, I don't really know if this is for me. I don't know if this is coach for me, blah, blah, blah. But if you get really specific with who this is for, who this is not for, it'll help them self-qualify and almost be like, okay, this is actually exactly for me, right? That will get them to reach out. Urgency and scarcity, this would be, it can be kind of used in the stories. I think the best place to use this is, I would say, pre-call assets, but especially on sales calls, honestly. Objection handling. So this is where we can take common objections we're getting. We could make content about it. I find it's best done through stories. Okay. Best done through stories, like on the Instagram stories, handling objections inside of there. And we're not just exactly saying the objection, but we're overcoming it in an intelligent way. Maybe we're sharing a story. Maybe we're just sharing how we shifted our mindset around, some objection somebody had, like, I'll take action next week. And then boom, we share something around it and it shifts somebody's mind. This can also be done through pre-call assets. So after they book in a call, boom, we send them a video that may help them overcome a lot of objections that people generally have on the call. This can be done through your offer breakdown. A lot can be done here. Behind the scenes of your program as well. So the key ingredients, though, is confidence in your delivery, right? Confidence in your delivery. So inside of your stories, we need confidence in your delivery. Inside of your DMs, confidence in your delivery. Inside of your video sales letter, inside of your sales calls, confidence in your delivery. This will change your life. And they need to believe it more than, you need to first off believe it so deeply that they believe it, right? If you don't believe it, they're not going to believe it. Repetition of the offer, extremely important. Just because you tell your offer who it's for, who it's not for, just because you break it down once, etc., doesn't mean people will understand it. Again, on average, people need to hear something 66 times for it to actually stick, right? Understand that. So we got to repetitively tell people about the offer, who it's for, who it's not for, how it works, etc. Direct language as well, no fluff, just tell them how to win. So that's bottom of funnel content. Post-conversion content, we'll go a little bit over that, not extremely important right now, but loyalty plus word of mouth. So this right here, the whole goal of this is once you start getting a lot of people in your coaching is to start generating content from your clients, right? Showcasing, the culture. And I should say the goal of this, make sure we build culture inside of the coaching business. Retain the motivation of those clients by building that culture and turn these people into brothers, turn these people into fans. Sometimes people have these coaching businesses with people in there, but they're just in there for accountability or just to say they have a coach, but they're not invested in that coaching business because of its mission, because of the culture. And that's what we want to really build out this coaching business. So we get really loyal fans who are spreading your message and also, bringing other people inside of your coaching business for you. It's like employees. What's the best way to put it? Free affiliates, okay? So this audience is your clients and your community members, right? So what's going to work here is shouting out your clients inside of your stories, right? Not only is it going to be good for bottom of the funnel content, but it's also going to be good for the client exactly, right? They're going to be more loyal because they like seeing themselves on your stories. Community wins. This can actually be shouting out the clients inside of the community as well. It's going to improve, the competition side of your community and the adherence of your clients. Behind the scenes of coaching calls. So this is actually where you can do coaching calls with your clients or, community calls and actually share it with people online. Now you don't have to exactly post it on YouTube or something like that. If it's a really good one, post it on YouTube. But another thing you can do is actually keep it as a private asset, have it unlisted. And you could first off do a story call to action. If you want to see this coaching call on blah, 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 right? DM me this and I'll send it over to you. That's a great way to, also create bottom of funnel content. Look what client just accomplished posts, encouragement and empowerment content. But all around key ingredients to generate this type of content right here, more loyalty, more word of mouth. And this all right here creates more bottom of funnel content is over deliver for your clients. Community group calls, make sure you have those inside your coaching business. Community group chats as well. And then leaderboards is also a great one. Leaderboards. So people can see other people are winning more than me, even though they've been in the program the same amount of time as me. Let's go over WWH marketing. So WWH marketing is what I came up with. What this means is people have to know who you are, what do you do, why do you do it, and how do you do it through your marketing to actually reach out and buy your coaching, right? If there's any lack of clarity and understanding on who you are, what do you do, why do you do it, and how do you do it, you're going to have a bunch of eyeballs who aren't reaching out. They're not taking action on anything. They're not even really listening to what you're saying. So who you are, a viewer must know who you are. This means your backstory, really important. Right? Your transformation, also the turning points of events or the fuck this event that changed everything in your life, where you are now, right? Where are you right now in this life? And then also, I would say also where you're heading in life, but also everything in between that. The more people clearly understand your story, the better. And so the thing is you understand your story. You've been living your life this whole time, right? But people are just coming into your life now a couple months ago, so they don't fully understand it. So we need to be making content that clearly translates who you are, where you came from, what happened, where you are now, and everything in between. People buy from people they like. They always buy from people they like and they trust most. If they like you, they'll trust you. What? A viewer must know what it is you even do. Always underestimate the awareness of the people in your audience. What does that mean? Always underestimate that they actually understand what it is even you do. even at my level, I'll still have some people be like, hey man, what's your coaching all about? And I'm like, oh shit, we got to focus a little bit more on what at the moment, right? So always underestimate that awareness level. I'm not just talking about what you do in life, but what business do you also run, right? A large variety of what it is you do. Without clarity on what it is you do, they look at you as just another influencer, not like a business owner, right? So just making sure we clearly translate what you do each and every single day, right? Showcasing you not only being the character, right? Actually being the coach, being the leader, but then showcasing what you're doing for the world, right? What impact are you creating? So showcasing your coaching business, showcasing what you're working on, etc. The what is super important. The why. A viewer must know why you do what you do. This is what will get them to relate and connect to not only you, but also your business as well, right? This will also build trust, which is a crucial aspect of conversion. This is your why. I want you to understand people are buying into your coaching because of your why, your mission statement at the end of the day. It's a large part of why people buy in. So you need to have a why first off, but then you need to translate it through your content each and every single day so people understand your why better, right? Why are you doing what you do? Why are you doing what you do for people? Why are you pushing yourself this hard? Why are you, for this and against that? This is all extremely important. And this kind of plays into motivational marketing, getting people to kind of start buying into your why in life and get them to kind of think like you and really connect to you. And so that, again, people always buy from the people that they most like and most trust. And that's also part of why, right? So actually making sure that you have depth. Okay. How? A viewer must clearly understand how you help them achieve what you do. Without a clear understanding of how you can help them, they will have unanswered questions, which are 100% of the time why people don't buy. You need to clearly communicate how you help people out. So this can be done a large majority of the way, right? You can be breaking down, your daily process on your Instagram story, your daily process in your reels, right? That's going to help break down how. You can break down how you got your client's success, right? A case study, or show your clear process to results. Just anything that's going to actually communicate exactly, the clear process of results you have to create transformations. Because once people can clearly understand how you're going to help them out, what does it do? It creates cognitive ease, right? They understand, oh, this is so simple. He provides the simplest solution to success. So I'm going to go with him, right? So we got to communicate how. Your content ecosystem should clearly communicate the WWH marketing strategy. When I say ecosystem, what I mean by that is if you take a look at your profiles, you go look at your Instagram, your YouTube, your TikTok, all of those little icons, there's 3 videos in a row on Instagram, right? That's the ecosystem of content, this wide variety of content. We want to be making sure that wide variety of content covers WWH, who, what, why, and how. Right? If there's any piece of that missing out, then make more content for it. Because what will happen in a viewer's buying journey, they will follow your Instagram and they'll go through and look at all of it. And if it doesn't provide the value they're looking for, who, what, why, and how, well, they're going to have unanswered questions. They're not going to trust you. They're not going to like you. They're not going to know why they should pay attention to you and so on, right? It's extremely important to understand this marketing right here. So that's the PR accelerated marketing systems. We're going to go more in depth on all of it later, but this is a broad overview of how it works. Okay. Let's go to the next module now.
Let's talk about content market fit. Content market fit is the fast track guide or the fast track understanding to find content that's going to fit the market and go viral, build your personal brand. Best way to put it, right? So just like a business has product market fit, what that means is like when we create a product, does the market actually want it? It's the same thing with content. When we create this piece of content, does the market actually want it? Does the algorithm actually reward the video by pushing it out because it's good, right? That's what we're trying to understand here is how to get content market fit as fast as possible. So how to crack the 10,000 plus video view barrier and scale beyond, okay? If you're stuck posting videos that consistently underperform, it's not your talent or your niche, it's a lack of content market fit. And I said this, you probably heard it already. People don't have bad ideas, they have bad execution on them, right? And that can even mean just refining the idea, really thinking about it in multiple different ways before you actually go and make the video, okay? Everyone has great ideas, man. You're a human being. We all have great ideas. It just comes down to the execution of it. So this would be getting content market fit with the idea. Just like a product needs to resonate with the market, your content must click with the algorithm and with your audience. This guy teaches you on how to find that fit faster and smarter using research, creative mixing, and data-driven testing. So again, what is content market fit in your business? You test products with users until it sells consistently. That's product market fit. In content, you test formats and topics until your videos consistently hit 5 to 10,000 views or higher, depending on your base. And you double down, you double down, you double down, you go all in. So if you're averaging right now like 0 to 1,000 views, it means like you're pre-fit, you know. It's like there's potential there. 5,000 to 10,000 views, you're already hitting early fit. It's like you're getting it. You're pretty much there. And to get past that 10,000, especially like 50,000 plus views regularly, you got to really scale high and just become like the fucking best at this type of content, right? Then you have perfect content market fit. So the 2 core building blocks of every video, okay? These are the 2 core building blocks for every single video ever posted online, okay? They all have these 2 essential components. Number 1 is the topic of the video. So what that means is, what is the video about? What's the core idea, the message, or just that inside of the actual video. So topic is number 1 to every single video, okay? Number 2 is format, how the video is presented. The visuals and structural delivery. Examples of what structural delivery is like, is it a green screen with overlays, talking head monologue, vlog with B-roll and voiceover, in-store walkthrough, edit, like that, right? So why this is important to understand, it's important to understand to be able to analyze your videos and analyze the marketplace as well. Because once you understand, okay, it's just topic and format, then when you look at your videos that are doing well, you just got to ask yourself, what was the topic and what was the format? All right. Now you're starting to find content market fit. And when you're analyzing the marketplace, other people's videos that are doing well, you're just asking yourself, what's the topic and what's the format, right? And if you see other topics and formats working better for other people that you haven't tried yet, go ahead and try them, right? It's all about nailing down a topic and a format to create content to find content market fit, right? So think of content as topic plus format equation, okay? So I have a topic I want to talk about. What's the format I got to put it in to actually have content market fit, right? So those are the 2 core building blocks for all of these, okay? It's a big thing I want you to focus on. And not focus on it in a way of trying to figure it out, but just analyzing it, studying it, if that makes sense, okay? You should focus on just doing content and then analyzing content, because I find that's the best way to grow, is not to try to overdo what you're doing when you make content, but to overanalyze after you post content. So you post a whole bunch of it, then you go back and you look at it and understand the core building blocks that made maybe a piece of content that did well, do well. What was the topic? What was the format? All right. So step-by-step framework, finding content market fit fast. So step 1, study your niche. That's the biggest thing. Find the top 5 creators in your space. Okay, look at each creator's top 5 videos, break each one down. What was the topic and what was the format? That's why I create the hit list. And we go look at the content. And we take a look at, okay, what topics and what formats are they making content about and with that are doing well for them, right? And then let's steal that, take it for ourselves. And then step 2, mix, match, and remix. So combine elements from different creators, right? Take that one idea that creator talked about, take that one format the other creator talked about, put it together. Example here, Cody Sanchez format, store talk front, right? And an Alex Hormozy format. So three things to look for in a spouse and investor, right? So remix the Cody Sanchez format and the Alex Hormozy's format, right? Or I should say Alex Hormozy's topic. So we take Alex Hormozy's topic of the video he made, and we take Cody Sanchez's format and we put it together. So 3 things to look for in a spouse as a real estate wholesaler while standing in front of a local building, if that makes sense, right? Biggest thing here is you take a couple different creators, look at what they're talking about, look at what they're doing, combine them together, mix and match. But don't stop there. Add your own twist. All right. So here's some twists you can add, narrowing it down, being more specific on the niche, broadening it as well. That also works. Saying millionaire instead of investor applies because more people are going to want to listen to a millionaire instead of an investor, because more people identify with want to become a millionaire more than they want to become an investor or they are an investor. Apply psychological marketing principles like counter positioning, curiosity gaps, storytelling, emotional triggers. All right. So that's how you can do content better than other people are doing it.
The step 3 of all this is just the testing. Okay, here's the testing protocol. To know what truly works, follow the 3-time testing rule. So test 3 variations of the same idea. Okay, so change 30% of the content each and every single time. All right, once you kind of start to get a general topic you're talking about down that's doing well, just change it a little, like 30% each and every single time. Maybe change the hook, change the visual, change the format. Try different things to really get this one main message out there. All right. People are always so worried about, oh, I need different content, different content, different content. You should find a topic, a message that you really want to go all in on. Like 80% of your brand is going to be all around that. And then you simply just test a whole bunch of variations of that same idea. Tweak the setting, change the angle, alter the format, etc. These are all the different things you can do. Okay. This helps identify what's actually performing and not just like a one-off success, if that makes sense. Bonus strategy, use your own comments, okay? Don't just research others. Look at your own comments and your DMs for gold, okay? Look at what people are commenting and look at what people are texting you inside of your DMs. That is like the best place to look for what to make more content out of, right? It's like if you're going to make a product, you don't just look at sales, you look at what people are saying. Same with content. You don't just look for views, you look for what people are saying. Because it's all about generating conversations and not views. Your audience will literally tell you what they care about if you're listening. That's the biggest thing. So let's do this. Once you find a combo that hits, keep the winning format and change the topic, right? Because what you want to do when you start off is just like hone in on one topic pretty much, like majority of the time, and just test out different formats to gain an audience of that main topic. And that's typically going to be like around your main offer, right? The offer you have. And then once you find that winning format for that topic, now you can use that winning format to start expanding out to talk about different things, to gather a wider audience. First, you got to nail that down. Keep the winning topic and try new formats. That's another way to do it. Keep stacking winners. Evolve your style without reinventing the wheel. All day. Definitely don't try to reinvent the wheel, man. So here's the final checklist. Analyze top 5 creators, right? Create your hit list. Identify top 5 videos from each of them. Right, look at them. Break down format plus topic. Right, understand what was the format, what was the topic of the top 5 videos from those top 5 creators. Mix, match, and modify what you've learned there. Inject marketing principles. So inject your own personal brand, but also your own counter positioning, your own curiosity gaps that you can create, and your own storytelling. Test each concept 3 times with a 30% change, just a small change. Right, just try something different. Review comments and DMs for hidden trends. And scale winners and repeat the process. It's pretty as simple as that, okay? So that's the quickest way to find content market fit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to short form content creation. I'm gonna take you through the exact psychology and process I use to make short form content. So first thing I wanna go over for editing, CapCut is gonna be your best editing software on your phone and also on your computer. It's a free download. There's a subscription where you can get some, access to other things. But this is going to be the best editing software. A couple things I want to go over about editing actual reels. My simple process is pretty much this, right? So I'll go into CapCut, I'll take clips, I'll cut it up however, and then if I'm using a sound, right, if there's already a sound I have picked out, let's say I'm making an edit or something like that, I'll go to find the sound, I'll screen record the sound, okay? So all you do is swipe down your phone, screen record the video with the sound, and then all you do is you do extract audio inside of CapCut to get that sound, okay? And then you can edit the video over the sound, or if you're making like a talking head, you can pretty much edit up the video and then put a sound that fits with it pretty well after that. You can do captions inside of there and so on. Sometimes I'm putting captions on my, if I'm doing a talking head, I'll put captions on CapCut. If I'm doing like an edit, so that's like no talking, it's just an edit with sound, then I'll export the video, go to TikTok, and then use the TikTok text to, do the hook or whatever I'm talking about in that video with the edit. And I'll download the video while uploading it to TikTok. I don't know, I just like that type of text way better. There's a couple things about how I go about editing, but it's a simple 3-step process on how I go about making short form content. And it's super simple once you nail it down. So the first things first is always get clear on the idea. So generally before this, I have something in my mind I want to talk about, right? Maybe I just got some good clips from the gym. Maybe I recorded a YouTube video. Maybe I did a podcast. Maybe I had a good idea. Maybe I saw, a piece of content online that was, a good piece of content. I want to make something similar. Generally, I have an idea before I go ahead and make content. Or I'm looking at my social media page like a chessboard and ask myself, like, what is the next best move, right? You want to eventually play social media like a chess. At first, it's going to be a whole bunch of action, just shooting a whole bunch of content out there, trying to figure something out. But then once you have that database of content to pull from, like you have a lot of content, you can see what's done well, what's not done well, what's moved the needle ahead, what hasn't. Then you can start playing it like a chess board, okay? I always say if you're under 100 posts at the moment on your Instagram, you should not be overthinking it. Your single goal every single day should just be to get 100 posts on Instagram. If you don't have 100 posts on Instagram, you're way far behind on where this is actually going to be applicable, okay? At first, it's just shooting a whole bunch and then aiming. This is going to help you to aim. But clear on the idea first. And then generally, I try to categorize my idea into one of the content pillars, right? So I understand when I go to edit it and when I go to do market research, I'm actually editing it the correct way, and I'm doing market research on similar content pillar videos. So again, you've learned about the content pillars. We have connection content. We have authority and education content. We have social proof and results content. We have lifestyle and beat the character content. We got belief shifting and mindset content, right? And I'll run you through this really quick, but again, I try to categorize my idea into a content pillar first off. Now, generally content will hit a couple different content pillars, but more importantly, it's like, okay, what's the main one I'm trying to hit? And a couple things for better ideas: set aside 30 minutes every day for thinking time. It's really important. From outside looking in, the best content creators seem to just be really good at making content. Like if you're looking outside at really good content creators, you're like, oh, he's just good at making content. And that's why they gain traction, generate revenue, but that's really far from the truth, okay? You think these guys are just good at making content? It's not that, okay? These people just have really good ideas. And that's why I said set aside 30 minutes every day to thinking time. Ideas are 80% of the video. You can have an amazing edit. Everything could be set up so well in the video. It can be the highest quality clips, but if the idea sucks, the video's not going to go anywhere. So it's always the idea of the video. And the other 20% is everything else. An amazing idea with poor execution will do better than a shit idea with excellent execution. Always remember that. It's always ideas. And so part of your job on a day-to-day basis is to be getting a clear mind to allow ideas to come to you. Ideas are not something that you think and you gain. It's something that you just allow to come to you. I'll give you a quick example. Thomas Edison, the guy who invented the light bulb, right? He said he had this desire to create this thing of light, right? This light bulb. He had the picture in his mind, but he really didn't understand how to make it. And so what he would often do is just go walk and take his mind off trying to figure it out, and the idea would just come to him. He said it snapped to him literally like a light bulb. Like all of a sudden, boom, it got implanted inside of his mind, like the invention. It's a little backwards. He had the idea first, then had to figure out how to execute on it. But for you as well, the best ideas are going to come to you when you're laying in bed at night, when you're taking a shower, and when you're going on a walk, right? And so allow ideas to come to you by setting aside at least 30 minutes every single day for thinking time. That may be your walk, right? That may be taking that long shower. That may be, I like to do it in the morning, right? Making sure I stay off my phone for the first hour, and I sit down for 30 minutes. I do my morning journaling, get prepared for the day, and I'm just thinking about things. Or if I've struggled throughout the day with content ideation, I'll just go take multiple walks. If you're just now building your audience, then your job at the moment is just to exercise your ideal muscle. That's all it is. But taking lots of action on the ideas you get throughout the day as well, okay? So if you do this properly, you're going to have a lot of ideas coming to you. And it's important that you take a lot of action on the ideas that do come to you, okay? There will be ideas that will come to you, but a lot of times you're just it's not the best idea, but it's still an idea, and you should execute on it. You'll catch 5 to 10 good ideas a day, but it's up to you to just actually catch it and then turn it into a piece of content. That is exercising your idea muscle, because what will happen over time is you'll catch those ideas, you'll turn them into content, and in a week or a month from now, you'll be able to look back at that piece of content and ask yourself, was that a good idea or not? The only way to correct your mind and to grow your mind is to take action on what it's thinking of, so that you have a result that you can look back on, so that you have data,
right? You'll never know if you have good ideas or not, and you'll never be able to grow your idea muscle if you don't take action on it, because action brings failure and success, and you can only learn from failure and success. All right, and over time, your mind will start to come up with better and better ideas, because if you make a piece of content that sucks, it's going to hurt, and then your mind's going to correct to making better ideas over and over time. But once you have some time in the game, and especially a following built, you want to shift your thinking a little bit more towards thinking about what your audience has responded to well in the past. What is the next best move? And generating an idea from there. So it's like, at first, again, between 0 and 100 posts, and maybe even 0 to 200, it's literally just catching these ideas and executing on them. But then once you have those hundreds of posts that you can pull data from, go back to, now you're gonna wanna start thinking, okay, what has my audience responded to well in the past? What has grown my account the most? What has got me the most reach? What has got me the most engagement? What has got people to comment on the most? You go back, you look at it, maybe you take a walk, you come up with the next idea, or just asking yourself, hey, what's the next best move to move my audience ahead? All right, you go look at the content that maybe got you the most views, and you're struggling on views, so you make more view content. Maybe you're struggling for conversion, so you go look at the content that, drive conversion, that one video that client mentioned to you. They're like, hey, I really like this thing that you talked about. So you go find that thing that you talked about in your content. You're like, okay, more people need to hear about this because clearly it converts, right? Again, it's a universal law that thoughts lead to actions, okay? So that's why ideas are most important, right? If we're trying to get people to take actions inside of your content, then the idea of the piece of content needs to be 80% of the heavy lifting, right? No amount of fancy captions, edits, or amazing CTAs is going to get people to take action. It's the thought behind that piece of content that's going to actually shift somebody's psychology and get them to take a different action. If you want your audience to take action, the thought you put in behind making content is exactly how you do that. So a little bit about that is like, why do you like certain creators over other creators, right? Why does this one creator connect to you more than the other? Why do you watch this one person's stories on Instagram versus that guy? Why do you watch this guy's YouTube versus that guy's YouTube? Why did you buy this guy's program versus that guy's program? If you analyze your own decisions, the better you understand yourself, the better you understand other people. And the better you understand other people, the better you're going to be able to actually shift them and get them to take different actions, like buying your coaching. So first, to get clear on the idea, that was just a whole little side tangent right here. But have an idea. And then number 2, reverse engineer similar viral content. So once I have an idea, an original idea, I want to make content out of, I do market research to make sure I execute this idea in a way that is more likely to do well, right? I'm not just going to take this original idea and try to reinvent the wheel. I'm going to go look at what already worked and then implant or inject my idea into what's already working well, right? Instead of reinventing the wheel, just put your ideas and message into what already works. So how I go about this is take a look at your hit list of creators and study what worked well for them. Again, your hit list is, let's say, 5 people online that you look up to, that you like their personal brand, and maybe they're in the same niche or maybe they're in the other niche. It doesn't matter. If you like their content and you like listening to them and you would almost buy their program or you have bought their program, you want to take a look at them and then you want to make them your hit list pretty much. So study them, right? What else? Just look at their content when you're looking to reverse engineer similar viral content as well. Scroll through Reels for a little every day and save content that you personally like to come back to and study. So something I'll do is I'll scroll through Reels or scroll through TikTok and I'll save certain videos that did really well but that I also liked. I'm not just gonna save the videos and reverse engineer content that does well. I'm gonna save videos and reverse engineer content that does well and that I also like. That's most important, because if you like the content, then your ideal client is also gonna like that content. Again, your ideal client is literally just the younger version of yourself. That's it. He's so similar to you. He just doesn't have the result you have yet. So what I'm looking for when I'm reverse engineering viral content is the value that's provided in the content. So first off, the content pillar, okay? So let's break it down here. Let's say I got some gym clips, okay? I got some videos of me training at the gym, and I don't know how to put it into a piece of content. Well, first off, what content pillars that fall under? Let's ask yourself. It could be lifestyle and being the character content, It could be that, right? You're the jack guy in the gym. It could be social proof of results content. You can make how I got jacked, a transformation, use some of the gym clips you just recorded. It could be authority and education content, walking them through your chest workout. It could be connection content, right? Maybe you have a little sad quote over it, something you went through. And it could even be belief shifting and mindset content. Again, you could put another, quote over it that could shift somebody's belief, change somebody's mindset. Or maybe you add like a David Goggins audio behind it, right? There's like so many different ways that you can go about using these clips that you just got at the gym. It's first just asking yourself, like, what's the idea I have? What content pillar does that fall under, right? Let me find similar content and let me look at the value that was provided in that piece of content that quote unquote went viral, so it did well. Doesn't mean it has to have like 1 million views. I'm talking at least, probably 25,000, preferably 50 to 100,000 plus. And ask yourself, like, what was the content pillar of that piece of video, right? First understand that. Then look at the format of the video. What does that mean? That's the frameworking. Was it a talking head? Was it a talking head and an edit? Was it strictly an edit? Like, what was the frameworking of that video, right? 3, trying to understand why people are engaging with it heavily. So I'm looking at, does it have a whole bunch of likes? Does it have a whole bunch of comments? Does it have a whole bunch of shares? I'm looking at the biggest performing engagement metric, right? And I'm trying to understand why. Because if I can understand why, then I can understand how to make my piece of content get similar engagement. Okay, so it had a whole bunch of shares. Why did it have a whole bunch of shares? Oh, it was a relatable quote. Okay, so this quote right here, people related with it. Do I relate with this quote? You know what, I do. Okay, well, let me take this quote, make it my own, right? Make it sound similar, but make it a little bit more my own. Create a similar video, use a similar quote, use a similar sound. Boom, I have my own piece of content that already did well for somebody else. And also look at the hooks. If it's a talking head, what was the hook on it? How did it make you feel, right? What was the emotion? Or especially if you look at the hook module, just what category did the hook fall under? These are all things I'm trying to understand about this piece of content that I'm trying to study, so that when I go to make my piece of content with whatever I have, my idea, my clips, my podcast, my talking head, whatever it may be, that I can actually, inject what I have into content that's already done well, so I make sure I make my own piece of content that does well, okay? So that's step number 3, is making your own. Once you have understanding, and that means your idea, right? No, let me go back. Once you have understanding, so what does that mean? You reverse engineer similar viral content. You understand what's been working well for somebody else, right? And then you have your own idea and message. Then you go ahead and create unique and quality content. The deeper you understand yourself, the deeper you understand other people. So the deeper you understand why you like certain content and what about it moves you, or possibly even got you to take some action, the deeper you understand how to make content that other people like, that moves them and possibly gets them to take action. That's why, again, I'm reverse engineering similar viral content, right? And I'm asking myself all these questions because a deeper understanding is going to help you execute on your idea and message way better. I always say this, a lot of newbie content creators have great ideas, but they have really poor execution because they have really poor understanding. If you knew better, you would do better. So that's why your understanding needs to be deepened each and every single day. So here's the understanding breakdown. I would ask myself, what about the hook captured your attention? What did the video sound do to you? So if there's a sound over it, was it a sad sound, a hype sound? What type of sound was it? What was the emotion that sound was driving? What about the visuals? What were the visuals like? How often were the cuts? What about the visuals drew you in? Was it vibrant? Was it black and white? What was going on? Was there hand gestures and people moving around? Was the camera set down or was the camera in his hand? I'm trying to look at all those different things. What was the content pillar, right? What content pillar did it fall under? What was the main content pillar? Was it connection? Was it social proof, right? And then think step by step on how they made that piece of content as well. Like kind of the psychology that went on behind that, right? When they made that piece of content, what were they trying to really do there? What message were they trying to convey? What understanding were they trying to give? What education were they trying to provide? What mindset shift were they trying to create inside of me? All those different things. What you're looking to uncover is the psychology behind that video that caused it to perform well and also got you to like it. Now with that understanding, you take your own idea and message, right? First off, remind yourself of your brand's DNA. Okay, your brand's DNA is going to create a filter to make sure you're not copying other people's content, but you're taking your inspiration and inspiration from others to create your own art that fits into your brand's DNA. First off, ask yourself does that fit in? Remind yourself of your ideal client. So think about your ideal client. Would this piece of content speak to the younger version of myself? If the me 6, 12, 24 months ago was watching this piece of content, would he find it valuable? Would it inspire him? Would it motivate him, right? Would he like it? That's the biggest question to ask yourself. If not, then it's probably not the best piece of content to make and upload. Then take that idea and message and ask yourself twice, does this make sense, right? So take that idea and that message, maybe even make the piece of content, and then ask yourself, does this make sense to upload? And first off, when you watch it back, does it make sense? Does it get a message across? Does it provide value, right? Does it add to your brand, or does it take away from your brand? You gotta ask yourself that. It's crucial to make sure before you execute that you aren't copying, yet you're just taking what works and interjecting your own idea and message inside of it. That's it, right? And now you have unique and quality content when proven frameworks meet unique ideas and messages, you create quality content, right? At the end of the day, 80% of content is ideas. Even if you have a shit idea that has amazing execution, it will still perform like shit. The idea is most important, but if you can inject your ideas and message into proven frameworks, you can increase your growth. The way I blew up my Instagram really, really quick is because I took a look at what was working well. I took a look at the resources I had, the clips I had, the ideas I had, the solutions I could provide to people, the motivation I could give, and I made my own content out of that pretty much, okay? So we can break it down a little. This video right here, right? Somebody made a similar video. I think the hook was exactly the same. What actually creates your dream physique, or at least the topic of the video. And it did really well. So I saw that and I was like, you know, I can make my own video out of that, right? And that's exactly what I did. I made my own video with my own clips, and it did really well. Let's see what else we got here. The issue with this generation is most men couldn't take the shirt off in public and be confident. This is a message that I have seen that has done well in my content in the past, that has literally gotten somebody to buy. Somebody hopped in a call and once said that, like, I remember you said once, like, you know, the issue with men is that they can't be confident if they take their shirt off. And bro, that's exactly how I feel. You know, you're right. And that harsh love is what my audience likes. And so I made more content out of that. And even though it didn't hit engagement amazingly, it really, like, my whole goal with that wasn't to hit a whole bunch of likes. It was to actually nurture my audience and shift my audience's mindset is the biggest thing. So it's like, always ask yourself, what metrics are you aiming for? Are you aiming for views, likes, comments, shares, or conversion, right? If you're just starting out, you need to build your following. So the main thing you should be aiming for is like engagement metrics such as likes, shares, comments, and saves and stuff like that. But if you're trying to convert your audience, then you want to take a look at what people have bought from the past, or, you know, take a look at why you've bought certain people's stuff, reverse engineer that, and make more content like that. Let's come back to a lot of the fitness stuff. You didn't let your genetics hold you back. So basically all I did here is, one of my offers I was selling at the time was how to create a badass physique even with bad genetics. So the whole thing I was doing here is I was trying to use something that I know would go viral, my transformation, right? But then I had a hook in there, POV, you didn't let your genetics hold you back, so that I would gain an audience, but also nurture my audience to the fact that you don't need amazing genetics to look insane. And I'm living proof of that, because I look insane now, but back when I started, no one would have thought I could have looked like this, right? And so again, I was trying to shift my, right here, belief shift and mindset content, but also lifestyle being the character, and also social proof and results. Let's see. Trying to find good pieces of content that I can use examples for this. So this hook right here is literally, like, I think an exact, like, word by word hook on somebody's video that did, like, I don't know, like 1 million views or something like that. Like, it went insane. I saw it on my For You page. I was like, first off, I like this. It was funny. Second off, it did amazing. So then I took the hook, I used my own content, right? I interjected my own content into the thing that already worked well, right? this was a series I had going that did really well. This video only got 755, but like, yeah, this one got a lot more. This is something I kept seeing on social media is like 5 things that help me X, Y, and Z. So I was like, all right. And then I had the recaption at the very end. And I was analyzing the content. I was like, okay, this content's doing amazing. Why? Because it's absolutely just ramping up watch time, right? People are like, okay, I want to hear the 5 things. And then boom, it goes to recaption for like 2 seconds max. And people are like, okay, I got to read the caption. So they come through here, they read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then they're also reading the comments and stuff like that. And so the watch time on this was just absolutely insane. You know, some people probably watched this video 10, 20, 30 times while reading this and then looking at the comments. And that's why it blew up and did so well. You know, and I understood why some of these pieces of content did so well with this framework because it raped the watch time. So I made my own. Let's see what else. This right here was a viral trend going on, which is a political stance. And then I just took my own ideas, I took my own life, and I interjected it into what was already doing well for, you know, many, many, many other people. Right? So it's like you have your ideas, you have your life, you have your content, your clips and stuff like that. Look at what's doing well online and then combine the both. And that's how you create really good content. It's really as simple as that. But again, get clear on the idea, reverse engineer similar viral content, and then make your own out of that. That's how to go about creating really good short form content. All right, welcome to the ultimate guide of content strategies. The purpose behind this video, not the Miro board, but this video is to simply just help you actually categorize the content you're making better so you can make that content better and actually have it hit the algorithm, right? I always say this to people. People have great ideas, but their execution on the idea is quite poor, right? So once you understand the content strategies there is out there and you actually gain a deeper understanding of each strategy, then when you have an idea and you're like, I want to make this a piece of content, and then you start to kind of think of that content strategy, like when we talk about in content market fit format, when you think about the format you're going to put it into, the deeper understanding you have of that actual strategy, the better the execution you have on that piece of content, that increasing the likeliness of that content actually performing well, okay? So I'm just going to kind of run you through this here and give you the understanding of why we need to understand content strategies and kind of help you pick these out for your, you know, content pillars. Everybody should have around 2 to 3 different content pillars that they consistently upload in to create an ecosystem of content in accordance to also playing around with some different ones here and there or whatever makes the most sense. The Miro board is actually be a great place to actually come, look at the strategies, look at the examples from time to time when you need to. So really we're scoring all the content strategies on reach. First off, so how viral or discoverable is it? The selling power it has, extremely important. Can it convert viewers into paying clients? And then simplicity, how easy is it to create consistently, like every single day? Now there's 16 right here. We have voiceover content, all right? We got reaction content. There's transformation reveal content, trending audio and caption, carousel content, screen share, long form highlight, multitasking monologue, spectator content, visual explanation, skits and debates, green screen commentary, street interviews, podcast style, talking head, the OG format, and then the Ashton Hall style, which is like the angle, short, setting change. It's quite intense. So let's go through one by one. Voiceover content is going to be things just like day in the lives, full day of eatings, voiceovering a workout, voiceovering what actually creates your dream physique right here. So the format of it is just having B-roll, captions, and then narrating it. You don't need the face on it. You can have the face on it. This could also be even like a green screen video. This is just the voiceover. So tips for this content is to avoid narrating exactly what is on the screen. Okay, you don't want to say like, and here's me eating protein oatmeal. No shit, they see it. All right, this is what I eat every single morning, get fueled up for the gym. It's 56 grams of carbs, 36 grams of protein, and has 14 grams of fiber. It's protein oats, you know. Overlap sentences for better flow. And then pros of this content is it's going to have a strong reach, solid for selling too. If you really actually put some time into making a good voiceover, it's going to be really good for selling. simple production. The cons of it though is weak parasocial connection. So it may not really connect with people. But the verdict of this is it prints money if it's done right. Great for storytelling and authority. All right. If you can make one of these that goes viral, it's going to be great for actually getting a strong audience. We got Sam Zia right here, how to get lean in 30 days. This was really great. And he didn't even really show much of dieting or training. He just flexed his abs and talked about getting lean. So if you have amazing videos of you being lean, it's like how to get lean in 30 days. Here's what I did the past 30 days. I think it was even like a Calendly sponsorship. Here's the day in the life I did. And then right here was a video saying what actually creates your dream physique. Okay. This is just a simple voiceover. Now we got reaction content. So I don't love this type of content. I don't do a lot of it. Some people do really well with it. For example, Brandon Clark, he does a lot of reaction content. But it's just reacting to things like gym fits, controversial takes, viral videos, and stuff like that. So that'd be like the green screens, replying to comments you get, always reply, not always, but like definitely incorporate replying to some comments inside of your content. It'd be great. Lean into the controversy or polarizing opinions when you make this content. That's the biggest thing. So this guy made a video on me, then I remade the video because it was like controversial and I got views on his side. So I was like, let me add even more controversy to it. This was controversial right here. So he made a reply. Like if you see a video that's very controversial, it's getting a lot of comments. If you can talk about it, jump in on it, So this can have massive reach and it's super simple to produce. You just have to find the fucking video and just boom, pop out the screen recording right there, the reaction. Now, the cons of this, though, is it has very little selling power. Like this content isn't going to sell your coaching at all, but it can grow your accounts, all right? So it's great top-of-funnel content, but it's not really going to be good middle-of-funnel content. Now, we got transformation reveal content. Love this stuff, of course. If you have an amazing transformation, you're going to want to play into transformation and reveal content. Now, transformation is showing before and afters. Reveals are going to be something different. That may be like the 5 things that help me achieve my dream physique. And then you have like 5 different clips that are like 2 seconds long of you just saying 10,000 daily steps, 1 gallon of water, calorie deficit. That's like revealing the actual information inside of there or the transformation. So format of this is show past, first, present. This one right here is actually a reverse transformation. So I showed the before and then, no, I showed the after, then I showed the before. So you can kind of play around with that. Or you can present pretty much just like, let's see. This one was kind of like a reveal. 3 years ago, I was a senior in high school. I was a straight loser. And then I started showing my physique. And I think this was before I really had a cool lifestyle. So I don't think I showed much of my lifestyle. But I could show more of my lifestyle, for example. And that would be like revealing exactly what the transformation possibly did, all right? Pros of this has high reach and high sales potential because once again, why do people buy your coaching? Because they see your ability to transform, right? It's not the best selling, but it's going to do a better job at selling than something like trending audio and caption, right? Easy to produce with existing clips, and the verdict of it is a sales weapon. You can definitely use it to print money. Transformations are great. I wouldn't say it's the best sales weapon, but it's going to be a really good balance between what will go viral and what will actually generate you buyers. Now, the buyers won't come directly from transformation content, but they'll like follow you or especially just follow you and then watch the rest of your content, which will really sell people, which we'll get into. Trending audio and caption. This is the easiest content to make and it's the most viral content strategy. Okay. If you want to blow up your account quick, do the trending audio and caption. So the format of this is pretty much like a viral song, a song that's doing well. If you go on TikTok and you look at the songs that it recommends to you, like any songs over 100,000 uses, minimal videos, like 5 to 7 seconds long, and attention-grabbing captions. So pros of this, huge reach, extremely easy to produce. Cons of it, though, really low selling power. You're never going to sell somebody with this, but you can get a follow. So everyone here just having a caption, everyone brags about the drunken nights, but as soon as I mentioned test maxing, everyone's a doctor. This one got over like 1,000 likes by now. This is a content strategy I teach a lot of my guys who are trying to grow right away. For example, Andrew over here, my love handles went away when, recaption down below, and then he puts all the value inside of there. Once again, it's going viral because the viewer is watching the video over and over and over again by reading the caption. Got something stuck in my tooth.
And so it tells the algorithm that people really like this video, right? So that's why it's really good for actually blowing up. And even if people just watch through the video entirely, like if they see recaption and that part of the video is only 2 seconds long, then even if they just scroll, they watch the video entirely through. That's how the algorithm works. The biggest thing the algorithm is looking for is watch time. If people are fully watching your video, then the algorithm is like, okay, there's a good video. Let's send it out more. Yeah, so that stuff's good. I really do like that. Do a lot of that if you're trying to grow. Now we got carousels. Okay, so this is actually like photos. It's like a slideshow photo of you talking about something. So the trick to this is to have slide one be a hook, the rest of the slides to be storytelling, and at the very end, like a final payoff. All right, so this one right here looks like he's trying to post like an influencer. It's so cringe, and then he goes through like storytelling and then some final payoff. This guy right here, this generation's fucked, and then he talks about how like eating clean's like dieting for most people, or everyone's out drinking and blah, blah, blah. He's just complaining about the general things this generation complains about that's fucked up with us, right? One right here, I've done it all. The means, the hookups, the vices, the parties, the days wasted on social media and video games. Let me be real, bro. All right, there's the hook, and then I go into storytelling. And then I don't think I have any final payoff in this, but it could actually be a great way to be like, click the link in my bio to learn more. If you have like a video sales letter, for example. I'm definitely going to start playing around with more of these carousels. So it's great. I don't use a lot of it. But if you do it properly, it can be really good for, I wouldn't say selling, but definitely pushing people to do something. Take an action, use a mini chat automation, click on the link in your bio, etc. It's going to be great for your current audience as well. Like these two, they blew up. But yeah. Screen share. So this is like if you're breaking down like a Miro board or something on a whiteboard, or we see Jeff Nippert here actually screen sharing a YouTube video he recorded, and he's just talking about it. So that's the whole idea behind that. You're using a Miro board or a whiteboard or screen sharing a video and talking about it. So talking head and on-screen visual walkthrough is pretty much the format of it. The pros of this is high trust and sales power, right? Because you can educate a lot with this type of content. Cons of those time consuming to prep and edit. To make this whole Miro board takes a couple hours. To make the whiteboard, it maybe takes like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It's a little bit easier, but then you got to set up the camera, then you edit it all and stuff like that. So it definitely does take a little bit more time, but it's killer for demonstrating your expertise. Really killer. So use your system, showcase your clear process to results, right? Your offer. I shouldn't say your offer, but like tell people how you get them results, pretty much. Provide the value inside of this content. Long form highlight clips is pretty simple to understand. If you have long form YouTube videos or podcasts, you just chop it up. Simple as that. It has low direct selling power, but it's really good for building a strong brand and getting engagement. If done properly, like this one right here, 21,000 likes. This content really did help out my brand. I remember that. Like, it got a lot of views, got a lot of follows, and a lot of people loved it. I would hop on a lot of sales calls with people, and they liked this content right here. I wouldn't say it directly sold people. When we're talking about low selling power, it's like, this is content that's not going to directly sell somebody, but it could spark the buying cycle, meaning it could kind of spark the idea of, hey, what does he have to offer? Checking you out on a deeper level. Multitasking monologue. It's pretty much like talking head, just with you doing something. That's really all it is. So like me driving, talking head, Alex using a seashell to explain some type of analogy, me driving from a recent experience. I just talked to this guy. He was talking about the gas prices, and it made sense because I was driving from the gas station. So just multitasking monologue. So yeah. There's not much to really say about that. But it's a good way to get a message across because it gives people a little bit more dopamine. I would say this really works good for girls' profiles, doing makeup, driving, stuff like that. But it can also work really well for fitness. For example, you're sweating in the gym, you just hit a workout, you're talking to the camera. That's kind of like a multitasking monologue. Spectator content, this is a little higher level stuff, but recording your sales calls, speaking on stage, recording your client calls as well. This is great spectator content. So this was like I recorded this this group call I had. It was 50 minutes long. I found a really good clip, clipped it up, put it out there. Higher Up Wellness did this, speaking on stage. Coach Blue did this. He had a client call, and he was just like showcasing his ability to actually coach people through that piece of content. That's what spectator content is. It's kind of giving people a
an actual insight into what inside of your coaching possibly looks like. This is really good for selling. I will say that, but it's not going to be amazing for reach. Visual explanation, a little bit higher level stuff. Once again, high editing load, tough to go viral, but the verdict is, it's really good. It builds a lot of trust just because of how much work you put into the content and how much value you can really provide. So it's pretty much just you narrating and visually breaking down an action. So this guy was like, this is how much muscle you build in like 1 month of training. I forget what else he talked about. This is how much muscle you can get with lifting and probably dieting properly. I forget what he's exactly talking about. This guy, he was, you can click on the examples. He was going through the supplements that he used to get this shape right here. So he showcased the physique. He was like, creatine, good. Whey protein after the gym, blah, 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 Pretty much just visually explaining why he takes creatine, why he takes whey protein, why he takes these supplements. This is me right here showcasing the meal I eat to get in shape. So visual explanation. Skits and debates, these are fun, really good for reach, really bad for selling. So really good for getting you followers, really bad for selling though. It's just funny shit. Post pump clarity, that's kind of like a skit. It's like, this is me before the gym. I'm depressed. I hate my life. After. Life is great, man. I love this shit. You're tan, jacked, and handsome. That was a little skit. This right here is a little skit. So skits and debates. Green screen commentary. This is very similar to screen share. It's very similar. All right. It's almost the same thing. I would say the only little difference is this example right here, because this is just me like showing the transformation. I was like, you locked in and start test maxing. All right. So that's kind of the best way to use this is if you have a transformation of your own, if you have a transformation of your clients, if you got a story you want to tell, it's pretty much just having a photo and then having the green screen effect on TikTok. I do love this content. I think it's actually good for going viral. I find like green screen content actually does really well in the algorithm. I wouldn't say it's amazing for selling. It could be depending on what you do, but green screen commentary, once again, it's very similar to screen share, and kind of similar to visual explanation as well. They all are kind of very similar. Street interviews, really high level content. I just want to throw it in there. This could also kind of be like a skit and debate, but yeah. Asking strangers questions, social experiments and stuff like that. If you got the balls to go do that, but I don't got the balls to go do that. Podcast style. So this is like clips from real podcasts or fake podcasts. So that's pretty much like, hey, you're sitting at a 45-degree angle, right? It's kind of just like you're on a podcast. Like Andrew right here, he had a real podcast. This right here was kind of like a fake podcast. It was just me talking about something at a 45-degree angle. Once again, just like right here. So it's kind of almost like just scripting out content as well. It's really easy to record in bulk. If you want to get more talking head out there, but you don't really find much time in the week, I recommend you create 7 scripts, right? You can use ChatGPT, go look at other creators, go look at content, take their scripts, make your own, for example, and just sit down, record 7 videos at that podcast style. Then you have, clips for each and every single day. Talking head OG format. I want to get this one. This is the best one. Now the thing with these is they're either hit or misses. They either do well or they do like shit, bro. But everybody needs to incorporate this. Every creator should master this type of content. So it can have high reach and it can really, really, really sell if you're good at it. Couple tips here. Lead with a story and an increased stakes. Not like the 3 tips for X. I would always start with your personal story. Never, don't try to preach in your content. Try to use I, right? I'm quitting testosterone. Everything is my fault is what I said in this video. Lead with I. Lead with a story. Another tip, visual and verbal hook is non-negotiable. So visual, what do they see on the screen? Verbal, what do they hear? Or no, what's the text? And then verbal is going to be, audio is going to be what they actually hear. I think I said too much there, but yeah, I like this content. It's good. It's pretty simple to understand. It's just raw talking head. Typically these are best when you just get an idea that comes to you. All right. I'd say that's the best way to do talking head format. Is just whenever you get an idea that comes to you, something you want to talk about, like an idea just hits your brain, just record it right there on the spot. That's the best way to nail down talking head. We can even see it right here. This one just literally came to me. I got the idea, I set down my phone, I talked about it, went viral.
I'm quitting testosterone. That came to me like 5 or 10 minutes before I made the video. It did pretty well. This one right here was kind of like, it was thought out a lot and it didn't do as well, right? So the best way to use green screen is like FaceTime. That's what people call it on TikTok. It's like FaceTime, right? And then the Ashton Hall style. So this is angle, short, setting change. This is, viral cuts with constant camera changes, requires scripting, high production, and visual randomness. Can go viral content though, extremely low quality audience and difficult to produce. But verdict, cool for trends, but bad for Sears brand building. Except for this one right here. The Gaines method. He broke down his whole method, different angles, scripted it all out, and it did amazing, right? It got 100,000 views. Now, I will say somebody on a call like 30 minutes ago told me that this guy apparently made $6K in a month with his fitness coaching. I don't know how. So he had a really good video, but once again, it went viral, but it didn't convert. Just because videos go viral doesn't mean they actually convert. So it's good for definitely getting a message out there, for getting an audience, but I still wouldn't say it's amazing for converting. Like even this stuff, it goes viral for me, but nobody fucking buys from this. It just gains you the audience. Nobody buys from this. It just gains you the audience. All right. So to summarize it, the content will gain you an audience, like blow up your account, Ashton Hall style. Talking head can be a part of it. Skits and debates. Training audio and caption, transformation reveal. I think those ones are going to be the best for violence. The stuff that's really going to convert, in my personal opinion, from my experience, that will really convert, I think screen share is definitely one of them, breaking down your process. Long form highlight, it doesn't directly really convert, but it definitely does help out. If you got really good like long form content with a really good message, like it definitely really does help people understand your offer better. Talking head OG format, that's definitely good for conversion. Visual explanations can be all right. Spectator content, definitely. Transformation reveals, once again, can definitely help conversion. It can definitely get you more inbound DMs. They may not be the most qualified, but it will still get you more DMs. And then voiceovers as well, depending on what you're doing. So yeah, that's all the time I got for this video, but hopefully it helps you out. Link is down below. Go check it out. Gentlemen, welcome to module 5.9, Instagram bio optimization. Okay, your Instagram bio, so massively important. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to create an Instagram bio and also optimize it. I'm sure you've seen all the creators out there online. They have like an Instagram bio that kind of follows like a format. And you're probably like, okay, how do I do this? I'm going to teach you how. Your Instagram bio is one of the most important aspects of your funnel, yet it gets far overlooked sometimes. It's basically your first impression. An optimized bio will make it clear to your audience exactly who you are and what you do. A good bio contains 3 things: a mission statement, DM keyword, call to action, and a link. 4 things, but really 3 things. The link isn't included in the bio. Okay, here's a couple examples of like bios and how it's actually laid out. Here's mine, here's John's, here's Chris, here's Sam's, here's Nathan's, here's Evan's. Mission statement: I help men get jacked and blow up online. Mission statement: I help elite fitness coaches cross 12 to 25K per month. Mission statement: classic physique, Mr. Olympian. Mission statement: online social media / business coach / consultant. Mission statement: transforming men to be high test through diet and lifestyle. Mission statement: I help busy men get jacked in 90 days. Next, keyword: DM me PR for one-on-one coaching. DM me for one-on-one guidance. Chris doesn't have that, but DM me coach to get started. DM me test for one-on-one coaching. Apply for coaching. A couple of these are our examples. Call to action: how I transform myself and you can too, to a link. Call to action: watch my best YouTube videos. Call to action: 6-peat t-shirt drop. I guess the call to action, he doesn't have a direct call to action, but call to action: how I got steroid level testosterone naturally. Call to action: apply for coaching. Basic understanding: you gotta have a mission statement, who you help, what you do. DM keyword: DM me this for this. Call to action: push them towards a link, get them in your funnel. Number 1, a mission statement. The first line of your Instagram bio should let people know exactly what you do and who you help. Again, that's your first impression. When they read that, they're like, okay, if I need help in this department, I'm going to go to this guy. When it comes to the mission statement, I have found that there are one of 2 ways to write it: be very exact or convey an emotion and sell a result.
Let's start with one because most of you guys are probably going to start with be very exact. By being very exact, I mean narrowing down what you do and who you help to a pinpoint. Examples of this are, I help men lose 10% body fat and gain 5 pounds of lean muscle in 90 days. I help career-driven men working 40 hours a week get a six-pack. I help middle-aged women grow their glutes. I help men run a marathon with a 7-minute pace. These are very exact. Who are you and what do I help you do, right? And I recommend starting off here if you're just starting because you want to really niche down so you really speak to people and so people actually join because you probably don't have a whole bunch of client transformations. And you understand what I'm saying here in a minute. These are all examples of very niche coaching services and tend to do best if you have a small following and you're just getting started. The mistake many beginners make are going too broad because they think, well, if I go too niche, I'll get less clients. Wrong! When you are just starting out, you want your offer to speak very loud to the people who need it because you don't have so much credibility to back up your ability to coach a variety of things. In this case, I would just make your headline offer the result of your exact transformation. Even if your transformation is as small as overcoming weed addictions, you will be able to really speak to those people more than if you just offered fat loss and muscle building. Example, I help people overcome marijuana addiction through fitness and lifestyle. I help marijuana addicts overcome addiction through fitness and lifestyle. Since this is possibly the transformation you made and now it's your offer, inside of your content, you can speak with lots of conviction and knowledge on this specific topic that will really speak to a small group of people who really need your help. So again, if you're just starting out, you don't have a whole bunch of credibility, a whole bunch of client transformations, then it's going to take some convincing to get people to buy this new service, right? So what do? You really niche down and you really speak to a specific person. So when they hear your messaging inside of your content and they see your offer, they're like, oh, I've never seen this before. And this is exactly what I need, right? Instead of just saying, oh, I'm fat loss and whatever, and you have no client results. And then it's like, well, can this guy really help me out? He's got no client results. He's offering to everybody. It doesn't really speak to me. Why don't I go to the person who really speaks to me, right? Always start very niche, then expand as your coaching grows, okay? Now to 2. Conveying an emotion and selling a result tends to be a very broad headline. This is good for people who already have a coaching business because inside of your client transformations, if you do a good job at breaking each transformation down, the specifics of each transformation is what will speak to your audience. For example, my current headline is I create badass physiques. It creates an emotion and spells a specific outcome. The word badass makes you feel confident, and a badass physique is the outcome. This works well for me because people can go through my client spotlights and my client wins in my highlights and hear the story of each of the clients I have worked with. So even though the offer does not speak directly to a specific person, my client transformations speak directly to a specific person. I create badass physiques. Well, okay, that's cool. What does that mean? They check out my client transformations. So I'm talking about how I create a badass physique with Aiden, and they hear Aiden's story. They're like, oh, that was just like me. And he got the exact result I want. Now I have this broad offer that through my transformations really narrows people down and speaks to them directly. But if you don't have a bunch of transformations, right, you don't have a bunch of client results, you can't tell a whole bunch of stories that really speak to people. You have to really speak to people inside of your content and inside of your offer. Here are some examples of headlines that create an emotion and sell a result. I create badass sales reps. I help men achieve their dream physique. I help men get steroid-like testosterone levels. I help men regain their masculinity. These are all very broad offers that don't speak directly to people, but once again, once you have reached a certain level in your coaching business, this works well because your client transformations is what will speak directly to people. Your audience will be able to relate to Kyle, who came into your program and lost 50 pounds. And he had low confidence. He was overweight and got a six-pack and started to feel badass after. They'll be able to hear that story, and that's pretty much the offer right there, if that makes sense. So at the very beginning, if you're not currently making money, you don't have a big following, I would say get very niche. Get very, very, very niche. And then once you start to level up, you can expand. Number 2, DM keyword. The second line of your Instagram bio should tell people how they can get started with you. The keyword is powerful because it makes it easier for people to DM you, and it puts the conversation in your control. The reason type forms and shit like that suck is because there are way too many things for your lead to think about. Most of the time, if someone needs your coaching, it's because they already have a thinking problem. By having them just DM you something like coach, it's a very easy barrier to entry, meaning getting them into your conversion mechanism is easy for them. They don't have to think about what to text you or fill out a whole type form. It's just one simple keyword. Now they already DM'd you. And you can always follow up with them if they never reply. With the type form, there's a whole bunch of questions like, oh, I don't feel like doing this right now. Let me do it later. DM a keyword, PR, boom, out there in your conversion mechanism. With this, now the conversion is also in your control. The conversation is also controlled, meaning you can ask the right questions to get them on the call. You don't need to ask everyone how old they are, what their height is, and so on. Every conversation needs a different plan of attack. And exchanging 10 to 20 DMs with somebody before they schedule a call with you warms them up even more versus having them fill out a type form, then sending them a call link, or even worse, pushing them directly to book a call through your bio or landing page. To create your second line, you first need a simple keyword. This keyword should again align with your brand or create a service or your service. For example, keyword PR aligns with my brand, Team Hands PR and PR mindset. Keyword coach aligned with Sam Millsap's service because he teaches you how to become or scale as an online coach. Keyword 545 aligns with John's brand because he teaches the 545 method. Keyword vibe aligns with Kyle, I'm never going to say it, service because he teaches you how to pick up girls. Second, you want a sentence that your keyword fits right into, but also lets the viewer know what they're getting when they DM you the keyword. So again, don't overthink the keyword. Just come up with something that matches your coaching service or possibly your brand. Simple, right? And just have it nice and short, not too long. Now for this part, I like to split test a lot. I recommend split testing your bios at least once a month until you find something that absolutely crushes. By split testing, I mean just making different variations of your bio. I'm always changing up my bio. Everyone's always changing up the bio. Just split test it here and there. See what really speaks to people and find what works. Here are some examples of keyword sentences. DM me keyword for one-on-one coaching. DM me keyword to get started. DM me keyword for one-on-one mentorship. DM me keyword to learn more. DM me keyword for my free training. DM me keyword for a free consultation. DM me keyword to get coached by me. DM me keyword to start your transformation today. I would pick a sentence that aligns with your headline offer and split test it over time. For example, if your offer is teaching men how to increase their testosterone levels, the sentence DM me keyword to learn more might suit it better. Or if you're teaching men how to overcome addiction through fitness and lifestyle, DM me keyword for a free consultation might make more sense because if someone is struggling with an addiction, having a conversation with them to figure out exactly why they can't overcome it makes more sense than DM me keyword for one-on-one coaching. Okay, so think about what you're offering and think about what makes most sense. You don't always want to put one-on-one coaching because then they know if they DM you, they're getting into one-on-one coaching. But if it's like to get started or especially to learn more, then you're just having a conversation with them. And if you're good at sales, if you understand the DM setting process, you can reveal to them all of the struggles they have and you can present to them that, hey, I know how to fix these struggles. We could hop on a call if you want to. Okay, but here's some combinations of it. Number 3, call to action. The last line of your bio should be a call to action. This is where we push people. This is where we push someone to whatever link you have in your bio. This would be part of your funnel. Maybe it's a school community, maybe it's a VSL, maybe it's your website, maybe it's your YouTube channel, anything that gets people deeper into your funnel, basically. If you don't currently have any sort of funnel, set up the link to a YouTube video if you have one. But if you have nothing, then just simply keep it blank at the moment. Don't even put a type form or some stupid link tree in your bio because there's zero value when people click on the link and they will never click on your link again if there's no value there. But once you have a funnel set up, here are some examples for that last line. VSL CTA. So let's say you have a video sales letter. Watch my free training here. How I built a Greek god physique even with bad genetics. Boom. Learn how to lose 10% of your body fat and gain 5 pounds of lean muscle in 90 days. Boom. Anything that describes the VSL, what they're about to watch. School community CTA. Join my free school community here. Join the brotherhood here. The world's #1 fat loss community here. Anything that spikes interest and gets them to click on the link so now they're getting into your funnel. Basically, your CTA should just let people know what they will get by clicking on your link. And again, write it in a way that spikes some interest. Even if you don't have the #1 fat loss community, it will still get more clicks than something bland and lame. The link. When it comes to linking your link in your bio, you want to make sure it's optimized. Don't just put a long ass link. It will look stupid in your bio. If you're going to link a YouTube video, use Link Twin. It shortens the link and it pulls people directly out of Instagram into the YouTube app, and now they can subscribe to you. If you're going to link anything else as a long link, you can use something like shorten URL, that app, to shorten your link and make it look clean. And if you absolutely have to link multiple things, I wouldn't use a link tree or something like that. I would just simply use the Instagram link setting where you can add multiple links. So it just looks way better instead of pulling them through a tree or whatever. But keep the business simple and clean. Just try to have one link to whatever your funnel is, whether it's a VSL, school, community, etc. Okay. You can go ahead and post your bio inside of the group chat if you want people to kind of comment on it, give you adjustments, if you want me to give you adjustments. Okay, if you are inside of the one-on-one coaching, I'm going to be helping you come up with your Instagram bio one-on-one. But if you are inside of there, then post it inside the group chat so we can help optimize it, okay? But this is a basic understanding of how to actually create that bio. I'll see you guys in the next video course. All right, welcome to your IG story flow. This is going to be the exact story flow that you can follow from $0 to $10,000 a month. Instagram stories has your money. That's where your money's at. It's going to be in the Instagram stories because reels are used for top of funnel, so generating views and followers. But then those stories are going to be the middle of funnel content, building that trust in education. And you can refer back to PR Accelerator marketing systems for a reminder on top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. But these stories are your middle of funnel. That's going to be that really important step to get them to the bottom of the funnel, which is where we're actually converting people. 99% of all online transactions will initially occur through IG stories because people are going to be DMing you through there through like a call to action, or they're going to be clicking on a link to get deeper inside of your funnel, such as going to your video sales letter. But in order to ask, you must give. In order to ask them to DM you or in order to ask them to go watch your video, you must give to them. All right. So between 0 to 10,000, your ask to give ratio should be 1 to 70. So what does that mean? You should be asking one time a week to, either reach out to you or to click on a video and give 70 times a week. So you should be posting, I'd say around 10 times a day on your story every single day so that you can ask one time a week. At the very beginning of building your brand, it's extremely important that you give a whole bunch. If you try to ask too often at the beginning of building your brand, then you're never going to create really loyal, strong followers. It's extremely important you build a strong relationship with your followers when you're just starting out so they help you drive your account to a high level. So that's why I say your ask to give ratio should be 1 to 70. And why? Between 0 to 10K, your brand isn't super strong, like I just said. In order to maintain brand growth, you must give, right? Your give needs to be at an all-time high if you're trying to grow your brand. So remember that, okay? If you're hungry for money, it doesn't mean you ask for more. It means you give more. That's the mistake everyone makes. Oh, I haven't made money with coaching yet, so let me ask for more. You haven't made money yet because you haven't gave. You need to give more, okay? So CTAs for your coaching should only be used when you know it's time to ask, not when you want to make money. Your audience will clearly see if you're CTAing for quick cash or if you're CTAing because you know they need to take that next step and you know that you need to lay it out for them. Okay, it's extremely important to remember. So here's the summary on how to position yourself as an online coach through Instagram stories. Being seen as a real coach online isn't about labeling yourself as one or posting workout clips. It's about leading by example and impacting your audience. That's the biggest thing. Once again, you don't shift people's thoughts and beliefs by telling them what to think and what to believe. You shift their thoughts and belief by emotionally shifting them. So that's why you must lead by example and impact them. Coaching happens when you educate, inspire, and shift your audience's mindset. And that's going to be done a lot through the stories. So key points. Lead with value. Don't constantly sell or beg for attention. Instead, give value consistently through stories that inspire, educate, and connect emotionally. Think about it like dating. Chasing too hard pushes people away. So lead with value. Use storytelling. Your daily actions, showcase them. Showcase your journaling, your training, or waking up early. This should be explained also with purpose. Sharing the why behind your actions make them relatable and valuable to your audience. Education is nothing without why included on. Create dependence through transformation. When followers try your process and see results, they'll associate that success with you. And naturally, they'll want to work with you and go farther, right? So as you start to showcase what you do to transform yourself, and then they start to follow it, they're going to associate the changes they have made in their life with success. And, the changes, they came from you. You told them to make it. And so they're going to associate you with success. Sell before the sales call. The real sales process begins in your content. If you're doing it right, your stories and posts should be so powerful that by the time somebody books a call, they're already sold. And what does it take to sell somebody? It takes them to trust and like you. And trust and like comes from middle of the funnel content, building trust and education, right? Getting them to like you. So That's why the stories are so important. So bottom line, build trust by showing, not just telling. Okay? Showing your life, not just telling them. Showing that you're a leader, not just telling them. Showing them you're an online fitness coach, not just telling them. Teach through action, explain your purpose, and deliver value daily. Every single day, their bucket should be getting filled up with your content. You should never be draining your audience's bucket. What does that mean? Just posting without providing value, because then they don't see you as a valuable person. That's how you attract committed inbound leads without looking desperate. So recommended story posting structure for 0 to 10K per month. And this is 5 to 10 times daily, okay, in timeline order as well. So this is what you'll be posting throughout the day. There's going to be ways to extrapolate on it so you can at least get the 10 posts a day. And this is all in timeline order, generally how you should go about it throughout the day. So morning wake up posts can be number one, okay? Consistently posting about your early morning routine is a powerful way to position yourself as a disciplined, driven, and trustworthy leader in your audience's mind. It's not just about showing you're awake. It's about signaling your commitment to personal growth and routine, right? It's not just about, hey, I'm up early. It's like you wake up early every single day without miss, even on Saturdays and Sundays, and people see that. And while they're waking up late, they're like, oh, this guy's up early every single time. And then as you make more progress than them, they start to associate waking up early with success. And then they try waking up early, right? And then what happens is they start to get more successful. And then they associate you with success, and now you're moving them closer and closer to finally buying. So why it works, builds brand's identity, right? Repeatedly showing your early morning wake up reinforces your image as someone who is consistent, high performing, and dependable. This is what people need to understand. If your content doesn't change their life, if your content doesn't showcase you as somebody who is literally just more consistent, disciplined, and high performing than them, then there's never going to be a gap created between you and the viewer. And if there's no gap created, then they're not going to see you as a coach. A coach is somebody who brings somebody up, who can transform their life. And so it's literally, I would say your personal development is number one. It's number one. And then showcasing that so it builds your brand identity that you're so committed to personal development. That's why they would buy your coaching, because they're going to buy from an expert, not just somebody trying to sell coaching. Establishes authority. Discipline is attractive. Viewers see you as a leader worth following, right? And earns trust. People invest into those they trust. By living out the traits your ideal client aspires to have, they're more likely to buy from you, right? Everyone knows waking up early every single morning without fail is extremely hard. If you can showcase you can do that for, let's say, 6 months, they're going to be like, this guy's a beast. And that's why they buy from you, because you're a fucking beast. So content delivered ideas for this, though. Post a photo or video of you with your morning coffee or breakfast, your journaling or goal setting routine in the morning workouts or push-ups, a timestamp screenshot showing when you wake up early, your to-do list or schedule for the day, to showcase that morning routine, right? And the goal of this, visually demonstrate that you're up early and you're doing something productive. The daily repetitions position you as somebody worth listening from and investing in, right? And there's an example of it. I'm going to share with you the story expansion process here really quick. So turn everyday action into powerful coaching content, because I want to cover this right now in the video, because it's not just about uploading these types of things. It's also expanding on them. So the story expansion process is a storytelling framework that helps you turn simple daily habits into influential content that educates, connects, and converts. It positions you as the solution without directly selling, by making your process relatable and transformative. Let me break that down. Here's the 3 steps to expand on what you're doing throughout the day. You can't just show it, you must tell, okay? Or you must explain. Education is nothing without why. So number 1, show. Show what you're doing. Example, the morning routine. Expand on it. Expand why you do it and how it helps you. Just because people say you wake up at 5 a.m. every single day doesn't mean shit. But it's when you explain why you do it and how it helps you, right? That's the why part of education. I started journaling because I struggle to stick to my goals. Now it helps me build structure and focus daily. Oh, he wakes up early and he does morning journaling, not because he just does those things, but because he has a struggle like me. He struggles to stick to his goals. And this is what helped him build structure and focus daily. Well, I'm struggling with structure and focus. Let me try this. Boom, they try it. It works out for them. Now they trust and like you more. Number 3, dig. Call the viewer's struggle and bridge them to your process, right? Example of this. If you say you want to change, but you can't get up early and plan your day, do you actually want it, or are you just talking? Right? I do that talking head, boom, share the morning journaling, right? And I go, a lot of you guys ask sometimes, why do I wake up at 5 a.m. every single day and do my morning journaling?
It's because, I always struggle to stick to my goals. And this morning process right here, it helps me build structure and focus daily. But it's also like nothing good happens after 9 p.m. And so by waking up early, I keep myself away from doing dumb stuff like I used to, right? And a lot of you guys, and here's the best way to put it. You may even want to explain this yourself, but like I was the guy forever who always wanted to achieve my goals. Yet I would stay up late and just do dumb shit. And I always knew that waking up early and, having a daily action plan was going to be extremely important to that. But I could never make the change. And I realized it's because I just didn't know how to, and I was just the guy who was just talking. And I didn't want to be the guy who was just talking. I wanted to be the guy actually making progress, and it's like, hey, bro, if you're like me and you have goals and, you're not actually waking up early and excited to get after each and every single day, then do you actually want it or are you just talking? So when it comes to expanding on something, and you're using the show, expand, and dig process, so you're showing what you're doing, you're expanding on it, and then you're digging into them. This is pretty much like you want to relate to them and then attack them instead of dig. What does that mean? You relate to their pain points, right? That's the biggest thing. And you say, hey, this is the process that helped me out with these pain points. But then there has to be a little bit of an attack as well, right? Do you actually want it or are you just talking? And that's going to hit them. That's going to be like, oh, he's right. And that's going to actually get them to make a change. Okay, so why this works though, it moves from observation to inspiration to confrontation, right? Observation showing, inspiration expanding, confrontation by digging, right? Relating then attacking. A flow that builds relatability, credibility, and emotional impact, right? That's what this flow will do right here. It will be relatability, credibility, and then emotional impact. And again, the emotional impact is what actually changes somebody. It doesn't sell directly, but makes your coaching the obvious next step by showing your process solves real problems. If your audience doesn't take an action from your free content that changes their life, even in a little way, it's going to be pretty hard to actually sell them on your coaching. Understand that. Okay? And it naturally builds authority and drives engagement by mixing storytelling with subtle persuasion. So use this in content, show the habit, explain the reason, challenge the viewer's mindset. Right? You're showing the habit of what you do. You're explaining why you do it, then challenge the viewer's mindset to try to get them to also incorporate that habit and use that framework to change their life like it changed yours. And then repeat that structure consistently to establish your identity, shift beliefs in your audience, and position yourself as the guide they need. Okay? Repetition is most important side of content. Just because you did this once doesn't mean you shouldn't do it every single day. Literally between 0 to 10K, it's brute force and repetitions. That's all it is. Brute force and repetitions. Repetitively, do this over and over and over again every single day. It takes repetitions to build trust, right? Number 2, okay, is going to be value post. So after you do the whole morning process, now you're going to start providing value throughout the day. So how to deliver value-driven story posts that builds loyalty. This type of story post is designed to add immediate value to your audience, whether through inspiration, motivation, or insight. The goal is to strengthen the emotional connection between your stories and your viewer's mind, so they associate your brand with positivity, growth, and impact. Okay, so the purpose behind value posts is to build trust and credibility by giving your audience something they can use, reflect on, or feel. Position yourself as somebody worth following, not just because of what you do, but because of how you make them feel. A good brand doesn't sell the what, it sells the feeling, right? Like people don't buy cologne, they buy confidence. People don't buy Rolexes, they buy status, right? That's the biggest thing is people are buying feelings, not things. And so if you want somebody to buy into your coaching, then what are you making them feel through your value post? Keep viewers coming back by consistently delivering value in small digestible moments too. All right. If there's no value inside of your content, then why would people continue coming back to it? It's like somebody else can provide more value than you, and they're going to go to your competition. Delivering ideas. So share a meaningful quote and explain what it means to you. All right. Maybe you do some, reading in the morning. Maybe you read the Bible in the morning. Maybe you saw a quote or something. Share that quote and explain what it means to you. Right. Hey guys, I just read this quote and it, really shifted me. And the quote was boom, 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 pow. Right. You show what it was and you expand on it. What it did for me. And then you dig, right? You relate and then you attack. Give a motivational message that challenges or uplifts, right? Maybe that's some hard talk after you get done with some cardio in the morning.
The guys just went to the gym, and it's 6 a.m. Just got done with my cardio, and as I was leaving, everyone was pulling up, and it's just like they had this just like what is it? They had low energy. I could see it in them, but I also pulled up the gym with low energy, and then when I got done with my cardio, I felt amazing. It's just so funny how when you walk into the gym, you have low energy, and you get the sad look on your face, but then you walk out of it, you're always you're uplifted, your vibrational energy is high. And it's just like, to me also, it's like, I can't understand how people don't go do some cardio in the morning. Like, it's going to make every single day so much better. Just think about that. Where would you be in life if every single morning you were a little bit more happier, you vibrate with a little bit of a higher vibration, and you were a little bit more optimistic about things? Like, you would get so much farther ahead in life. That's challenging them and uplifting them. Reflect on a learning lesson from your own journey, right? Maybe there's something you went through that you learned from that you want to share with people. Post a simple image or a video with text overlaying that offers insight or encouragement. But yeah, let's go into why it works. People remember how you made them feel. If your content makes them think, reflect, or level up even briefly, they'll keep watching, right? Because as a coach, that's your job. You're not selling here, you're serving. And service builds loyalty. These moments compound over time and position you as a trusted voice and mentor in their life. So key tip, keep it real, keep it relevant, and focus on the clear takeaway that leaves your viewer feeling better, smarter, and more motivated than before. How do you use story expansion strategically to pre-sell coaching? So the story expansion process we went over can be reused after your value posts, but it should be used strategically and sparingly. Overdoing it, especially when digging into pain points, can lead to viewer fatigue or resistance. The goal is to build influence and not overwhelm them, okay? So key guidelines, limit deep expansion to 1 to 2 posts every single day, right? So it's like when you're really trying to dig in, don't do it too much. Be short, be impactful. Constantly pressing on pain points can feel heavy, be impactful, not intrusive. High ROI for coaches though. These posts work especially well for coaches because when you're really selling isn't just workouts or programs, you're selling adherence, right? You're selling mindset, you're selling an identity shift, an identity transformation. So it's important to provide value with posts like this, right? This is going to help them become more adherent because you're providing value to help them keep adherent. You're providing that mindset, right? You're transforming their identity. If you can help your viewer feel and see progress in these areas before they inquire about your coaching, you've already begun the transformation, which is most important. This builds trust and emotional investment. Okay, and this gets you a sales advantage. By the time they get a call with you, they should already feel like they owe you because your free content has genuinely changed their life. That's the biggest thing. Your free content to genuinely change their life, man. The level of impact makes pricing feel like a fair exchange rather than a hard sell. Okay, bottom line, use deep mindset shifting posts as a powerful tool, but use them wisely. When done right, your content becomes a preview of the transformation and the offer becomes the natural next step. So I say use it wisely because here's what some people will do. They will take what I just said and they will just do it just to do it every single day. It's not about just doing this just to do it every single day. It's thinking to yourself, did this change my life? Right? Is this part of my mission? Would this change somebody else's life? It's not just doing the action, it's doing it for a purpose, for a reason. So when you upload value-driven posts, talking head, repost, sharing a meaningful quote, whatever it may be, it's like you must be doing it for a reason, not just to do it. Because if you don't understand the reasoning behind what you're posting, then nobody else is going to understand the reasoning behind it. I'll see sometimes people just yap to the camera. They don't even know what they're yapping about. They're just doing it just to say, hey, I followed the story flow. No, you fucking didn't. This is the outline. This is the understanding. And then you apply that to the mission you are on, the change you are trying to create in your coaching. That's what makes you a valuable coach and a valuable leader, is you're actually trying to create change, trying to create an impact in the world. Understand that. That was a quick rant apart that. Number 3, client and self-work post. Okay, behind the scenes posts, building trust through transparency. These behind the scenes story posts give your audience an inside look at what you're doing, right? Either with your clients or with yourself. They create authenticity, demonstrate your expertise, and build massive trust by showing that you don't just talk, but you walk it every single day. You're not just an online fitness coach, you're actually a real one, right? You're not just saying you can help somebody transform, you're actually transforming each and every single day. Why it works, humanizes your brand. People want to work with somebody who shows up. Showing your coaching in action builds credibility and authority.
right? Showing you working on your programs, working on whatever you're building out, working on yourself. It builds that credibility and authority, builds trust. The number one thing people look for in a coach is someone who communicates, supports, and cares. These posts make it obvious. The biggest thing people are going to want in a coach is communication. This game is a game of literally like customer support. So people want communication. That's the biggest thing people want when buying a coach. They're buying into a relationship, not a coaching program. So what's that mean? You must show up every single day and show that, hey, I'm always here for you. Sells without selling. You're showing the transformation, not just promising it, right? That's going to create the FOMO if you're showing yourself working on yourself or your clients' work, right? Now when they got a call, they know that you're not just promising coaching. It's like they're seeing what they're getting inside of. If you have clients with the post, okay, video calls of you one-on-one with them, photos of client check-ins, feedback, transformations, text overlaying to explain how your coaching is helping the person succeed, and so on. The whole purpose of that is just to let your audience see the value of your coaching in real time. This is going to create that FOMO, I said, and position you as an in-demand and effective coach. If you don't have clients yet, then what to post? Footage of you working on yourself, so your workouts, your cardio, your journaling, your reading, your tracking, your etc., and explaining how these actions are fueling your personal development. The purpose behind that is in the absence of client results, your personal transformation is the product. Show that you live the process you'll eventually guide others through. Okay. Key tip here, always pair the visual with a brief but clear explanation. Once again, you show, then you tell. Either as text on screen or a follow-up video, right? So put the text on there, or you do a talking head after you post your transformation, your client's transformation, whatever it may be. Don't just show what you're doing, explain why it matters and what your audience is missing by not doing it. The bottom line here, these posts quietly position you as a trustworthy, results-driven coach. And whether you're leading others or just leading yourself, you become somebody worth paying attention to. Number 4, Q&A post. Weekly Q&A story post, the highest return on investment way to nurture your audience. So posting 1 to 2 Q&A sessions per week on your Instagram stories is one of the most effective ways to build connection, boost engagement, and nurture trust with your audience. Most viewers don't know as much as you think they know about you. So a Q&A gives them direct access to your thoughts, methods, and personality. So that's exactly why it works. It's going to boost your engagement because viewers love personal responses. It's going to build authority and connection, answering questions in depth, showcases your knowledge and care to actually help people out, and it educates and nurtures. Q&As let you reintroduce your values, your methods, the transformation you've made, all these different things into bite-sized chunks in relatable ways, right? And when you do a Q&A, if it's actually somebody who asks a question, try to repeat their name. Mark asked this question about this, that, and the third, right? And this is a great question, Mark, because blah, 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 okay? Use people's names. I'm telling you, helps. Delivery tips, if you have 5,000 plus followers, reply quickly to early questions to encourage more people to ask. So when you throw up the Q&A up and starts to get questions, reply as fast as possible because the faster you start replying to Q&As, the more questions come in. Respond publicly to the best questions to seed ideas for others to ask about as well. If you have a smaller audience, though, post your own questions anonymously to spark engagement. So, if you have a smaller audience, under 5,000, you probably won't get a whole bunch of questions. So it would help to actually just slide up on your own posts, ask your own questions so you can demonstrate your knowledge and personality. And if you're already established, use the story extension process to dig on high quality questions, right? So if you already had a lot of followers, you're probably going to get a lot of questions. Pick the best, 3 to 5 of the best, right? Post the question and answer, but then expand on them, okay? Show, expand, dig. And then bonus, apply client transformation if you can. There's an example flow you can go over, but bottom line here is Q&A stories are a goldmine for nurturing your audience. They let you educate, connect, and convert while building brand trust with every post. Whether you have 100 followers or 100K, this is one of the smartest moves you can make each and every single week. Let's go to number 5, which is client wins. This is your last one, okay? How to post client wins strategically to drive action. Client wins are powerful tools to build trust and social proof, but only when you strategically and sparingly use them. Okay, posting them too frequently, like 3 to 7 times per week, can fatigue your audience, right? Especially because the story viewers are often repeat viewers, right? They're going to constantly see these over and over, and it's just like, yeah, bro, I've already seen this. So once a week is enough to get your message across effectively, right? You should pair your client wins with CTAs. The real purpose of sharing client wins isn't just to show off results; it's to create emotional buy-ins and eventually prompt direct message through a strong call to action, right? So a lot of people, like, you'll probably get texts and client results throughout the week, but I would kind of save all that up to create this like a really hard hitting story just one day out of the week. But here's the key, people don't DM you just because you post the result. They'll only reach out if they already believe that the value is there, right? And showing results doesn't give value. It just proves you have it. Remember that, okay? So just because you showcase client results doesn't mean it's going to actually drive conversion when you do a CTA. You got to also break it down, offer your clear process to results so people understand it. So think about it like this. If someone told you sunglasses were $1,000, like if I said, hey, bro, these right here are $1,000, you'd hesitate. You'd be like, $1,000, that's really expensive. But if you wore them for a week, you got compliments, you felt more confident, then the perceived value would increase. So if I said, you know what, test these sunglasses out for 1 week, and you put them on, and first off, life looked a lot cooler in them. Everything looked better. Your vision was maybe even better. You walked around, boom, right away you get a compliment. And everywhere you're going, you're getting compliments. And people are asking, where'd you get these sunglasses from? And et cetera. Then you came back to me in a week and said, hey, do you want to buy them? You're going to be a little bit more enticed to actually spend that $1,000 to keep these sunglasses, because now the perceived value is actually worth it. At first, these sunglasses, $1,000 for plastic, but at second, $1,000 for compliments, $1,000 for people to like me more. Yeah, all day. And what I'm saying here is this is what your story content should do all week, right? Allow your viewers to wear the sunglasses you're coaching before you drop the price, right? So the way to do that in client wins is just like, dude, break down where somebody went from, what you did for them, and how the result is making them feel now. And try to like really story tell it properly, like do it very well so that somebody actually gets very intrigued and invested inside the story. And that story is going to increase the perceived value of the coaching you're selling. So a client wins should be step 5 and not number 1. Spend a week delivering value, motivation, proof of lifestyle shifts and pain point triggers. So when you showcase a client result, your audience is primed and ready to act. They've worn the sunglasses. The best day to post client wins are Monday and Tuesday, okay? Pain is high, people dread going back to work, or Fridays and Saturdays, I believe, as well. I think those are the best times, Mondays and Tuesdays, and then also later in the week. People get paid and are emotionally ready to buy. You can split test this to see what does best, but this is what I typically do, beginning of the week, end of the week. I still notice beginning of the week is sometimes the best, because end of the week, people think, they're so focused on kind of just like relaxing and shit like that. So usually end of the week, you may want to drive them to like content like YouTube videos and stuff like that. Beginning of the week, I'd probably do the CTAs. Deliver ideas, screenshot and share messages from clients celebrating their wins, right? That's a good thing to do. Post before and afters, share video testimonials, add context to everything, right? The transformation is most important. So that's 5 client wins. Again, number 4 is Q&A posts. Number 3 is client and self-work posts. Number 2 is value posts. And number 1 is going to be your daily morning routine. So these are generally things you're going to want to upload each and every single week. This is going to easily help you get 5 to 10 story posts a day, right? Daily, you'll be doing pretty much, your morning post. And we can also call this your habit post, right? Your habit post, showcasing your habits, but once again, using the story expansion process here and there. Providing value, talking head, sharing, quotes, stuff like that. And then client or self-work post. Again, like we said, we don't want to do clients every single day. And what I mean that is you don't want to showcase like the results every single day. It's like, but still kind of showcase that you're working as a fitness coach if you are. And if you aren't, then just showcase your self-work post. But I'd recommend building up all of that, all those testimonials all week, and having kind of that one day a week where you do a CTA where you just like absolutely just rip it all right there. I think that'd be the best. Because then what will happen if people watch your story all week, they'll see all this stuff provided, right? But then that one day they watch it, they see all the transformation that has happened. Now you're going to get them really to a high emotional state, right? Where it really makes sense for them to reach out. Q&A posts 1 to 2 times a week. And one thing you can do with Q&A posts is you can always go back to your archive stories, right? And actually answer the questions again throughout the week. So I wouldn't even hesitate to answer a question every single day in your stories, simply by, you throw up the Q&A, you do a couple questions, but then you get more in there. Then you go back to your archive post, and then, you take one of those questions, throw it up on your story. And then like client wins, like I said, probably about once a week when you do a CTA. I would showcase you working on your client stuff, but then like really build up all the best client testimonials, break it down very, very well using the story expansion process, and then, attack them hard with a, hey, reach out to me if you're struggling with this and you need to make a change. Okay, but that's generally the IG story flow for 0 to 10K.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the VSL guide. I'm going to walk you through exactly what a VSL is and how to go ahead and put one together for yourself. So VSL stands for Video Sales Letter. The whole point of this video sales letter is to pretty much pre-sell you to your audience and also pre-sell your coaching to your audience. In case you need a refresher on how this all works, we're going to go ahead and upload this VSL over on YouTube. We're going to link that VSL in your bio, and we're just going to be driving people from Instagram to long-form YouTube to watch that VSL, okay? Again, good marketing in my world, you need these 4 things. Is your audience needs to have high awareness around who are you, what do you do, why do you do it, and also how do you do it, right? The more awareness people have around those 4 things, the better understanding people have around those 4 things, the more likely they are to buy, all right? So that's what the VSL we should want to do, is clearly break that down in depth. Who are you? What do you do for people? Why do you do this? And how do you actually help people achieve this transformation? That's what we'll look to cover in depth on your VSL. Before going ahead and making a VSL, it is important to have a rough idea of your ICP at least. You would love to have a great idea of who your ICP is, but you need to at least have a rough idea of who you're going to be targeting with this VSL. You can achieve this by looking at your top performing content over the past 30 to 90 days and asking yourself, what topics are people most interested in me talking about? If you have no clients, you check your content. If you have clients, you check your clients. That's how you're going to be looking for your ideal client profile, right? What is working well? Who most likes you? Who do you like working with the most? If your videos are about losing love handles, if the videos you're posting about the losing love handles get the most views, don't make a VSL talking about become the best version of yourself. Make it about losing love handles, if that makes sense, right? If you find a repetitive theme doing well inside your content, that's what people like you for. Make a VSL, make an offer for that. It's pretty much creating an ultimate guide to the topics that interest people the most. It's the best way to think about it. So here's a bunch of quick links to kind of click around. Here's the VSL template as well. You can set this up anyway. This is just a template, but understand this is the general principle every VSL should follow. This can again be the hook, the introduction of who you're specifically targeting. So target a niche specific headline. Credibility showcase, this is where you instantly provide credibility. So somebody actually is like, okay, let me actually fully watch this. Backstory, this is where people get to know about your backstory, right? Who you are, where do you come from, what transformation did you have, and where are you now? Who this is for, so this is going to be calling out the specific pain points your ICP is going to be struggling with and saying this is for you. Who this is not for, these are the specific non-negotiables people have to accept in order to make this transformation, right? So you have to drop the vices in order to X, Y, and Z. That's a non-negotiable. Here's the truth. This is where you shatter a limiting belief that they may have. So you want to think about the largest limiting belief a prospect who's watching the video may have, and then shatter that right there, right? Coaching, VSLs, any type of video sales letter, it's all about shattering those limiting beliefs so they actually move forward inside of your process. But don't worry, I'm not going to let this pain point happen to you. And this is where we say, and if you want to become this person, I'll show you exactly how. And we're going to list out the steps, phases, pillars, whatever you want to call them, to making this transformation. Around 3 to 4 is a perfect amount to create your unique mechanism. And here's the unique mechanism slide. You're going to call it some type of name. So the handsome PR method is my method I built through my own trial and error by inserting what you did to learn it, by pushing myself to the extreme inside the gym over the past 5 years to get as tan, jacked, and handsome as possible. Now I've decided to break it all down for you inside this video so you too can achieve tan, jacked, and handsomeness. Process overview, here's exactly how the PR method works, or the handsome PR method works. Break it down, add a little hook. Transition statement, and now we're going to actually be breaking down the method, your unique method. So like phase 1, handsome PR training. Here's how the training works. Handsome PR nutrition. Here's how the nutrition works. PR routine, right? Here's the routine to my whole entire method. And we tie it in all together. The handsome PR is designed to help you achieve this specific desired outcome. My transformation or my client's transformations have proved how effective this unique mechanism is at achieving this said desired outcome. Now that you understand exactly how this works, you have two options. Option number one, take what you've learned, try it on your own, however what might happen is, and then list the cost of inaction. But option number two, you can also guarantee results using the handsome PR method. Let me show you how. And that's where you pitch the viewer at the very end, right? If you're this pain point, if you're struggling with this and you want to achieve this, here's my offer for you. If you would like to talk about my offer, there's going to be, an application or a Calendly down a link in the description where you can book a call with me or apply to work with me. And that's how you can move to the next step. Very clear process to move to the next step, right? So once again, it's very simple to understand, all right? What's the hook? Who are you targeting with it? What's the credibility? Talk about your backstory. List out who this is for and who this is not for so the viewer can self-qualify themselves. Shatter limiting belief. Break down your clear process of results. Talk about your unique mechanism. What is it? And then actually go in depth into all of that. Break it all down. Give them some tangible info they can walk away from the video with today. And the best way to think about this is like, I believe people buy when they're in debt to you, and so you want to give a good amount of info inside of this. You don't want to like talk so much about the how exactly, but talk a lot about the what. All right, really paint the picture in terms of what they'll be getting inside of your coaching. So you're not going to break down exactly how to create a training program, but just talk about what your training program is going to do for them, all right? So I'll call mine hypertrophy shredding, and I'll break down kind of how it works, but the benefits of it especially, right? So when you're talking about your unique mechanism, talk about the benefits, not just like how it works, talk about the benefits of it. Tie it all in together, cost of inaction, get them to see the two paths, and then pitching them. That's simply how the actual slideshow works. You can go ahead and you can do a day in the life, you can do a whiteboard, you can do it in any sense. It's really up to you. VSLs are something you have to do over and over to get better and better at. This is a good starting point, and here's some examples right here. So like I said, slide one's the targeted niche. The first slide is all about making a transformation promise to a niche group of people. For example, how I built a Greek god physique even with bad genetics. And make sure to put the headline in the how I tense, because the important aspect of this VSL is making sure you sell yourself. You got to sell yourself before you can sell your coaching. If you can sell yourself as a guide for others through that proof that you know what you're talking about, that's when selling coaching is easy. How to come up with your headline. Your headline should be a mix between your transformation, the topics that perform well or the best in your short form channels or even long form. All right. So what is your transformation and also what's performing best? Case study of Andrew right here. Couple of topics that were doing really well for him when he came to me were the 5 signs you have a physique that demands respect. Kind of this headline right here, physique that demands respect. So our VSL, our first one was how I built a physique in man that demands respect. And it was a full guide, right? Make sure your targeted niche headline does not sound like everyone else's. Make it sound unique. Take a different marketing angle than what you see everyone else saying online. So don't just say become the best version of yourself, bro. Or how I became the best version of myself. Get specific. What is the best version of yourself look like? For Andrew, building a physique that demands respect is the best version of himself. Slide 2 is the credibility showcase. It's going to be a quick slide that proves to people you know your shit so they pay attention. Preferably your headline is bold or makes a large promise that gets people to say no fucking way. Then this slide is here to quickly back up that bold claim with proof, so to showcase that you know your shit. The slide is pretty much all about flexing your proof, so you could So a couple things this could be here is you looking amazing and amazing transformation, how insane your transformation is, or how relatable you are to the viewer, or anything in that realm. So when you're going into credibility, if you don't have a whole bunch of proof, then talk about how relatable you maybe are to the person. Any ways to get the viewer to kind of see that you've been in their shoes and you've also achieved what they want to achieve. That's what credibility is all about. Andrew talks about his past. Elfie talks about his past. I talked about my past as well. Slide 3. So the next section here is backstory. The backstory part of the VSL is here to tell people about your story that has turned you into this leader. This is where we get real and relatable. People buy into people, not products. So if the viewer can see themselves in your shoes, they will be more convinced to take the actions you took. That's why getting real and relatable inside of your backstory is super crucial. Nobody will ever take the actions you took if they can't relate to your backstory. Understand that. So when telling your backstory, it's important to focus on the things you think most people in your audience would relate to. Now, this won't be the exact story, but this will be how that experience made you feel. All right, nobody's going to relate to your exact backstory, but they can relate to how you felt during that, and everybody can connect to that. So here's the 3 points to identify in your backstory. Where were you prior to this transformation? What was the turning points of events, aka what I like to call your fuck this event? And then where are you now in life? And you can see Andrew, George, and me actually break that down. Next slide, who this is for. So who this is for is all about qualifying a viewer so they think to themselves, this video is exactly for me. You want 3 to 5 points saying, if you are ... this is for you. Now, we want to speak to the pains of the viewer. We want to speak to the pains the viewer might be experiencing inside of this slide. But once again, we want to use identity calling to really make it hit home. And I'll explain what this means. Alex Hormozi once said, if you can accurately describe a prospect's current situation in their own language, with their own experiences, you can pretty much sell anything to them, or something like that. This is important to note because the better you can speak to the exact painful thought that runs through a viewer's mind, the more likely they are to pay attention and believe you have the solution for them, right? So the more you can accurately describe exactly what they're going through, exactly how they feel, the own language they are using is out of their mind, the more they're like, wow, this is specifically for me. So you don't just want to be like, this is for you if you're struggling to lose those love handles and want to get in shape. It's like, is that what they really think to themselves? No. This is for you if you've been trying day after day after day to eat healthy, to hit the gym, and to do your cardio, but that stubborn belly fat just isn't coming off and it's crushing your confidence, and you're ready to finally make progress. If that's you, this is for you. That's a lot more descriptive. Slide 5, who this is not for. This is all about the non-negotiables of making this transformation. Think about it this way. To build a strong viewer, the viewer needs to know what you stand for and what you stand against. So make what you stand against very clear inside of this. This also gives the viewer the ability to see you through a coaching lens. When you give them guidelines to live their life by, they look at you as a leader, a pillar of strength, and guidance. They clearly need to understand what they need to stop doing to make the transformation, right? And they also need to understand what your guidelines are for your coaching. So who this is not for, if you're not ready to stop tolerating a lack of standards that are holding you back from becoming a man that can demand respect, this is not for you. Simply just saying, if you're not willing to lower your tolerance and increase your standards, you're not going to be able to make this transformation. That's a part of it. Slide 6, limiting belief shatter. This slide is all about thinking about the big limiting belief a viewer would have and completely flipping it on its back and tackling it. This should accomplish 2 things. Make your process sound unique and overcome an objection your ICP may have. Again, we don't find ideal clients, we create them by shifting their mindset. When it comes to fitness coaching, you don't just find your ICP, right? You create your ICP. Everybody can use fitness coaching, right? But they just have to mentally be in the right spot to use it, to believe it's beneficial. Just thinking about the biggest limitation your ICP may have, or that you used to have. I used to believe I had bad genetics, so that was the one I shattered, right? I didn't think I had good genetics, mental capabilities, or grit to achieve all of this, right? But come to find out, I did. So shatter a limiting belief there. Slide 7, transition to a clear process of results. The first part of slide 7 is transitioning from that shattering that limiting belief to letting the viewer know exactly you are here to guide them away from pain and towards their goals through what comes next, which is your unique mechanism and that clear process of results. Think about a big reason a viewer will watch your VSL so far and promise them if they continue watching that you're going to help them escape this pain and move towards a better life. The second part of this slide is your clear process of results. This is where you must come up with simple steps, phases, or pillars of making this transformation. The easiest way to come up with your clear process of results is to think about your entire transformation and identify the fundamental things that made it happen. All right, so look over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, maybe even plus, of this transformation you've made and identify the 3 or 4 fundamental things that are most important for making this. Is it your routine? Is it the way you train? Is it nutrition? Is it what you did with your friends and your environment? What was it specifically? And put it together. And this can be very unique. Slide 8, that's the unique mechanism actually. Right? This slide is all about presenting that unique mechanism to help the viewer understand how you're going to help them achieve results with ease. Make sure this name aligns with the transformation you are promising. For example, if you're helping people get handsome, I would call mine the handsome PR method. All right, and you break it down. The respectable man method is what I built through my own trial and error by, etc. And I'm here to break it all down for you. Slide 9, the process overview. That's where you once again go, here's how this certain mechanism works, and here's what you're gonna learn. Then you transition into actually breaking it down. And so from slides 11 to 16 or even plus, you're gonna be breaking down exactly how this all works. Once again, this is very unique to you. There's no correct way to do it. If it's, once again, it's like focus on the what and the benefit, not exactly the how. All right, so the what here, conduct a brutal self-audit. Here's a little bit of how to do it, but especially here's the benefit of it. Once you go through all that, slide 17 is the summary / tie-in. So after your long-winded breakdown, it's time to remind the viewer how all that information helps them once again. This is where you remind them of your unique mechanism name and how it is designed to help them achieve the promised result. Then you also want to guarantee if they use this process, it will help them out by saying, my transformation has proven how effective this method is at helping any man, etc. Even with helping any man, even with bad genetics, build a Greek god physique, for example. All right, you want to guarantee that. Slide 19, those are the two options, right? This is the slide where you create urgency right before you pitch them. And then we move into the pitch. So look, you have two options. Take the information you learned today and use it on your own. Option number 2, guarantee results, and here's how to do it. This is where you actually pitch your offer. Under if your is where we identity call our ICP once again, but specifically pointing out the pain points they're experiencing in life at that moment. Once again, reminding them, if you're struggling with this and you want to achieve this, then put in big red text, here's what my offer is, and then let them know exactly how to get in contact with you. Click the link in the description, book in a call with me, fill out the type form, whatever it may be, and that's how you can take action. That's simply how you put a VSL together. The slideshow is the easiest place to start, but you can put this together anyway. This is just the psychology behind it. It can be a day in the life. It can be a completely different slideshow. It can be an edited video. It doesn't matter. This is the psychology behind it. That's the most important thing. All right, here's how to navigate Trainerize and set your clients up. So you're going to want to have the Trainerize on a desktop just like this. You log in and you got all this different stuff going on, right? So when it comes to adding in clients, you just click on clients right here. So when you're going to onboard somebody, click that new, put in their email address, put in their first name, put in their last name, send it over. Boom, they have an invite inside their email. They can get signed in. Now you have a client right there, okay? When it comes to actually opening up their dashboard, I typically just come to messages, click on them, click on their name, click the open button at the top right. Now I got my boy Merritt's dashboard opened right here. So this is where you can actually set them up, make adjustments, look at the progress and stuff like that. There's not too much going on in this dashboard right here. Calendar, goals and habits, train program, and meal plan is really all you got to care about. So calendar, you'll just be able to see, their macros, if they're checking off any habits that you set up for them, and all around just like what's going on, if they're hitting their check-ins as well. And then what you can actually do with this as well is like if you don't have a client progressing very well, you can just come to the calendar and be like, look, you haven't checked off any of your morning journaling. You haven't tracked any of your macros. You aren't tracking your workouts. Do you think this could be the reason why you're not succeeding inside the program, or you're not losing weight, or you're not getting muscle? Yeah. So it's really good to actually use this to get them to be accountable. Because when you actually show them, okay, you made progress this week because you checked everything off. And then this week you didn't make progress because you didn't check anything off. They're like, oh, okay, now I see why I should take those actions. If you come to goals and habits right here, this is where you can set up their daily nutritional goal, fitness goals, so like custom body weight goal, and then any habits you want to do. So when I set their meal plan, like when I figure out what macros they're eating, I'll come over here and go to daily nutritional goal, and I'll simply just put in those macros. So calories and full macros. I do by grams. I put in the grams. I click track meal details via MyFitnessPal. I save it, and then we'll pop up with something to say, do you want to send instructions on how to set up MyFitnessPal to Trainerize? Just click yes. Send it over. I like to also set up habits such as I do the custom habits, and then I always set up like check-in dates. Make sure every single Saturday they get notified to check in. Just do it like that. You click add. Anything else you want to add in there? Maybe it's daily steps, maybe it's morning journaling, maybe it's track macros, and you can set up the days there and how long you want them to do it for. And you can also set up their body weight goal right here. When it comes to the training program, you don't got to build out the training program inside of their dashboard, because then you can't really duplicate it for other clients. All I recommend doing is creating a whole bunch of workout programs just when you get time. So you can simply just copy and paste, workout programs depending on what somebody needs, how many days they want to train, what they're trying to grow, into a client's dashboard. It will save you a lot of time. I haven't made a new workout program in maybe like over a year because I haven't had to. I got a whole bunch right here. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, bulking, cutting, at-home workouts, And so since I have all those, and the way to do that is you click New, Build New. Select one phase of 12 or 16 weeks is a good time frame. Click Save, put the name in there, and you're able to go ahead and build the program. And it looks something like this. So when you're building out, you just click New, and you do day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, whatever you want to do it, and it will pretty much just organize the days in order. If that makes sense. Click on it, open it up, and then you can put some instructions like an RPE scale or whatever you want to put in there. Put in their sets. You can put in their reps as well. You can even get a little bit more intricate with some things. Let me see if I got an example. So again, this program, I'm breaking down exactly what to do each and every single set in terms of the RPE scale. Being very informational, setting the rest times and stuff like that. Just build a couple good workout programs. You should be good to go. And then when you come over to the client's dashboard, you click Add, subscribe to master program. You can just select that program, subscribe, and it will just populate right over in here. When it comes to the meal plan, so this will load up. It won't look like this because I already have a meal plan uploaded for Merit over here. But it will say something like upload a PDF. And all you have to do is come over to the school, go to client meal plan template. There's a video with it. But then just take this template, make it your own. Put your names in there. Pretty much just fill out all the red for yourself. Put their macros, their exact meals in for workout days, rest days, and if they need a refeed day, do that as well. Then you click File, Download this PDF document, and then simply just upload it inside of the meal plan right here, and it will just pop up like this. Progress is where you can see their photos, see their weight and stuff like that. Is where you can check in with them, see how it's going. That's pretty much all you need to know for there. A couple other small things you can do is you come to settings, and you can change things like your branding and logo, consultation form. What else? Auto messages and events. You can change stuff there. And that's pretty much what they give you. There's a little setup guide, which doesn't do a whole bunch. But I like to have kind of like my own consultation form when it comes through, which I forget exactly how I edited. But yeah, that's really what I need for trainer eyes. Don't overcomplicate it. Biggest thing, just get them a good workout program, get them a good meal plan, make sure they know their check-in date, make sure you get those habits in place so the reminders are on, make sure they're checking in on time, give them a review once a week, and it's pretty simple. If you got any questions, just shoot me a text. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about creating client meal plans. So we're going to use an example of my guy Will here, who just got on. He's quite big. He's 250 pounds. And so a couple things you initially need to create plans is, first off, their initial photos, 3 photos, front, side, and back. You also need their body weight measurement. As you can see, Will right here is 250, logged inside of Trainer Eyes. And then a client assessment form will also help this out a lot as well. So it's my client assessment form. I get a full understanding of, where they're at, what's their current diet, what have they done in the past, what's their work look like, PED, health assessment, training assessment, etc. And this will help me actually create those plans. I would always have one of those. You don't need one, but it helps out a lot, right? So first things first, get their photos, get their weight, and also get their goal. And the easiest place to start if you're a complete beginner in terms of making plans and you don't have much experience to go off of is just use a BMR calculator. I'll walk you through it. This is what I did for like the first year of my coaching. Now I've trained so many people, so I just understand what to do. But let's do it this way. So you come to this BMR calculator. It's by NASM. You can just search up NASM BMR calculator or calorie calculator. It will pop up. You'll put in the client's name. Their weight's going to be 250. He is going to be 6'2", and he's also 25 years old. And click start. Now, when it comes to their activity level, typically I always go moderately active. I think it's the best one to go for, even if they're working out 6-7 days a week or even working a hard physical labor job. Typically, moderately active is the best, most accurate one. All right, so now he has current weight 250. Now you put in the goal weight. If they want to bulk up, of course you put more weight. If they want to cut down, of course you put less weight. So Will wants to get to 190 pounds. Number of days, it really depends. I would typically put in between, once again, it really depends. For something like a 60-pound weight loss, we're going to need 180 days. But if they're only losing 20, 30 pounds, you can put that in 90, 120 days, right? But let's just say he wants to do it in 180 days. I'll go through with it. Then we'll ask us our macronutrient ratios. Now, my favorite one is going to be a 40-40-20 split for most people. So that's 40% carbs, 40% protein, and then 20% fat. If they're bulking up, I would give a little bit more carbs. All right, so maybe 50% carbs, 35% protein, and 25% fat. You don't need more than 250 grams of protein for like anybody. Typically, you need around 200 to 250 grams of protein. So it's something you kind of got to play around with to see the numbers that pops out. But let's say we're going to do a 40-40-20 split. We click check, and this is what it pops up with. So 223 grams of carbs, 50 grams of protein, and 50 grams of fats, 223 grams of protein. That's great. Like that, those numbers right there are great in my personal opinion. All right. Now, if you have over 250 grams of protein or less than 200 grams of protein, for a male specifically, definitely adjust it. Fats, when you're cutting, typically between 40, 50, and 60 is a good range. Bulking, 70, 80, 90, 100 is a good range. And then carbs, it really depends, Cutting, I think anywhere from 200 to 300 is great. Sometimes you drop them lower. And then bulking, 300, 400, 500, 600, 800 for some people. But this right here, these look great from my experience. And then what I would typically do is I would come to my meal plan template, and I would go ahead and just start writing out their meals. I typically give around 5 meals a day. Now there's multiple different ways to do this. You can just use ChatGPT. So you can say, my daily macros are 230 grams of carbs, 230 grams of protein, and 50 grams of fat. You can kind of round them up to the nearest even number. Write me a meal plan for 5 meals a day. I work out between meal 3 and meal 4, so make sure these are my heaviest carb meals. Include macro breakdowns and exact weight and food. Just something like that, and it'll pop something nice up. So here we go. Now we got exact macros for each meal, and then also what to eat, which is absolutely amazing, right? Now you can go ahead and either just put this straight in a Google document and then upload it to their actual Trainerize right over here. All right, if you have access to this bad boy right here, my meal plan template, then I would go ahead and write out their macros for each meal and then actually put the exact meals inside of there. You kind of see how mine is set up for my clients. They'll have all their custom stipulations right here, links for supplements, and then their actual meal plan. So macros on the left, exact meals on the right. They have a workout day, a rest day, and then eventually they'll get a refeed day as well, or cheat days. Refeed day is like when we double the carbs. Cheat days are when we take like a burger and fries or some type of cheat meal. And boom, it pops it out. And this will be pretty much good to go for actually creating a meal plan. So it's super simple. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about Stripe. So when it comes to setting up Stripe, simply just go to stripe.com, create an account. If you have a business, put in your EIN. You don't need one right away. You can just use your social security number to create an account. Doesn't really matter at the very beginning. Just get a Stripe account set up, okay? I'm going to go over just a couple things here. There is more in-depth guides out there online if you need like really the little subtleties to all this, but I'm going to go over the most important things, which is going to be payment methods, so actually turning on like Klarna, Affirm, and stuff like that, and then creating payment links. So when it comes to setting up your payment methods, come over here to settings, and then come down here to payments. Everything in here you can kind of keep pretty simple. Just go to payment methods over here though. and then you'll have all of this kind of pop up right here. So make sure you got cards on, of course. You can turn on the whole Amazon, Apple Pay, Cash App Pay, etc. Link, you can turn that on. That will like autofill the customer's info and stuff like that. And then we'll come down here to Klarna, Affirm, Afterpay, stuff like that. Typically Affirm gets like taken off, like online coaching, Stripes and stuff like that. So you might get it for a little, but eventually it'll probably be ineligible, just like I have right here. But if you're first starting up, you'll probably have it on. All right, but make sure you turn these on. You can just come like right over here and like click activate and make sure they're enabled. Zip Pay too, you can turn on Zip Pay over here. Zip is actually really good. So Klarna and Affirm, you need like a 640 plus credit score to get approved really at all on anything. And those will finance, it really just depends on their credit score. Sometimes really high, sometimes nothing at all, Afterpay, they don't really finance a whole bunch. I've heard like 600, 800, 1200. I've never used them. They're really not the best one. Affirm and Klarna is a really good way to go. And then with Zip, they typically finance anybody with like a 500 credit score plus. They're like the brokey option is the best way to put it. So definitely have on Zip as well. You can typically finance around 1,500 for most people out there. I'd say at least 50% of people. So Zip is great for like a $1,500 finance. But Klarna is definitely my favorite one. Just make sure you get that turned on. And then we'll come over here to payment links. And this is where you will go ahead and actually create one. So we'll go new. And then you just type in the product. So this can be one-on-one. Let's see, I'm gonna move this around. One-on-one coaching for 6 months, let's call it. We add that. This will pop up. You don't need to really worry about description, image, or anything like that. And then it's gonna be a one-off payment. If you're setting up a reoccurring payment, like $250, $300 a month, then of course you'll go to reoccurring and then type in the amount. If it's gonna be one-off, like a paid in full, then you just type in the amount. So let's say it's $3,000. You can decide to include tax in their auto, no, yes, whatever you want to put in there. And then boom, you have that. You'll click add product. And then a couple things you can click down here is, collect the customer's name, address, stuff like that. There's some advanced options, but really you don't got to worry about too much. Just create the link. Now you get the link, you go ahead and copy it, and we can paste it in the browser. Just make sure everything looks good. We'll go pay without link. And then you can see here you got a couple different options. You got card, Cash App Pay, Afterpay, or Klarna. This is where people can actually finance it. That's where you can go directly with card and stuff like that. And it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. Again, there's more in-depth guides actually out there on this, but really all you need to know is have your payment option set up, have as many as possible. This is how you create payment links. You can do a reoccurring, you can do a one-time. You can include the tax in there as well if you'd like to, and then you just copy that link and you send it over to them. Make sure you have this downloaded on your phone as well. It's going to be the best place to grab the link when you're closing somebody. Send it to their actual iMessage. And it's pretty that simple. That's all you need to know. That's the fundamentals. All right, let's talk about setting up Calendly. So Calendly is going to be used for taking sales calls and also taking client calls. We're going to talk about creating a Calendly booking link for taking sales calls specifically. So you'll set up a Calendly account. You can start it for free. I think the paid plan is only like $12 or $13 a month. It's really nothing. But you come over here, just click create. You'll do one-on-one, and then go ahead and put the name in there. So for training, we'll call it. You could change the color if you would like. Just put lime green. When it comes to sales call duration, I would recommend 60 minutes for beginners. I think 60 minutes is a great time. Location, put wherever you want. You can do Zoom. Don't do phone call. Don't do in person, of course. Or you can do Google Meets as well. Google Meets is completely free. Zoom you do have to pay for. They're really exactly the same. I think I already have Zoom set up in there, so let's put Zoom. Then you'll adjust your availability on here. A couple important things is make sure the invitee can only schedule 3 days in advance at most. 2 or 3 days, perfect amount. You'll come down here and you'll create your availability. You just click edit, or you can go ahead and do custom schedule. And then go ahead and put in whatever you want to put in. Mine's set up Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. here. Now, what you're going to do is come to more options after you got all that set up, and this is where you're going to really go into depth on creating the calendar. So description will come over here and you kind of see what's going on. Description is what will be listed right down here. So I would type in something like this call is to get to know who you are and talk about my coaching to see if you are a good fit. Just something along those lines. Just let them know kind of what it entails. Limits and buffers, you don't have to worry too much about that. Free/busy rules, don't have to worry too much about that. Booking page options, increments, whatever you want to put it. So let's see. I think around every 60 should be the right one. Make sure that automatically detects and shows the time in my invitee's time zone. And then here we come to invitee form. This is where you're going to want to make some adjustments. So what you're going to want to do here is pretty much copy what I have right over here. You can take a screenshot of it or actually click on this calendar inside of the school. You'll click on the date and you'll kind of like falsely book in a time, come to 6 p.m. And this is going to be the best questions to ask to kind of filter people out on your Calendly, because your funnel is going to be super simple at first. You're not going to have any insane type form or any funnel. It's just going to be straight to Calendly. And so having some, commitment checkpoints on here and understanding their investment level and stuff like that is really important to have. And so the way to set all this up is to come right over here as the invitee questions. And so all you do is you add a new question, and that's how you're able to actually type things in. So, first one right here, pretty much you just come over here, paste it in, and then answer type is going to be checkbox, and you can put yes, and then pretty much just delete the rest so they can only click yes, because if they say no, well, they're not going to book in, right? And you go ahead and fully fill that out. I'll run you through what they are. So first thing, name, email, those are always mandatory. This first one right here is just a commitment check. This is only for men 18 plus who are determined to transform their body and mind. You confirmed that you are this age and you are determined to make a change. Yes. Confirm you are booking this call for help to attain, and then just pretty much just state your offer, the ultimate version of yourself, of your physique, your mindset, and whatever, right? What is your physique-based goal over the next 120 days? Lose all body fat, gain a bunch of muscle, a mix of both. Kind of whatever goals people would be achieving inside of your coaching, just list them out right there. If I were to help you achieve these goals, how much would that mean to you? Explain. That's going to be a short answer response. Make sure these are all required, by the way. The simple way to do that is just come over here and make sure you click required. What's your current investment range? So 3 or 4 options is great to have, really depending on how much you're selling your coaching for at the moment. If you're just starting out, you may want like a really low ticket option of like, let's say 200 to 500, and then 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, and then 2,000 to 3,000, for example. If you're a little bit higher ticket already, something like this will work out as well. If you're accepted into this program community, when would you like to start working towards your dream physique? I want to start immediately or 1+ month, and then make sure you add, please don't book a call right now, book when you're ready to start. These are great questions to have inside of here, because let's say you get in a call, or at the end of the call there's the objection, I got to wait a month, I'm not ready to start. You can simply go back to the Calendly. Hey, I saw you mention your Calendly though, you wanted to start working immediately. So I'll just out of curiosity, why do you now want to put it off? All right, so you can actually use their own words against them. Add this one right here. Confirm you understand that if you do not show up to the call without notice or letting me know beforehand, any calls will in the future will be canceled. All right, just to kind of increase the actual pressure to actually show up. This will increase your show rate, I should say. And an Instagram username, so you can actually know who booked in. Go check out their Instagram. And that's really all the questions you need. You fill that out right inside of there. Make sure you don't have payments turned on. You don't need any of that. Get rid of that. When it comes to notifications and workflows, I would make sure you have email reminders on. Have text reminders on as well. You can have the email follow-up. I personally don't use that, but at least have those two. All it's going to simply do is send out an email and a text message 24 hours before and 1 hour before their call pretty much, and just remind them and give them the link. And then confirmation page. If you have your VSL in place, go ahead and actually change this to redirect to an external website and paste your VSL inside of there. Or if you have a post-booking confirmation page, just whatever, I would send them always to some type of video right after they book in. If you have a long form video like answering some questions, your VSL is the best one. If you don't have anything yet, simply just keep it confirmation page. And that's pretty much all you need. Once you put it all together, make sure you come over here and check it out. Make sure it looks all good. Go ahead and book in yourself. Make sure you get the email. Make sure the Calendly or the Google Meet or whatever is set up correctly. And then you're all good to go with that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6-figure offer creation guide. And here we're going to make your 6-figure offer. So go ahead and make a copy of this document by going to File and make a copy, because this is where you're actually going to write in the steps inside of here to come up with your offer, right? We want to have it set in stone somewheres. So grab yourself a copy and let's get to it. Step number 1 of the 6-figure offer creation guide is to define your offer's core identity. Your offer should be a mirror of not only your transformation, but the version of yourself that your clients want to become, right? So here's a really quick fill template you can use. It's as simple as this. I help X go from X to Y without big objection. It's that simple. I help this type of person go from this pain point to this desired outcome without some big objection, right? You saw there's another quick fill template inside of what is a high ticket offer, right? That's another way to go about it. But that one was like, I help specific person with specific struggle achieve specific outcome using my unique mechanism. It's another good way to put it as well. But plain and simple here's some examples. I help men destroy their insecurities pain point and build a Greek god physique desired outcome. And you could even add, without tracking macros. Like, that's a big objection. I help men get shredded and confident without giving up the foods they love. I help men conquer their inner weakness and live with discipline, confidence, and purpose, right? I help men build a Greek god physique even with bad genetics, right? Overcome big objection. Just understand those are the subtle touch points you want to hit when it comes to making that headline of your offer's core identity. And don't really overcomplicate it, man. Look at your transformation and try to summarize your transformation in the best way possible. Who can you best help out, right? Who are you specifically targeting? First off, with the I help who, you want to figure that out. If you're targeting men, then of course say men. If you're targeting women, then say woman. If you're targeting both, then just say people, right? If you're targeting 9-to-5ers, corporate office workers, stuff like that, then say busy people or 9-to-5ers. If you're targeting entrepreneurs, then say I help entrepreneurs, right? Simple as that. Like, call out your ICP with the who. Go from, then list out the major pain point, right? Now there's gonna be a bunch of pain points you help people out with, of course, but what's that really major one? Maybe what was the most profound pain point you used to face in your journey as well? That's why I came up with bad genetics, right? I help men build a Greek god physique even with bad genetics. The bad genetics is kind of like an objection and pain point combined. But I always felt like I kind of had bad genetics, man. Looking at myself, I was like, damn, I'll never look as good as everybody else. Come to find out, I look pretty fucking cool, And I also thought I was going to be skinnier than everybody else. Come to find out, I was able to get more jacked. Just had to put my mind to it, right? So that was my big pain point and my big objection. The question really here is what was your biggest one? Because the better you embody your offer, the better your offer is actually going to do, is the biggest thing. So you don't want to be looking at this in terms of what should I do? More like, who am I? A lot of people I got to pick my niche, pick my offer. Who should I help out? Oh, I'm going to help out 9-to-5 office workers, even though you've never worked one, just because I'm just going to go pick that niche because they got money. Don't do it that way. All right. You're going to do best when you have an offer that you embody, and you're still going to attract those other people in. It's not saying you won't. But your offer, you need to embody it. You need to really believe in it, right? You need to actually live it and show the proof of it. Because if somebody comes in through your transformation reel, right, and let's say you made this transformation of going from bad genetics to, looking like a Greek god, and they see in your bio says I help office workers sustainably get in shape. It's it doesn't really connect, because you're targeting that niche because you think it has more money. It doesn't make sense. So speak closely to you. Achieve what desired outcome, right? Greek god physique, get shredded. Sustainably get in shape, overcome their inner bitch, get jacked and functional, whatever it may be, increase their lifts by 10%, lose 10% of their body fat without what big objection as well, right? What are we going to do this without too, right? Without tracking macros, even if you have bad genetics, without giving up the weekends, without giving up even sometimes alcohol, which I think you should, but whatever it may be to you, all right? I help who go from pain point to desired outcome without big objection. You're, of course, going to move it around, make it sound right, but those are the points you really want to hit. So, go ahead and clear this out and fill in yours. Why this works. Research in consumer psychology shows that people buy from identity resonance, not logic, right? Your audience must see themselves in your stories. So your offer should be the vehicle for the future identity. People are buying into not only your personal brand, but especially your offer, simply because they're buying into identity. Each person that buys is kind of like a vote for this identity. So that's why I make my offers like build a badass physique, build a badass coaching business. Because to me, it's like I always wanted to build a badass physique. I always wanted to build a badass coaching business. And badass to me is just like it rocks. It's amazing. It performs well, but it's also kind of simple is the best way to put it. And so to me, that's kind of the identity I'm trying to sell, right? Not only that I'm living, but trying to sell as well, as I want you to think it's badass, right? I want people to buy into the identity. So when it comes to your offer too, read it. Does it sound sexy? Does it sound like you're going to help somebody become more fuckable is the biggest question. People buy things that make them more fuckable. People don't buy cologne, they buy confidence. People don't buy Rolexes, they buy status, right? People don't drink, they drink confidence, Think about it that way. Remember, you are your offer. You're selling your transformation in a scalable format, right? So if you are your offer and you're constantly improving yourself, your offer is going to constantly get better, all right? So don't pick something outside of you, pick you for your offer. Step 2, identify your ICP. Your ICP is your ideal client profile, all right? If you don't know who you're talking to, your content simply just won't convert. And what that simply means is if you don't know how to speak to that person specifically, and here's the best quote, comes from Alex Mosey. The way to sell anybody, I forget how he says it, but the best marketing or something like that is I don't know. He says you can sell anything. I just remember this line. If you can talk to if you can speak to a prospect in their own language using their own experiences, if you can do that, you can pretty much sell anything. So their own language is how do they talk to themselves, right? What are the struggles they tell themselves they have? What are the goals they tell themselves they have? That's the language. Experiences is actually hey, I know what it's like to be yo-yo dieting and then talk about the feeling. Yo-yo dieting and feel there's no point in even trying to get in shape. It's next to impossible to even eat the right way to get in shape, right? So I may as well go take some Ozempic. Right. That may be a scene somebody ran through their mind once, an exact scenario that they have been through. And when you speak to that, they're wow, this person gets it. He understands me. That's when you can sell anything to them. Right. Because in a world where a lot of people speak in headlines, when you're speaking in in-depth paragraphs, they really listen. So that's what this is all about, is listing out the struggles, desires of your ICP so you can speak to that person specifically. Now, these examples, they're quite short. I want you to get more in depth as possible. If I show you some of my best clients' ICP list, it is very in depth. And it's literally a direct reflection of them as well, right? So list out 3 to 5 struggles that you have personally experienced, but list them out in depth with your own language, using your own experiences, all right? That's the best way to go. So it's works hard but look average. That's just to keep it simple. But to you, what does that mean? Right? To you, what does working hard but looking average mean? To me, I would literally say this. You've been consistent in the gym for, a couple of years, and you're showing up, you're training hard, you're doing your cardio, and you're trying to eat right. You're trying to eat healthy. And you're getting your 200 grams of protein every single day. But you still look the same as you did 6 months ago. You show up to the gym, you look exactly the same. Maybe you lift a bit more, maybe your body fat dropped 1%, but you've been putting in the work and you still look the same. And that's great and all, but to be consistent in something and not get results, it's honestly embarrassing. Because imagine where you could be in 6 months if you actually were doing the right things to get results. Imagine if that consistency you had was matched with plans that actually make you progress. Right? Now that's me getting specific with a struggle. And if I talk about that, it may speak directly to somebody. And when it speaks directly to somebody's experience in their own language, they're whoa, this guy gets me. All right. So I want to get in depth with these 3 to 5 struggles. The same with the 3 to 5 desires, right? Don't just list out desires a lean aesthetic physique, right? Really get in depth with it. What is that going to be like, right? I want an aesthetic physique so clothes fit me nice and I feel like my arms are popping out when I walk into the room. The chest is popping out. I feel confident. I stand up straight. I'm able to look people in the eyes when I'm talking to them. I'm no longer scared of confrontation because I feel confident in my physique and my strength, and also feel good because of how I eat. right? Like this is how specific you should be getting with struggles and desires. All right, list out 3 to 5 of them. Pro tip, your marketing content should echo these pains and desires in different words. That's how repetition builds resonance and trust. All right, so it's like once you list these out, you want to always market them, always talk about them, right? And you're going to have little different angles on them, right? You're going to use little different words and little different experiences throughout it. But these are going to be your main driving list of struggles and desires that you're going to constantly repeat. All right, repeat them a little bit different, but you're going to constantly repeat. And people will really start to finally get it. Because imagine this way, it's like your content ecosystem, that's what sells. And if your content ecosystem doesn't have repetition of these specific things, I mean, people never understand your offer. They don't understand like who exactly you help out. They may say, oh, he talks about fitness, but it doesn't sound like it's for me. It doesn't sound like what he talks about is really for me. Let's say you post 100 pieces of content on your ecosystem over on Instagram, and a lot of them are speaking to these, specific desires and these specific struggles, right? Once they scroll through like all of them, they're gonna be like, damn. First off, there's repetition, so they finally get it. It takes a lot of reps for somebody to finally get it. But they're like, one of them is gonna hit, right? The way you say one thing, it's going to hit. So hopefully that's making sense. Step 3, craft a clear process of results. So clarity in your process, or I like to say clarity in your offer equals confidence in your buyer, all right? But this is talking about process. So clarity in your process equals confidence in your buyer. So the clear process of results is just actually breaking down how you help somebody get results, right? So you want to name your program first. Choose a name that sounds systematic. People buy systems, not ideas. So that's why I call mine the handsome PR method, right? It's handsome in the word, it's really brand congruent. PR, personal record method, right? The handsome personal record method. Or PR accelerator, personal record accelerator, right? It just makes sense is the best way to put it. So here's some templates for it. You can kind of go through. Don't make it sound plain. Don't make it sound super simple. Like make it unique, make it different. Ours is the fucking sneak it in system. It's like, it's really like at first you don't understand it, but then once he explains it to you, like, oh, you're going to sneak in these small lifestyle tweaks to get in shape, right? So you want to be very congruent in terms of like, okay, what exactly are people achieving? How are they getting results? And does the name really match it? Does it make sense? Right? That's the whole idea behind this. Tips for naming though, based on research, clarity over cleverness, make it clear. You can be clever, but like the clarity on it. When I say, handsome PR, handsome personal record, or personal record accelerator, like it makes sense, right? Use the words like blueprint, system, method, protocol, academy. Avoid vague, cute names unless your brand's already known too. Nothing super vague like, aesthetic mastery is like everyone calls their shit that. Just make it unique, right? Make it clear too. And step 4, define the promise. Your promise paints the movie trailer for your program. It should create both hope and specificity. It's a word I can't say, okay? Specific. Template, all right? In time frame, you'll achieve main result by this unique mechanism without big objection, right? You want to have a promise of the program. So when I am selling my fitness coaching, this is when I talk about the promise of the program. And maybe I'll mention it in my stories. But like in 6 months, you'll understand everything you need to know to, first off, make a transformation, but then to continue making progress after you're done with handsome PR. And you're going to be so good, you can even go start your own coaching business. Like that's the promise of my program, right? In 6 months, you're going to make a transformation. You're going to get handsome as fuck, but you're also going to know everything you need to know with handsome PR that you could literally be so good, you can go start your own coaching business. Like that's it, right? That's the promise of my program. We're going to make a transformation and we're going to give you everything you need to know. Diet, new training, habit-wise, we're going to equip you with everything you need so you never need to hire another coach. That's the without objection. So you never need to hire another coach. Big objection may be, oh, what if I need another coach? What if I got to be on for, years? And I say, without being on a hamster wheel forever, right? That's the objection I'm overcoming is like, I'm the last coach you'll ever need. And that's the promise of my coaching. So that was one example. There's a couple other examples here, but great offers reduce friction, show what clients can stop doing as much as what they'll start doing. Okay. So what that means is like when you're actually defining the promise, you want to show the client what they can stop doing. Right. Also, as well as much as what they can start doing as well. So you can stop hiring coaches, but you could start building your own coaching business. Right. You could start being in shape for life with what I'm going to teach you. Okay. So define the promise. In X time frame, you'll achieve what result by unique mechanism without big objection. Once again, it may be a little bit scrambled, but like those are the core things you kind of want to hit when you're coming up with your promise of the program. Step 5, map out deliverables and delivery system. This is just for you to get really clear on actually like what you offer. So when you go to pitch it, you understand it really well as well, right? And sometimes people actually want to see a sheet like this, but map out your high ticket and map out your low ticket. It's really good to know this stuff. I used to just wing things, throw it off, and people are like, what's your offers? I'm like, I don't know. Really don't know here. So map out your high ticket program and map out your low ticket. High ticket is going to be like everything you can offer, right? For the high ticket price. Your low ticket should be like the basics of coaching, and that's like a downsell. So in case you're kind of confused on this, right? With your high ticket, you want to give them all you can. Maybe it's like once weekly calls, Loom video check-ins, personalized training and nutrition and supplementation, an accountability system, check-ins every single weekend, a private community, even a video course if you put that together, and that's like your high ticket. Now, let's say you're on a call and somebody's like, hey, I don't have that much and I can't finance it out and I can't put a down payment on it. Then that's when you would downsell them to a low ticket, right? So maybe like monthly coaching. Right, so the downsell could be $200 to $300 a month for coaching, and you just give them the basics, right? The training program, the meal plan. Maybe they do bi-weekly check-ins as well, and they just get your text message, right? It's a great way to do a downsell. It's just kind of creating a divide between what they get with the upsell or like the flagship offer, and then what they get with the downsell, right? So this also incentivizes them to possibly upgrade one day, right? So just map out what your high ticket is going to be, your core product, and also your low ticket. Purpose, use this to cash collect from the no's and build trust. Some clients will upgrade later on as well. So always have that low ticket in place. You should be closing almost every single person you get a call with if they got some money. Step 6, position with a marketing hook, right? Now, the promise is kind of similar to the marketing hook, but this is a little bit better way to talk about your content. So program name is the, what are you going to get, end result system that helps who go from pain to outcome without big objection, right? Handsome PR is the program to get you handsome as fuck. It helps out men who think they have bad genetics, achieve a Greek god physique, without ever having to hire another coach or, without having to have good genetics, right? Simple way to put it. So that's how I'll talk about my stories. Handsome PR is going to be the last program you ever need. It's going to get you handsome as fuck, and it's going to get you a transformation, most importantly. But second off, you're never going to have to hire another coach, right? And you can do this even with bad genetics. Examples, Handsome PR is the elite coaching experience for men who want to get dialed mentally and physically. It's not about the body. It's about who you become. PR Accelerator helps fitness coaches go from stuck at $2,000 to $5,000 a month to $10,000 to $30,000 a month by mastering content, conversations, and conversions, right? Simple as that. Psychology Insight, hooks that contrast pain with possibility outperform generic claims by 3 to 5 times. I think that's some proven math right there. So hooks that contrast pain with possibility. Okay. So pain and then, hey, it's possible. The larger the contrast between that, right? The bigger the gap between pain and, oh, this is actually possible, the more likely they're actually perform. It's like going back, if you haven't watched the sales training yet, Building the Gap, this will help you understand it. The larger the gap, right, the more valuable something is. So the larger gap between the pain and the actual outcome, the more valuable it is when it comes to your marketing hook. So if I say, even if you have bad genetics, I can get you handsome as fuck. And by the way, my program is going to be the last program you ever need. You'll never have to hire another coach. I mean, that's a big fucking gap to fulfill, right? So yeah, that should make sense. That's step 6 is come up with a marketing hook that you're going to use within your content. But that's what you want to map out right here. Go ahead and clear everything out and then identify each point for your offer, your core identity, your ICP, the struggles and desires, your clear process of results, the promise of your program, your 2 offers, your high ticket, and then your low ticket downsell, and then your marketing hook with it, and you will be good to go. This is a great document to have, not only for you with clarity, but also you can insert this into like ChatGPT and stuff like that. And say, give me content ideas, help me understand my ICP even more, help me pitch my coaching better on my call. This is why like ChatGPT and having these documents are absolutely great, because you can just feed it to it and give it a request, and it looks at all the data and it's going to perfectly pop you something out, which I think is awesome. So that's the 6-figure offer creation guide. Crush it. All right, let's talk about pricing your coaching. First, I'm going to review how to actually pitch it once again, just in case you need a reminder. So during the pitch on a sales call, you're always going to say this. Okay, so really quick, we'll go over the next steps. Then we'll talk about investment options. Does that sound good? Wait for the reply. Then go, cool. So the next steps look like this. We'll find an option that works best for you. Once we square that away, we'll go ahead and get the investment taken care of right now. Once that payment comes through, I'll go ahead and onboard you ASAP on the call. Does that sound like a plan? Wait for the reply. If they answer confidently yes, move on to the next step. If they hesitate a little or say no or whatever, objection handle prior to the price drop. Even if they take a couple seconds, they're like, yeah, that sounds good, right? Then recircle back around. Okay, are you sure? Is right now a good time? It should only take 10, 15 minutes to kind of get this squared away. We could do this later on if you don't have that time right now or you aren't ready, you don't have your card on hand. Make sure they're ready to sign up. They got their card on hand before you price drop. Always remember that. When it comes to pitching, so they say yes, move on the next step, you pitch. Okay, cool. So I offer 2 different programs. I have a 3-month and a 6-month option. I don't offer monthly simply because that's not a long enough time to make a transformation. And without transformations, my business will die. So 90 days is the minimum commitment. 3 months is going to be drop the price, and 6 months is going to be drop the price. Which one will work best for you? Simply how you pitch it. Let's go over the actual pricing options though. So tier 1, when you're just first starting out, these are your first 3 clients. Your 3 months should be around 500 and your 6 months should be around 750. Right? So 3 months can be 500, 6 months can be 750. Which one sounds best for you? All right. You try to get the sign up for one of those 2. And if they don't have $500 to their name and they can't finance it, you can simply downsell them to $200 a month. That would be the best downsell there. After 3 yeses, go ahead and increase your prices to tier 2. So tier 2 is you have around 3 to 6 clients, right? So after you sign 3 on, move up to this tier. 3 months should be $750, 6 months should be $1,000. And the downsell here could be $250 a month. Once again, after 3 yeses, go ahead and increase your prices to tier 3. Tier 3 is 6 to 9 clients. Your 3-month option should be $1,000, and your 6-month option should be $1,500. And your downsell here, once again, if they can't pay it in full, if they can't finance it, or if they can't come up with a payment plan, split it up in half or split it up in thirds, go ahead and downsell to $400 a month. Once again, after 3 yeses, increase the prices to tier 4. Tier 4 is going to be 9 to 15 clients. So you've signed on 9. Now you're going to go for 15, right? 3 months is $1,500. 6 months is $2,000. And if they can't, once again, pay in full, if they can't finance, or if they can't put half down, then you downsell for $500 a month. After 6 yeses, go ahead and increase your prices once again to tier 5. That's going to be 15 to 30 clients. So you're going to be signing up 15 clients within this tier range. Your 3 months should be $2,000 and your 6 months should be $3,000. And if, once again, they can't pay in full, finance, put half down, your downsell here could be $500 a month. And then after 15 yeses, increase the prices once again to tier 6. So that's going to be 30 plus clients. Now you signed on a total of 30 clients. This should be your prices, right? 6 months for $3,500, 12 months for $5,000, and downsell for $500 a month. You can still have a 3-month tier inside of there as well. I'll go ahead and add that. So 3-month tier, in my personal opinion, is going to be a good range, right around about $2,500 within that range. And those are the tiers right there that you want to move up. Once again, after about every 3 yeses, that's when you want to increase your prices until you're really getting to that sweet spot. The sweet spot is definitely tier 5. That's the really good spot. Tier 4, it's you're kind of underselling yourself still. Tier 5 or tier 6, it's pretty expensive for most people. I find tier 5 is a really, really, really good range. And that's why we want 15 yeses there. And you can start pitching this up here. Once again, if you find going up the tier just isn't working out, then come back down, to the lower tier for a little bit and then move up once again once you have gotten better transformations, better at sales, better clients, and better prospects as well. All right, guys, welcome to module How to Guarantee Client Success. This is the exact formula, the exact flow you can follow to guarantee that your clients will succeed inside of your coaching with your service but you will have some bad apples here and there. I'll be straight up honest, okay? If you follow this, that means you can say, like, I did everything I could. Most of the time, like 95, 99% of the time, people will succeed. There will be a couple bad apples. Don't blame it on yourself as long as you did everything you could to make sure they succeed. But pretty much, this is the flow you can follow. And more importantly, just remember back to how I onboarded you, everything I did for you, or maybe other coaches, programs, courses, whatever you've been in the past, anything that was good, just remember back to that. Best way to build your business is just to copy what's working for other people. So this is a basic breakdown of my flow, okay, pretty much. So let's go over it. Okay, coaching flow for client success. This is a mind map that will give you an overview of how you should structure the navigation of your client through your coaching and course, okay? So first thing is the school or WAP community. Any type of online platform that will allow you to host a community in a video course, I would highly recommend having inside of your coaching, even if it's low ticket at the moment, especially if you want to go high ticket, definitely have that. So the whole idea behind this is not only to create community, but then to also answer any questions your clients may have, like the general questions inside of a video course, so that one-on-one calls are only used specifically for like specific problems. Okay, so first things, a video course will provide your clients with general questions and general information they need to know. So one-on-one calls are only used for specific problem solving. Okay, you do not want to be spending your time on one-on-one calls talking about how to follow the diet plan, how to track your macros, how to check in. It's just going to become repetitive and it's a waste of time. Again, the video course should catch each and every single new client up to speed with where they got to be at so that you can just focus on the high level problems they may face. Embedment into the community increases customer LTV, lifetime value, and decreases chances of chargebacks and increased feeling of competition. So that's what I get about the community. Usually coaching, it's just like, it's nice to be one-to-one, but having a community aspect, people love. I've had people tell me before, like, I love the one-on-one calls because it gets me hyped up every week. I love the feeling of competitiveness. I love talking to everybody else in the team, hearing about their goals, hearing what's working for them, and so on. So it increases that lifetime value because people want to stay longer. Like, they made friends inside the community now. If they leave, they're going to leave all their friends behind. Everyone's going to be like, yo, where did that person go? They'll be like, oh, they left. They don't want to feel like that. Decreases chances of chargebacks as well, because let's say you're just selling deliverables, so there's like a meal plan and a training program, you might get people who will buy, and then, it's going to take 24, 48 hours for you to get those deliverables out. And let's say throughout that time, they're like, man, maybe I don't want this. And they're like, they charge you back, or they send you a text like, hey, man, I can't go through it. They come up with some bullshit excuse. Or if you have like a community to go right away, a video course to go right away, it's like they have something in their hands as soon as they buy. And so now they have value. They're already inside something. Now it's like that pressure of texting you or charging back it's a lot more. Group calls will bring your community together and increase the value of your service. Your clients will have common reoccurring specific struggles. So instead of breaking it down, like I said, 10 minutes, 12 times, you can make a video about it once and just tell your clients to go back and watch module 5 of mindset, whatever, to help them and get back to solving bigger problems. So that's what that's good for. I personally love School, Lopsar as well, but School, I think, is just the best platform to host any online community. Trainerized dashboard, so structured daily workout programs with data and metrics to track. So Trainerized, again, I should say that is the training app I highly recommend using. There's a whole bunch of them out there. For the most part, Trainerized is just the best. Okay, the only thing they don't have at the moment is a check-in form. Like, there's no real way to really check in with your clients, so you have to kind of send a Google form. But other than that, they have everything. Structured daily macros and meal plan with data to reference, daily habits, and monthly goals to work towards. Weekly check-in, submission form for feedback, Rolodex of personalized workout videos, automation of onboard process and automated text, track body metrics, progress, and create a calendar for calls, check-ins, and progress photos. If you're on My Trainerized, you understand there's a lot of different things you can play with. It's super clean cut, super cool. And if you've ever used Trainerized, you understand that, like, it's just really good. Okay, Trainerized dashboard, that's going to be for your meal plans and training programs for your clients. Master roadmap template. Okay, so what the master roadmap template is pretty much, it's going to be a document. I have one. that I'll share with you. It's inside of business development. This we can give to your clients. So let's say you don't have like a Notion dashboard set up yet, like you haven't went out and made like a whole Notion thing. You can use that Google document, and that's kind of almost like a Notion. It's not as nice as Notion. I would highly recommend set up a Notion dashboard. But the Google Doc, the Google Master Robot template is a good place to start. So you can break down each pillar, fitness, nutrition, habits, mindset, everything they got to know, their goals, actual items, requirements, so on. So some type of roadmap template exponentially increases the value perception upon buying, clearly out and define the timelines or goals, actual items or requirements, give them personalized fields to your coaching, give access to specific things they won't find in your community. So increasing value is the biggest part of it all. So think about it this way. When you're on a call with somebody, you're breaking it all down to them. It's like, oh, there's so many different things, right? But then when you say, but it's all organized in one spot on your master roadmap template where everything is just outlined, your goals are there, it's all in one spot, then it's like, oh, okay, everything's organized. People are coming to you because they want to become more organized at the end of the day. Okay, they feel all over the place with all these different things. They just want somebody to like tell them what to do, how to do it, and make it simple. So that's why like compacting everything down into a roadmap, master roadmap, super beneficial. Notion dashboard. So kind of like a master roadmap template. Personally, I love using the Notion dashboard. Helps you clearly lay out your client's daily, weekly, and monthly goals. Exponentially increases the value perception upon buying once again. Give them personalized field to your coaching. Give access to specific things they won't find in a community. So again, very similar to the master roadmap template, bullet points. But again, pretty much, I think it's very important when you're coaching people to have daily, weekly, and monthly goals set up, okay? Because they're coming to you to achieve a specific outcome. So it's like you want to have that objective, but then you want to break it down into small actual items. So the client's like, okay, this is why I got to get done today. Over the week, this is why I got to get done. And within a month, this is why I got to get done. It's super laid out. You guys are on the same page. Increasing the value perception about buying once again. So a lot of people come to you, especially depending on your marketing, how you say things. They're going to realize that like, okay, having goals, knowing what habits I got to build, knowing what I got to do, like that's the main struggle point, right? So it's like, okay, he gives me plans, but how do I still follow these? What do I got to do? And they're like, dude, it's the Notion dashboard. Everything's clearly laid out for you. Every single week we update it. We making sure we're tracking things and moving towards them and so on. Instantly increases that value perception upon buying. Okay. Your program just went from being worth, or the result for them just went from being worth $1,000 to like $2,000 now, right? Personalized feeder coaching as well. So now it's not like, oh, you're just in the community, you're in the train your rides thing that everybody else has. It's like, no, you have your own personalized Notion dashboard, which we can fully customize to you. We can change the background, change your profile photo, set it up all different types of ways, and give access to specific things they won't find a community once again. So all the links you see on your Notion dashboard, you can have links set up for your clients as well. Weekly Loom check-ins. So this is how you should do the check-in videos, or how you should do check-ins with your clients is through videos. Okay, weekly Loom check-in. A lot better than like email responses, text responses, in my opinion. A lot of the old style coaches, that's the way they do it. I think the best way to do it is just to sit down 5 to 10 minutes on a video going over everything. So they also see specifically what you're pointing at, what you're talking about, how you see their physique changing and so on, all these different things. And it makes you feel like they're actually talking to you, which is what they want, Improves the communication quality of the coaching client relationship, allows you to show the specific adjustments and actions they need to take this upcoming week, notifies you when a client actually watches your feedback video, which is super massive as well. I like Loom versus all these other video recording softwares because when I send out a Loom, it will send me an email that it just got watched. So that's super cool. If anybody's lost, I'd be like, but you didn't watch last week's check-in video. So make sure you go watch that, Provides more value than written check-ins. So yeah, that's a basic flow of what you want to have set up in your coaching, say the bare basics. Let's go over actually this flow right here though. So after they purchase, after you do the whole call, after they purchase, you're going to go on to the onboarding process. Okay. And this should start right when they say, okay, let's go. And you're like, all right, I'm going to send the payment link. Right after you send the payment link, you want to start onboarding them like on your computer. You want to be getting to work right away. You don't just want to sit there and be like, all right, you filling it out? You filling it out? No, you want to be like typing away. So it's like, okay, he's actually already like putting in work. I'm kind of pressured to buy this. It's a really small sales tactic, but you should definitely do it. While your new client is filling out the payment link, get all of your softwares open up and start adding the client to each software, but do not fully add until the payment comes through, of course. Just add his email in. So as soon as the payment comes through, you can say, okay, I'm sending you an invite to Trainerize right now. This will be where the meal plan and training program is going to be. Okay, did you get that? Okay, cool. Now I'm sending you an invite to your Notion dashboard. This is going to be this, that, and a third. Did you get that? They'll check their email, be like, cool. Now you just go through it all and explain each thing as you go along and onboard the client. Once the client is fully onboarded, make sure the client has access to everything. So after the purchase, onboard him, make sure he's got all the emails, make sure that he's signing up, going through it if you have the time. If you don't, jump on the next call or have him go and set up another quick call. Just tell him what he needs to do. Just make sure he has access to everything. Again, establish connection, confirm connection. So establish the connection, establish communications through any softwares you're using, and then confirm that as well. Because again, it gets really annoying when people are like, I don't see that. Where's it at? Oh, I didn't even know that was included. That's why you want to always confirm that they have it. Because a lot of the times these softwares, they send the emails to like the spam stuff. So just want to get any bullshit out of the way right away. Okay, next step after that, after you confirm the client has access to everything, go over the next steps you need them to take so you can start crafting programs for the client. This is when Notion is very useful. You can have all the links they need in one spot and write out their next 5 action items and remove the possibility of miscommunication. If you don't plan on using Notion, you can customize the welcome email instead of Trainerize. This will send the client all the links they need and all the items they need to take. So with Trainerize, you can go into like the settings, and there's like a initial email setting which you can go and customize, and you can throw whatever links or whatever they need to know inside of there. I like to use the Notion dashboard once again. So after I go over everything, establish connection, confirm connection, I'll just be like, okay, open up your dashboard, open up your Notion dashboard. Let's get inside of there. Can you see your next 5 steps? Yes, I can see my next 5 steps. Okay, cool. So that's what I need you to get done within the next 24 hours. And then once those are done, quickly shoot me a text through my number. I'll start creating your programs. Once those are done, I'll send you a Loom video going over everything. Come up with any questions you may have, implement the plans, and then that's when we can have our first one-on-one call. Pretty much. So communicate next steps, confirm next steps. Just be like, do you understand? Do you get that? Right? Make sure they understand. After each and every single question, just be like, you get what I'm saying? Understood? Cool. Expectations. So after onboarding the client and clearly communicating the next steps, let the client know how long it will take to get their customized plans, usually 24, 48 hours. Once you upload plans, I like to record a short 5 to 10 minute Loom video breaking everything down so our first call can be spent more on productive things. So I'll upload the meal plan, the training program. I'll go over it really quick inside of a Loom video. I'll just break it down, talk about the things I noticed that people usually get misconfused, right? And then I'll go over their Notion dashboard and be like, okay, here is the link to book a one-on-one call with me. Book this call once you get this done, pretty much. So set expectations for deliverables on that sales call. We're still on the sales call. In 24 to 48 hours, deliver on the deliverables and then go over deliverables in a Loom video. And also some expectations for the first one-on-one call. So that's basically at the end of the sales call. After that, you get off the call, go about your day. Here is the first one-on-one call, though. So first onboarding call, or first one-on-one call, I should say. After initial plans are uploaded, the client should book their first one-on-one call within 7 days. For this call, I would set up a Calendly link called onboarding and have 3 to 5 questions verifying they have completed any action items you may need your client to take prior to this first call. So you can put inside of there like, did you get this done? Did you do that? Did you order this? Right? Etc. Making sure that like everything's in place so that one-on-one call that you carve out, for your day and get on there, it's not just like dumb shit. It's like, okay, now let's start setting up your goals, right? You put this link into your client's Notion or simply send it to them when they're ready. And the first call, your structure should look something like this. Answer and clarify any questions the client may have about his plans. So at the very beginning, again, I'd be like, cool, you got everything in place. Does everything look cool? Yeah. Okay, do you have any questions about the plans? Usually they have a little bit of questions. And again, it's usually more advanced things. If it's something simple, I'll be like, I'll break it down really quick. I'll be like, if you want more info on that, there is a video that's about 10 minutes long inside of the school community. So after this, can you just go watch that? Because I break it down so well, better than I could right now. Just get out the way so we can move on to other things. Start building out your client's daily, weekly, and monthly goals. So after we go over any questions he may have and give him any action items to, go watch some type of video, then on that first call, I like to start building out their daily, weekly, and monthly goals. So this is how I get them moving ahead very, very quick. Okay. I don't want to start building those out in 2-3 weeks from now. I want to start building it out within that first week. So this is where we'll be like, okay, so on the first call, this is the main objective we're going for. Are we sure about that? Just make sure you know where we're going to be heading over however long the program is, 6-9 months, whatever it may be. Make sure you have a clear, defined end outcome, okay? Then we're going to start breaking down monthly, weekly, and daily goals. So usually this would be like, okay, daily goals, it's just the simple shit that's going to move you forward. Track your macros, this many steps, do this much cardio, etc. Journal, read, whatever it may be, right? Just general habits they have to do to become the best version of themselves. Weekly goals are going to be like, okay, your first check-in date is this date, okay? I also need you to watch these modules inside of the school. Okay, once you get that done, then book that next one-on-one call with me. Also this week, I need you to start reading this or doing this, something like that, right? And then monthly goals, a little bit more specific. Sometimes you may have to put them off for a call. Sometimes you don't even know exactly what you're aiming for. Sometimes you could literally just put weight goals as well. Those, again, are really case to case. So I can't just be like, this is usually what it is. If you have a video course outline, the specific video you want your client to accomplish before booking the next call, like I said, anything else that may be included inside your coaching offer, throw it inside those goals. This is where your coaching abilities come into play and you can prescribe a unique solution for your client. This is where you break down exactly what they're going through and the steps they need to take each day, each week, and each month to start moving them towards that end goal. Okay. So again, this is where you as a coach need to really look at that person, understand where they're at, understand where they want to go, understand what they need to do to get there. And then again, the definition of coaching is changing thoughts and beliefs. So it's like you have the general outline and then your job throughout that way is pretty much just changing the thoughts and beliefs that need to be changed inside that individual to make achieving that goal like a clear cut, low resistance path, if that makes sense. That's pretty much all coaching is. Okay. Even again, you don't even have to overcomplicate the daily, weekly, and monthly goals. As long as they have a general direction to head in, right, and it's towards their end goal. Again, this is when you're going to start prescribing those unique solutions here and there on every single call, right? So if I see a client struggling with some type of consistency, something, I'll be like, yo, what's going on? Oh, dude, I just can't stop thinking about my ex. Okay, well, why are you thinking about your ex? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here, bro, this is what I would do if I was in that position. What I did and then I would just prescribe my unique solution to that. They would try it out. Usually helps them overcome whatever, right? So after that first call, okay, after you have a general outline of daily, weekly, monthly goals, you understand everything, etc., this is where the pivotal turning point comes. So it's like either they get it or they don't get it. We got a little comment right here. So after the first call, the client should have everything they need to start making progress. This is when you truly start to find out who this client is, though. Some people can talk the talk, but can't walk the walk. Some can barely talk, but can run. Always pay attention to their actions and never their words, or rarely their words. So again, some people can really just talk their fucking asses off and seem like, okay, this guy's going to do amazing, but they get nowheres. Some people, they don't even talk at all. You don't even hear anything from them. You're just talking to them the entire time. You're like, do you get what I'm saying? And then they just make amazing progress, right? So it's just always pay attention to their actions. Because I've had clients in the past who've they're amazing talkers, amazing, right? But they just fucking fail at taking action. So it's just always pay attention to their actions. So first things first, let's say it's a yes. Let's say they get it. Okay, they're making progress. They're doing what they got to do, right? They're just getting it done. You're like, hell yeah. On the second one-on-one call, okay, you see they start making progress. They're checking everything off. They actually followed the goals you outlined and did what you said to do. Heavily reinforce their ability to execute and emphasize on the fact that they are about to get tested. So, on that second one call, be like, okay, cool. Did you get that done that we set up? Blah, blah, blah. Make sure all that. You did? Okay, cool. I mean, great shit, bro. You're gonna do fucking great, bro. I mean, just taking those first couple steps, it shows a lot about where you're about to go and that you can actually dedicate and put blah, 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 just hype them up. But then also but here's the thing, bro. It is about to get continuously harder. Those were just a couple easy things. I kind of want to see where you're at, but we're going to really ramp things up here because, as your coach, I'm going to make you reach for your potential, right? I'm going to push you harder than anybody has ever before. Is that cool? They'd be like, hell yeah. They'd be like, all right, cool. So great job, but we're not done yet. Okay. We got a long ways to fucking go. Is that good? Is that cool? Just get them to agree that they're down to get fucking tested, and then give them next steps moving forward. So if the client starts to hear like super glue, praise them to create a positive feedback loop inside their mind, right? So like they put in the work, you praise them, they're like, fuck yeah, this is amazing. I want my coach to continuously be proud of me, and I want to get these results, etc. But also make sure to double down on the pressure. Okay. You don't want to let up on the pressure. Praise them, but then add more pressure because they can deal with it. Okay. These types of people are going to be your star clients, but this does not mean go easy on them. This means it's still your job to be their coach and push them to reach their potential. Give them next steps so they don't become complacent with this initial victory. Okay, next steps, more pressure, more things to do. You did a great job, but there's a lot more potential. Okay. So that'd be the second one-on-one call. And then third one-on-one call and beyond is, again, continue moving them forward call by call. If they're getting it upon each victory, collect testimonial. You use their consistency, text, progress, and etc. All is social proof on social media. This not only creates positive reinforcement for them, but it also shows others inside of your coaching who may be slacking. It's not the coach, it's them, right? So not only are you raising up your team by sharing these victories, but you're also bringing in more people. So that's why you want to really double down on the pressure for people who are star clients, okay? Because these people are going to really show the potential of your coaching, show the potential of your service, right? And it's like, again, it always comes down to the individual, never the coach at the end of the day. Like it is your responsibility, but a lot of times it is the individual. So by having these star clients and pushing them far beyond, even though they're already doing fucking amazing, that's how you're able to show that social proof, create a great brand image for yourself out there online, but then also show other people inside your coaching like, hey, bro, you ain't killing it like this motherfucker inside the same exact coaching program as you. So like, let's get on some fucking shit, right? It's going to motivate them. And then again, it's just basically repetitive, the calls after calls. They go in all different directions. But if they're getting it, it's the basic understanding of like, great shit, let's continue moving you forward. And at the end, final testimony is collected. Once your client is near the end of the program and has achieved the result, reach out and ask for a 60-second testimonial video of his or her coaching experience. So like if I've had a client that has had an amazing result or they're near the end of their coaching program, I'll reach out, be like, yo, could you do especially I reach out like after I do something for them. So after I do like a check-in video, after I do like a one-on-one call or do anything for them, I'll reach out then because then they're like more likely to pay me back. Could you do this quick 60-second testimonial video? Here's an example. Either send one of you or send one that maybe you have before. And usually they'll send it through. But this is great to have right here. So that's the basic breakdown of the yes path. So if they're getting it, now let's say they aren't getting it. If your client shows any signs of slacking, catch it right away and make adjustments ASAP. Catch the slacking. Do not wait for it. Not at all. Here's the thing. This is your team. You're a coach, but this is your team. These are the people you're around. And if they are slacking, they are going to bring you and your team down. So it's up to you to raise them up. The first 4 weeks typically tell everything you need to know about a client. You'll be able to tell if they're a very disciplined person or maybe a person who operates off motivation or maybe a person who needs a lot of reality checks. Either way, this client is now representing you and your brand, so it's your job to strengthen any weak links. Yes, you can only do so much for people, but also make sure you can confidently say, I gave my 100%. So if you see any signs of slacking, give it attention immediately before it becomes an ingrained behavior pattern. So think about it this way. Somebody buys into your program, they join because they're like, all right, I'm about to change my life. Let's say they keep up with the same bad habits. They keep up with the same lifestyle, the same mindset for 4 weeks, and especially beyond inside of your coaching. Then what happens in their mind is just like, success isn't for me. This isn't for me. They start telling themselves this bullshit story, or they even amplify the bullshit story they've already been telling themselves, right? It's like from day one, you need to be making sure that this coaching, this service is changing your client's life. And I'm not saying it has to like make it insane, but there has to be some type of improvement going on. So there's a positive feedback loop to your coaching experience, all right? If they're not getting that positive feedback loop, They're not going to be motivated. They're going to have distaste. You're never going to get a fucking testimonial. Digging them out of the dirt and 3 months from now is going to be so much fucking harder. So catch any slacking right away. Right away, okay? If the client continues to, and so like just reach out real quick, and just try to catch that slacking. But like if the client continues to slack, schedule a one-on-one call ASAP and frame it as a reset call. So usually if I see somebody slacking, I'll go over inside of like a check-in video on the weekend through my Loom. And if I don't see any improvements in that, I'll make sure they schedule a one-on-one call, because usually the people who are slacking are usually the people who aren't scheduling one-on-one calls with me. Usually people who schedule one-on-one calls every single week rarely ever slack. Okay, again, there is some people who move faster than others. As long as they are making progress, that's good. It doesn't matter really how fast, as long as they're making progress, that's good. Again, you want to make it fast, but like there's just going to be some people who move a little bit slower in life, and that's just something you have to accept. Slacking is just like they're not making any improvement at all, right? So I would go over that in a check-in. If nothing changes, then make sure they set up a one-on-one call and frame it as a reset call, okay? It's important to make the client feel like he or she has the power to make the change. So focus on leading the client to the answer he or she needs to hear, not directly telling the client what they need to hear. So if you see slacking, right, you'll know what needs to change. Usually you'll know what needs to change, okay? But you never just want to say, okay, here's what's got to happen, bro. You got to do this. This is what you're doing wrong. What the fuck is that? Blah, blah, blah. No, you have to lead them to the answers, okay? So this explains it all. If you have given attention to the struggle points with a particular client, but things have still not changed, now it's time to schedule a reset call. On this call, you want to set the frame as a reset call from the jump and explain to the client what led to this, okay? So right when you get the call, how you doing? A little breakdown, so on. Be like, so this has been going on, blah, blah, blah. Do you mind if we kind of just like do like a reset call here? Just like go over everything. I feel like maybe I just didn't do the best job of breaking things down and setting expectations. Is that cool with you? Usually they say, yeah, make sure they agree, okay? Once the client agrees to this reset call, you preferably would like to already have an idea of the change that needs to occur, so you can lead the client to the answers through questions. The reason you want to lead the client to finding the answers themselves is to reveal to their mind the mental process they need to have in order to identify exactly what is causing them the struggle. If you directly tell them, you don't teach them anything. If you give a man to fish, he eats for a day. If you teach a man to fish, he feeds his family for the rest of his life. That quote sounds something like that. So once again, if I see a client struggling, I've done this before. I'm like, yo, this is a reset call. Cool. Maybe I didn't break things down the best. I already know what's going on, but then I'll just be like, usually when they agree to it, I'd be like, okay, how do you feel like you're doing, like, with working towards your goals? Like, do you feel like you're progressing well? You should be like, yeah. And I'd be like, okay, do you think you got like more potential though? Do you think you'd be a little bit farther ahead by now? Usually they're like, yeah. I already got them to say yeah, so they can probably say yeah again. If they say no, then again, just kind of re-loop back around and get them to say yeah. Well, keep asking the questions until they say yes. Especially if you know there has to be a change, okay? Just got to get to admit to themselves. Don't move on until they say yeah. So once you get them to agree that yes, they have more potential, yes, they are kind of slacking, then you ask why. What do you think you could be doing better? They'll break it down, and then again, now you want to start like, this right here is what you want them to answer, but now they're kind of right here, so you gotta like direct them up with each question to finally get to that answer, right? And that's, again, prescribing another unique solution to them is pretty much what's going on here. But again, the general outline is just make sure you lead them to the answer so you can kind of teach their mind the thinking that needs to go on so they can start answering their problems on their own, and they no longer like quite need you, right? Because if you can teach them how to do that, then like they're going to like consistently do that throughout the entire week. And then again, the one-on-one calls just become like high level problem solving, if that makes sense. So after that, construct a new solution or proposal for the client struggle, whether it's a book, a video in your course, a new set of habits, or a mindset shift, okay? Once the client has came to the answer themselves, which you should have already known or kind of had a general idea, you want to prescribe a new solution. Don't just flat say, this is what you need to do. You want to recommend something to them and get them to agree on it. Example, John, I think something you should try to help yourself overcome procrastination is a morning routine. Do you think that would help? If the client says yes, prescribe the morning routine. If the client says no, then ask why until you get them to agree that your proposal is the correct solution to the struggle. If you prescribe a solution without agreement that it will work, you'll keep the client looping in circles with the client wondering why they aren't getting results. So again, there has to be an agreement that this is going to work. They need to feel confident inside of it. And again, let's just say that they're the type of person that's just like, yeah, don't move on. If they don't say yes confidently, especially if they don't like break it down to you, like why that's going to work, always say why. Well, why do you think that's going to work? And if they can't just like really lay it out to you why this new unique solution is going to change the struggles they've been having, then just keep bringing it down, like keep leading them to the answer inside of their mind. It's kind of annoying. It's like selling them once again. But the thing about the coaching business is what's more valuable than the money you're making is actually the client success. That's what will keep your business alive and keep it growing for a long time. Okay. So always focus on the clients you have and never the clients you don't have, if that makes sense. So after that, you would pretty much go right back to like the first one-on-one call, which is, again, pretty much just clarifying anything, answering any questions they may have, start building out clients' daily, weekly, and monthly goals. Maybe you just have to wipe them sometimes and start completely from new, outline specific videos they got to watch inside of the video course, and etc. And prescribing the unique solution once again. Okay. So again, it's pretty simple. If they're doing good, reinforce their ability to execute, put more pressure on them, make them understand they're about to get tested even more. Keep up that positive feedback loop, get the final testimonial. Pretty easy if it's going the yes route. And if it's going the no route, again, lead them to the answer. This is where your coaching abilities really, really, really come into play. Okay. Something I don't like about like some coaches is like, well, if my clients are winning, it's not my fault, but they're your clients. They're your team, man. Go pick them up. That's what they hired you for, is like to help them overcome this fucking bullshit. So, yeah, pretty much a breakdown of the coaching flow. In the next module, we'll be going over exactly how to build out high ticket coaching offers. So I'll see you inside of that one. Peace.
Let's talk about generating inbound leads with your Instagram. So this is what I call the inbound flywheel. The goal of all of this is to help your audience see your life and your results, to relate to the struggles your audience has, and have them resonate with your message, to have them trust your expertise and emotional resilience, and to get them to reach out organically through DMs, through comments, through replies, through your tap on the link, like to actually get them to take action. That means having influence over them. We'll use the show, expand, and dig storytelling loop as the core of generating inbound leads. And we'll also stack on Q&A, CTAs, and ManyChat comment automations as little accelerators for all of this. So the show, expand, and dig story flow method is going to be the main driver behind all of this, the main inbound engine. This thing is designed to provide free coaching daily through your stories to get your viewers to just reach out organically. So step one to the show, expand, and dig method is to pretty much just show what you're doing. The goal here is to establish authority and relatability by showing what you're doing and how you live it. This is showing your everyday life, showing your morning journaling, showing your workout, showing your meals, even showing your struggles and things you're going through, right? So here's some examples of this. Clips of your morning routine, of your training, of checking in with your clients, behind the scenes of your own transformation or client's progress, visual proof, screen shares of client results, photos, meal preps, check-in, really just showing anything that you're doing that applies to your brands. Frequency of this should be every single day, right? And, the tone of, if you're talking about this, be confident, calm, high-performance lifestyle, Now, the second step to this is to expand on what you're doing. So you're showing one thing, right? For example, you're showing your morning journaling on your story. Now you want to expand in the next story. So the goal here is to give meaning to what you're showing. Turn the clip into a principle or a learning lesson. Examples of this. Most guys see me meal prep and think I'm on a diet, which is crazy to me. And this would be you talking to the story. So you maybe show the meal prep, then you talk. Most guys see me meal prep and think I'm on a diet, which is crazy. Really, I just care about my health, my body, and my future. And I see a lot of guys saying, I want to become successful, but they aren't preparing for the opportunity to become successful. Success is when preparation meets opportunity. And most men out there, they aren't preparing for shit, and that's why they stay stuck. All right, that's you expanding on your meal prep. You're just giving your thought about it. That's literally it.
Most guys think I'm on a diet because of meal prepping. That's crazy. And I see a lot of guys say I want to become successful, yet they aren't preparing for the opportunity to become successful, which that's what success is. Preparation is when success is when preparation meets opportunity, all right? And that's why most guys stay stuck. That's your thought. That's your belief about it. Another one with the morning journaling. A lot of my friends find it cringy that I morning journal every single morning, and I get it. I used to think it was cringy as well. But when I wanted to take control of my life, I needed a game plan. And not just a game plan that lasted a week on motivation. I needed a way to give myself a game plan daily. And that's exactly when I started to do this morning journaling. So people can call it cringy, but hey, do you really think you're going to create a life you dream of by mindlessly going about it every single day? Hell no. In order to get what you want from life, you must have a game plan. That's you expanding on what you're showing. And then step 3 is to dig, all right? The goal here is to make it emotionally sting. So their self-identity actually gets hurt by that and they reach out, right? So you don't want to directly inflict pain on people, but you want to expose the pain they have down within, right? A lot of people have what's called ignorance, and a lot of people have ignorance debt, right? They've been just staying ignorant to the problems they must fix inside their life, and you are the guy who has to reveal those problems that they have been pushing away, all right? So the framework here is pretty simple when it comes to digging. So you showed something, you expanded on it, now you want to dig into the viewer's self-identity and help them understand where they are lacking, why they're struggling with something, right? Why they have this problem, and then bridge them to your process. So simple format here is, if you are this pain identity and you're tired of this problem, this is exactly why I started doing this. So you're not directly inflicting pain, you are using yourself as an example, saying, hey, if you're anything like me and you're tired of this problem, here's exactly why I started this process. Example, if you've tried sticking to a meal plan before to get in shape, but you're tired of constantly cooking food or trying to find meals that fit in your macros, this is exactly why I just started to buy my food in bulk and meal prep all my meals once a week. You know, it's simple. Just go to the store once a week, spend 2 or 3 hours every single Sunday making all your meals. Here's how I do it. I cook all my food, then I weigh it all out, put it in meal prep containers, boom, 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 pow. You know, like I said, guys, success is when preparation meets opportunity. And if you want to become successful with a Greek guy physique, then you must prepare for it, you know? And so if you still look the same at the end of the week, don't blame it on your genetics. Don't blame it on your metabolism. Blame it on the fact that you haven't done shit to achieve your goal. That's digging. You know, that's going to get somebody here and be like, fuck, maybe I should meal prep. And then hopefully what happens there, they actually go out, listen to your advice, meal prep, and make progress. And then they're like, damn, his advice actually works. And that's when people buy your shit. Another example here. If you're tired of, here's the identity. If you're tired of constantly coming up with goals and just never achieving them, because maybe you forget or life gets in the way or you get distracted and stuff like that. That's exactly why I started morning journaling. I used to procrastinate all the time. I'd write down all these goals, and by the end of the year, I achieved none of them. And I was tired of that. And so I realized that I need a game plan every single day in order to move the needle ahead, because success is just enough successful days strung along a long period of time. So that's why morning journaling helped me out. Here's simply how I do it, all right? And if there's something you want to go achieve, but you don't have a game plan every single day, then don't expect to achieve that. What do you think, you're just going to somehow achieve your goal without having an exact game plan? Like trying to dig into the pain point and bridge them to your process. It's as simple as that. Show what you're doing, expand on it, dig into the viewer's pain point, and bridge them to your process. That every single day will provide free coaching inside of your stories. Because they're actually going to be listening to stuff. You say the right stuff, it hits the right person, they make a change, they change their life because of your free knowledge, or they ask a question about it. Hey, how do you journal? Hey, how do you meal prep? Hey, how do you train? Hey, what type of cardio do you do? Right? Or, man, that really resonated. That really hit home. I picked up the morning journaling because of you 3 weeks ago. And it's actually been really beneficial. I appreciate that. Right? That's what you're trying to get going on. Here's an advanced tip too. At the end of each story, do a little soft CTA. By the way, guys, if you need my exact breakdown on how to start morning journaling, or if you need help on meal prepping, just shoot me a message. I'll help you out. Great way to do a soft CTA. So that's the show, expand, and dig method. You should be using that every single day inside of your stories. Now, we'll come to the story Q&A prompts. This is a different inbound method, okay? So this is where you're going to do Q&As in your story and turn passive viewers into micro conversational leads. So just small little conversations that you open up that hopefully lead to a bigger conversation of hopping on a call. So setup strategy here is simple. Post a Q&A at least once per week. Twice per week's even better. And then the prompts can be anything like ask me a question, but I would have people ask you specific questions. So the prompt could be like, what's your biggest struggle getting lean right now? What's keeping you from getting in the best shape of your life? If you could fix one thing in your mindset, what would it be? Get a little bit more specific with the unanswered questions your audience may have, right? And get them to ask specific questions. If you just throw up like ask me a question, it's like oftentimes they're not going to be super in depth, right? You're not going to be getting people to actually think about like a real problem they have. So get specific with the prompt. How to respond when you get a question. So boom, question comes in. You pop up the question, you answer the story. Solid question, bro. Most guys actually get stuck here. I got stuck here for a while. And then educate them. Use the show, expand, dig method even, right? But educate them, give them some free insight. And you can bridge this by saying, hey, by the way, I'm running out of time. If you want to break down exactly how I'd fix that, or exactly how I do my journaling, or exactly how I would overcome this plateau, just shoot me a DM and I'll help you out. Really easy way to actually bridge that, because when you answer a question, the person will get notified, and so they'll watch the story probably all the way through. So it's a great way to do a soft CTA at the end. Bonus here, save high-performing Q&A answers as highlights. So any questions that you're like, dude, this was great, my audience needs to know about it, or a lot of people replied to it, or a lot of people liked it and found it valuable, put it inside of a highlight. Let's talk about direct CTAs. So I don't do a lot of direct CTAs exactly, but here's the way I would go about it. So CTAs are only going to convert nurtured audience into inbound leads. CTAs are not just going to get you leads. It's only going to convert a nurtured audience. And so if you don't have a nurtured audience, you're like, fuck, I haven't been doing this shit for a while. Like, definitely don't do CTAs. Just continue giving and giving and giving until it's like, okay, my audience is pretty nurtured. I'm getting, people reaching out, a lot of likes, stuff is going on. Then you can start doing CTAs. So there's 3 types of CTAs. There's a soft, a mid, and a hard. The soft one, you want it to be value-based. So here's some examples of this. If you want to send a checklist I use for my clients, DM me checklists. If you want to see how I structure, macros to help people build a Greek physique, DM me macros. It's a super soft CTA. It's nothing direct like, hey, I'm taking on 5 guys for my coaching, reach out to me. It's like, if you would like to learn more about this, just shoot me a DM and I'll send you some free training over. That's a soft CTA. You're just looking to provide value. A mid-level CTA is kind of going to be like a pain bridge. So you're going to pick out a pain and then bridge them to something. So if you feel like you've been working out for months, but you've just been plateaued, there's no visible changes, shoot me a DM. Shoot me a DM with PR, and I'll walk you through the exact structure my clients use to finally break through plateaus just like that. All right. So if you help people break through plateaus, you simply just, hey, if you've been struggling to make progress in the gym, you look the same. You look the same as you did 6 months ago, yet you've showed up consistently. DM me this, and I'll walk you through exactly how to break past that. Right? Pick out a pain, bridge them to a next step. And then a hard CTA, straight up offer based. Like, I'm taking on 5 guys who want to lose 20, 30 pounds and actually look like they lift. DM me already if that's you. That's a super direct, hard CTA. Those don't work as good as they used to. You can throw them up maybe once a month, just to try it out. But I would just get super specific inside of that. If you are X and you want to achieve Y, I'm bringing on a couple people this month for a massive discount. Shoot me a DM, and I'll see if you're a good fit. That's just like a hard CTA. So pretty simple. And here's ManyChat automations. Here's another. This is my favorite inbound strategy. So ManyChat is your 24/7 inbound funnel. All right, because it's always going to be up. You upload a video once, let's say it goes viral, and you have a ManyChat automation connected to it. It is going to be getting hundreds of inbound DMs. And to help you understand this, so ManyChat, you can go to it. It's pretty much where you can set up automations to your Instagram, where if like somebody comments a keyword on a post you have, ManyChat sends a DM to that person with whatever you're providing there. And so that's pretty much an inbound DM, all right? Because even though you're kind of like reaching out to them first with the ManyChat automation, they're the person who commented for that, all right? So attach keyword automations to high-performing reels. Of course, you got to attach it prior. and make the reel properly for that, you can check out my page to see how I do a lot of them. But example of this is like a reel. Maybe you make a reel on like how I lost 40 pounds without giving up my favorite foods or eating pizza. You provide a little value, maybe you talk about it, and then at the very end of the video or at the very top of that caption, you can comment the trigger word, which is, you can tell them about the trigger word. So it's like, hey, by the way, guys, comment pizza, and I'll send you a full free guide. And this could be a YouTube video. It can be like a Google Doc or whatever it may be, and exactly how to lose weight without giving up your favorite foods, right? Now people are starting to comment. They want the full guide. They want more in-depth sauce, and then they actually get sent that. Now that you have that ManyChat automation set up and that DM conversation actually got started between you and a viewer, now what you can do within like the first 24 hours is go reach out to them. Hey bro, how'd you like my full free guide? Or hey bro, did you find it beneficial? And that's where you can just spark a light conversation with the person, and then possibly pitch them a call to dive in deeper, and just follow the DM strategy for that. Here's a couple inbound amplifiers too. So broadcast highlights, you got the highlights in your Instagram. This is where you can create highlights with like client wins, coaching info, my story, free value. Any of these types of things can actually get you more inbound DMs. So let's say you do client wins, somebody sees like a client transformation that they're like, oh, I relate to this person, I look like this person, I want to achieve that. Boom, they swipe up like, yo man, help me out. All right, coaching info, you actually talk about what your coaching entails, add a little CTA at the end, boom, they reach out there. You can make a my story highlight, you talk about your story, somebody relates to it, they comment on it, they reach out. Or even free value, you can set up a ManyChat automation there where it's just like, here's how I made this client transformation. If you want the full free breakdown on it, like the full case study, just slide up and message this word, and then the ManyChat automation will automatically send them something, and then boom, you got a lead right there, you can text them. And here's another good one as well. You don't want to overuse it. You maybe use it once a month, which is a DM audit offer. So once a week, make a story frame kind of like this. For the next 2 hours, I'll be inside of my DMs. If you would like free private training to help break past your weight loss plateau, message me training and I will personally help you out, right? That's all it simply is. And of course, like applied to your specific offer, what you think your audience would actually respond to. But it's just like a simple audit, Over the next 2 hours, I'll be inside my DM. If you like free training on X, Y, and Z, message me this and I will personally, help you out, answer your questions, whatever it may be. All right, that's another great way to spark conversations. I did that once. It sparked maybe like 50 convos within the 24 hours. So it was great. So those can be the best practices for generating inbound leads. The show Expand and Dig is something you should use every single day. Story Q&A prompts once or twice a week. Direct call to actions, it really depends. Soft and mid, you can kind of do more of. Hard, I would do once a month at most. ManyChat automations, you should be setting up a whole bunch of reels with ManyChat automations. And then you can throw these in here and there. So hopefully that helps. All right, let's talk about generating outbound leads, specifically warm outbound. That's all we'll be doing. So to give you an overview of what warm outbound is you starting a conversation with people who follow you already. Inbound, people come to you. Outbound, you spark the conversation with those people. We aren't going to be doing cold outbound. Once again, cold outbound is people who don't know you. Warm inbound is people who do know you. So these people you're going to be reaching out to spark these conversations are going to be, of course, your followers, but like people who watch your stories, like your post, comment occasionally, have responded to polls or Q&As in the past. These are people who already trust you. They just need clarity, direction, and permission to actually start that conversation, right? And so your job is simple. Identify who's warm inside of your audience, initiate the convo, discover their goals, discover pain and struggles, and book in a call. So here's how to identify warm leads, and you can do this daily or bulk once a week. I think doing just a little bit of it every single day is the best way to go about it. First place to start is story viewers. These are the most underrated leads on Instagram, all right? The people who view your story each and every single day. So you can check the views, the viewers on your show, Expand and Dig stories. Prioritize those who consistently watch pain-based or result-based stories as well. Skip friends or current followers, of course, and focus on those silent engagers, right? You got those silent people in your audience, always watching your stories, always liking your stories, maybe even reach out to those people, all right? Story viewers are a great spot because those are the people closest to you. They're like one step away from the DM, all right? So those are going to be like the warmest leads. Pro tip here, save the username of repeat viewers under like a warm lead spreadsheet or somewhere's in your notes just to keep an eye on them. Right, really keep track of like who are the warmest leads that are just one step away from sparking that convo or finally booking in. So yeah, your warmest leads can be your story viewers. Another good place to reach out to people is new followers. Reach out to every new follower you get. Now, typically, sometimes this is a little bit early in the buying cycle, reaching out to new followers, but sometimes people follow you after watching you for like 2 or 3 months, surprisingly, like really. Sometimes people follow you right off the bat. Sometimes people have been seeing you for 3 months, then they finally drop a follow. So it doesn't hurt to reach out to every single new follower, and it really just sparks a connection a lot faster, you know, when you instantly reach out to them. So use the general framework, you know, this inside of the DM system. Hey, name, saw that you recently followed me. I appreciate that. It's good to see you're taking your health and body seriously. Then just use the DM system. And here's a pro tip. Set up a ManyChat automation that automatically reaches out to your new followers. If you go to ManyChat, they have a new automation where every single new person who follows you, you can send an automation, right? Another good place is poll and Q&A responders. So people who actually click on any polls you do, or anybody who does the question and answers, you know, polls, they're like, what's your current physique goal? What's the hardest thing about losing fat for you? You can throw up those types of polls once or twice a week. And that anybody who clicks an option, you have permission to message them. All you do is you go to the poll, and if it's already gone, just go to your archive stories inside of your Instagram, go to the poll, and you can swipe up on it, and you can look at everybody who answered that question, and you can click the little message button and shoot them a message. Post engagers, so anyone liking or commenting on transformation carousels, value post, really anything at all. You can reach out to those people, especially those who engage with client wins content. So that's like more specifically bottom of funnel content. You know, it's one thing to reach out to people on a viral reel that has like 2,000 likes. It's another thing to reach out on that like bottom of funnel content that maybe has 100 likes or 50 likes, right? It's a lot more specific. Those people who maybe like that testimonial video that you uploaded, like those are the best people to reach out to. So you can say, yo, appreciate the support on that transformation post, then initiate the DM system. And then old conversations as well. Re-engage with people who never booked in, but were close, ghosted you, were not ready last month, or just never responded or anything. Always be following up with those people. The money is made inside the follow-up. So warm equals once talked to, didn't convert. That's what warm means. Cycle back every 30 to 45 days as well, or sometimes even sooner. I like to think about it this way. If somebody's super warm, I'm following up every single day. If they're lukewarm, I'm going to follow up once a week. And if they're not really that warm, I'm going to follow up, once a month maybe. All right. But it's pretty simple. Once a day or in bulk once a week. Just identify your warmest leads, especially story viewers, bottom of funnel likers, new followers, stuff like that. Reach out to them, initiate the DM system, see who responds back, talk to those guys, after a couple days or after a couple weeks. Re-follow up the people who didn't respond to your warm outbound, and just continuously do it over time. I'm going to walk you through the DM system, exactly how to message people inside the DMs, whether that's inbound or outbound. So every DM is going to be a bit different. You do have to be personal. You can't just copy and paste these replies. But this is the general framework that most DMs follow. And then at the end, we'll also show you how to use ChatGPT to take this document right here, upload the ChatGPT, and actually have it become your DM assistant. So here's the DM script. We're going to start with opening the conversation. There's 2 ways you're going to open conversations. One is inbound. People text you. Outbound, you text people. If people inbound you with like a keyword or something like that, you just go, hey, name, appreciate you reaching out and engaging with my content. Means a lot, man. Then just ask them like, what's up? Allow them to just kind of like tell them why they actually reached out to you. Now, if you're outbounding people, like you reach out first, so you can do that through people who follow you first off. Like when you get a follower, message them this. It can be story viewers, it can be likers, it can be really anybody in your audience who follows you. Don't go and outbound random people, only outbound the people who follow you, okay? That would be, hey, name, saw you, and then just say whatever. Maybe you followed me, maybe they liked your post or the comment or something like that. I appreciate that. It's good to see you're taking your health and body seriously. Just keep it like that. You'll wait for the reply, and then if you're outbounding, this will be the second message. If you're inbounding, you'll go on to the next step. So outbound, second step would be, are you following for the content or actually looking to get in shape yourself? you actually want to qualify the person just a little before you move on. If they're saying following for the content, all right, this is where we're going to start discovering their goals. Keep it light, nurture with a VSL or a light convo. But if they say get in shape or both, like I like the content, I would love to get in shape myself, this is where we're actually going to dive a bit deeper and start the rest of this. So with any inbound or outbound message up to this point right now was this question. Got it. I'm curious. What's the main goal you're chasing right now? We want to open up the conversation to discover their goals. All right. Let them reply, then say, that's easy, man. And beyond that, what's the real end vision for you? Like, what's the ultimate outcome? And what you're trying to do here is turn surface level goals into big goals. Once they answer that, go, hell yeah, I'm curious. What's your motivation behind this? This is another good question to actually open up those surface level goals into bigger goals. What you're looking for here is the emotional driver behind it, or the deeper level motivation behind these goals. That's the biggest thing you're looking for, right? When it comes to sales, and the DMs are sales, it's about fully fleshing out somebody's current situation and fully fleshing out their desired situation, fully understanding where they're at and where they want to go. So after you go through discovering the goals, which is, pretty late, now we want to start exposing the pain, right? So they'll answer, this is my goal, this is the motive behind it. You'll go, respect. And how long have you been working towards this goal? All right, now we want to start uncovering some pain, some struggle that they possibly have. And you're going to have kind of two different paths here. The first path is they're going to say, well, it seems like they've been plateaued for a while, right? So you're going to dive deeper into the struggles. Now, if they say they haven't been working towards it long, or maybe they just started training, or they just started this new plan, ask what their exact plans are. So the path with plateaued, right? So I've been working toward this for 3 years, or I've been working towards this for 6 months, and it seems like they really haven't made progress. That's plateaued. So you'll simply say, damn, that's a decent amount of time. Does it feel like you're plateaued, right? And if they say yes, you'll go, gotcha, well, what have you been trying? Maybe I can help. And what you're looking to do here is ask them questions to lead them to the answer, which is they have no idea what they're doing, right? So that's a decent amount of time. You've been plateaued. Yeah, for real. Well, what have you been trying? Maybe I can help. And then here's an example of what may go on. Well, I've been eating 200 grams of protein a day and doing 30 minutes of cardio, but I've just gotten smaller and I still look fat. This is like very typical of what people say. They've just been eating protein. Then you go, gotcha. Well, what are your carbs and your fats? They didn't list those out. They should know those, right? Then typically they go, I'm not exactly sure, but I eat 2,000 calories a day. Then you go, okay, well, do you really think you'll achieve your dream physique by only tracking protein? Typically they're like, well, I'm not really sure. And you go, well, calories determine your body weight and macros determine your body composition. If you want to achieve X, repeat to them what their goals are, you need to eat the right macros. Out of curiosity, how important is achieving X to you right now? All right, that's a great combo right there that you're typically probably going to have. I had a lot of. And so if you're going through the plateaued route and if you expose the pain, then you move on to the golden question right down here. Now, if the path is they haven't been plateaued, right? So like I just started, or I haven't been, going after this goal for long, that's the path of they haven't been plateaued. So Or they kind of answer like, no, I don't think I'm plateaued. That's what I mean. If they say like, no, I'm not been plateaued, then you go, okay, well, it's been, 1, 2, 3 months and you've only achieved 5 pounds of weight loss. Don't you think you could achieve your goal a little bit faster? If the answer is no, like, no, I'm fine, whatever, end the convo there and follow up a week or two later and see how they've been doing. If the answer is yes, you're like, yeah, I think I could be moving faster, then circle back up to yes over here, right here. Gotcha, well, what have been trying? Maybe I can help. Like I said, right here, right? And then you restart that. So that would be the path of, hey, I've been plateaued. Now the path of, if they say, I haven't been trying to achieve this goal long, or I just started, then we come right down here to path of just started, right? So, gotcha, what's your plans to achieve this if you don't mind me asking, right? And so they're going to have one or two things. They're going to say they have exact plans, and if they have exact plans already, you can find holes you can possibly fill with your coaching. Maybe they have a meal plan training program, but they don't have accountability, they don't have a community, or etc., right? Or if they don't have exact plans, ask why not. So let's talk about the path of having plans first, right? They say, yeah, I got some plans. Then you'll say, sick, sounds solid. How has your progress been so far on those plans? And what you're looking to find out here is if they've made progress over the past couple of weeks or past couple of months with those plans. If they have, then don't push them. Keep it light, nurture, maybe follow up. If they haven't made progress, figure out what would help them make more progress, right? So if the answer is like, I'm making progress, just be like, hell yeah, man, keep me up to date. Love to see how the transformation goes. End the convo and follow up a week or two later. Now, if their answer is, I'm not making progress, then you can say, well, in my personal opinion, you could have already dropped X amount of pounds by now. What do you think? Because what you think doesn't matter. What the prospect think is what really matters, right? And so you want them to answer that question. Wait for the reply. And if their answer is like, yeah, I think I could be doing better, then you'll say, yeah. Do you feel like there's anything you're struggling with? Maybe like adherence with those plans, maybe low energy on those. I'm just curious, Wait for the reply. And the note here is, if they admit they have a struggle, move on to the golden question below. Yeah, man, I'm struggling with like adherence and some low energy and stuff like that. Then come down to golden question, which is, do you want help with that? If their answer is no, like I'm not struggling with anything, just say, gotcha, man, we'll keep me up to date. I want to see how things go. End the convo, follow up a week or two later. All right, that's the path of I have plans. The path of I don't have any plans, but I want to achieve this goal would go like this. Okay, well, how do you expect to achieve this without a game plan? Wait for the reply. If they go, well, I don't really know, say, okay, well, how serious are you about achieving this then? All right, so it's like, hey, you want this, but you have no plan to achieve it. Are you actually serious about this? If they seem serious, if they're like, yeah, bro, I'm very serious, then move on to the golden question, which is, do you want help with that? If they're not really motivated, they're like, yeah, it'd be nice. I don't really want to achieve it. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a 4. Simply ask, like, why not? Are you okay with being consistent, going to the gym, but not getting the results you deserve? Wait for the reply. And the note here is, like, if they're not motivated, try to pull the motivation out of them. Have a transformational conversation and try to see if you can actually get them motivated or get them to realize, like, they should not be consistent and not get results. They should be consistent and get results, and that's what you are here for as a coach. And so that's what like exposing the pain will follow. Typically, like there's a whole bunch of different routes here, but typically I find a big pain for a lot of people looking for a coach is they're consistent but not getting results. And that's why I specifically focus in on being plateaued and also the plans aspect. Do they have plans? Do they not have plans? Now we come to the golden question, right? After you have fleshed out where they want to go and after you have fleshed out like their current pain, their current struggle, now we come to the golden question, all right? So once they've spilled their pain and you understand their goal, you simply ask, do you want help with that, all right? That's it. Wait for the reply. This right here is going to shift you from a casual conversation to a professional one, all right? If they say yes, then you simply say, gotcha, man. Well, here's what that would look like. And then you move on to booking call right down here. And if they say, no, I don't want any help, say, all good, man. If you need anything, just let me know. And just end the conversation there and then follow up. And if they say, well, what do you mean? What do you mean by help? Then you say, would you like to hop on a call and dive in deeper to see if I can't help you out? That's it. Wait for a reply. If they say yes, you come back up here. Gotcha, man. Well, here's what that would look like. If they say no, say, all good, man. If you need anything, let me know, right? But let's say they say yes, you move on to booking the call. Here's what you say. What we need to do is schedule in a video call to meet each other and dive in deep to see if I can help you out. Would you be down? Wait for the reply, wait for the green light. They say yes, right? Perfect. Make sure you say this just like this too. Don't just send the Calendly, make sure you ask this. Perfect. Once you're ready to send over my calendar link to book you in, let me know when you're ready to book in. Don't send it right away, ask them for another verbal commitment. Wait for the reply, wait for the green light, and then once they say yes, I'm down, send the calendar, simply say, cool, here's my calendar, send the link, then another text say, text me after booking so I can confirm on my end. That will actually, it's going to get you a little bit better of a booking rate. Some people are going to no-show or are not going to click the link and just not book. It just happens. But I find, say, text me after booking so I can confirm on my end definitely helps it out sometimes, all right? Boom, they book in, you hop in the call, you're all good to go. If they don't book in, there is some follow-ups down here. There's a DM follow-up if people don't reply. There's a ghosted call pitch, so if you actually send your calendar link for them to book in, but they don't book in, here's a reply. And if you don't close on the call, always send them this right after. Appreciate your time today. Here's a couple free trainings, or just send them something or give them a nice reply. If you need anything, just reach out. And so what you can do with this is you can come over here and go file and download, and you can upload it to ChatGPT over here. And so all you got to simply say for the prompt is become my Instagram DM assistant and help me text back a prospect for my fitness coaching. Here's the general framework I'm following. I will feed you the replies I get, and I want you to help me answer them, all right? And then all you simply do is feed them the replies if you really need help with what the prospect's saying. So they're saying, I'm looking to get my shit myself, then simply you just use this right here. Of course, don't copy and paste it. You don't want the dash in there. They can tell it out. But it's going to really help you out. And just put the replies in there, and it's going to help you actually follow this framework appropriately. And really make sure you make the most of every single prospect inside of your DMs that's actually texting you back. That's the DM framework. Let's crush it. All right, here's how to qualify prospects. I want to go over who this is for and who this is not for. First off, this is for you if you're getting consistent calls booked. You're wasting time on some of the calls with unqualified prospects. Your show rate is maybe getting a bit low and your reschedule rate is maybe a bit high. This is for you. Who this is not for, if you're not getting calls booked consistently, you don't need this. And if you have plenty of time to still take sales calls, you do not need this. This is for those guys who have momentum going and they need to refine everything. They need to make sure that their time is being spent very wisely. If that's not you, skip ahead, get off this video. If this is for you, here's how to do it. So the objective here is to implement a type form in your booking process to increase the pressure for prospects to book in, scaring away low quality prospects and only allowing high quality prospects through, besides the occasional liars. Sometimes you will get people who will just lie and actually be a low quality prospect. It will happen, nothing you can do about it. So step one, go to type form, sign up for an account, create a new type form, and copy this SOP. Here's the type form questions. You'll just follow this step by step, adjust it a little bit to your own offer, of course, and what makes sense for you. And make sure you add photos to every single slide. It just gives the prospect a little bit more dopamine to actually continuously go through it. Believe it or not, it does increase the actual completion rate is the best way to put it. So add photos. And then note here, make sure to remove questions from your Calendly link if you decide to implement the Typeform application. So you know how when you set up the Calendly, you have all those questions? If you're going to implement the Typeform, you don't need to ask them the same questions once again, right? You have the Typeform, which filters them out, and then just send them the Calendly link without any questions, just name, email, phone number. That's really all you need. So here's the questions. You'll have your offers, the first slide. They'll click start. Ask them their name, how long they've been working out, where's the physique at, what are their goals, what are they currently doing, investment level, email, phone number, Instagram username, permission to contact you. So here's best practices for this. This type form should be sent prior to dropping the Calendly link inside of the DMs for the prospect to book in. So if we go back to the DM system, it looks very similar to this, like the book to call, but this is with the type form included. And so we'll change it up just a little once we implement the actual type form. We'll say this. This is from the old one. What we need to do is schedule a video call to dive in deeper, see if it can help you out, wait for the reply. Then we go, this is where it changes up. Perfect. Just fill out this application really quick to see if you're a good fit for this free call. You send the type form link, wait for the application to come through. If they're qualified, and qualified is different for everybody, typically it's going to come down to how much they actually have to invest. If you don't have a lot of time to waste and their investment level is 0 to 750, then they're not qualified for you. You can talk about finances and kind of take a look at where they're at, maybe put the call off 2 to 3 weeks so they can save up or whatever it may be. But if they're qualified to you, then you simply say, thank you, I think this call would be worth our time. Here's my calendar. Text me after booking so I can confirm on my end. And if they're not qualified to you, once again, maybe their goals aren't big enough. Maybe they aren't actually a good fit for your coaching. Maybe they just don't have the financials at the moment. Then dive deeper into possibly what unqualified them to you. Once again, if they select 0 to 750 on the type form, but your coaching is $2,000, we'll dive a little bit deeper into it. Hey, I saw that you selected you're not super serious in the investment level. Is money an issue right now, or are you not in a good spot to invest into a coach? And you can kind of open up that conversation about finances. Sometimes you'll come to find out they have money to invest. They just aren't super serious about it. So then you got to increase motivation, or maybe push them off for a while, have them watch your VSL, and maybe they do have money to invest. That's great. Then book them in, right? That's pretty much how to qualify prospects using a type form inside the DMs. Here's how to nurture prospects after they book in. We're going to use the WhatsApp group strategy. So the WhatsApp group strategy is when a prospect has booked in, or a setter has booked in a prospect, create a group chat over on WhatsApp to take the conversation off of Instagram and onto a different platform. This will also increase touch points. This is not necessary if you are below 5K a month. It can be helpful between that 5 to 10K a month range, and is very applicable once you have passed 10K a month and have a setter inside of your DMs. So here's an example of what this will look like. You'll create a WhatsApp group chat with you and the prospect, or if you have a setter, the setter should create the WhatsApp group chat with the prospect himself or herself, and then you as well. And so pretty much what goes on in here is you or the setter just like quickly introduces. You introduce your. Let's just use you for example. You introduce yourself inside the group chat. You know, hey Mattia, what's going on? It's Ryan. Just want to connect us over on WhatsApp ahead of our call over on Saturday. I'm going to send you a couple things I want you to watch beforehand. All right. Then we go ahead and send the things we want them to watch: a VSL, a pre-selling asset, whatever it may be, and give them context to it. You know, so here's a video I wanted to watch before the call. I think it would really help you out because of X, Y, and Z. That's called a contextual. It's not follow-up, but a contextual resource, right? You're contextualizing the resource to their specific problem and their specific goal. So when it comes to the name of the group, you'll do prospect name x your name. So Mattia x Ryan. Image, use professional shot of yourself as well. So all we're doing here is establish communications and beginning to send them consumables for them to engage with ahead of the call. So all you're going to do here is use their number from Calendly or the Typeform application and add them as a contact. Create the group, or if you have the setters, have them run through the process. Make sure you send them the link to join the group chat over on IG as well. And if they don't have WhatsApp, just do this over on Instagram. Then go ahead and create pre-selling or send pre-selling assets. So send in applicable pre-selling assets to the prospect inside of the WhatsApp. This includes specifically the VSL. All right, when you make your VSL, make sure every prospect watch that. Once you have done the VSL, then you can do things like, you know, you can make a video breaking down who this coaching is for and who it's not for, right? This coaching is for you if you want to achieve X, Y, and Z, and this coaching is not for you if you aren't ready to invest into yourself and blah, blah, blah. That's a great video to make. It's only a couple minutes long. Coaching overview, a product breakdown, that's where you can actually make a video going over your coaching, your testimonials, how you've done things. So instead of breaking it down to every single person on a call, they can watch the video prior. Case studies, trainings from inside your program, these are all great things to send to clients after they book in. And so here's a couple things I want to go over as well. So same day, few hours later, or next day, depending on when the call is, you want to send in this message right here. Hey name, did you find that video useful? Also let me know if there's anything else I can send you in the meantime. So when you connect each other on WhatsApp, and especially like before the call, you send over that video and you say, hey, did you find that video useful? Just kind of following up with them, making sure they actually watch that video. Day of the call, make sure you say, hey name, do you have the link for today's call? You know, sometimes they don't get it. So then you make sure you send over the link. You don't want to show up in the call, have it be 5 minutes, say like, yo, where the fuck you at? And they're like, dude, I don't know where the call link is. All right, that's kind of your fault. So always make sure, hey, do you have the call link? Send it at least an hour before, but especially 3 to 4 hours before. And note here, contact should be made daily with check-ins, value sent, and it should actually be consumed. So be checking in with them daily. If your call is scheduled 2-3 days out, check in with them daily. If it's scheduled day of, well, it's a little bit easier. Make sure you send value, and then also make sure they consume it, right? Contextualize the value you're sending, and then make sure they actually consumed it. Hey, how did you find that? Oh, I haven't got the time to watch yet. Gotcha. Well, make sure you watch it before the call. It's going to be very important, right? So that's the way to use the WhatsApp group strategy to actually nurture prospects once they have booked in. Again, this is especially important if you're past 10K a month and if they're booking more than 24 hours out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be talking about the dance of sales. Now, I'm by no means a professional salesman, okay? But this is what you got to understand if you want to sell high ticket on sales calls online, okay? Basic breakdown of how to do $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 programs, because you can be shitty at selling and sell $250 a month, $300 a month, coaching, but that's not really gonna get you to leave your job or get you rich, if you want to call it, get you wealthy, make you enough money. Okay, you got to be able to sell big ticket programs. And so all of this plays a big role into it, the dance of sales. So let's go into it. Sales naturally has a negative assumption around it because people think salespeople are just trying to get money out of prospects. So first things first is a lot of the times you're going to have a bias against you. When you tell people to book a call and they get a call with you, The first thing, most of the time, is going to be like, this is a sales call. He's going to try to sell me. Unless they're completely oblivious, sometimes they will have a big guard up. So it's up to you to work extra hard to change that bias, okay? The truth is, sales is the highest paying skill because sometimes people don't know what is best for them and they don't know how to use money correctly. So it's your job as a salesman for your product and service to help guide people who genuinely need your product and service, okay? So it's the highest paying skill because, again, if you can teach people how to, like, if you can help people find what is best for them and teach them how to use their money correctly, like, that is worth a lot, okay? And sales, it's a lot of psychology. So if you can learn this, you can make a shit ton of money, okay? If they will truly benefit from what you're selling, then it makes the process so much easier. So before you ever take your first sales calls, make sure you 100% believe in what you're selling. It's going to benefit the prospect's life. So that just comes down to, really just believing in what you're selling, dude. You know, if you're trying to coach people and you can't even get in shape yourself, you're not going to be convicted when you get on the call. And so why would they listen to you? Like, you don't even believe in yourself. Why are they going to believe in you? Having conviction is so important. So that pretty much means just actually experiencing the results of your coaching, if you want to put it, or actually experience the results of a coach you have had, you know? Or it becomes even better once you actually get clients, because then you make transformations with them and you're like, bro, you're in the same exact spot Jimmy was, and Jimmy was about to take his life and we completely changed him around, and now look at him. Then you can be super convicted. But at least 100% just believe that your shit is the fucking shit. Really believe deep down that you're going to change their lives, okay? So understanding the gap. Every prospect that comes to you has a current situation and a desired outcome. The gap. Current situation, desired outcome. Your job is to guide them to their desired outcome. So they are right here. Your job throughout the call is to guide them to their desired outcome. And your product or service is the bridge between the two. So your coaching, your program, your course, your whatever is the bridge between where they are and where they want to get. Yes, could they get there without you? Yeah. But do they want to do it in a time-efficient manner? Yeah. Okay, so your product and service bridges that gap so that they don't have to figure it out by themselves. Once they see the bridge, they see how your product and service gets them their desired outcome. So that's the thing is, you have most likely already made that transformation they're looking to make. You've achieved the outcome they want. You've helped other people do it. And so you see that bridge, but the thing is, they don't see that bridge. They don't understand it yet. So that's the whole point of the sales call, is pretty much just a clarity call. You gotta get them to clearly see that, hey, this is how you get from where you are to where you want to go through these things. But these things are what's in my coaching, in my product, in my service, right? To do this properly, you need to understand two major things. One, first part of the bridge, understanding the prospect's current situation. And two, understanding the prospect's desired situation, aka what are their goals. So where are they and where do they want to go? When you get into a call with a prospect, spend no longer than 15 seconds engaging and building the relationship, then get straight into setting intention. So yeah, a mistake a lot of people make is they build too much rapport, and it is cool, but it can allow the prospect to kind of gain frame of the conversation. And the thing is, you want to gain frame right away. So you don't want to be like, hey, how's the day going? How's the weather over there? Where do you live? Oh yeah, I got kids too. Blah, blah. Like, no, just like, hey, how are you doing? You ready for the call? Cool. Okay, let's jump right into it. So here's an example of setting intention. Okay, so if you don't mind, let's get right into it. I'm going to ask you a few questions to gain some understanding of where you are at to see if you're a good fit for my coaching. Is that cool? Just ask something like that, and they're going to say yes pretty much every single time. And so then they're just giving power to you to lead the conversation. Setting intention from the get-go gains you the frame of the conversation. A mistake rookie salespeople make is allowing the prospect to carry the conversation, but the conversation is happening for them. So even if it's uncomfortable, always do your best to be in control of the conversation. So if you ever notice that the prospect starts to ask you questions or carry the conversation, you want to quickly gain that frame right back, okay? Because this is your product and service. You are the leader. They shouldn't be leading you. You should be leading them. And if you cannot demonstrate that you can lead them, even if they're pushing back or trying to throw you off course, then are you really a good coach? I don't know. So, P.S. if the prospect starts asking questions throughout the conversation, always agree that it's a good question, but gain control of the frame by asking them right back, such as, hey, that's a good question. I'll answer that in a second, but I'm just curious. Why do you ask that? If they ask you a question like, one I get often is being a fitness coach is, yo, bro, where do you get gear? And it's like, oh, that's a good question. And I'll answer it in just a second, but I'm curious. Why do you ask? Oh, because, I've been struggling with this, or I've had bad gear, or I was paying too much there. Boom. Like, that's something that I know my product or service can help them with. So instead of just like answering it and allow them to gain control and start asking you questions, I ask it right back. And I pretty much bridge a gap that's in their mind. Okay. They have a current situation that, let's say, they're getting shitty gear. I know this is a really weird topic to talk about, but it's just first thing came to my eye. And their desired outcome is, I need good gear that's cost efficient. I have that desired outcome. This is the current situation. My product, my service, my coaching bridges that gap. So pain versus pleasure. Start the conversation out by building backwards by asking the prospect what their goals are. Sometimes prospects will lay it all out to you. Sometimes they will. I've had people who will be like, so tell me what your goals are. For 5 minutes, they're rambling on. Sometimes they even ramble on so long that I'm lost. I'm like, hold on. We need to like dive into something here because this is too much. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's bad. But sometimes prospects will also hold everything back. Sometimes there'll be calls where, hey, what are your goals? Oh, I want to lose fat and gain muscle. And I was like, oh, is that all? They're like, yeah. I was like, okay, so how much? Everyone wants to lose fat and gain muscle, right? Sometimes they'll lay it all out. Sometimes they'll hold everything back. At the end of the day, either way, you need to flesh out and clearly define what their desired situation is before progressing any further in the call, okay? After they paint the picture to you, so their desired outcome, bring them back to reality and start pinpointing exactly what is stopping them from achieving their desired outcome. So first, I would always recommend going about their goals. What are your goals? Paint the picture. Allow them to paint the picture what they want, okay? But then bring them back to reality and be like, okay, so what's stopping you? Let's go over the macro part. Are you tracking your macros? Why aren't you tracking your macros? I'm not tracking my macros because I don't know how. Why do you know how? All the information's out there. Oh, I just don't have the time. Okay, so you don't have the time to do that. Boom, there's a bridge you can gap between where they are, their pain, that they don't have time to track their macros, and it's causing them to not have a physique that they don't like. Okay, you have their desired outcome. They learn how to track their macros. You save them time through the bridge of your product and service. You want to do this by asking the right questions, okay? The right questions are questions that dig into surface level answers and uncover the truth. That's what I think they are. Again, sometimes prospects will lay it all out to you and they'll just answer everything for you and it's simple. And sometimes prospects will hold everything back or not even know what their struggles are. Either way, you need to flesh out and clearly define what is stopping them from achieving their desired outcome. So how do we do this? Most salespeople will try to emotionally inflict pain when digging, but you cannot do this. Again, what I mean by that is, let's say you're digging into the macros thing. Oh, I don't have time because I work so much. Okay, why can't you just like create time though? And you really start to kind of back them in the corner, make them feel like shitty about themselves. You don't want to do that. You don't want to inflict any more pain than they're already dealing with. You just want to amplify the pain that already exists. Look at it this way. They reach a level of pain threshold that was so high. It was so high that it got them to DM you, go through a bunch of messages, and book a call with you and take time out of their day to try to fix this issue. That takes a lot of pain to do that. They already have pain and they don't need more of it. But you do need to amplify on it so on the call it moves them to take action. The reason you don't want to inflict pain is if you sell people in a heavily emotional state, it can lead to a lot of chargebacks, bad customers, horrible relationships. And sometimes you can just get them to the point where they just like, they don't even want to move forward with it because there's just so much pain, right? There becomes where too much is too much. So amplifying the pain is simply just lifting up the rug is how I like to describe it, okay? What's under the rug is all the rational lies, okay, they have been telling themselves, the excuses, the negative beliefs, and so on. The pain that is already there, and you are doing a favor by lifting up that rug. So I use this analogy as like, I don't know, it was my sister when I was younger. She used to like shove shit under the rug. Or I forget where it came from, but there's this analogy I always had where like, people won't clean up the room, but they'll just like shove shit under the rug. I guess I forget where it came from, but just imagine people who aren't at the desired outcome have been putting a whole bunch of bullshit under this rug to try and hide it. That's the basic understanding of this rug. So what's under that rug is all the rational lies, like I said, the excuses, the negative beliefs, and so on that they have been kind of hiding away, that they need to lift up that rug and see all them so they can actually face what they need to face head on and get the outcome they want. But inflicting pain by cornering the prospect and pressuring them the entire call is unnecessary. So we want to lead the prospect into answering into the answers. So again, let me restart that. We want to lead the prospects into the answers we already know they need to hear by asking questions that shine lights on the truth or what's hiding under that rug while still preserving the respect the prospects have for us. Okay. Throughout the call, you will be asking questions and digging to uncover truths. This is you lifting up the rug, but you don't want to point to what's under the rug right away. You want to save that until the close. So as you're asking questions and digging deeper into like surface level questions, you are peeking to see what's under their rug, what the fuck they have been putting under there. But you don't want to point to it right away. Be like, bro, that's why you're not doing it, because that's going on. You don't want to do that right away. You want to save that till later. You want to be slowly picking up that rug. You want to fully remove it by the end of pretty much the sales process. And at the closing, you want to be like, hey, man, look what the fuck's under there. Here's the solution. Here's the cleaning tools to clean all that shit up. My product, my service, okay? If you point to what's under the rug too soon, by the time you get to closing, what's under the rug is now cleaned up and the prospect has no reason to move forward. You've already pretty much given them all the answers, which you kind of want to do, but you kind of also don't want to do. You'll figure out why. This way, when you get to closing and you already know what's hiding under that rug, the rationalize, the excuses, the limiting beliefs, the struggles they face, that's what's under that rug. You can understand the tools they need to clean that shit under there. And then you can lift up that rug and provide them the tools to get the job done, right? If you lift up that rug and they don't have the correct tools, they'll be like, oh, I don't want to do this. Let me do it tomorrow. Let me think about it. Now, if you lift it up, but you have all the tools and you just hand it right to their hands, they're like, all right, there's no reason for me not to just do this right now. I don't even have to think about it. I just have to take action. Remember, a prospect will believe everything that comes out of their own mouth and nothing that comes out of yours, even if it's the same thing. This is why we gather as much data first before lifting up that rug, because if we start to sting them by revealing what is under there, there are things we might have missed and we would lack the necessary tools to get the job done and would get a lot of I need to think about it. So again, if you really start to reveal what's under that rug throughout that call too much, again, it will just increase the pain threshold. It will sting them a little. And then they might start to kind of hide things from you. So you really want it to be like a safe environment for them to really just let it all out to you, before you really lift that shit up and be like, okay, bro, here's the tools. Let's get this shit done. When you act as a guide and not a salesman that leads them to the realization they finally need to have that causes a light bulb moment of what is missing, they will correlate that mental clarity with you as their coach. So as I've gotten better with sales, people on calls will always say, dude, that's a very good question. I've never thought about it that way. And you'll start to know when you're getting good at this when people say that. When people say, that's a very good question, or I've never thought about that way, or wow, dude, you just put things into such a good perspective for me. That's what you want to be getting out of people. So P.S., a large job of being a coach is being a professional question asker. So, that's why I preach so much self-improvement. And what I mean by that is like listening to audiobooks or reading books and stuff like that, because there's a lot of good information in books and audiobooks. And it's going to really provide you a lot of perspective in life. And that's going to help you ask a lot of the right questions to people when you have more perspective and you can see things from so many different ways and you understand things that you haven't actually accomplished yourself, right? Like I don't know how to build a business to $100 million a year, but I can read a book of somebody who's done it and I can kind of understand what he's saying. And that can provide me perspective on certain things, if that makes sense. So recap, by understanding 1 and 2, you now understand the bridge that they are trying to cross. So where they currently are in their goals, you understand the bridge they're trying to cross. The more of the contrast you build between 1 and 2 by asking whys and digging deep into them, the stronger the foundation of the bridge you are building. So again, you not only want to ask whys about number 2, but also about number 1. Why do you want to get in shape? Why is losing 30 pounds important to you? Why is growing on social media important to you? Why is leaving your job and building an online fitness coaching business important to you? You ask whys and you dig deep into it. They'll probably give you, sometimes, again, they'll lay it all out, or sometimes they'll kind of hold it back. It's just your job to make sure you really dig deep on those. Same with number 2. Okay. So what would achieving that dream physique, that physique, 170 pounds with all that weight loss and abs, what would that do for you? So not only are you asking, why do they want to do it, but what is it going to do for you? And that builds contrast. And the stronger foundation of the bridge you are building is, okay? The stronger the bridge is, the less objections you will have to handle, and the higher likelihood of closing the prospect is. What I mean by this is, remember, when you price drop, the perceived relief of pain you are offering must be much greater than the pain of that money coming out of their account. So that's why you really got to dig, because their perceived relief of pain of sending you $1, $2, $3, $4, $5,000, whatever it may be, needs to be so much greater than the actually coming out of the bank account. So how do you increase the value? Again, it's just building that contrast between 1 and 2, really understanding where they are, really understanding where they want to go, and building on that and digging deep into it. Okay, that's how you build that contrast. That's how you actually really build that value on the call, so that once you price drop that 2K, that 3K, it seems like nothing to them. Oh, of course I'll do that. The key factor to all of this is people don't even understand their situation and why it's causing them pain. They feel pain, but if they knew how to fix it, they wouldn't need your help, really, most of the time. That's why the depth and contrast of 1 and 2 must be strong. If a current situation cannot be defined and a desired outcome cannot be defined, then there can be no definite steps the person needs to take. Okay? So that's why you really got to define number 1 and number 2 and really understand it. Because if you don't understand it well, if it's not super defined, if it's not super clear, not only can you not understand the steps they need to take, but they can't understand it either, right? You need to know so much more about the steps they need to take than they do, because, dude, they're going to be steps behind you. They're not going to fully understand it because they've never made that transformation. So it has to become so clear inside of their mind. That's why it's your job to create mental clarity, aka build the bridge between 1 and 2, so they understand the steps they need to take to get themselves out of this current state. This is the magic of sales. It's not selling, it's providing value and guidance towards the prospect's desired outcome. It's not sales, it's providing value between where they are and where they want to go. Okay? And again, money is just an exchange of value. So that's all it is. When you truly help prospects understand where they are and where they specifically want to achieve, you can now showcase your credibility of being a coach by providing mental clarity. This gives them a sneak peek into what working with you one-on-one will be like. So again, if you kill the sales call and during your closing, you make a contrast between 1 and 2, and the bridge is, you get one-on-one calls with me every single week, and they just had a really good conversation with you for 30 minutes that provided them so much mental clarity, and they get that for like 6 months. Holy shit, like that's worth a lot, right? If your sales call isn't providing any value, then what the fuck are your one-on-one calls going to provide? No fucking value as well. You have their own words to leverage against them. So instead of backing the prospect up into a corner and convincing them to close, you can simply use their own verbal statements and commitments to get them to make a good decision. Pretty much, you just run through 1 and 2, and you build the bridge as your product and service. And you use the verbal commitments to pretty much just say, hey, this is the right move. You know what I'm saying? So like, somebody's out of shape. They need a meal plan in order to get in shape. Okay, so look, Jerry, or let's call him Johnny Appleseed. Okay? Look, you're 280 pounds right now, and you got to lose this weight. You got to get down to 200 for this wedding you have in 6 months from now, right? Right. Okay. So if I outlined you a meal plan and I updated it, on a month-to-month basis for you and made it easy to follow and checked within you every single week and to keep you adherent and answer any questions you may have, and you had my number just to text me in case, you fell off the meal plan one day or need to ask questions about it, would that help you achieve that goal within 6 months, do you think? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Then you move on to the next version, and eventually at the end, you pretty much just close them, okay? You get them to agree that your process is going to help them. You don't just want to say, okay, this is what you get. You get a meal plan, you get a training program, you get one-on-one calls, you get access to the coaching app. That's just telling them what they get. It's not selling an outcome. You're selling the outcome, and then you're saying the tool is my coaching. To get this outcome, here's what you need to do. You need to follow my meal plan. You need to check in with me. You need to text me so I can keep you accountable. That's selling the outcome and then providing the tool. If that makes sense. And every time they agree that that's the correct method, you're getting them one step closer, and you are removing objections after you already price drop, okay? As the prospect answers your whys, you want to get micro commitments after bridging each 1 and 2, like I said. So, going over fitness is going to be like fitness, nutrition, habits, and mindset. You're going to want to go over those 4 areas, and there might be other areas you want to go over, but especially those 4 areas, and just bridge the gap between 1 and 2 once again, and just get them to verbally commit and agree that the process you are using to get them from 1 and 2 in terms of fitness, nutrition, habits, and mindset is a good process that is going to get them a result, okay? They have already agreed that they need to change by hopping on a call with you and defining 1 and 2. But getting micro commitments after bridging 1 and 2 is how you slowly piece together a method that they can agree will help them reach their desired outcome. Remember that. So for example, again, currently you need to lose 30 pounds to get the physique you want. So if I construct you a tailored meal plan that was easy to follow and help you achieve these goals, do you agree that would help? Prospect, yes, that's a micro commitment to the plan. Okay. Because if you don't get them to say that, and at closing, you say, hey, you get a meal plan. Well, their objection can be, well, I don't know if the meal plan is going to work out. How does the meal plan work? And then you got to go all around it. And after you price drop, that's what's constantly in their head. That's what's constantly in their head. Again, it causes too much pressure. So you want them to already be like, dude, yes, everything works out. This is what I need. Then you price drop. Because the thing is, you don't want to make that the price like a whole big aspect of it. You just want to be like, okay, look, so to achieve this, the program for 6 months, it's $3,000. I can send you over a link right now and get you signed up. And, while I do that, I'm going to get you onboarded. You kind of just like run right over it. You don't just price drop. Some bullshit I was told in the past is just like price drop, sit there and stare at them. I don't really like that. I kind of like to run on a little, really just kind of lead them into it and kind of make the price just like a little bit of a hint, and not like a whole big deal. Once they agreed to the method you are offering to help them achieve their goals, position your product as the bridge that connects 1 and 2. Remember, in order for this to work, you must have transformational conversations with the prospect to get the prospect to clearly see how your coaching is going to shift their reality. So you need to have transformational conversations before you ever transform their lives when they get into your coaching or program or service or whatever, okay? And this should also happen in your content. It should also happen in your DMs. It should also happen in every single other part of your funnel, not just the call, okay? Key tips to remember. Great salespeople do not sell products and services. They sell outcomes, okay? So you aren't selling your product or service. You are selling the outcome. And in the bridge is simply just your product and service. The person who cares about the prospect the most will win. So really care about them. When you're sitting on the call with them, really get to care about them. Really see, really create a vision for their future self. Don't just look at them as a price tag. Look at them as a person who actually wants to create a change. You're selling a future state that has achieved the result of using your product and service. Remember that. You're selling that future state, okay? You're not selling the product and service. You are selling that future state. So hopefully this helps you out, okay? I'd run through this video a couple times just to really understand it. And it's going to take a lot of calls to get really good at this. But if you put your mind to it, you will get really good at it. I promise.
I got to think about it. Man, what the fuck you got to think about? You're fat as fuck and you got to think about getting in shape? Is what you would love to say to a prospect when they object to buying your coaching. But you're probably not selling them right, you're probably not closing them right, and you're probably not objection handling, which is part of your job as a coach to get somebody to change. And so in today's video, I'm going to lay out a step-by-step framework all the way from opening the call to selling to closing and to objection handling any prospect. Any situation, no matter where you're at in business, 0 or 10K a month, this works for every online fitness coach out there to sell more coaching. My name is Ryan Johnson. At the age of 22, I was able to make over $500,000 with online coaching. And I'm here today to share with you my sales secrets, which aren't really sales secrets, but these things are powerful if you can truly master them. The biggest pitfall I see a lot of beginning online fitness coaches have is they simply just don't understand how to sell. And understanding how to sell will not only sell your coaching, but it's going to apply to all aspects of making this happen. Everything from content to Instagram stories, to getting more leads, to texting your leads, to getting them on calls, and to actually getting those people to make a change and buy your stuff. So with that being said, let's turn you into a badass sales weapon.
All right, so over the past couple of years, I've made over $500,000 selling my own coaching program. I've never had a closer on this offer, so I have closed every single deal I have ever sold, and it was all simply because I learned sales. Now, to bring you back, 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, I started posting online, and I didn't really make any money at all. I made like 5 cents on TikTok, maybe a couple $100 for like some lives, but I never started to make money until I launched my own business. And that was only like a couple $1,000s. And then once I learned sales, that's when I was hitting those 10K, 20K, 30K, 40K, 50K months. And so what I'm going to give you today is my $500,000 sales framework that you can use as well to sell more of your coaching. Now, this is specifically for fitness coaches, but this will apply to pretty much any coaching industry where you have people hopping on calls with you who want to buy something from you. So here's some proof right here. Now, a couple things I want to go over here really quick is it's all about the mindset, okay? Sales is the transfer of belief. That's pretty much like all it is. That's how you can summarize sales. It is the transfer of your belief to the prospect, right? So what does that mean? You need to have incredible belief in your offer first off. That's the biggest thing. If you don't really believe you can transform that person's life on the call, they're not going to feel the energy transference through the screen. They're not going to feel the belief transference through the screen. You need to, and I did this practice, like a lot of times before my calls. When I was like starting out, I'd be like, I'm going to transform this person's life. I'm going to transform this person's life. And I would just imagine myself helping out this person. And I would hop on that call with that belief inside of me, and the other person could see it. You need to have incredible belief in your offer and your ability to transform somebody. That's the most important thing. If you don't have that, none of this will work. So I have some other videos on my YouTube channel. You can click the link in the description. I have a couple. So let's go over the 3 non-negotiables. First off, conviction. You got to be very convicted in what you're saying. So be authentic, high energy, and believe in the transformation. Pretty much what I just said right there with the transfer of beliefs. But a little addition to conviction is simply just when you are talking throughout the sales calls, you don't want to say like, what do you think about if like, kind of these terms that aren't super convicting, if that makes sense. And so once you start taking calls, like start to analyze those little things you can kind of get rid of throughout the call. Empathy is also a big one. So, the sales call is not therapy, of course. You don't let them yap your ear off forever, but put yourself in the prospect's shoes without buying into their limiting beliefs. Just try to help the prospect make an informed decision. That's just the mindset I want you to have. So with empathy, the best analogy I can give for you to make this very practical is like, be like a doctor. Go into the sales call kind of like you're a doctor and you're probing around to kind of find what's going on. So there's a symptom and there's a root cause of things, right? And so let's say you go into the doctor's office, right? And you have the symptom. You're like, I get this pounding migraine every single day of the week. I don't know how to get rid of it. I've tried ibuprofen. I've tried Tylenol. I've tried all these different things. The symptom is I have a pounding headache. The root cause of it is probably something like you're not drinking enough water or you're taking too many stimulants or something like that, right? So inside of that, what you want to be doing is listening to what the prospect is saying, listening to their symptom, but then helping them dig down to figure out the root cause of things. And then expertise. No one's going to buy it from somebody they don't respect. Have authority on the call. Carry yourself like an expert in your field. Be very convicted inside of everything and come off as an expert, right? They are looking to you for guidance. And so you have to present yourself as like, hey, I can guide you. I've done this before. And these are little adjustments you can kind of make inside of your language as well. So always review your sales calls and always go through them and ask yourself, are you being convicted? Are you being empathetic? Are you actually listening to the person and then digging down when they like spill some type of pain? And are you coming off as an expert, or you're that guy who's like, so bro, gee, what's going on? You're using those types of words, that type of slang. You're not coming off as an expert. Now let's move on to frame. Okay. Frame is everything for selling. It's everything. You need to have it the entire call. You need to have as much frame as possible, and you cannot let the prospect steal it. So the way to get the frame right away is win the first 60 seconds by grabbing frame of the conversation right away. Now, how do you do that? Very good question. A lot of people explain it this way. It's like hop on the call and be like, look, you set the frame of the call. Here's how the call is going to go and get them to agree to the frame. That's definitely a good way, and I'll explain that in case you don't understand it. This is like the most beginner basic way to gain frame. Hey, John, what's going on, man? What's going on? Okay, get your camera on. What's up? So here's how the call is going to go today. I want to get to know a little bit about you, and also, what are your goals? Where do you want to go? And see if I can't help you out. And, if I can, well, we can work something out. If not, I'll point you in the right direction. That's a simple way that a lot of people lay frame, which are the right one. I've used it as well. It's not terrible. I think a better way to win frame right away is get the person to laugh. So the best way to get the person to laugh is literally just like ask a joke in the very beginning. It's sometimes hard to actually like put it inside of there. But when you get on the call, this is how I do it now, is the way I set the frame is I go through the DMs and I look at what we were talking about. So, hey, John, in the DMs, we were talking about X, Y, and Z. You said you were trying to lose some lower belly fat, which, I think everybody is trying to do that. And also looks like you're trying to get 6-pack abs and finally build that confidence. So, I'm guessing you can go pull some baddies this summer, right? Just kind of joking around. One I love using too is like there's no guarantees in life besides death and taxes. Like that's a great one. Just anything to kind of bust a joke is a really good way to do it. Another part of frame is don't come off too friendly. Don't use bro or dude. You may slip it in here or there, but just like try to remove bro, dude, G, stuff like that too much. Moving on to lead the prospect to the solution. So simply what that means is you may know the solution. You may like hear everything they're talking about. Like, bro, I got it. All you need is a meal plan, you need a train program, bro. You got to get the 10,000 daily steps, and you got to get motivated, got to get in a routine. It's like, that's a terrible way to fuck it up because prospects believe everything that comes out of their mouths and like nothing that comes out of your mouth. And so when you know the solution to their struggle, lead them to the answer. So they may come to you and be like, yeah, I've been struggling to lose lower belly fat, blah, 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 blah. And we go, okay, let's dig into this. I'm curious, are you tracking your macros? Yeah, I eat like 200 grams of protein. Okay, are you tracking all of them? Yeah, just the protein. I'm eating like 4,000 calories. Well, what about the carbs and what about the fats? Yeah, I don't really know those. Gotcha. Like genuine question. Do you think you're going to be able to get the body you want without actually understanding your macros and what macros to also eat? And then they're going to say no. Like clearly, no. Anybody with one IQ is going to say that. So you could just said that to them, but the fact that you led them to that answer that, oh, I need to have set macros and I need to track them in order to get in shape, that's so much more powerful. Second, you can't tell them what the solution is. They must say it themselves, like I just said. Don't assume anything. Be insanely curious. Inside of your mind, you may just like assume that, okay, this person likes me. They trust me. They understand who I am. They understand what I do. They understand why I do it. They understand how I do it. We like to assume these things because we're living them. We are us. But the other person has probably only seen, I don't know, let's say 25, maybe at most 50% of all of our content. And so don't assume anything, right? Be curious inside of them, but also be looking to help them understand, like, who are you? What do you do? Why do you do it? And how do you do it throughout the call? Make sure they fully get it. Give them your best every single time. You may have just came off a call where you didn't close. Just like wipe it away, man. Tell yourself you're going to transform somebody's life. Get on the call and get after it. Don't push them. Ask lots of whys. So what that means is like, don't just try to push them through the call. Get the job done quick. Ask lots of whys, So if you're at the very end and you're pitching them and they're like, yeah, I want to do this. A lot of people are like, okay, let's get it done. What you should add in there is like, cool. Why exactly? I'm just curious. Push them back a little, matter of fact. And don't just ask questions randomly. Know the answer they need to hear and ask the right questions to lead them to the answer. Right? So a lot of people do this. They'll just ask random questions. I was watching one of my clients' calls the other day, and this guy just pained up the whole bunch about struggling with motivation and blah, blah, blah. And then my client goes, are you taking any supplements? When I was watching it, I stood up and I just laughed my ass off for like 5 minutes. And I screamed at him because I'm like, you're a dumbass. There's no way. There's no way. You're just asking random questions. Like, what's going on there? Know the answer they need to hear and ask them the right questions to lead them to the answer. So I would have heard, I'm struggling with motivation. And I would have said, well, I could have said like, duh, you're struggling with motivation. You don't have a plan. You're not getting results. Of course, you're not going to be motivated to take action. Or you can say, I'm curious. Why do you think you struggle with motivation? Oh, I think I struggle with it because blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then keep being curious. Keep digging down. What you're trying to do is lead them to the answer, which is because they're not getting results, they're not motivated. But if they were to get results because, they're showing up to the gym 5-6 times a week, eating all their meals, now they're going to finally be motivated because motivation is not a precursor. It is the reward. That's the biggest thing. Three laws of human nature. Human brain comprehends words at a slower pace, better at a slower pace. So when there's especially things you want the prospect to understand, slow your words down. You want to be a bit fast throughout it sometimes because it's going to show like expertise. It's going to show high energy, conviction, and belief inside of yourself. But there is certain parts throughout it where you do want to slow it down. People are inherently selfish as well. So say their name and frame everything for their benefit and not yours. That's the biggest thing, especially when it comes to closing. Never talk about your coaching. Never talk about what you're getting out of the deal. I've seen this all the time. People will try to be closing and they're like, okay, it's going to be $3,000 paid in full. And they're like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. And then the client, one of my clients will be like, well, we can do month to month. You can just pay me monthly. And I'm like, dude, you're framing it in your benefit. What you got to say is, interesting. Okay. So, you do some objection handling. You go, do you think it would work for you if we could work out like maybe a monthly deal? Now that's framed in their benefit. You're asking them, is month to month going to be something more comfortable and more affordable to them versus can you make month to month work for me? All right. Frame everything in their benefit and not yours. Humans naturally want what they can't have, so always push them back at the right times, right? So towards the end of the call, when you're getting towards pitching them, that's when you're coming close to losing frame. As soon as you drop the price, all frame is gone. The frame goes to them. And so you need to build up as much frame as possible before you drop. So what that means is you got to push them back. All right, let's get into the actual sales call framework. So that's just some mental understandings. This is the step-by-step framework you're going to want to follow for that 60-minute call. Typically, they're around 60 minutes. First off, take control of the frame of the conversation in the first 60 seconds. We went over that, right? Second is going to be dive into current situation by asking, so what motivated you to hop on the call today? Hey, this is what you said inside the DMs. What was the actual motivation for hopping on? Talk to me, right? And when you're diving into current situation, this should be around 10 to 15 minutes long, right? You should be really getting to understand the person for 10 to 15 minutes. And so what will typically happen is people will dump a whole bunch of shit on you. You'll let them talk 5, 10, 15 minutes long. And then a lot of people just don't know how to take that and digest it and break it down. If the prospect is nurtured and they like you, then yeah, they're going to talk for 5, 10 minutes sometimes and just tell you all of the shit that's going on. And so it's kind of like throwing a cord of tangled wires at you. And it's up to you to untangle that. And so typically what I do is I just take that all in. And then right when they get done, I take a deep breath and I go, okay, that was a lot, man. That was a lot. But let's break it down step by step. Okay. Start me back from the very beginning, and so then I take a look at all the stuff they said and I break it down one by one by one by one. And what I'm doing there is I'm trying to figure out not just the symptom, but the root cause of each thing. And so sometimes when it comes to fitness coaching, people will come on to be like, yeah, so, back in high school, I was in incredible shape. And then I got to college and I got fat. And then I got a job and I got back in shape. And then I got married and I got out of shape. And then she divorced me. And they say that for 10 and 15 minutes long. I'm like, gotcha. So start me all the way back. What exactly happened when you went to college that caused you to lose your shape, your physique, your discipline, or your motivation for all this? I'm just curious, tell me about that. Right? The symptom is I got out of shape, but the root cause of it is probably that they got comfortable. Probably they didn't know what they were doing. Probably they didn't have accountability. And so I'm digging down. I'm being insanely curious about each and every single little rabbit hole from that entire story. Because what you're going to find is you're going to find patterns. You're going to find patterns of struggle that they are experiencing through these certain scenarios inside of life. And then once you start to see the patterns, then you know exactly what they need. So that's what I'm doing inside a current situation. Next, I move on to finding their goals and desires by simply asking, now that I really understand who you are, talk to me about what do you exactly want to achieve in the next 3 to 6 months from now and even beyond, right? And then this is where we're going to start this is where they're going to tell you okay, this is what I want to achieve. Of course, I want to get incredible shape and so on. And typically people only talk for 30 seconds here. And so it's also up to you to amplify their goals, amplify their desires. Okay, that's awesome. You want to get in incredible shape, get 6-pack of abs. I'm curious though, why exactly? And what you're doing is you're looking at every single goal and every single desire they have. You're asking why, and then you're digging even deeper sometimes. You're really trying to expand it. It's all about amplifying their current situation by digging down and amplifying their goals and desires by, once again, expanding on that, extrapolating it, really getting a good vision in place. You got to fully flesh out where somebody's at and where they want to go to a high extent. You cannot take what they say at face value. You must You must, as a coach, dig deeper down, get them to think bigger. That right there in total should take 30 to 35 minutes most of the time, right? Once you understand A and B, once you understand where they're at and where they want to go, then you got to figure out why are they struggling exactly. Now, by the point in this call, you probably understand exactly why they're struggling. But this is where you still have to ask that question. So, okay, I understand this, John. This is where you're at and this is where you want to go. I refeed it all back to them. But tell me exactly why, or say, so tell me, what do you think is exactly stopping you from achieving this on your own? And then they'll go through and tell you everything you already knew. I don't know. I think I'm just blah, blah, blah and struggling with X, Y, and Z. Gotcha. Why do you think like having a structured meal plan in place would help you out? Okay, gotcha. Why do you think having accountability and, coach to check in with every single weekend would help you out? Okay, got you. When they tell you exactly why they're struggling, you once again have to ask why. Be insanely curious and frame it in their benefit. Why do you think this would help you out, right? Then we move on to creating urgency by asking them about the cost of inaction. So once you figure out the struggles, you go, okay, so this is great and all, but what happens if we don't make this change and achieve these goals? Like, are you going to be fine if the next 6 months of your life look like the past 6 months of your life? And just say it like that. Your job as a coach is to get somebody to change. They are coming to you because they want the cold, harsh truth that's going to get them to change. So you must ask that hard-hitting question. What's going to happen if the next 6 months of your life look like the past 6 months of your life? Are you going to be fine with that? What happens if you don't make a change? And this is extremely important to ask because when it comes to objection handling at the very end, if you have to do any of it, you're going to need their own words to use against them. You don't want to inflict pain. You simply want to amplify it by feeding back the words they said later on. And so sometimes objection handling, they go, let me just think about it. Let me put it off. I'll do it next month. But if you ask the question, what's going to happen if you don't make the change? And you simply say, I totally get that, man. But as we discussed earlier, you're not fine with letting the next 6 months of your life look like the past 6 months of your life. And so I'm curious. Well, why specifically don't you want to take action today? Why do you want to put it off for a month? Is it the fact that maybe it costs too much, or are you just, too comfortable in your current situation, right? You're clarifying exactly what's going on and you're just feeding them back the words. Lastly, you want to get them to sell themselves on taking action now by asking, so what makes you want to hire a fitness coach right now? Or you can ask it another way. So this is great and all, but why do you think right now is a great time to hire a fitness coach? And all they're going to do here is simply sell themselves on taking action today. They're going to tell you exactly why they should take action today, right? And then once again, you're going to use that later on if you have to objection handle to feed them back their own words. They say, I got to think about it. Awesome. Totally get that. But like you said earlier, you feel like you need to make a change today because of X, Y, and Z. So I'm just curious. Do you want to put it off for a month, or, do you want to think about it because maybe it's the price, or is it the fact that, maybe you don't want to actually make a change, right? Getting very clear on the actual objection. You need all this data right here to effectively objection handle later on. Moving on to the closing framework. So that's the sales framework. That's pretty much all you have to go through to create a sale. Now, closing is a bit different. This is where you actually close the person to make the sale happen. So this is my closing framework. The perfect fit pitch is what I call it. So pretty much how this works is after you get done with the sales framework, you go, okay, John, look, I think you're a great fit for my coaching. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that because, you want to lose 10 to 15 pounds, which is, what I specialize in, but specifically because when you were telling me about your story, I really resonated with X, Y, and Z. And matter of fact, that's the reason I started my coaching. Or matter of fact, that's exactly what my client, Jeffrey, who came to me 6 months ago, was, he was in that same exact spot you are right now. And he's made an incredible transformation. I love working with him. And so you really remind me of him. And I really want to work with you as well, because that's what I'm here for. Like, why would I run this business if I'm not working with people I love to work with? So I think you're going to be a perfect fit for this coaching, not only because, I can help you out, but also specifically because I really like what you're trying to achieve here. That's what I call a perfect fit pitch, is you are saying you're a good fit for my coaching because of this specific thing, and you're getting very personal inside of that perfect fit pitch. After you perfect fit pitch them, you got to ask permission to actually present your solution. So then you go, okay, John, so like I said, I think you're a great fit. Can I actually share with you how I would help you out inside of my coaching now? And they say, yeah, that'd be great. And so you go, okay, I'm going to break it down for you. And this is where you verbally commit how your coaching will bridge the gap between their struggles and their goals, right? You can screen share and show everything, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. I would simply just sit back and say, okay, so this is where you're at. Just re-explain to them, their current struggles. And then this is where you want to go. Re-explain to them where they want to go. And like you said, we've discovered that these are the specific struggles you currently have. And this is how my coaching is going to help you out. And then you simply break down, here's how the meal plan and the training program is going to help you out. Here's how the accountability is going to help you out. Here's maybe how, if you have community inside of your coaching, this is how it's going to help you out. You literally just tailor all of your pillars of your fitness coaching to their specific situation and to their specific goals, in addition to their specific struggles. So it's perfectly presented to them, right? Don't use a slideshow. Don't use like some fucking script. Tailor it to them specifically. And then after you go over it all, test the waters by asking, so after going over everything, John, does this sound like it will work for you? Right? Make sure that you guys are in agreement that this is going to work. You don't want to move on to closing if they don't believe it's going to work. So if you just move on to closing and you have to ask them it's going to work, well, then you have to deal with objections after you pitch them. And then you have no frame, so you got to say, does this sound like it will work for you? They're going to say yes. And then always ask also why. Like, what do you like most about it? Or why do you think this is going to work for you? Or, why do you think this coaching program is going to work for you versus the coach you had in the past who ultimately failed you? Now, this is the non-negotiables I was talking about earlier. List out 3 non-negotiables to get more micro commitments. So ask you after that why, and they explain exactly why, this is perfect for them. Then you go, this is awesome. But once again, I have a couple non-negotiables in my coaching and I want to make sure you're the right guy. List out those 3 non-negotiables and get more micro commitments out of them. Then you verbally communicate next steps to joining and make sure there is nothing stopping them from starting now. So simply how you do this is, okay, perfect. I knew you're the guy you said you are. So we'll go over actually how to get started today. Is that something you would like to hear about? They'll say yes. Go, awesome. Okay. So we'll talk about investment. And then once we figure out the best option for you, all we'll simply do is, we'll get payment processed, then we'll get you onboarded right away. There's a couple of things that are going to get you done, and then I'll get you meal plans and trade programs set up in about 24 to 48 hours, and then we'll hop on a call to go over it all, and we'll get you started. Does that sound like a plan? Yes, that sounds like a plan. Now they understand exactly how it works, and they also agreed to getting started today because you said, we're going to get this done right now on the call. And so if you get the pitching and they're like, can we do this? Can you shoot over to me an email or we'll hop off the call and we'll make it work out? They'll simply just say, oh, like I said earlier, we got to actually get you set up on the call. Remember when I said that? And they're like, yes. Now they can't back out of it because they gave you their commitment to, yeah, I'm good with getting set up right now. And then you go to the price drop. That's where you drop the price for your coaching. However you price your coaching, go ahead and drop it. So you say, look, Mr. Prospect, here's exactly how it works. It costs $2,000 for 3 months, $3,000 for 6 months. Which one works better for you? Just sit there and wait for them to answer. And then there's a couple of paths that will happen here after your price drop. Number one, the best one is they're like, yep, let's get it done. You get the payment done. You get the onboarded. The second one is you have to actually objection handle. So we're going to go over some objection handles here in a moment. Now, if you can't objection handle, if it just doesn't work out and you can't overcome their objections or whatever, always book a follow-up call. Always do that. Do not let somebody get off the call unless they have bought, unless they have hung up on you, unless you have effectively objection handled them and they have bought, or if you need to do a follow-up call. Other than that, talk to them until they fucking hang up, honestly. So let's move on to objection handling now. So this is going to be a universal flow for every single objection there is. And handling objections is honestly really easy. It's just all about having this correct mindset, which is simply this is the part where you're actually coaching them now, right? Majority of the time, people can make a coaching program work out, right? No matter what it costs, they can probably finance it. They can put a down payment. You should be closing pretty much, I would say 70 to 80% of every single person who gets on the call with you. They may not all close for your perfect pricing, but you can make something work out, especially if at the very beginning of your journey. You should be making every single deal work out because you can't demand prices yet, right? So the main objective is just to get somebody to commit to making a change with you. Understand that. So stop telling yourself some bullshit fucking reasons that it didn't work out and tell yourself the truth. And that's the fact that you didn't properly objection handle, which simply means you didn't properly shift their mindset. That's all it is. Objection handling is literally just coaching them. Understand that. And so here's the framework. So let's just go with the, I got to think about it. That's the most common one, So the first thing you do is you acknowledge. You say, totally get that, man. And then you clarify. But what specifically do you have to think about? Do we got to think about wanting to make the change, or is it the pricing thing? Right. So now what you're trying to do is clarify exactly what they have to think about, because pretty much every single objection you'll ever get is like a smoke screen. I got to think about it as just a smoke screen for something deeper. Once again, symptom and root cause. Most of the initial objections you will hear is a symptom, right? I got to think about it. They feel like they have to think about it. The root cause is probably maybe enough trust and belief wasn't fulfilled. Maybe they're too comfortable with being comfortable. Maybe they just don't even have the money to make it happen, or they're not sure how they're going to make it happen. So you got to clarify and start digging down to find the real objection. Number 3 will become confirmed belief, right? So this is where you go, totally get it. What specifically do you have to think about? Oh, you got to think about the money side of things. Okay. So based on what we covered, though, do you feel like this is going to get you to where you want to go? Yes. They're confirming the belief now. This is exactly what I need. And then you expose the cost of inaction. Okay, awesome. But what will happen in 3 to 6 months from now if nothing changes? Like you said earlier, you want to make sure the next 6 months of your life do not look like the past 6 months of your life. But what's going to happen if we don't make a change? And they're going to say, I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm not going to do that. I need to make a change. And then identity reframe. Perfect. So what would the best version of yourself that has X, Y, and Z, that has overcame X, Y, and Z do right now, right? That has the 6-pack of abs and has overcame procrastinating. What would he do? Oh, he would make the change right now. And then decision prop. So what's the move? Well, the move would be to sign up, and then once again, they're going to hit you with another objection. I just don't have the full investment. And then that's once again when you restart the universal flow. Totally get that, man. But what specifically makes you feel like we can't get started today if you don't have the full investment? And then they'll go, well, do I have to pay you in full? Then you say, hey, yeah, majority of people pay me in full, but we can always work something out. Would you be open to, looking into, payment plans or financing options? Yeah, okay. But based on what we covered, if we can work a payment deal out or, finance an option, would you be ready to get started today? Yeah. Awesome. And so really to wrap this up, the best mindset to have is, once again, be a doctor, get insanely curious, really get to the root bottom of what is going on here. That's the best way you can guarantee that you uncover every single little piece of dirt and every single little micro bit of information that you need to make the sale happen.
In this module, we're going to cover how to close high ticket sales. Selling and closing are different. I want you to understand that. Sales is one thing, closing is different. There's literally 2 positions. There's a sales position and there's a closing position. Okay? Sales is getting them to see how your product or service will bridge the gap between current and desired, and getting them to agree your product or service will help them. Pretty much, basically. Closing is getting them to actually purchase. This is the hard part for most. Closing the deal starts just a little bit before you price drop. The sale ends after covering current situation, desired outcome, struggles, what happens if you don't, and why now, basically. Once you cover that criteria, you would say, Mr. Prospect, you are a great fit for my product or service, and let me tell you why. Now, this is where we start to work our black magic. Because at this point in the sale, we are going to go from asking questions to talking to them, right? So we need to make sure we don't sound like we're trying to sell, and that's done through boosting their esteem and pushing back, pretty much, and following this framework. So after you tell the prospect you're a great fit for your coaching, we're going to go ahead and say this. But I do want to say again, you go through the sales process. Once you have your entire notebook filled out of everything, I'll show you. So let me try to find a good one here. I go through the entire process, right? I have current, desired, lifestyle desired, what's stopping you, what's happened if you don't, why now, right? I know everything, okay? Once I have that covered, and I'm like, okay, I'm all good, I can move on, then I'll go, all right, Mr. Prospect, you're a great fit for my coaching here. And let me actually read this. Okay, Mr. Prospect, you're a great fit for my coaching, not because of your exact goals, like losing these 15 pounds of fat and getting abs, but because of what's inside of you. And I like to compliment something about the personality and how it's going to be a driving factor for the success. So let's say somebody told me a really dark story, right? Or something, right? You're a great fit for my coaching, not because you want to lose 15 pounds and get abs. Everyone wants to do that. But the reason you're a great fit for what I do is because you have some type of pain, and you're going to turn that into power here. There's something deep that really drives you down. And like you said, you believe you have more in you. You just don't know how to quite unlock it yet. And those are the people I look for, because that was the same exact spot I was stuck in a year and a half ago. And that's exactly why I started this coaching. You see how it's no longer just the basics. It's now no, our personalities, our values, our lifestyle aligns. Again, usually if you're the one selling your coaching, you're steps ahead of them. And by complimenting them and like saying like, hey, we're just alike. That's why you're a great fit. It builds so much more trust. And again, it makes them feel like, hey, this is exactly what I need. This is the right coach for me. Again, they're buying into you. They're not buying into the 15 pounds of fat loss and getting abs. They're buying into you. The reason this works so well is because you're not only boosting their ego, or I should say esteem, but more importantly, making them realize that they have the power to change. It's always been there. So by me complimenting something about them, like that pain you've gone through, it's your power, right? I'm getting to realize like they're the ones who have the power to change, and it's always been there. But if they want to finally make that change, they need to take this next step, right? They all know what's stopping them, and they know this is the next step. But just connecting on that level is what's going to get them to actually take that next step with you. By positioning your coaching as a great fit for them, not because of their physical goals, but because of who they are on a deeper level, they feel heard. The prospect will feel like this is exactly the coaching they need, and they cannot find anywhere else. That's how you're going to sell that $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $6,000, whatever dollar package, that paid in full, because this is like, it's going to make them feel like this is for me. It's not just regular coaching. Like, this is the right guy. This is the right service for me. After going over great fit, when you move on to the presentation, this is the stage of the call where you are presenting your service as the bridge to the desired outcome. So after you go over great fit, why they're a great fit, you compliment them, them on a deeper level, and like, that's why you're a great fit for me. Now you're going to go on to presenting everything. So the way you should set it up should look like this. So now, would you like to hear how everything works? Yes. I'll pause for a second. Awesome. So there's really just 4 aspects to my coaching. There's fitness, nutrition, habits, and mindset. And I will break each one down for you and how it will help you create this transformation. Sound good? Sounds good. Always getting permission to move forward. Remember that. Always get permission to move forward, right? Keep them engaged. Say, sounds good. Can we move forward? Would you like to hear about this? Again, you're putting the power with them. You're just their guy, right? They'll say yes. Be like, okay, cool. So let's cover the fitness and nutrition first. What we will do is we'll get into our app. We will get into our app, and inside of the app, I will be able to upload your custom training plan, your custom meal plan, and your daily habits. The way I will create these is I will send over a client assessment form. And after you fill it out, I will be able to create your custom plans that fit your lifestyle, your needs, and your goals. Custom tailored. The way the meal plan works is on the top, you will have your custom stipulations, which is like how many cheat meals you get, how many refeeds a week, how much cardio you got to do, how many daily steps. It's pretty much just clarity and everything you need to know. Sound good? Yeah. And then moving down, you're going to have your custom supplement plan outline. And this is where we'll have a custom supplement plan outline. So I'll be able to stipulate the exact supplements you need. Sound good? Yeah. Now we're going to get into the juice of it all. So if you're going to scroll down a little bit more on your document, and I'm just painting the image to them, I'm not showing them it. Because if you show them it, it may just be too much. I like to paint the image, kind of dumb it down a little. So if you scroll down a little, we're going to get into the juice of it all, which is your training day meal plan and your rest day meal plan. The way it works is I will have your macros set up for each day and each meal outlined on the left side of the table. So you'll have your total daily macros, and you'll have those macros split up into each and every single meal based on when you go to work and when you work out. It's all going to be custom tailored for optimal performance and optimal clarity of mind, pretty much, Again, selling the outcome, not just the thing, the emotion, the outcome. You're going to get that when that's stipulated for you. Now, moving over to the right side of the table, I'll have your exact meals written out. And the way I will create those is I will look at your client assessment form, see what your favorite meals is, and I'll take your favorite meals and I'll customize them exactly to the macros on the left. And they're going to be specified exactly down to the exact gram. So all you have to do is just weigh out your food, make it, and you're good. You don't have to do the whole macro calculation if you don't want to. Eventually, you can move over to that side of the table if you want to make your own meals. But if you just want to start out, it's just eating these exact meals, which are going to be your favorite foods, just weighed properly. Understood? Understood. I'll organize your meals around the time you can train from the client assessment form. I'll use your favorite foods, blah, blah, blah. Sounds good. Any questions or concerns? Cool. Let's move on. So again, you're just bringing them through exactly how the process is set up. But again, you're also selling the emotion, the outcome of setting that up for them, what it's going to do for them, right? Then repeat that framework for fitness, habits, and mindset. So then I'll go on to and so now moving on to fitness, what we're going to do is I'm going to look at your client assessment form once again, see your current training split, and I'm just going to make the fine adjustments to it.
but I'm going to put you on the hypertrophy shredding program. And what that program is it allows you to build muscle and lose fat at the same time. Now, the way we do that is we do heavy compounds in lighter isolation exercises. But the thing is, this isn't like any other training program you're going to find online, like bodybuilding.com or whatever, okay? It's going to be written very specifically, meaning I'm going to be telling you what to do for each and every single set. Because what I found with online coaching is, I could give somebody a training program, but they still don't know what they're doing. So the way I worked around this is I would write down like set 1, 70% intensity, set 2, 90% intensity, set 3, 100% intensity. Now, I would add some notes like 3-second negatives or focus on the mind-muscle connection and stuff like that. Okay? Sound good? Does that sound like it will help? Yeah. Any questions or concern? No. Following along? Right? Just keeping them engaged. And you break that down even for habits and mindset, how you're going to work on that with them. After outlining your process, these are the 2 important questions you want to ask. Okay? So after going over everything, Mr. Prospect, does it sound like it will work for you? Right. So after you break down fitness, nutrition, habits, mindset, how everything works, and they follow along the whole time, right? Then at the very end, you go, cool. So after going over everything, Ryan, does it sound like it's what you're looking for? Now, again, you're just guiding them. Does it sound like it's what you want? And they'll probably be like, yeah. And either they're going to just say yes, and you go to number 2, or they'll just like break it down for you. That's like optimal. But most of them, they just say, yeah. They're like, okay, cool. So like, what's your favorite thing about it? I'm just curious. I like to say like that. I like to put like my hand right here and be like, so what's your favorite thing about it? I'm just kind of curious. Just curiosity. And what you're doing there is you're getting them to specify like their favorite thing about it and get them to really think about it once again, but this, you can also engage you can also gauge where they're really at with everything. If they can't specify like a favorite thing about it, you may want to like hold off before moving on. If they can, then be like, all right, cool. So first, make sure it is exactly what they're looking for and they believe your process will help them achieve the outcome they want. Second, to make sure they aren't bullshitting you with number 1 about what ask them what their favorite thing is. If they clearly explain their favorite thing, you can move on. If they seem to struggle to explain their favorite thing, make sure to go back to number 3 during the sales process, which is what is stopping you from achieving this on your own. So you would take a look at your notes or you just remember, when you ask them what's stopping them from achieving it on your own, and lead them to realize how a certain aspect of your coaching is going to completely help them overcome their biggest struggle indefinitely. Okay. So if I ask, what's your favorite thing about it? They'd be like, I don't really know, honestly. Like, okay. So, earlier you were saying like your biggest struggle is staying consistent, right? Right. So, with the one-on-one weekly check-ins every single week and the one-on-one weekly calls, do you think that's like going to help you out? Or like, would it even be your favorite thing? Right. And now you're kind of like reminding them exactly how this process is going to help them out with their biggest struggles. Once you have covered that, you're almost at the finish line, but now it's time to push back. Now you're there, right? The entire time you've been like, come here. Now it's time to push back. Be like, hold up. Say, after you go through all that, what's your favorite thing? Say, okay. So next we'll go over what investment looks like. But before that, I do have a couple non-negotiables when it comes to my coaching. Do you mind if we just go over those really quick? Let's say yeah. And then you're going to list out at least 3 non-negotiables of your coaching and preferably tailor these non-negotiables to what they are struggling with most. So I like to list out 3. Sometimes they're just basic. Sometimes they just come from the top of my head. Anything at all works. But if you can like really custom tailor specific ones to them, that's great. So one may be, are you sure you're willing to like track your macros and execute on a training program each and every single day? Yes. Okay, good. And can you make sure you can check in with me every single week or every single Saturday morning and be open and honest to me about how your week went? Yes. And can you spend the time watching the video course and attending the weekly group calls? Yes. Okay, good. After getting them to verbally commit to at least 3 non-negotiables, you want to build more trust right before price dropping by saying this. After you go over the 3, then you go, awesome. I just had a couple questions just to make sure you're willing to do what it takes to succeed here, because the last thing I want is for you to get yourself into something and not realize what it takes to actually succeed. And I want to make sure that if I bring you on, and listen, I'm going to spend hours creating your plans, checking in with you, and keeping you accountable, that you're going to give me the same energy back, right? They'd be like, right, okay, cool. Now they have verbally committed multiple times and they have trusted you. You can now price drop, and here's how to do it. Okay, so in terms of investment, there's 2 options. There's a 3-month option and a 6-month option. The reason I don't do the month-to-month options like most coaches, I like to say most coaches because you're separating yourself once again, It's because I truly care about my client's success. If you win, I win. And giving you an option to give up each and every single month would not align with my values. So I do require long-term commitment from each client. But in terms of next steps, what we would do is we pick out a program that works best for you. We get you onboarded on this call and get everything set up. I can have plans uploaded in 24 hours. I'll send you a video going over the plans. Then you'll schedule a one-on-one call with me to go over everything and just make sure we're super clear on it. And then from there, we can start setting up your habits and mindset. Sounds good? Yeah. And do you mind if we get you set up like right now on this call? Make sure the prospect agrees to those next steps and getting onboarded right away. If they come up with any objections, do not move on, right? Overcome the objections before you price drop, because once you price drop and you overcome objections, then there's so much more tension. So that's why you always want to say, and do you mind if we get you set up right now on this call, right? And engage where they're at. You may want to change it up. And is there anything stopping you from getting set up on this call right now, right? And if they ask why, I basically just say, well, we're already on the call, but let's just get you set up so we can get you moving forward quick. And I have a really busy week, so I don't know if I'll be able to really fit you in. It would just be the most optimal for me and also your progress to just get you set up right now, right? Right. After they agree to all that, I would say, cool. Pause for a couple seconds. So in terms of the investment, the 3-month option is $2,000 and the 6-month option is $3,000. Which one works best for you? I like to take a little pause, because if you blurt it out there, if you go too fast, they may miss it. You may sound a little insecure. You guys just be like, all right, cool. So in terms of the investment, the 3-month option is $2,000 and the 6-month is $3,000 at the moment. Which one worked best for you? And I just sit there kind of like a curious look. Then from here is simply just overcoming objections or figuring out payment options. But if you follow that framework, they have no outs. They can't really bullshit you. They can't say, oh, I don't want to do it, because they verbally committed so many times that they want to do it, right? And again, if they say, I got to think about it, then be like, all right, I get that. Is there anything you want to go over so when you go to think about it, you have everything you need to think about, right? A lot of times they'll say, I got to think about it. There is an objection handling cheat sheet in one of these modules that you can go over. But I got to think about it simply just a smoke screen. It's usually a money smoke screen, simply meaning that it's kind of like a money problem. So if they got to think about it, you have to first ask them, well, if there's anything you got to think about, we can discuss it right now. I want to make sure you have everything you need, right? And then if they keep bullshitting you, then I would basically just be like, all right, can I just ask, like, is it the price, or do you not believe you can get results with this? They're always going to say it's the price. If you follow this framework, they're never going to say, I don't think I can get results with it. They're going to say it's the price. Then I would say, do you mind if we just have like an open and honest conversation about this really quick? We'll be like, yeah. Like, all right, cool. Does this logistically make sense to you? Like, can you pay this in full? No, I can't. All right. Well, if we offered you like monthly payment options, would that help you out? And they'll probably be like, yeah. What can you do? I'd be like, well, we have Affirm or we have Klarna, whatever one your Stripe has. Mine has Klarna. So I'd be like, with Klarna, you can pay it off for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, even 24 months, as low as like $150 a month if you had to. Would you want to try that out? Usually they say, yeah. And so I'll send it over and be like, I don't know if it will work for you, but you can try it out, see if you get approved. And then once they're in the process of Klarna, usually they'll just pay for it. But it's simply just easing them into it, making them feel comfortable. So as long as you follow this blueprint, you will 100% of the time to close the deal. The only time you don't is if you fuck up the objection handling or the prospect seriously cannot afford it. Okay. With the objection handling, don't get mad. Don't get mad at all. Again, go look at that objection handling cheat sheet and don't get off on the call until number 1, you have a follow-up call, or number 2, they leave the call. Literally. Okay. Continue to try to overcome the objections until they either leave the call or you get to a point where it's like an actual objection. Like, hey, I got the money. I just got to go put it in the bank, and be like, all right, let's schedule a follow-up call. Okay. Or if the prospect seriously cannot afford it, then either downsell them to something like your school community, or maybe just like a cheaper level of coaching without the one-on-one weekly calls. That's another good method. But that's pretty much it. That's how to sell high ticket, or that's how to close high ticket deals. It's pretty simple. It's this simple framework, and especially making sure you push back and align everything this exact way. Okay. See you guys in module 9.4.
All right, welcome to Transformation Accelerator. This is going to be everything you need for creating amazing client transformations online. We have the full 9 yards. This is a 30-page long document, so lock in because this can be long.
So when it comes to the online coaching infrastructure, these are the simple softwares you may need. You don't need all of them, but these are all the ones that I personally use. So we got the PR dashboard. That's going to be the Notion dashboard. It's great for training your clients and managing your clients. Trainerize, we all know that one. It's great for running your online coaching business. Loom for recording training modules, check-ins, onboarding videos just like this. Stripe, payment processor. Canva, that's good for logo and graphic design. LegalZoom, quick way to set up an LLC. Zoom.com, sales calls, client calls. Fathom.ai, free AI call note taker and recorder. This is a must-have. Definitely get that. DocuSign for easily sending your contracts. School.com. This is good for building out your video course community. Mercury.com, my favorite business bank account. I love it. It sends money super fast, super easy to use. And MyReward.com, good for creating visual trainings for your school video course. Those are all the softwares. Let's move on to onboarding new clients. So the onboarding process should look like this. During the sale, establish communications via iMessage. After the sale, grab the client's email and then go ahead and onboard them. After inviting them, make sure they get access to everything and then give them next steps. So make sure you verbally communicate what the next steps look like and the importance of getting them done within 24 hours. And make sure they shoot you a message after they had completed their onboarding steps. And no, this is a really good strategy to use so you can actually see what type of client this guy is, right? If they take next steps super fast, they send you a message, you understand that they listen well, right? Now, let's say they take an entire week to do next steps. They don't send you a message. Well, you understand that this client's going to need some work, all right? So it's a great first test. After next steps have been communicated, you can go and end the call. And then after the client has uploaded their initial check-in photos and their assessment form and has sent you that text to let you know, hey, I'm done. Go ahead and create my plans. Go ahead and create the plans for them, upload them, and record a short Loom video just going over them. It can be like 5 or 10 minutes long. And so send that over to them. And then what I like to do here is make sure I answer any questions I could possibly can inside of there, give them a couple days to start testing out things. Then we hop on that initial one-on-one call. So that's the way I really go about it. And then during the first one-on-one call, that should be had within the first 10 days to sign up. So in the first 10 days to sign up, the client should have taken the next steps. You should have given them plans. You should have had that first one-on-one call to kind of go over them, answer any questions. And then this is where you can kind of start seeing who this client is, right? You can tell if they're an action taker because they have executed it flawlessly so far. They have been doing everything you've been telling them to do. They have booked in the one-on-one call themselves. And well, if they're not being an action taker, they're not booking in the call, they're not really taking action, they're not texting you. It's just you understand they're not really getting it. Well, you got to make sure that you really nail it down and you correct bad behavior as fast as possible. And that leads us to accountability. Accountability is the most important aspect to achieving an amazing client transformation. And accountability is simple. The word accountability literally means to account for your actions. If a client is not being accountable doing what they need to do in order to achieve their goals, it's up to you to make sure you can shift their psychology to get them to do what they want to do. So here's a series of questions I like to use on a one-on-one call to shift their psychology. First, start off talking about a win, even if it's small. Right? You can either state a win or ask the client, hey, how do you feel like you've been, what do you feel like have been your successful actions this week? Start off on a win, start off on a positive note. Then open discussion around a struggle by either stating what they have been lacking or ask them, hey, what do you feel like you could have done better this week? Right? So start off on a positive note, then dig into the dirt. Hey, man, you've really been lacking, from your check-in, I've seen this, that, and the third. Or, what do you feel like you could have been doing better the past couple of weeks inside the program, right? Third, discover what the client is tolerating in their life that is causing them to fail or fall short of the action they need to take in order to succeed, right? And so once you start digging into the struggle, you can simply just ask the question, well, what do you feel like you're tolerating in your life that is holding you back, right? What do you feel like you could have done better this week? Okay, well, what held you back from doing X, Y, and Z better? Okay, well, why do we tolerate that if it's not in alignment with your goals? You're running them through a sequence of events inside their mind to get them to realize, okay, where am I struggling? Why am I tolerating the struggle? What could I have done better this week to overcome that struggle, right? And then also coming up with an action plan and aligning actions with goals, right? So that's number 4. The only reason people don't take actions they know they need to take to achieve their goal is because there isn't a strong enough relationship between action and goals. This is when you must remind the client what they're running away from, their struggles, and what they're running towards, what their goals are, what's pleasure, and align certain actions inside of your coaching with those goals, right? So it's like most of your clients are going to understand exactly what they need to do. Track their macros, wake up a time, do X, Y, and Z. But the only reason they wouldn't do that is because the attachment, right? The goal has with the action that it takes to achieve that goal isn't strong enough. And so you just got to remind the client consistently on that. And then end the check-in or one-on-one call on a positive note after that. Now let's talk about programming nutrition. So first off, you're going to want to find baseline by using a BMR calculator, all right? I like to start most of my clients off at baseline if we have some time, whether they're bulking or whether they're cutting. I like to start off at baseline. I like to find a meal plan that is going to, maybe help them lose a little bit of weight or maybe help them gain a little bit of weight, and then start making adjustments from there. I don't want to throw them in an extreme calorie deficit or an extreme calorie surplus before I really figure out what is baseline. And so if a client wants to cut, I will find a baseline meal that gets them to lose weight without any cardio besides 10,000 daily steps. And if a client wants to gain weight, I will find a baseline meal plan that gets them putting on around a half a pound or a pound and a half a week, right? That's it. Pretty much a baseline plan. Here's some macro splits for male and female, cutting, bulking, rough macro guideline as well. So generally proteins 200 to 250, carbs for cutting 200 to 350, bulking 250 to 400. Fats when it comes to cutting 50 to 60 grams is great. Bulking 600 or 60 to 100 grams is great. Those are my general macro guidelines for pretty much all of my clients. Of course, the grams of carbs gets a little bit higher, a little bit lower, really depending on how deep we are into the cut or how far we are into the bulk. All right. Note, these are typical ranges I start clients out depending on their goals and current position and past nutrition. Adjustments typically start after week 4. So just so you understand, I typically lay a baseline meal plan, something that's going to kind of keep them around baseline, and I like to delete as many variables as possible. All right. Stop doing your cardio. Stop doing this. Just keep it simple. I want you training 10,000 daily steps, eating this meal plan consistently. Then I'll make small adjustments. So when it comes to cutting macros during a cutting phase, I'll make small adjustments in their carbs first. Right? And I would recommend using a weight loss tracker to actually map out where the client should be week by week so you know when to make adjustments. And here's one right here. Typically, like I said, you want to start a client out on a baseline meal plan that gets them to lose weight without cardio. All right. And the first thing I typically do is add in a little bit of cardio after 4 weeks. I don't adjust the carbs quite yet. I simply just add in a little bit of cardio. All right. And I typically work the cardio up over those 4 to 8 weeks, up to around 30 minutes every single day. And then I come to dropping carbs. All right. So baseline meal plan, add in a little bit of cardio between week 4 and week 8. Get them to start losing more weight, and then I cut down the carbs around 30 to 50 grams during their first adjustment, right? If weight loss is going well, we'll keep it there. If weight loss is not going well, then I'll typically bring down the rest day macros a little bit more as well, okay? Then after the first adjustment, I simply just see how things are going, and then my next move to continue to cut depends on lifestyle factors. If they have no more time to do cardio, right, then I'll cut more carbs. If they have more time to do cardio, then I will keep calories as high as possible and work up cardio, all right? So I'll make that first adjustment. We'll add in a little bit of cardio, right? And if they can do more cardio, then I'll add in more on that first adjustment, right? Or on that second, I should say. Now, if cardio is something they don't want to do, if they don't have a lot of time for it, then I'll kind of pull the calories back, if that makes sense. And then I'll typically kind of just go back and forth between adding cardio, cutting calories, adding cardio, cutting calories, right? Once again, depending on their lifestyle factors. Now, adding macros during a bulking phase, right? And so when it comes to bulking, you want to start the carbs and fats out as low as possible to get results so you create room for longevity inside of the bulk, right? So it's if they want to bulk up, don't start them out on 400 carbs, man. Start them out on 250 and then add slight adjustments, over the next couple of weeks so you can prolong that bulk. Because once the weight loss plateaus, or I should say once you max out on the amount of carbs somebody can eat, well, now you have to cut, now you have to end the bulk early. But when it comes to adding carbs, I will typically add around 50 to 100 grams of carbs for the client's first bulk adjustment, organizing a majority of them around the workout, right? But I'm typically not exceeding 100 to 120 grams of carbs per meal. I like to kind of evenly spread them out. All right. So that's my first adjustment. And then, the adjustments after that are typically, again, around 50 to 100 grams of carbs. And I'm making those adjustments every, I would say, 4 to 8-ish weeks, depending on the person. Sometimes it's a bit longer. Sometimes it's every 12 weeks, It really just depends. When it comes to adding fat, I don't typically adjust that much. I prefer to keep fats low and carbs high. But once I'm pushing a client pretty high in carbs, we're getting to, maybe 500, 600, 700 grams of carbs sometimes, like people go that high, I like to add in a little bit more fat sometimes. So it's really simple adjustments I'll make. I'll go from 93.7 ground beef to 85.15 ground beef, or maybe I'll add some fats into a meal. So they used to eat just whey protein. Now they used to just have oats and whey protein, but now you're gonna have a tablespoon of nut butter with that. All right. So that's how I go about actually programming nutrition. Let's talk about programming steps. So in a cutting scenario, I want to find the minimal effective dose to get the job done pretty much. Cardio does not make a cut, it only enhances it. So I'll start every single client out on a baseline step goal of around 10,000 daily steps. This is around 5 miles walked, and this will burn around 600 to 700 calories, right? So we'll nail down those 10,000 daily steps first. And then when it comes to implementing more steps, I typically make the adjustment of around 2,000 steps per adjustment. So I'll do 10,000 daily steps for around 8 to 12 weeks, and then I'll up it to 12,000 steps, and then eventually 15,000 steps when we're really digging deep, right? But those 10,000 daily steps alone gets a really good job done. When it comes to programming cardio, after those 10,000 daily steps, and that baseline meal plan no longer isn't really getting results, once again, that's when I add in cardio. And I typically start off phase 1 at 3 times 30 minutes of cardio. And that's for like the first 2 to 6 weeks. Phase 2, if I think they need a bump up in cardio, it's 5 times 30. Phase 3 is typically 7 times 30. Phase 4 is typically 7 times 45. And then phase 5 is typically 7 times 60 if they really need that. Once again, between each phase, I'm dropping the carbs just a little. I'm dropping the calories just a little. And I'm also increasing their daily steps as I move up the cardio. So as we move from, pretty much like phase 2 to phase 3, their daily steps are going to go from 10,000 to 12,000, right? Pulling cardio away during a rebound. It's pretty simple. Wherever they're at, you simply just cut it back, So if they're at phase 3 at the end of their cut it back to phase 2, right? And then a couple weeks later, cut it back to phase 1. Simple way to put it, just progressively deload their cardio as you progressively overload it as well. Fasted versus fed cardio doesn't really matter. If the client can get it done fasted, that's better. If they have to do it post-workout, that's fine as well. When it comes to cardio selection, the incline treadmill is pretty much the best way to go, in addition to the second best one, which is Stairmaster. Those are my 2 favorites. I typically will implement Stairmaster later into the cut because the body likes to adapt to the program cardio. So we start off with incline walking. And once I typically get people to like 7 times 60 minutes of cardio, they're doing an hour of cardio every single day, and they're really getting lean, like doing a show lean, then I'll add in maybe, I'll switch up the cardio from like 60 minutes of incline treadmill to, let's say, 40 minutes of incline and 20 minutes of Stairmaster, right? Because the Stairmaster is going to burn some more calories. Programming training. So when it comes to bulking, I actually like to work out less, and when it comes to cutting, I like to work out more. So when I'm doing bulking for clients, I typically do a 5-day workout split, hitting 2 to 3 muscle groups per day, focusing heavy on compounds and heavy lifting. And when it comes to cutting, I like to do a 6-day workout program, 1 to 2 muscle groups per day, focusing on, of course, compounds, but especially a lot of isolations as well. Programming habits. This is pretty simple. I like to start them out habit by habit. I don't like to throw a whole bunch of shit at my clients right away. I like to typically just start people out with morning journaling. I think it's the one habit that will cascade into the rest of their habits. And so I'll just first off clearly communicate what the habit is. This is morning journaling. Here's a Miro board of it. Here's how it works. And just start implementing it and making sure I'm actually connecting, once again, their goal to the action, right? So, hey, Mr. Client right here, these are your goals. Morning journaling personally helped me out. Here's why. Here's how to do it. What do you think? I think this is great. Okay, let's get on top of it, right? The second step to programming habits is making it clear to them every single day. Once again, That's that morning journaling. That's why I implement the morning journaling first. Because if they're sitting down with a morning journal every single morning, writing down their daily action plan, that's a lot easier for me to start implementing other habits. More daily walks, more cardio, cutting down calories, whatever it may be. All right, I could just say simply, hey, here's an update to your habits. Make sure you start writing it down in your morning journal every single day. All right, I'm stacking habits on top of each other rather than just trying to replace them all right away. And that's pretty much just really how habits go. Just keep them accountable on it. And if they're struggling, just ask them why. And then make sure you just continuously build stronger mental frameworks around the habit so they value it more and actually increase the motive to take action. So about refeeds and cheat days. So refeed days, this is especially for people who really want to get in shape. They're not really like a lifestyle guy. They're like, I want to look sick. I want to do a show. I want to look for sick for social media. This is when you use refeed days. Refeed days are simply when you just pretty much double the amount of carbs they're generally eating. So let's say a regular workout day meal plan is 200 grams of carbs. A refeed day would be like 350 to 400 grams of carbs. You're still keeping the food very clean. You're just eating more carbs. That's it, right? When it comes to giving these refeed days, I like to not give my clients any refeeds or any cheats in the first 4 to 6 weeks, right? I like to find baseline. And then once they start making like really good progress, then I start giving refeed days, right? Around that 4 to 6 week mark. And then just make sure you take a look at how the body is responding. Let's say you give the client a refeed day and their body responds well, like they actually lose more weight. That's great. Continue giving more refeed days. Now, let's say their body doesn't respond well to extra food. There's no change in how they look. The scale takes the same, looks the same, and maybe they even go up in weight. Well, it wasn't a good time to give a refeed day, so pull the refeed day away from next week. This is why I wait to give refeed days or even cheat days, because those are best used when the body needs it, right? A refeed day and a cheat day is meant to not only physically speed up the metabolism, but also mentally help the client out, right? And so if you don't see a great impact from a refeed day or a cheat day, they didn't need to take it. But if they lose more weight, if they feel better, it was a great time, right? And so once again, you see a positive feedback loop, give them another until you see a negative feedback loop. And if you see a negative feedback loop, hold it off for like 2 more weeks and then try it again. Cheat day is a little bit different from a refeed day because they aren't going to follow the diet plan. They're actually going to eat a cheat meal. They're going to have a burgers and fries, maybe a cheesecake, whatever it may be. The pros of a cheat day is this is really good for lifestyle people who aren't super serious. They want to have like some mental satisfaction inside the program. They want to have some flexibility. And so this is implementing cheat days are great for those people. Sometimes my clients get up to 2 to 3 cheat days, cutting and bulking, right? It really just depends on who this client kind of is. So the best cheat meals are going to be burgers and fries, steak and potatoes, sushi, their favorite cheat meals, whatever it may be. And when it comes to earning cheat meals, they have to earn it, right? Position the cheat meal like, if you follow the diet plan 100% this week, I will give you a cheat day next week, right? And we can only continue taking cheat days if you can follow the diet plan 100%, all right? So that's going to actually motivate them to want to go hard with the diet plan so they can earn that cheat meal. All right, and you're going to give those cheat meals or refeed days inside of check-ins. So if you're doing refeed days or cheat meals, you look at the check-in and you go, okay, he did great, he earned it, let's give him one, if that makes sense. Let's talk about leadership fundamentals. So your job as a coach is to be an excellent leader. This first comes through your own excellent leadership in your own life. But second, there is some psychology of great leadership we will run through here really quick. So leadership is pretty simple to understand. It's the job of leading somebody in the right direction towards their goals. And I want you to remember, who is always more important than how. When it comes to leading your clients, the first thing you must understand is what their pains are and what their desires are. That's the most important thing. Knowing these 2 things will help you continuously remind your client of why they initially came to you and what they came here to achieve. And so if a client is struggling, this is all you have to help them understand. What's the client running away from, and what's the client running towards? What are the successful actions that will help them move forward, and what's the client tolerating in their life that is keeping them stuck? That's all leadership is. It isn't telling them what to do, it's helping them understand what they need to do, right? Effective leadership is actually giving them the blueprint, the mental blueprint to effectively lead themselves, not just telling them, right? And so just reminding them, hey, this is what you came here for, right? You came to overcome these pains or these struggles. This is what you're going to achieve, right? What do you think you have to do on a daily basis to make that happen? Awesome. And then what are you currently tolerating in your life that is keeping you stuck or keeping you plateaued? Okay, perfect. That's awesome. You're just helping them think properly, helping them think successfully, right? That's all it is. And so best practices here. Whenever I experience a client struggling, I will typically take a moment to look inside, look at my side of the table and make sure I'm doing everything correctly, right? Client's not losing weight, whatever's going on. I take a look at my side. Am I doing the right things, right? Does this look right? And if I think maybe they're lying, or maybe things are just going well, or maybe they start to pull away from the coaching, miss check-ins, or they have an excuse for a lack of adherence, then I'll hop on a call with them and run them through this, right? Hey, how's it going? Open up the convo. What do you feel like you've been doing well so far? What do you think you can improve on? Why haven't you been able to improve on those areas? Then remind them of their goals. Simply what we followed again earlier. So instead of just calling the shot, telling them what to do, you're helping them think properly to lead themselves. That's leadership. Let's talk about check-ins. So check-ins are going to be the way you hold your clients accountable, make adjustments to plans, and coach them to become better. So the setup here is you need a select check-in date first off. Mine is every single Saturday morning. That's when my clients upload their photos, their weight, and fill out a check-in form. So make sure you communicate to them. And then second off, you're going to need a check-in form. I simply use a Google document, and I send it to them every Friday night. When it comes to conducting a check-in, this is all I simply do is I review photos, weight, and check-in form response. I look through all those 3 different things. I say to myself, was this a good week or was it a bad week? Did the client do well? Did they move ahead? Or did they stay the same or go backwards, right? And that leads into 3, did we make progress? Did we plateau or did we go backwards, right? Number 4, did the client acknowledge their wins or struggles this week? That's a big thing, right? If a client moved backwards and they say, hey, I messed up, here's what I'm going to correct, great. But if they move backwards and they don't say anything, I'm like, oh, Lord, now we got to do something about this, right? Number 5, does the client need an adjustment on their plans, or do I need to improve on my plans, right? So let's say the client plateaued or moved backwards, but they didn't say anything bad. Well, maybe it's my fault. I got to make adjustments. Now, if they said something bad, well, maybe I got to help them out, or maybe they just need to correct themselves and they'll do fine next week. 6, come with an action plan. So either correcting the client's plans or actually correcting the client, either correcting your side of things or helping the client actually correct their side of things. All right, make adjustments to plans if needed, then start the Loom review or just the text response. However you do check-ins, you can do a Loom review just like this, or you can actually send them a message. During the check-in, whether that's a Loom video or text response, open it up with high energy. Yo, G, what's going on? Good morning. Let's crush this check-in. 2, review photos and weight. So show the client what you're seeing or the lack of what you're seeing. So, hey, this was a good week because of X, Y, and Z, or hey, this was a bad week because of X, Y, and Z. 3, review their check-in form response. So going over what you said, this looked good, that looked bad, whatever it may be, and then come up with the action plan. So either congratulate them for making good progress and remind them what they did well, or show them what they need to focus on to make better progress this week. And then always leave the client check-in with an action plan. Let's talk about client success. So if a client is doing well, congratulate the client on getting it, but continue to remind them what they're doing that is working well so they don't fall off track. And if it's not going well, make sure you sit them down on a call and ask these series of questions, right? You go through, hey, what are your goals? Why do you want to achieve these? Will you be okay if you don't achieve these? How do you remind yourself of your goals every single day? What's your action plan? Once again, just running through, right? What are you running away from? What are you running towards? What do you need to do? What do you need to stop tolerating? Okay, cool. What's the action plan after this call? What adjustments are you going to make? And so the whole idea behind this right here is just to reframe the client's mind, because their current operating system doesn't actually help them achieve their goals. So it's your job to break the operating system down and code it correctly in a way that helps them achieve their goals. Pretty simple. And another note right here, attach actions they must take in order to achieve, or in order to move the needle ahead each and every single day to achieve their outcome, what they desire. That's the biggest takeaway I want from this is connect specific actions inside of your coaching to the goals they want to achieve. Because that missing relationship is always why clients fail. They don't understand why they should morning journal. They don't understand why they should track the macros. They don't understand why they should check in. Once there's a strong relationship with this action inside of your coaching and how it's going to help them achieve what they want to achieve, but also run away from what they're trying to run away from, that's when clients really start getting it. Hopefully that helped.